He was just an ordinary college student. But to secure a golden opportunity, he took out a small loan and threw everything into the virtual wave. On July 1st, 2025, hundreds of nations worldwide launched the strategic-level online game Genesis for public beta testing, with virtual economy deeply integrated with real currency, marking the beginning of a massive reshuffling of wealth and power. National teams, conglomerates, and professional gaming squads, all the major players had already sharpened their knives, while Jiang Bai was merely one of the most ordinary among millions of college students. Jiang Bai took on a 10,000 yuan loan just to afford an all-black gaming pod. He didn't dare dream of becoming a legendary figure. He just hoped to make a living through gold farming and power leveling. Even earning 10,000 yuan a month would be considered a comeback against the odds. He set himself a goal: no fighting, no competing, just steady progress to capitalize on the virtual wealth dividend. When the time came, Jiang Bai climbed into the gaming pod, closed his eyes, and watched the real world gradually fade away, replaced by a magnificent and grand otherworldly continent. A crisp system voice reached his ears. "Welcome to the Genesis world. You are the 16,803,233rd player. Please name your game character." Jiang Bai was stunned, thought he was among the first batch to log in, yet he was ranked after more than 16 million others. After a moment's thought, he entered the character name, Kong Chung Jiomeng. After successful naming, the system displayed the profession selection interface: 6 basic professions: knight, swordsman, mage, priest, archer, and assassin. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai selected archer. The reason was simple: it looked cool, and he could shoot. After completing appearance adjustments, a white light flashed, and he was transported to the newbie village. "Welcome Kong Chung Jiomeng to Huaxia Southeast Region Newbie Village number 33856, the system announced. As soon as the voice faded, countless players had already packed the newbie village to capacity. A lucky account draw would take place in 10 minutes, but Jiang Bai scoffed at it, having been thoroughly beaten by a certain penguin company's schemes until he became immune. Chaos erupted all around. "Move, move. Stop pushing. I'm about to explode from all this shoving. Which bastard is groping my chest? I'm a god." Suppressing his urge to complain, Jiang Bai immediately opened his attribute panel. Character: Kong Chung Jiomeng. Level 1. Profession: archer. Race: human. Health: 30 growth. Energy: 20 growth. Physical attack: 5 growth. Magic attack: 1 growth. Attack power: 2 growth. Defense: 2 growth. Constitution, spirit, strength, intelligence, and agility were all at 1 point. His main attribute was agility, with a total growth potential of 15 stars. Archers had maxed out 5-star physical attack growth, promising explosive damage output in the future. After advancing to hidden professions, growth potential could break through the upper limits. In his equipment slots, Jiang Bai had only 2 crude items. Crude newbie longbow attack 1, equipment level 1. Crude newbie cloth armor defense 1, equipment level 1. Equipment quality ranged from crude, common, excellent, fine, epic, ancient, legendary, sacred, to mythic, with rumors of even higher tiers yet to be unlocked. Jiang Bai's current gear was pathetically shabby. After reviewing his entire character panel, Jiang Bai remained calm. Legend had it that starter accounts had an extremely low chance of obtaining exclusive talents, but he showed no signs of having any. Just as he was about to accept this reality, the world channel suddenly exploded. "By Sibu de Chi Jia, holy shit. Brothers, do you guys have talents? I actually got an exclusive talent: permanent, 3 monster damage. Ha ha. Wukong Buru, OMG. There really are talents? So jealous. Baofeng Shizhe, buying talent accounts. Tier 3 talents, minimum 100,000 cash. Sa Zibi Ziyang. I got a Tier 2 talent, 5 drop rate. Any big shots want to appraise it? Yi Xiang Lao Yuan. Stop dreaming, Diana bound. Unique accounts, can't be sold. Can't you guys have some ambition? Why would the chosen ones care about 100,000? Zhuan Yitong Xia Shui Dao Air Shun Yin. Heh, same Tier 2 talent here. Any like-minded bros want to develop together?" While cursing and closing the channel, Jiang Bai could only mock himself helplessly. Everyone wanted to be the chosen one, but he didn't even have the lowest Tier 3 talent. Tier 3 talents had a 1 in 10,000 probability, while Tier 2 and Tier 1 were astronomical odds. Rather than being envious, it was better to stay grounded. After all, in the early server days, equipment drop rates were extremely low, and being able to farm any equipment was already an achievement. Jiang Bai gathered his shabby gear and was about to leave the newbie village to make his mark, but the moment he turned around, the scene before him scared him senseless. The chat was filled with chaotic and inappropriate messages that I won't translate in detail, but the gist was players excitedly discussing their gaming strategies in crude language. However, Jiang Bai didn't dare to look too closely at the chat. Every second counted at this crucial moment. Time was money, and even the first piece of trash white equipment could potentially sell for astronomical prices in these early stages. But reality delivered a harsh slap in the face to all the enthusiastic players. A mage wielding a beginner's staff was instantly killed by a rabbit's eagle kick, move before he could even cast a spell. A burly warrior was beaten to death by two rabbits before he could show his skills. In an instant, all the excitement turned into cries of despair as the monster stats far exceeded players' expectations. Curses filled the air. What the hell? How are we supposed to fight this? Damn it. The rabbit got me from behind. System, screw you. My weapon broke. Is there no humanity left? Even newbie equipment can break. Wave after wave of players charged into the wilderness, only to turn into beams of white light and respawn at the revival point with confused expressions. Who am I? Where am I? Did I seriously just get killed by a rabbit? Jiang Bai watched this scene in stunned disbelief. This couldn't be right. Were newbie monsters really this powerful? The defeated players retreated to the safe zone, cursing loudly. GM, come out and explain this. How are we supposed to play? I'm filing a complaint. Everyone calm down. Let me speak some truth, developers. Go to hell. Seriously, go to hell. Why make the game this difficult? Jiang Bai cast an inspect spell and saw the corrupted rabbit stats. Corrupted rabbit. Level 1. Attack, 20. Defense, 0. HP, 80. What the hell is this? At this point, players swallowed their pride. Solo play clearly wasn't viable, and team play was the only way forward. Team recruitment messages flooded the chat. DPS team forming, need healer, 41. The entire newbie village instantly became bustling with activity. Jiang Bai was also hesitating about who to team up with. Honestly, after years of gaming as a lone wolf, he generally didn't like forming teams due to all the complications involved. But given today's situation, it seemed impossible not to team up. While Jiang Bai was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed his mailbox lighting up. Huh. Jiang Bai paused, opening his mailbox. I don't have any gaming friends right now. Opening the mailbox, he saw the sender was Genesis official. Dear Kong Chung Jiomeng player, congratulations on being selected by the system in the Lucky Account Draw event. You have received the server's only unique reward, Heart of Genesis. We wish you happy gaming. Holy shit. Jiang Bai's mouth instantly formed an O shape as he suddenly remembered that the system had mentioned something like this when he first entered the game. However, Jiang Bai had never imagined he would be the lucky one, so he had completely forgotten about it. Could it be that the goddess of fortune had truly smiled upon him? His palms were sweating with excitement as he immediately clicked on the email attachment. A fist-sized black gemstone silently appeared in his inventory, and the item description panel popped up simultaneously. Genesis Heart, E-grade upgradable. Special Effect 1, Infinite Storage. Special Effect 2, Equipment Fusion can fuse two pieces of equipment of the same slot, quality, and level into higher quality equipment. Fused equipment is automatically bound and cannot be sold or traded. Current maximum fusion level, Epic. Upgrade requirement, 100 reputation. Unique system item cannot be destroyed, discarded, or traded. Does not drop upon death. As the notification sound faded, a new fusion button appeared in the bottom right corner of his inventory. Jiang Bai stood frozen in place. His mind racing. Infinite storage meant his inventory would never be full again, and he currently only had a measly 8 slots. This feature alone would drive countless big spenders crazy. Even more outrageous was the fusion ability. As long as he had enough low-level equipment, he could continuously combine trash into epic gear or even legendary items. Although the equipment would be bound and untradeable, the personal combat power boost would be a complete game changer. Indeed, heaven still favors me. Jiang Bai grinned to himself, feeling that this Genesis Heart was infinitely more powerful than the second or third tier talents that ordinary players bragged about. From today on, just call me Jiang the Tycoon. He eagerly switched to the trading market. When the trading panel finished loading, Jiang Bai couldn't help but gasp. The server had only been online for just over an hour, with billions of players worldwide. Yet there were pitifully few pieces of equipment for sale in the market. Most were crude quality, with the best being only common grade. A level 2 common weapon was priced at an astronomical 5,000 copper coins equivalent to 5,000 renminbi. When Genesis launched, the developers simultaneously opened a real money currency exchange with a fixed rate. 1 renminbi 1 copper coin, and 1 gold coin 10,000 copper coins in-game. Even more shocking was the official promise to buy back gold coins at high prices, essentially pegging the exchange rate. As for why they would engage in such an apparent, loss-making business, nobody could figure it out. These drop rates are absolutely brutal. Jiang Bai cursed internally. Normally, crude white gear would be ignored by everyone, but with players currently barehanded and demand through the roof, prices naturally skyrocketed. At this thought, Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. If he could acquire 2 green or blue pieces of equipment and fuse them with the Genesis Heart, wouldn't he reach the heavens in one step? Moreover, the gemstone could be upgraded since the system listed Special Effect 1 and Special Effect 2. There were surely Special Effects 3, 4, and beyond. This was theoretically infinite two-tone fusion. With this thought, Jiang Bai opened the fusion interface, revealing 2 slots positioned on the left and right. A primary slot, and a secondary slot, with the primary slot clearly meant for the main weapon. The virtual screen hung in midair like a sheet of pale blue glass, with both slots glowing faintly white, as if urging him to insert materials quickly. Jiang Bai gripped the beginner's longbow in his hand and frowned. The slots required 2 pieces of equipment with the same quality, level, and type, but he only had one bow. Missing one material meant he couldn't activate the fusion at all. Just as he was puzzling over this problem, his gaze drifted past the low wooden fence of the beginner village to the scattered white dots of light in the distant wilderness. Those were equipment drops left behind by a group of unlucky newbie players who had been overwhelmed by monsters earlier. Since they were all the lowest grade beginner gear, most respawn players couldn't be bothered to come back for them, while others were busy restocking in town and hadn't found time to return yet. Talk about perfect timing. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he stepped out of the village gate and sprinted toward the wilderness. He bent down and scooped up items with practiced efficiency, like collecting seashells, beginner short swords, beginner staffs, beginner wooden shields. Anything lying on the ground went straight into his inventory. Dude, what are you doing? That stuff's useless, just trash it. You can't even sell it to vendors. Hey bro, what's the deal? That's my beginner weapon that dropped, damn it. Stop picking it up. Has he lost his mind or something? Complaints and grumbles from surviving players echoed around him, but Jiang Bai treated them as background noise, never stopping his search as his eyes continued scanning the ground for glowing items. After thoroughly sweeping the grassland, he dusted off his hands. His inventory now contained 8 beginner weapons and 11 pieces of beginner cloth armor. Though many players had died, the system had built-in restrictions on beginner equipment drop rates, so collecting this much already had him grinning from ear to ear. Filled with anticipation, Jiang Bai reopened the fusion system, placing his beginner longbow in the primary slot and selecting a beginner short sword for the secondary slot. Same level, same quality, same weapon category. All 3 conditions lit up. They're not from the same class, but that shouldn't matter, right? Jiang Bai muttered to himself, took a deep breath, and pressed firmly on the confirmation button. Whoosh! The interface suddenly blazed with light, the aura visibly contracting and merging at incredible speed. The process was so fast that Jiang Bai barely had time to blink. With a flash of white light, a brand new bow appeared before his eyes. A regular novice longbow with normal attack, 2 equipment level, 1 not bad. Though it only added 1 attack point, this was just the beginning. Jiang Bai didn't stop there. He crafted another white common novice longbow and tossed both weapons into the fusion interface, keeping the first one in the main slot as the core. The fusion button lit up, white light flashed briefly, followed by a faint green glow. Jiang Bai rubbed his hands together and retrieved the weapon. Excellent novice longbow, excellent attack, 3 agility, 1 equipment level, 1. Awesome, he growled under his breath. That 1 point of agility translated to 5 attack points. With his growth stats, his damage had doubled. Still excited, he continued feeding 8 white items into the interface. Blue light emerged. Superior novice longbow, superior attack, 5 agility, 1 strength, 1 attack power. Jiang Bai immediately equipped the blue glowing longbow. His attack panel instantly jumped from 5 to 15 points, and his attack power rose to 4, equivalent to extra physical damage. He didn't waste the novice cloth armor either, fusing them all together to create a blue cloth armor. Superior novice cloth armor, superior defense, 5 constitution, 1 agility, 1. With both blue items equipped, his attribute panel was completely transformed. Level 1. Class, Archer. Race, Human. Health, 60. Energy, 20. Physical attack, 20. Magic attack, 1. Attack power, 4. Defense, 9. Attributes, Constitution 2, Spirit 1, Strength 2, Intelligence 1, Agility 3. Sweet. Jiang Bai grinned. An ordinary level 1 player, even in an attack class, would only have 5 attack points, but he was already several times stronger, and all it cost was crafting materials. Pure profit. Carrying the server's only blue longbow, he targeted another corrupted rabbit nearby. Including attack power, each arrow would deal 24 damage. The rabbit had 80 health, so he'd need 4 arrows. If he stayed at the 30-yard range limit, he'd take at most 1 hit. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, the bowstring hummed softly, and his first arrow flew. 24. The 0 defense corrupted rabbit's health bar instantly dropped by a quarter. It was fast, charging forward the moment it was hit. 30 yards wasn't that far. By the time his second arrow flew, it had already covered half the distance. 24. Its health dropped below half. Jiang Bai's third arrow followed immediately. The rabbit was down to 8 health when its claws struck his forearm. 11. With 60 health points, Jiang Bai barely felt it. His fourth arrow whistled out, dealing another 22 damage. The corrupted rabbit finally collapsed, dissolving into a stream of white experience light that flowed into Jiang Bai's body. You killed the corrupted rabbit and gained 5 experience points. Jiang Bai shook the blood off his arrow and spat at the empty grassland. Damn it, not even a single copper coin. Despite his complaints, he couldn't hide the satisfaction in his expression. Looking across the hillside, groups of newbie players were hunting rabbits in teams, their shouts echoing everywhere. In contrast, he could steadily kill monsters solo, and that sense of achievement was irreplaceable in Genesis, a game with hellish difficulty. Players who could solo were extremely rare, unless they had incredible luck like his. Teaming up meant splitting loot and experience, but he could keep everything for himself, instantly earning 5 times more than regular players. The difference might not be obvious in the short term, but over time, it would be like night and day. What was even more exciting was that team efficiency wasn't even higher than his solo performance. Just 20 rabbits to reach level 2. With this thought, Jiang Bai's motivation soared. He continued grinding monsters while keeping a low profile, and didn't forget to scavenge the battlefield collecting all the newbie gear dropped by those unlucky players who got killed by rabbits. Theoretically, if he gathered 8 more newbie weapons, his longbow could be upgraded to purple. That would be epic tier. Supposedly, only epic-grade equipment and above came with special attributes. As a professional gold farmer, enduring hardship was second nature to him. In less than 2 hours, 20 corrupted rabbits lay dead, and golden light descended from above. Level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. However, the drop rate was ridiculously low. 20 monsters only yielded 3 copper coins and no equipment. Jiang Bai held those 3 copper pieces and complained. $3 earned, 1 step closer to being a tycoon. System notification: each level up grants 1 to all attributes and 2 additional free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated both points to agility, boosting his attack power to 35. Now he could kill a rabbit with just 3 arrows, taking no damage in the process. Same level monsters are no challenge. Cross-level grinding is where the thrill is. Jiang Bai headed back to the newbie village, thinking about his Heart of Genesis. Combined with his 2 blue equipment pieces, it was at least equivalent to a first-tier talent. If he couldn't handle cross-level grinding, he'd be wasting this setup. Quest completed. Rabbit cleanup quest completed. Gained 50 experience and 10 copper coins. $10 per run. Who can resist that? In high spirits, he wandered around the village. Unlike the NPCs surrounded by crowds of players, the old blacksmith stood alone because his quest requirements were ridiculously high. Jiang Bai approached with a grin. Hey there, cute old blacksmith grandpa. Got any quests? Hand them over. Scram. The blacksmith didn't even bother looking up, his dark muscles rippling as his hammer rose and fell. You? Level 2? You think you're worthy? Such a temper? Jiang Bai had never encountered an NPC with such wild customer service, and while amused, his anger was also ignited. Looking down on me. Give me a quest. The blacksmith set down his hammer, his gaze full of contempt. My quests start at level 4. Think you can handle it? I'm doing it today no matter what. Jiang Bai stood his ground stubbornly. Heh. The blacksmith sneered. Kid, you've experienced Genesis's difficulty, right? Cross-level quests are suicide. Cut the crap. Say one more word, and I'll chop you down with 1 strike. Jiang Bai drew his longbow and spoke threateningly. The old blacksmith suddenly burst into laughter, slamming his hammer handle. Then die, you little brat. System notification: you have triggered the blacksmith's advanced trial quest, the blacksmith's wager. Quest automatically accepted. Quest difficulty: drank. Quest description: arrogant and reckless adventurer. This quest will teach you the meaning of cruelty. Quest objective: hunt 50 ironbacked boars. Quest rewards: experience, copper coins, random equipment X1. What the hell? Forced acceptance? A hidden advanced quest too? This counts as a mini-secret mission. Jiang Bai's face immediately lit up with joy, his mind racing with calculations that ironbacked boar was definitely a level 4 elite monster. He couldn't handle it now, but once he reached level 3 or 4, taking it down should be a piece of cake. Halfway through his grin, he froze in place. Quest note: this quest requires the player to complete it at their current level, therefore the player will not receive any experience points until quest completion. Time limit: 6 hours. Party formation is prohibited during the quest. Failure penalty: upon failure, the quest can be retaken repeatedly until completion. However, until the quest is completed, the player will remain permanently at their current level. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Bai stared at the description and gave the old blacksmith a silent round of applause. You're incredible. This difficulty is absolutely ridiculous. Forget about his measly 2 rare blue items. Even a full 5-person team of level 2 players with complete gear wouldn't be able to take down that level 4 boar. And if he failed, his Genesis journey would be locked at level 2 forever, essentially a death sentence. After standing stunned for a while, he opened the trading market, currently the only shortcut to craft epic equipment. However, the page had already gone insane. An ordinary dagger priced at 5,555 copper coins was instantly bought. Jiang Bai immediately gave up on that idea, finally realizing just how outrageous the current equipment market was. The opening rush determined life and death, drop rates were low, and while hundreds or thousands of copper might hurt regular players, it was a necessity for guilds, clans, and professional players. Glancing at his 2 blue items again, he couldn't help but swallow hard. If these were tradable, they'd probably sell for tens of thousands. His thoughts racing, he clicked into the skill trading market. Even the most basic archery skill had a minimum price of 1 gold coin 10,000 real-world currency. 10,000 for an entry-level skill? Jiang Bai gasped and quickly closed the page, afraid that even looking would burn money. Sure enough, everything was sky-high priced right after launch. After all, Genesis had no built-in skill trainers. All professional skills had to be obtained by players themselves, which explained this absurd situation of basic skills commanding astronomical prices. Whatever, let me check the Ironback boar's stats first to get an idea. He muttered, bought a level 1 health potion, and left the starter village not because he was stingy, but because the system was ruthless. A mere level 1 potion cost 10 copper coins. Now he fully understood the developer's confidence in setting a fixed exchange rate for game currency. With such massive consumption, inflation wasn't a concern. As soon as he pushed through the crowd, party invitations flooded in. Hey buddy, that bow looks nice. Join our team. Speed leveling group. 4-to-1 ratio, plus we have a healer. His distinctive weapon design was extremely eye-catching, drawing offers from passers-by left and right. Jiang Bai wasn't in the mood to deal with them, declined them all, and strode toward the village exit. Trying to solo grind monsters, what an overestimation of his abilities. What an idiot, carrying that crappy bow around like he's somebody special. You'd think he had some exclusive talent or something. What a poser. After crossing the chaotic area where level 1 corrupted rabbits scurried everywhere, Jiang Bai stepped into the territory of level 2 monsters, the fanged wild dogs. The air immediately became much quieter. Most players were still stuck grinding in the level 1 zone, while those like him who had pushed into level 2 areas, or were even preparing to venture further, were extremely rare. Following the right boundary of the fanged wild dog territory, he spotted several robust, dark-skinned wild boars among the sparse bushes. Jiang Bai immediately cast an identification spell. Ironback wild boar. Level 4. Attack, 40. Defense, 15. HP, 300. Holy crap. Jiang Bai jolted in alarm, terrified that one more glance would get him trampled into a sieve by this gleaming black boar, and immediately retreated. This damn thing has average attack, but thick HP and high defense. A normal level 2 player with full damage build only has about 20 attack points. After breaking through its defense, they can't even scratch off 10 HP per hit. That's not even 1/20th of its total health. He retreated while calculating, finally reaching his conclusion. Impossible to defeat at this stage. What made it worse was that party formation wasn't allowed. If other players knew Jiang Bai had accepted such a quest, they'd probably wet themselves on the spot. Genesis's difficulty was well established, even same-level grinding defaulted to 3-person teams. For him to solo monsters of his own level was already absurd, and now he wanted to fight above his level? At least at launch, it was virtually impossible. That damn blacksmith aisle. Jiang Bai's internal complaints rose and fell like waves, mentally cursing the old blacksmith to shreds. Just as he was getting into his rant, a green nameplate suddenly entered his vision. Frenzied Fanged Wild Dog Elite. Level 3. Attack, 35. Defense, 5. HP, 180. An elite monster? Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. Regular Wild Dog, 30 attack, 110 HP. Elite Wild Dog, 35 attack, 180 HP. High attack, but low defense, not impossible to fight. More importantly, an elite surely wouldn't just drop a few copper coins, right? He slowly increased his distance from the frenzied wild dog while rapidly calculating. -5 defense, I can deal 34 damage per arrow. With 180 HP, 5 arrows plus a finishing blow should take it down. Each bite deals 26 damage to me. I have 90 HP now, plus a small health potion that instantly restores 30 HP. I can tank 4 hits at most. That's enough. Once decided, he acted. At 30 yards distance, Jiang Bai raised his bow without hesitation. Whoosh. 68. The crimson number exploded above the wild dog's head. Jiang Bai's heart leaped. A critical hit. The archer class had a hidden critical hit talent, but his low stats had prevented it from triggering until now. This was his first time. Oh woo. The wild dog, its HP dropping below 100, roared and charged forward, its fangs gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Dogs were much faster than rabbits, and with the frenzied prefix, it practically shattered grass blades beneath its paws, having the 30-yard distance in the blink of an eye. Jiang Bai's second arrow flew, 34. The wild dog had 78 HP remaining. His third arrow followed immediately, 34. A 26 also appeared above Jiang Bai's head as his health bar instantly dropped to 64. Unable to match its speed, positioning was meaningless, so he chose to tank the damage. His fourth arrow pierced through, 34. The wild dog had 10 HP left, while Jiang Bai, after taking a critical hit, was down to just 12 HP. Only now did he understand that frenzied meant the monster could also land critical hits. At this moment, both man and beast had only one strike left. Yet Jiang Bai didn't use his precious health potion, calmly knocking another arrow. Whoosh. The The cold arrow tore through the air. The wild dog's claws, mere inches away, suddenly stopped midair. Blood sprayed as its gaze quickly dimmed, and it crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. That final swipe never reached Jiang Bai. Phew. If anyone saw this, their jaws would probably hit the floor. Jiang Bai, a level 2 archer, had just solo-killed a level 3 elite wild dog. He exhaled a breath of stale air, his heart still pounding wildly in his chest. Those few seconds had been like dancing on a knife's edge, thrilling and dangerous. Throughout the entire fight, even though he was down to his last sliver of health, he stubbornly refused to drink that health potion worth 10 copper coins. There was only one reason. Jiang Bai had keenly noticed that the wild dog's attack speed was half a beat slower than his own. It was precisely this tiny margin that allowed him to save the health potion. Money didn't come easy, so he had to save wherever possible. That was his first rule of survival. After confirming no other enemies were around, Jiang Bai crouched down to examine his spoils. Elite monsters certainly dropped impressive loot beneath the wild dog's corpse. A faint white glow shone so brilliantly, it was impossible to look away. Jiang Bai first pocketed the 11 copper coins that had dropped, then reached into the light and pulled out a piece of equipment. Wild dog dagger. Normal attack 3. With this weapon, my pig hunting plan is set. Jiang Bai gripped the dagger, unable to suppress his grin. Just as he was about to burst into triumphant laughter, his heart suddenly lurched. Holy crap. There was actually a skill book hidden beneath the equipment. He quickly picked up the book, cradling it with both hands as if it might fly away at any moment. Concussive shot. Drank. Enhancement level, 0. Skill description. Next attack deals 110 damage, slows target movement speed by 20, 3 chance to stun target for 2 seconds, range 535 yards. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Incredible. This is godly. Jiang Bai nearly burst into tears on the spot. Since the server launch, the highest skill he'd seen in the trading market was the A rank, basic shot. Genesis ranked skills from SSS to E across 7 tiers, with E being the lowest. Skills were currently scarce as hen's teeth, and almost everything that dropped was a rank. Yet here, a mere wild dog had given him a drank skill. Jiang Bai decided on the spot. He was definitely adding this dog to the Jiang family genealogy. Slow effect, range, damage boost, plus 3 stun chance. Not learning this skill would be against the laws of heaven. Jiang Bai opened the trading market and searched for concussive shot. As expected, 0 results. The few other drank skills were all auctions with no fixed prices, starting bids at 1 gold coin, that's 10,000 yuan. And currently, the lowest prices had been driven up to over 2 gold coins, meaning over 20,000 yuan. Jiang Bai's eyes instantly turned red with envy at these insane prices. But after a moment's consideration, he decided against selling. This skill was a godsend for his class, and the long-term benefits it would bring were incomparable to a few gold coins. Without hesitation, he quickly learned the skill, repeatedly reading through the description and savoring every detail as he committed his new ability to memory, before reluctantly closing the skill panel. Now it was time to cash in. Jiang Bai opened the equipment trading market. At this stage, weapons with 3 attack were in high demand, with other class weapons already inflated to at least 6,000 copper coins. He desperately needed cash and wasn't hoping for astronomical prices, so he listed the wild dog dagger at a cunningly low 5,999 copper coins. According to Genesis's rules, the lowest price in any category always appeared first. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after listing the dagger, his mailbox icon lit up. The wild dog dagger sold successfully. After deducting a 10 transaction fee, you received 5,399 copper coins. Damn, what a ripoff. Jiang Bai grumbled as he clutched his earnings and headed back to the village. He settled down in the center of the marketplace, set up a makeshift stall, and began shouting loudly in the public channel. Buying starter equipment given by the system at high prices. 10 copper coins per piece. Come sell while you can. This opportunity won't last forever. 10 copper coins. Jiang Bai had calculated this price carefully. Everyone was short on healing potions right now, and 10 copper coins was exactly enough to buy 1 bottle. Those discarded starter items would normally just be destroyed anyway, so turning them into a potion was a no-brainer. As soon as he finished his pitch, a crowd of players gathered around. Wait, dude, you're saying you're buying the newbie gear the system gives out? Are you insane? You can't even sell this stuff to NPCs. That's right, I'm buying exactly those items. Jiang Bai nodded, not bothering to explain further. Is he crazy? Got money to burn. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. You're really buying? Really buying. Jiang Bai patted the table. What's the harm? You'd throw it away anyway. Isn't it better to trade it for 10 copper coins and buy a potion? A female player remained skeptical. This isn't some new scam, is it? Scam or not, just try it and find out. Jiang Bai spread his hands. Finally, a bearded man pushed forward. I'm in. 1 starter weapon, 1 starter armor, give me 20 copper coins. The trade window popped up, and seconds later, the check marks lit up. The man's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Holy crap, for real? You actually gave me 20 copper. With the first person breaking the ice, the other players immediately swarmed in. Damn, let me try too. He really paid. 20 copper coins. Time to buy potions. At the edge of the crowd, some players were filled with regret. If I'd known, I wouldn't have thrown my old gear away in the wilderness. Who knows if it's still there? In a more distant corner, several observers watched Jiang Bai closely. This guy couldn't have triggered a hidden quest, could he? The player with the ID, Yunshin Gushional, a pale-faced young man, asked his teammates. I think that's highly likely. Otherwise, why would he spend so much money on this junk? Yunshin Wanzu replied in a low voice. Let's keep watching. If there really is a hidden quest, this could be huge. In less than half an hour, Jiang Bai had spent 480 copper coins and collected over 20 starter weapons and cloth armor pieces. Combined with the 2 blue items he already had, this was more than enough to synthesize a purple item. He figured that if his Genesis heart leveled up again, he might even be able to craft pink equipment, so he decided to keep all the remaining gear. That's enough for today. I'm done buying. Jiang Bai closed his stall. See you all next time, brothers. I'm out of money for today. Don't go, bro. My roommate is on his way here. Buy a little more, please. Pleas arose from all sides, but Jiang Bai had already pushed through the crowd and slipped into a quiet corner. Taking a deep breath, he opened the fusion interface, his finger sliding between the starter equipment and blue items, his eyes shining like light bulbs. Purple equipment, here I come. Just fusing these dozen or so pieces of equipment took quite a bit of time. By the time Jiang Bai eagerly placed the newly fused blue quality weapon into the secondary slot, about 2 minutes had already passed. Here we go. Here we go. He took a deep breath and placed the gleaming longbow into the primary slot, pressing the fuse button with his fingertip. In the next instant, a brilliant purple light flashed and vanished, leaving an exquisitely crafted purple longbow floating before him, its body etched with intricate abyss patterns. Abyss longbow epic. Attack 10. Agility 2. Strength 2. Cutting 2. Passive. Attacks deal an additional 20 true damage. Equipment level 1. Holy shit. Jiang Bai nearly jumped up, not even bothering to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Even the name changed, and it has true damage absolutely overpowered. He immediately equipped the longbow and quickly hid its purple glow to avoid drawing unwanted attention. With the longbow complete, next came the cloth armor. Following the same recipe, he continued the fusion process. 5 minutes later, light blazed forth once again. Simultaneously, the system's mechanical announcement suddenly boomed across the entire server. System announcement. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has become the first player server-wide to equip epic-grade equipment, achieving the unique server achievement I am strong. The public chat channel instantly erupted. I am a chicken. Epic equipment? Purple gear? Is this for real? Earth's only male god. Damn. I'm still using newbie gear, and someone already has purple equipment? Asia no code. Let me explain epic-grade equipment is epic-level equipment, got it? Sweet little bunny. Server-wide calling for Kong Chung Jiomeng Big Brother. 173 centimeters dance major youthful beauty-seeking carry. Can fulfill any request for Big Brother. Only love white stockings. Girl above, I want to. Jiang Bai stared in amazement and quickly opened his achievement interface. The official guide before entering the game had mentioned that the Genesis continent was filled with various hidden achievements, and now it was proven true. Achievement I am strong epic. Condition, first player server-wide to possess epic-grade equipment. Completed. Reward, Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Spirit 1, Constitution 1. Special effect, Player critical hit rate 1. All attributes 1 plus increased critical hit rate. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. His gold farming journey might no longer be ordinary. With racing thoughts, he continued dumping all the cloth armor from his inventory into the furnace. Abyss cloth armor epic. Defense 10. Constitution 10. Agility 2. Damage reduction 2. Passive. Negates 10 points of final damage when attacked. Powerful. Invincible. Jiang Bai marveled at his new armor. Direct 10-point damage reduction way better than pure defense. Unfortunately, this cloth armor didn't trigger a new achievement, but he wasn't too disappointed. The purple equipment achievement was a one-time thing, being server unique after all. The system's pretty ruthless, directly exposing my name. Looking at the rapidly increasing red notification dots for private messages, he frowned slightly. Fame brings trouble, just as the saying goes. Fortunately, there was a hide option in the interface. Jiang Bai directly selected the name hiding function, then opened his private messages. Bro, name your price for that gear. I'm not messing around here. I'll trade you 100,000 renminbi for that purple equipment. If you agree, just add me as a friend right now. Countless similar private message pop-ups flooded his screen. Jiang Bai casually clicked once and blocked them all. He couldn't even spare a second for this nonsense. Once things quieted down, he equipped the 2 pieces of purple gear he'd just obtained. His character panel transformed instantly. Level 2. Class, Archer. Race, Human. Health, 150. Energy, 60. Physical attack, 55. Magic attack, 3. Attack power, 10. Defense, 20. Base attributes. Constitution 5, Spirit 3, Strength 5, Intelligence 3, Agility 9. Skills, Shock Shot. Title, I am strong. 55 panel attack plus 10 attack power equals 65 physical damage. And that's before the weapon's built-in 20 true damage. Jiang Bai grinned, practically drooling. Even full damage players in all white gear only have about 25 attack at level 2. I'm more than double their damage. He paused to marvel at his situation, though players with special talents were a different story entirely. Then he eagerly headed toward the front lines. Time to go slaughter some pigs. Level 4 monsters called iron-backed boars occupied a barren grassy slope. The area was completely empty. Most players were still stuck grinding level 1 and 2 monster zones, with no one daring to touch level 3 creatures, let alone venture here. Jiang Bai stopped at the bottom of the slope and targeted the nearest boar. 300 health, 15 defense, he calculated quickly. My basic arrow damage is 50, plus 20 true damage, totaling 70. 5 arrows should do it. It deals 20 damage per claw swipe, and with my 150 health I can tank 7 hits. Combined with shock shot slow effect, this is in the bag. Just as he drew his bowstring for the first shot, a chill ran down his spine. Hey there, what's a lone player doing in this high-level zone? Came a mocking voice from behind. Jiang Bai turned around to find 3 players blocking his retreat. Yunqing Gushunal, Yunqing Huianzu, Yunqing Qingguangxi, all level 2, all wearing basic white gear. The leader, Yunqing Gushunal, stared at the purple longbow on Jiang Bai's back with eyes practically dripping with greed. Jiang Bai frowned. What do you want? Of course we want something. Gushunal stepped forward. Let's cut to the chase. That purple gear came from a hidden quest, right? Stop wasting time and sell us the equipment. Not for sale. Jiang Bai's refusal was immediate. That's not up to you. The 3 formed a triangle formation as they closed in. Either we kill you and camp your corpse until the gear drops, or you sell it to us now. Gushunal sneered coldly. Don't think it's just the 3 of us. The entire Yunqing guild has tens of thousands of members backing us up. You wouldn't dare cross us, would you? Huh. Jiang Bai chuckled softly as he drew his longbow, the string humming with tension. The weapon's right here, come and take it if you've got what it takes. Damn it, you don't know when to quit. Gu Tianla from the Yunqing guild barely finished speaking before lunging forward with his sword, the blade aimed straight at Jiang Bai's chest. For ranged classes, being caught in close combat was usually a death sentence, but Jiang Bai didn't even bother to step back. His stats were more than enough to crush his opponent. With 20 base defense plus the additional damage reduction from his abyssal cloth armor, he was practically an impenetrable fortress. The sword struck, and only a pitiful white number floated in the air. 1. What the hell? Gu Tianla froze in place, questioning his very existence. While he hadn't min-maxed his attack like archers or mages, he was still a swordsman with 4-star attack growth, wielding a decent weapon with 4 attack. His total attack reached 24 points. By all logic, against a squishy ranged class, he should never deal only the system's mandatory minimum damage of 1. The forced 1 was a hard rule in Genesis. No matter how high someone's defense, they had to take at least 1 point of damage unless the attack missed completely. There was never a 0. Seeing Gu Tianla's nameplate instantly turn from white to red, the onlookers hadn't even processed what happened when Jiang Bai raised his bow. Whoosh! A concussive shot fired at point-blank range, the arrow piercing Gu Tianla's chest. Almost simultaneously, 2 lines of shocking red numbers appeared above his head. 64. 20. The first was Jiang Bai's regular damage output. The second was the weapon's 20 points of true damage. A total of 84 points. Gu Tianla had at most 80 health points and was instantly killed, disappearing in a flash of white light. Only his 4-attack sword remained, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. The high drop rate penalty for red-named players had claimed his weapon. The makeshift arena fell dead silent. What the hell? Is he cheating? The remaining 2 teammates' eyes nearly popped out of their skulls, jaws hanging open wide enough to fit eggs. Not only had their attacks failed to penetrate, but their opponent had just one-shot a swordsman. Was this really a level 2 archer? Even with Gu Tianla's full attack build, he still had 3 defense growth points, giving him a total of 7 defense. Yet Jiang Bai's single arrow had dealt 84 damage, completely shattering their understanding of the game. Terror overwhelmed all greed as they swallowed hard, their thoughts of murder and robbery evaporating instantly. Meanwhile, at the respawn point, Gu Tianla was screaming in the team channel. Damn it! My weapon dropped. Get back to town now. This guy hits like a truck. Don't throw your lives away. The 2 already terrified players immediately received their orders and fled in panic. Almost simultaneously, rustling came from the forest behind Jiang Bai. 2 archers who had been lying in ambush emerged frantically, their IDs also bearing the Yunqing prefix. They didn't even dare glance at the dropped weapon on the ground, fearing for their lives. No wonder you dared to provoke me despite knowing I had purple gear. You had backup hidden away. Jiang Bai watched the 4 flee with a cold smile, but didn't pursue them. In the early grind, every second counts, and chasing them isn't worth it. Those 4 players don't deserve another moment of Jiang Bai's time. At launch, growth is what matters most. Feeling pleased, he admired the longsword that Gu Tianla had dropped and started humming. It was also a level 2 weapon, but it had 1 more point of attack than the previous dagger, instantly doubling its price. In Genesis, there's a small chance for gear to roll above standard stats when it's generated. Insiders call such items mini-epics. Without a doubt, this longsword was one of those mini-epics with 1 extra attack. Jiang Bai opened the trading market, and the bustling interface made him grin. He was among the first to log in, but worldwide, masses were still queuing or just creating characters. The early game grind was stretched out, making low-level gear especially hot. At the moment, 3 level 2 weapons had been driven above 7,000 copper, proof that Genesis was still heating up fast. At this rate, it would take at least another 3 to 6 hours before the main player base moved past the low-level stage. Jiang Bai searched for mini-epic and found only a handful, with the lowest price at 1 gold, about 10,000 yuan. He wasn't greedy. He listed the long sword for exactly 1 gold. To him, the only reason this kind of whiteboard junk could fetch a high price was the early game premium. Once players leveled up, prices would nosedive, so the sooner he sold, the better. After posting the listing, he didn't linger and stepped into the territory of level 4 monsters, the Ironback Boar. It was a gloomy thicket, eerily quiet with no other players in sight. At this point, only Jiang Bai dared come here. In the distance, an Ironback Boar was tearing at leaves. Jiang Bai raised his bow concussive shot. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air and struck the boar's spine. 55. 20. A quarter of its health vanished in an instant. The boar let out a screech, its back spines bristling as it charged madly at Jiang Bai. But concussive shot applied a 20 slow, and the already sluggish boar struggled even more to close the gap. With a whopping 9 agility, Jiang Bai could start kiting reliably. He backpedaled, drew his longbow to full, and loosed another shot. 55. 20. Its health was down to half, and they were still nearly 20 yards apart. Damn, that slow-on concussive shot is insane. Jiang Bai was thrilled, sensing he could kite the boar to death without taking a hit. He drew a third arrow to full. The slow just wore off and the boar regained its normal speed, but his bowstring was already taut as a board. Whoosh! The arrow flashed like lightning and pierced its right eye. Critical. 110. 20. Before it could get within arm's reach, the boar collapsed with a thud. I socket's a weak point. Jiang Bai stared at a few copper coins on the ground, thoughtful. In Genesis, crits aren't just about crit rate. Weak point hits are guaranteed criticals. You killed an Ironback Boar and gained 0 experience. The system prompt chimed right on time. Until the quest was complete, he wouldn't get any XP. Jiang Bai curled his lip, then let a sly smile creep in. Old man, I'm afraid I'm about to disappoint you. With his first pig-killing experience under his belt, the rest became a breeze. Jiang Bai raised his bow and locked onto the second wild boar. As he drew the string, shock shot activated, and the arrow carried visible air ripples as it thundered into the pig's head. A stun marker instantly appeared. Overhead had actually hit that 3 chance. The full 2 seconds of hard control gave him enough time for another shot. The second arrow whistled through the air, and the wild boar collapsed with a crash before it could even take a step toward him. Sweet. Drank skills are definitely powerful. He contentedly lowered his longbow, picked up the copper coins from the ground, and continued deeper into the bushes. As he walked, he mulled over skill enhancement. At the bottom of his skill panel was a line of gray text. Current enhancement level, 0. The developers had explained that while skills had fixed levels, they could be upgraded through skill enhancement scrolls, but the source of these scrolls had never been revealed, and the market was completely empty. Jiang Bai decided to search the trading house directly, but typing in the keywords still returned no items available. Meanwhile, the Yunqing Tianxia Guild chat channel exploded with activity. Yunqing Gutional, boss. Boss, are you there? Emergency call for boss. Yunqing Huangdi, what? Speak. Yunqing Gutional. Holy crap, boss, I got one-shotted. That 4 longsword you gave me dropped too. Yunqing Huangdi, FCK. This is prime development time. I gave you that weapon to level up, not to pick fights. Useless. Yunqing Gutional. No boss, this is big. Remember that system announcement? Someone got purple gear and an achievement. Yunqing Huangdi. Yeah, what was the name? Kong Qing Jiumeng? Yunqing Gutional. Right, that's him. He's got the purple longbow, and his attack is insanely overpowered. How else could I get one-shotted? I was thinking of making it drop, so I could give it to you for leveling. That thing could easily last until level 5. Yunqing Wamengda, holy shit. Purple gear? Kong Qing Jiumeng? Let's gank him, boss. Yunqing Ladewa. That kind of equipment has huge early game value. Boss should really consider getting it. It's completely wasted on a casual player. Yunqing Huangdi. I messaged him, offered up to 500,000, and he won't even reply. Yunqing Gutional. Then let's gank him. That kind of gear shouldn't be in his hands. Yunqing Huangdi, fine. Once our group finishes leveling, we'll hunt him down. His attitude really pisses me off. Deep in the brush, Jiang Bai remained oblivious to the brewing storm, completely absorbed in the thrill of fighting monsters above his level. His practiced positioning, aiming, and kiting had become muscle memory. Farming wild boars without taking damage was practically effortless. After an hour, his quest panel showed 26,100 blinking, and his haul was quite impressive. 2 white items plus a pile of wild boar materials. Drop details. 1. Wild boar staff, spell attack 5, equipment level 3. 2. Wild boar leather boots, defense 3, equipment level 3. Jiang Bai listed the staff for 1 gold coin, and kept the boots. They were perfect for his current level. The long sword he had hung up for sale was also sold. After deducting the transaction fees and adding his previous assets, Jiang Bai's total wealth reached 1.4 gold coins, equivalent to over 14,000 yuan. The server had only been running for such a short time, yet he had already earned over 10,000 yuan. Even Jiang Bai himself was secretly amazed. The equipment prices in the auction house were still ridiculously high. He casually browsed through the listings. Level 1 and 2 white gear still carried hefty price tags, and even the cheapest level 1 white equipment had terrible cost-effectiveness. Jiang Bai closed the list, thinking he'd wait for prices to drop before stockpiling a few pieces for synthesis. After all, white equipment prices always crash quickly. As he closed the trading panel and prepared to continue grinding monsters, a series of urgent alarm sounds suddenly echoed throughout the game. Immediately after, a system notification appeared in the center of his vision. Insufficient body energy. Please rest and eat promptly. The virtual pod continuously monitored players' physiological states, and once it detected hunger or other bodily needs, it would issue warnings an hour in advance. If players ignored the prompt, they would be forcibly logged out when time was up. Jiang Bai calculated that he had exactly 1 hour left. Though slightly surprised, he quickly flexed his wrists. During the pioneering period, time was more valuable than gold coins. Every additional monster killed meant staying ahead by that much more, and he was determined to squeeze every last drop from that final hour. Shock shot, basic attack, another basic attack. The monotonous cycle was pure joy in Jiang Bai's hands. Solo players always loved this rhythm of clearing areas alone, especially that brilliant burst of light when monsters fell. It made his heart skip a beat every time. However, Genesis had always been stingy with drop rates. 50 wild boars had fallen, and aside from those 2 earlier pieces of equipment, everything else was just copper coins and materials. At least his quest progress was finally maxed out. Jiang Bai let out a long breath. Because the quest had locked his experience bar, his level had already fallen behind the main pack. Looking at his quest panel, he stared at reward, and couldn't help muttering, "Old man, don't be too stingy." Checking the countdown, the system only gave him 4 minutes of buffer time, and the entire interface edges were already flashing red. Jiang Bai quickly pulled out a return scroll. Just as his fingers applied pressure, a tremendous crash suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. Large patches of leaves shattered, accompanied by a thick roar that shot straight to the heavens. Roar. Jiang Bai's hand trembled, nearly dropping the return scroll. He peered intently and saw a massive shadow slowly moving in the darkness. That silhouette, that presence, made him involuntarily swallow hard as flames instantly ignited in his eyes. Quietly approaching a few steps, a blood-red name appeared. Ironback Boar Lord. Lord class boss. Level 5. Attack, 110. Defense, 40. HP, 2000. Skills, Savage Charge, Tough Defense, Tusk Thrust. It really is a boss. Jiang Bai gasped. This was the first boss he had encountered since entering Genesis. The Ironback Boar Lord was massive, standing half a head taller than an average person, resembling a small mountain forged from black bronze. Its bristles stood on end like steel needles gleaming with cold light, but most striking were those snow-white tusks with edges sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle. The attribute panel brutally declared certain death with Jiang Bai's current equipment. Charging in would be suicide. Meanwhile, system alarms beeped insistently, with only 1 minute remaining on the countdown. Jiang Bai clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing his impulse. Go back, turn in the quest, level up a bit, then return. Others won't discover this place anytime soon. Heart aching like a knife wound, he still crushed the return scroll. His figure was enveloped in white light, but the mighty Boar Lord remained fixed in the center of his vision. Jiang Bai's eyes remained locked on the boss until the teleportation light completely flooded his view, leaving only one voice echoing in his heart. Wait for me to come back, buddy. After logging off, Jiang Bai didn't feel like cooking and simply opened the Chotuan app to order some Longjiang pork knuckle rice. Then he opened the Genesis forum. The game had been running for several hours now, which was perfect timing to browse the forum and catch up on some knowledge. The top pinned post on the forum's homepage made him pause, on the identity of Kong Chungjiomeng, the first player server-wide to obtain purple equipment. The title made Jiang Bai burst out laughing. The replies were filled with wild speculation, with some people even posting, "Want to know the truth? Send me a 10 yuan WeChat red packet first. Holy crap, people are already making money off my reputation?" Jiang Bai's mouth twitched as he continued scrolling. Suddenly, another post caught his eye. "What are Genesis's hidden classes? How do you get them? Someone's already researching hidden classes this quickly? He immediately clicked on it. The post was lengthy and verbose, first rehashing the 6 basic class systems, then tantalizingly writing, "Want to know how to obtain them? Stay tuned. Your editor will bring you the latest intel." Damn marketing account. Jiang Bai closed the page in disappointment. The delivery arrived quickly. He wolfed down the pork knuckle rice in just a few bites, barely setting his chopsticks down properly before logging back into the game. The familiar login screen appeared on his monitor. The loading bar crept forward bit by bit. Then the newbie village scene unfolded, still bustling with crowds. For hours had passed, yet players were still packed shoulder to shoulder at the village entrance. "Excuse me, coming through." Jiang Bai squeezed through the crowd, heading straight for the old blacksmith in the village center. Passing by player stalls, various sales pitches filled the air. Level 2 White Knight two-handed hammer for sale cheap. Only 5,000 copper coins. Mage Fireball spell book clearance sale, price negotiable. These people avoided the trading market just to save the 10 transaction fee. Listening to them, Jiang Bai felt secretly pleased. As expected, level 2 white equipment prices are starting to drop. The cheaper they get, the more I profit. The old blacksmith shop, once deserted, now had several people gathered around. It looked like the players at the front of the pack had reached around level 4. Need to pick up the pace, Jiang Bai muttered under his breath as he pushed to the counter. He slammed the longbow down on the wooden counter with a bang. "Old man, I'm here to turn in a quest." The old blacksmith was hunched over his anvil hammering iron. Hearing the commotion, he slowly looked up. His initially irritated expression froze when he saw Jiang Bai clearly, his eyes filling with surprise. "Is that you?" "It's me. You're here to turn in a quest?" "I'm here to turn in a quest." "You completed it?" "I completed it." "Impossible." The old blacksmith looked skeptical, sizing up Jiang Bai from head to toe. "That quest's difficulty level. There's no way you could have." His words cut off abruptly as his gaze fell on the 2 pieces of equipment Jiang Bai was wearing. His pupils dilated sharply. After a moment, even his beard trembled slightly, and his tone suddenly became respectful. "Young rascal, might this old fool take a look at the weapon in your hands?" "Sorry, old man, but I don't have time to waste with you. Just give me my quest reward already." Jiang Bai spun his dagger with the same arrogant tone. The old blacksmith laughed so hard his beard trembled. Then suddenly his eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his hand, and a beam of golden light cascaded down from above Jiang Bai's head. System notifications instantly flooded the screen. "You have completed the quest blacksmith's wager and received 1,000 EXP, 300 copper coins, random equipment willow staff. Advanced hidden conditions met, additional 100 reputation gained. Whoa, 1,000 experience points." Jiang Bai stared intently at his panel, watching his level jump from 2 to 3, with the experience bar shooting up to halfway before stopping. "Just 500 more experience, and I'll hit level 4. The 300 copper coins were equivalent to 300 renminbi, which put him in a great mood. However, what excited him most was that willow staff. Willow staff. Quality, excellent green. Attributes, spell attack boost, intelligence 9, equipment level 2. Description, level 4 green equipment. A colored weapon, and it happened to give 2 intelligence. Jiang Bai immediately opened the trading market and searched quickly. Sure enough, as he expected, there wasn't a single green weapon on the entire platform, only a few scattered pieces of green armor, and at ridiculous prices. Genesis had terrifyingly low drop rates. Most players who got green equipment either used it themselves or it got snatched up the moment it was listed. Jiang Bai felt like he'd struck it rich. His fingers trembling slightly, he placed the staff in the auction interface. Instead of setting a fixed price, he switched to bidding mode starting at 1 gold coin. "Something this rare will definitely fetch a surprising final price," he muttered to himself. For top players, the benefit of 2 extra intelligence points was beyond imagination, and those wealthy players who spared no expense to climb the rankings wouldn't miss this opportunity. The moment he had that thought, his private chat exploded. "Bro, take it down now. Name your price. Let's trade face-to-face. 5 gold, fixed price. Message me back if you're selling. Offline trade. Brother." 5 gold coins meant 50,000 yuan. Jiang Bai took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. The auction might not go for less than that price, it might even go higher. After listing the equipment, he checked his mailbox. The wild boar staff he'd sold earlier had gone through, netting him 9,000 copper coins. Combined with what he already had, he now possessed 2.3 gold. He then browsed other equipment prices. As large numbers of players reached level 3 and above, level 1 and 2 white equipment prices had crashed. Level 1 white gear dropped to 1,000 copper coins. Level 2 white gear around 2,000 copper coins. Even at these new lows, the cost effectiveness was mediocre, so he didn't plan to buy anything now. "I'll wait until I hit level 4. Jiang Bai calculated mentally, putting both attribute points from leveling into agility. He equipped a pair of wild boar leather boots and was about to leave the blacksmith shop. "Hold on, you little punk." A raspy voice called from behind. Jiang Bai turned around, puzzled. "What now, old man?" The old blacksmith leaned against the weapon rack, looking him up and down. "Leaving already?" Don't tell me I've taken a liking to you. Jiang Bai's mouth twitched, thinking this NPC's AI was way too advanced. Scram. The blacksmith narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Though you completed the challenge quest, I've got even tougher work ahead. You seem like decent material, so I'll give you a chance. Do you dare take it? Are you trying to scam me again, old man? Jiang Bai mocked verbally, but his heart burned with excitement clearly. He'd triggered a chain of hidden quests. Scam you. The old blacksmith was so angry his beard bristled. Search your conscience, wasn't that reward generous enough? Besides, not everyone can take on my challenges. He snorted coldly. If you ask me, you're scared, aren't you? Scared? Jiang Bai immediately raised his voice. Don't try to provoke me. Whatever quest you've got, bring it on, I'll take them all, every single one. Excellent. The old blacksmith perked up. Ding. Another system notification appeared. You have triggered the chain challenge quest Blacksmith's Trial Part 1. The system has automatically accepted this quest for you. Damn. Another forced quest. Jiang Bai cursed under his breath and angrily tapped open the quest panel. The interface that popped up filled his entire screen. The Blacksmith's Trial. Quest description. I'm surprised, adventurer. I didn't expect you to be truly extraordinary. Well then, continue forward and let me see just how much potential you possess. Quest objectives. 1. Hunt 100 evil centaurs within 6 hours. 2. During the quest period, player level is locked at level 499. Failure penalty. Upon quest failure, the player will be permanently stuck at their current level. Quest reward. Just as expected, exactly the same pattern. Jiang Bai closed the quest page and quickly calculated in his mind. This time the cap was level 4, meaning he could level up to 4 first, then complete the quest. But if he failed, he'd be stuck at level 4 forever, unable to advance. Evil centaurs. He opened the official monster encyclopedia and began searching. After several dozen seconds, the relevant entry appeared on screen. Holy shit. Jiang Bai couldn't help but swear evil centaurs were level 7 aggressive monsters, meaning he'd have to fight 3 levels above his own and kill 100 of them within 6 hours. The difficulty had skyrocketed. After pondering for a long while, he could only think of one solution. Opening the trading market, he saw that the staff he'd listed had been bid up to 4 gold coins. Jiang Bai had originally set the auction timer for 3 hours, and given the current interest, it would likely reach 6 gold coins by the end. But he couldn't wait that long. His private message window kept refreshing, with one message particularly standing out. Tang Dynasty Innocent. Bro, I urgently need a staff and can't wait 3 hours for the auction. If you really want to sell, message me, name your price. Jiang Bai typed back. You make an offer. It wasn't that he was reluctant to continue the auction, but he needed the money immediately to buy several pieces of equipment. Otherwise, with his current stats, trying to solo level 7 monsters and kill 100 within 6 hours would be virtually impossible. Tang Dynasty Innocent. I won't beat around the bush, 8 gold coins. That should be the highest price available in the entire market. If you're willing, add me as a friend. Otherwise, I don't think I need to explain how quickly low-level equipment depreciates. Not bad at all. 8 gold coins was even higher than the 6 gold coins Jiang Bai had anticipated. He weighed it in his mind. After all, this was just a low-level green item that only seemed valuable due to current scarcity. Deal. He added Tang Dynasty Innocent as a friend, immediately terminated the staff auction, and initiated a remote trade between friends. According to the rules, he'd need to pay a 10 penalty fee, but Tang Dynasty Innocent generously covered it for him. The entire process was clean and efficient. 30 seconds later, the staff appeared in Tang Dynasty Innocent's inventory. 8 gold coins securely landed in Jiang Bai's pocket, and it was tax-free to boot. His mood immediately brightened. Tang Dynasty Innocent. So you're empty city old dreams. Bro, I wanted to ask if you have any intention of selling that purple equipment you're wearing? Offline trading is fine too. Jiang Bai. No, that's my bread and butter. Tang Dynasty Innocent. Understood. In the future, if you get any good equipment, message me first. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Jiang Bai. Sounds good. Jiang Bai was naturally happy to make connections with someone so straightforward and decisive. This must be a guild with considerable resources, otherwise, finding 8 gold coins at this stage wouldn't be easy. Jiang Bai speculated to himself. Boss, isn't 8 gold coins a bit expensive? At the current stage, this staff should be worth around 5 gold coins, right? Right after the trade was completed, Datong Wuzue's subordinate Datong Xiaowang lowered his voice and expressed his confusion. Datong Wuzue examined the staff in his hands carefully. I thought it was expensive too at first, but once I realized I was dealing with Kongcheng Jiuming, the money became well worth it. You mean that Kongcheng Jiuming, who was the first player server-wide to drop purple equipment? Datong Xiaowang's eyes widened on the spot. Who else could it be? Datong Wuzue equipped the staff, satisfaction spreading across his face. This person is no ordinary player. The money was well spent. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai stared at the gleaming gold coins in his bag with a foolish grin. At this point, ordinary players had at most 1 or 200 copper coins, while his assets had already exceeded 10 gold coins equivalent to 100,000 real-world currency, though he was about to spend most of it. He opened the trading market and set the filter to level 2 common equipment. The average prices remained steady, around 2,000 copper coins per piece. I need to invest more. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth and directly purchased 8 rings, 8 pairs of boots, and 8 leg guards. Rings had the lowest drop rate and highest price, nearly 4,000 copper coins each. The 24 pieces of equipment consumed nearly 6 gold coins in one go. After a moment's hesitation, he spent another 7,000 copper coins on an rank archer skill book aimed shot. Deals 120 physical damage to target, 6-second cooldown. Although it was just the most basic instant damage output, there was no point hoarding it, better to learn it now. Next came the synthesis process he knew all too well. Light flashed, and 3 new purple items emerged. 1. Deadly Cat's Eye Ring Epic. Physical attack 9, agility 3, strength 2, lethality 2, critical rate 2. 2. Swift Boots Epic. Defense 8, constitution 2, agility 3, swiftness 3, movement speed 10. 3. Sturdy Boar Leg Guards Epic. Defense 10, agility 3, constitution 2, sturdiness 2, max HP 100. Jiang Bai caressed the freshly crafted purple equipment. The leg guards weren't particularly meaningful for an archer, but having them was better than not. He equipped all 3 items and learned aimed shot. His stats immediately underwent a dramatic transformation. Kongqing Juming. Level 3. Class Archer. Race Human. HP 400. Energy 80. Physical attack 124. Magic attack 4. Attack power 16. Defense 48. Attributes: Constitution 10. Spirit 4. Strength 8. Intelligence 4. Agility 21. Skills: Shock Shot, Aim Shot. Title: I am strong. Looking at his stats panel, Jiang Bai frowned. While this was overwhelming against ordinary players, he still lacked confidence for a solo fight against that boss. In Genesis, attempting to solo a boss was theoretically almost impossible. As he hesitated, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly opened his backpack. Holy crap! He had forgotten something important. The system had also given him 100 reputation points, just enough to upgrade his Genesis heart. Advance the Genesis heart. Jiang Bai opened his panel. With exactly 100 reputation points filling the upgrade bar, his gaze locked onto the Genesis heart. This was where the real show would begin. As he pressed confirm, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted. When the radiance faded, the black gemstone's edges appeared finely polished, its interior seemingly filled with countless flowing star points. The entire gem had become crystal clear, with a gentle halo softly glowing around its surface. Genesis Heart Drank. Upgradable. Effect 1. Infinite storage. Effect 2. Equipment fusion can fuse 2 pieces of equipment of the same slot, quality, and level into higher quality equipment. Fused items are automatically bound and cannot be sold or traded. Current tier can fuse up to Ancient grade, with Ancient and above requiring 3 items of the same tier. Effect 3. Plunder. Killing targets at or above your level grants an extremely low chance to randomly gain 1 attribute point. Killing lower tier or higher bosses guarantees 13 random attribute points. Plunder attempts have a cap that increases with Genesis Heart tier advancement. Advancement requirement: 1,000 reputation. Note: unique system item, cannot be destroyed, discarded, or dropped upon death. Holy shit! Jiang Bai's voice cracked completely, his cheeks flushing crimson with excitement. The third effect's impact far exceeded his expectations. As long as he kept grinding monsters, he could grow infinitely even without leveling up. As for how low extremely low chance actually was, it couldn't be 0 anyway. The plunder effect hit like a shot of adrenaline, while the fusion upgrade made his eyes light up equally bright. Now, he could craft equipment straight to Ancient tier. Though it changed from 2-tune to 3-tune, doubling the cost, all his materials were starter weapons and cloth armor anyway, making this expense less than a drop in the bucket. If he used regular white equipment from the market instead, just fusing to Ancient grade would cost 5 gold coins minimum, and that's only for level 1 gear. While this welfare period lasts, I'm going to milk the starter phase for all it's worth, Jiang Bai calculated silently. He immediately set up shop on the spot, calling out again, buying starter equipment for 10 copper each. The price was ridiculously low, but for passing newbies, it was still free money. In less than half an hour, his inventory was packed with 32 starter weapons and cloth armor pieces. 3 minutes later, Jiang Bai opened the fusion interface. The panel that originally had only 2 slots now displayed a third opening. He placed 3 purple weapons into the slots one by one. A pink light flashed suddenly. An Ancient tier piece was born. Frostfall Abyss Longbow Ancient. Physical attack 18. Agility 5. Strength 5. Critical chance 2. Cutting 2. Attacks deal an additional 40 true damage. Frost. Ice attribute attacks that slow targets by 20 and have a 1 chance to freeze targets for 3 seconds. Equipment level 1. Damn, Jiang Bai sucked in a sharp breath. The stats had nearly doubled, cutting effect doubled, plus 2 critical chance, and that frost effect was absolutely insane. And this probably wasn't even the end. After equipping the gear, the system's melodious voice rang out once again. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has become the first player server-wide to equip ancient-grade equipment, achieving the unique server-wide accomplishment Ancient Will. Ancient Achievement Requirements. First player server-wide to possess ancient-grade equipment. Achievement unlocked. Strength 3, Agility 3, Intelligence 3, Spirit 3, Constitution 3. Lifesteal. When attacking, absorbs 5 of damage dealt and converts it to health. Rebirth. Upon death, player can resurrect on the spot and recover 80 health, with a 24-hour cooldown. Jiang Bai was so shocked he couldn't speak. A unique server-wide title. This was a unique server-wide title. While Jiang Bai was thrilled, the entire server erupted into chaos. Never wipes after pooping. Holy crap. Ancient equipment. This is actual ancient equipment. Just want kisses. Who exactly is this Kong Chung Jiomeng? Which gaming god is this? GM's dermatitis. Are we even playing the same game? The same game? I'm starting to question reality. Deep blue left hand. Server-wide bounty on Kong Chung Jiomeng's information, direct reward of 10 gold for any leads. Sweet little bunny. Server-wide calling Kong Chung Jiomeng big brother again. 173 centimeters dance major. Youthful beauty, seeking guidance and support. I can really fulfill any of Big Brother's requests. Only love white stockings. Girl above, I really wanna. This commotion wasn't limited to the server's public chat interface. Even greater turmoil was brewing in deeper circles. Heaven Guild, one of China's big four. Heaven Shaojia. Which guild does this Kong Chung Jiomeng belong to? How have we never heard of them before? Heaven's Eye, no idea. Keep an eye on them and see what kind of powerhouse this is. That ancient equipment is incredibly strong. China's official department, Longyan. Longyan 001. Find information on this Kong Chung Jiomeng immediately. Longyan 009. Roger that. Cloud City World Guild. Cloud City Gutianle. Damn, boss. That guy already has ancient equipment. Cloud City Wu Yanzu. We need to act fast, boss. If someone else gets there first, it'll be trouble. Cloud City Emperor. I'll hit level 5 soon. Once I reach level 5, I'll head over. You guys keep watch for now, no rush. What I set my sights on, no one can steal from me. Of course, Jiang Bai had no idea he'd caused such a massive stir. Although the system announcement revealed his name, Jiang Bai had always kept his ID hidden, so while everyone knew there was someone called Kong Chung Jiomeng, hardly anyone knew he was actually Kong Chung Jiomeng. Congratulations, brother, came a private message from Detang Wu Zue. Considering selling that purple gear you replaced? Sorry, not selling for now, Jiang Bai replied. Alright, same offer stands, message me anytime you have equipment to sell, brother. Sure. After closing the chat, Jiang Bai began synthesizing cloth armor. Evasion Abyss Cloth Armor Ancient. Defense 16, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Max Health 200. Damage reduction. When attacked, negates 20 points of final damage. Evasion. When attacked, 3 chance to dodge the attack. Equipment level, 1. This really is level 1 ancient equipment. Jiang Bai stared at the 2 newly synthesized pieces and couldn't help but sigh. If this were some random level 3 or 5 ancient piece, the bonus attributes would be at least in the double digits. After equipping the gear, combined with his newly acquired Ancient Will title, Jiang Bai's stats skyrocketed once again. Kong Chung Jiomeng level 3, class, Archer, race, human, health, 780, energy, 140, physical attack, 175, magic attack, 7, attack power, 28, defense, 66. Attributes, Constitution 16, Spirit 7, Strength 14, Intelligence 7, Agility 30. Skills, Shock Shot, Aim Shot. Titles, I Am Strong, Ancient Will. Never mind anything else, just the 780 health points alone. Forget about archers. Even a level 5 tank class with all points in Constitution probably wouldn't have that much health. Jiang Bai stared at his character panel, eyes gleaming. This was incredible. Time to hunt some bosses. If he couldn't take down a lord with these godlike stats, he might as well delete his character. Moreover, his weapon came with a 20 slow effect, and his boots added another 10 movement speed. Could already picture himself kiting that lord to death, especially since the skill description clearly stated, no ranged attack capabilities. After quickly organizing his supplies, he headed straight out of the city, rushing toward the wild boar lord that had been haunting his thoughts. The city was packed with shoulder-to-shoulder players. Jiang Bai disabled his equipment glow effects and ID display, instantly blending into the crowd. At that moment, the chat channels were buzzing with heated discussions about Kong Chung Jiomeng. Yet the real Kong Chung Jiomeng casually walked past them unnoticed. Looking at his name now blurred into pixels, he silently thanked the system's anonymity function. Wild boar lord, daddy's coming. As he stepped through the city gates, his feet seemed to sprout wings. The 10 movement speed made the grassland blur past his vision. But just as he picked up speed, a massive crowd surged toward him from ahead, looking aggressive and heading straight for a collision. Are they coming for me? Jiang Bai slowed his pace, confusion creasing his brow. Clearly, all those people had their eyes fixed on him. The surrounding players also sensed trouble brewing. Holy crap, aren't those guys from the Yunqing Guild? That archer in front must be Yunqing Di, right? I heard he's already level 5, he'll definitely be on the leaderboards when they open. Such a massive formation, are they starting a fight? Who was stupid enough to mess with Yunqing? That guild has over 10,000 members. A guild war? Isn't it too early for that? More than 20 Yunqing members quickly formed a fan-shaped formation, blocking Jiang Bai's path 3 meters ahead. To his left were spectators keeping their distance, and to his right stretched another long corridor of onlookers. One person facing off against rows of guild members created quite the one against the world visual. TSK, 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 this is bad. I thought it was a guild war, but looks like that guy's about to get wrecked. For Yunqing to bring this many people to block one person, he must have really crossed the line. The noisy chatter kept reaching Jiang Bai's ears. When he heard Yunqing, he understood the situation. The leader was none other than the Yunqing Guild Master Yunqing Di. The man held a longbow and was also an archer class. Yunqing Di's gaze was sharp, his voice not loud, but clearly carrying to everyone around. So you're Kong Qing Jiumeng? The man in his 20s tilted his head, sizing up Jiang Bai with a sideways glance. That single sentence was like a spark hitting an oil-panned crowd instantly erupted. No way. This guy is Kong Qing Jiumeng. Holy shit. It's the legend himself, the one who got that ancient great equipment. No wonder he dares to go head-to-head with the Yunqing Guild. What a badass. So Kong Qing Jiumeng is from our newbie village? I feel so proud right now. That's hard to say. With so many people from Cloud City here, they're definitely determined to take down this empty city old dream. In front of the empty city gates, players gathered in small groups, forming a semicircle, all eyes fixed on the two confronting figures. Jiang Bai wore black light armor and carried a longbow, his gaze calm and steady. His opponent was the Emperor of Cloud City, clad in bronze armor with a green longbow on his back. Is that any of your damn business? Jiang Bai's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling edge that cut straight to the heart. Heh. The Cloud City Emperor's lips curved into a cold smile. Being stubborn doesn't matter. I won't waste words with you. Hand over the ancient equipment, and I'll let bygones be bygones regarding you killing my brother and stealing his gear. Go to hell. Jiang Bai exploded with profanity, his anger flaring instantly. You're pretty good at twisting the truth, aren't you? Have some shame, will you? Me stealing your brother's equipment? Why don't you have your brother show everyone the death replay? A flash of disdain crossed the Cloud City Emperor's eyes. Here, what I say goes. But that's not important. What matters is you need to hand over the equipment. He raised his hand, and behind him, 33 core Cloud City members stepped forward in unison, their presence intimidating. Right now, in front of my 33 Cloud City brothers, I'm giving you a chance. The Cloud City Emperor slowly drew his longbow. Hand over the equipment, and I'll grant you immunity. From now on, any Cloud City player who sees you won't lay a finger on you. Otherwise, tens of thousands of Cloud City players will hunt you down worldwide. You understand what that means, right? As his words fell, the spectating players erupted. Holy crap, the Emperor is so badass. My idol. Awesome. When big guilds decide to hunt someone, solo players can't survive. An innocent man suffers for his wealth. No choice but to give in, brother. Don't be rash, brother. Even the best ancient equipment can't withstand tens of thousands of people. Most felt sorry for Jiang Bai, while others were indignant. Amid this chaos, Jiang Bai's actions surprised everyone. He slowly removed the longbow from his back. The moment the bowstring was drawn, pink light burst like fireworks, illuminating half the sky. Then I'll give you a chance to. Huh. The Cloud City Emperor was stunned. What did you say? I said I'm giving you a chance to. Jiang Bai looked up, his voice still calm. Right now, take your 33 Cloud City brothers behind you and kneel down to kowtow 3 times to me. I'll grant all Cloud City players immunity. Otherwise, from now on, I'll kill every Cloud City player I see. Instant silence fell. Everyone seemed frozen, including the Cloud City Emperor, all completely stunned. The dead silence lasted a full 10 seconds. The next moment, the crowd exploded like ignited gunpowder, erupting completely. Holy shit. Insane. Did I hear that right? Has he lost his mind? One person declaring war on a guild? Incredible. This is literally declaring war on tens of thousands of players. He probably doesn't know how terrifying large guilds can be. The Cloud City Emperor's face turned completely dark. As a level 5 archer, he suddenly raised his longbow glowing with green light, his voice ice cold. Kid, your Genesis journey ends here. The bowstring vibrated as an arrow wrapped in green light shot through the air. Simultaneously, Jiang Bai drew his bowstring to full moon, and a cold gleam cut through the air, shooting straight at his opponent. As the arrow passed, the surrounding temperature plummeted, actually forming ice crystals in midair. 2 arrows, same technique, different directions, but the results would be completely different. 9 was the damage the Cloud City Emperor dealt to Jiang Bai. 219, 40 the former was the skill damage Jiang Bai inflicted on the Cloud City Emperor with his aim shot. while the latter was the true damage from his weapon. Don't forget, the Cloud City Emperor only had 180 total health points. The arrow left the bowstring, and as the icy gleam cut through the air, time seemed to slow to a crawl. All the players could only watch helplessly as that cold, glinting arrow pierced straight through the Cloud City Emperor's chest. The next second, the Emperor's health bar was instantly emptied, a one-shot kill. One-shot kill. The dreamlike scene had just ended when the Cloud City Emperor collapsed to the ground with a thud, turning into a corpse, followed by an explosive silence that descended upon the entire scene. Hundreds of onlookers stood with their mouths agape, staring at the corpse as if they'd seen a ghost, their minds completely blank. Clang! Someone, startled beyond belief, dropped their weapon with trembling hands. The crisp sound jolted everyone back to reality, and the crowd immediately erupted in chaos. Holy crap! One-shotted! What the hell? This is absolutely insane. Is this some kind of GM account? A level 5 Cloud City Emperor, gone just like that. However, what truly crushed the remaining 33 members of the Cloud City Guild was that glaring number in the combat log, 9. Who was the Cloud City Emperor? The guild's highest level player with the most luxurious equipment and full attack point allocation, a top-tier archer whose damage output should have dominated the battlefield. Yet that single arrow had only dealt 9 points of damage to Jiang Bai. 9 points. An archer? Where was the supposed fragility and low health? The group instantly became like headless chickens, their once imposing formation completely falling apart. Finally, someone roared. Damn it, the boss is dead. What are we standing around for? Revenge. With 30+ people, we can grind him down. Make him drop, that bow even dying once would be worth it. This cry awakened what remained of their fighting spirit. 33 core members, mages, warriors, assassins, and archers swarmed forward. The combat log updated frantically. 2. 5. Miss. 1. 1. Apart from misses, it was nothing but single-digit damage, with the highest not even breaking 5. Their fantasies were grand, but reality was harsher. Just as they managed to chip away a sliver of Jiang Bai's health, he would casually fire an arrow, trigger his 5 life steal, and instantly restore his health bar to full. This cycle continued, and they gradually fell into despair. Jiang Bai was virtually unkillable, while their numbers continued to plummet. 30 people, 20 people, and finally only about 10 remained. Jiang Bai hadn't even moved a single step, just standing there trading blows like a god descended from heaven. The spectating players watched in stunned amazement, frantically flooding the screen with comments. Holy moly, an archer standing his ground against 33 elite members of Cloud City Guild, absolutely explosive. Incredible, just incredible. He's totally my idol. Even more people flushed with excitement. Trembling with exhilaration, declaring war on an entire guild single-handedly was already thrilling enough, but witnessing it firsthand delivered a shock that struck straight to the soul. No wonder this empty city-old dream had the courage to declare war on all of Cloud City. He was simply too powerful. The spectators were thoroughly entertained, and Jiang Bai was equally thrilled with the slaughter. Of the 33 Yunqing experts, only 7 or 8 scattered survivors remained in the blink of an eye, all of them range classes. These players had been completely crushed by Jiang Bai's assault, and had lost all will to continue fighting. In the channel, Emperor Yunqing continued his hysterical roaring, but the few survivors completely ignored him and fled without looking back. They were now marked with red names, Jiang Bai's arrows still protruding from their backs, their crimson names particularly conspicuous at the respawn point. Naturally, Jiang Bai had no intention of letting them escape. Drawing his longbow to full tension, arrow after arrow whistled through the air, their cold gleam tracing pearl-like trajectories across the sky. Screams echoed one after another as heads rolled, leaving only the final 3 to escape beyond his skill range. In mere seconds, the once chaotic battlefield was left with nothing but corpses and the fading glow of scattered equipment, finally returning to silence. The surrounding players stood as if petrified, their gazes locked onto that empty clearing. This is way more intense than Boruto. So thrilling. Damn. One person taking on 33 Yunqing experts single-handedly. That's incredible. Holy crap, I can't handle this. A bouncing young girl suddenly rushed to the center of the crowd, hands on her hips. I hereby unilaterally declare that Kong Chung Jiomeng is my husband. Drop dead, he's obviously my husband. Dream on, you bitch. Amidst the rising clamor, Jiang Bai had already put away his longbow and was collecting the spoils of war scattered at his feet into his inventory. They were all low-level white gear that he barely bothered to glance at. Unfortunately, Emperor Yunqing's valuable green longbow hadn't dropped. Once things quieted down, he noticed his private message interface was frantically blinking. Opening it, he found 2 messages from Detang Wu Zue sent 10 minutes earlier. Detang Wu Zue. Brother, heard Yunqing people surrounded you? Need help? Detang Wu Zue. Why aren't you responding, brother? I can send people over anytime if needed. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, silently appreciating the guy's loyalty. Kong Chung Jiomeng. Thanks, brother, but the problem's already solved. In less than a second, Detang Wuzue replied, "Good to hear. Let me know anytime you need help in the future." Though the other party hadn't actually intervened, this attitude still earned Jiang Bai's goodwill. Meanwhile, at the respawn point, light flashed as Emperor Yunqing revived with a dark expression. Looking down, he saw he dropped from level 5 to level 4. According to Genesis rules, players level 5 and above lose a level when killed in PvP, and all his hard-earned experience had vanished instantly. Thinking about how he'd brought over 30 subordinates and still couldn't take down Jiang Bai, he felt like he'd swallowed a knife. Kong Chung Jiomeng, I will make you pay? I will. He ground out through clenched teeth, the words barely escaping his throat. On the other side, Jiang Bai was rapidly slaughtering level 4 ironback boars, planning to reach level 4 first. Each boar gave 20 experience points, and he roughly calculated he needed 25 kills. With his current efficiency of 2 arrows per boar, sometimes even one-shotting them with critical hits, his monster-killing speed was terrifyingly fast. Arrows pierced flesh as boars squealed and collapsed, experience points continuously accumulating. Suddenly, the chat screen was flooded with bold red text. Server announcement: Yunqing Guild officially places a server-wide bounty on player Kong Chung Jiomeng. Those providing Kong Chung Jiomeng's coordinates will be richly rewarded. The same announcement scrolled 3 times in succession, demonstrating Emperor Yunqing's current level of hatred. Jiang Bai paused his bow-drawing motion, squinting as he read through it, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Heh, overestimating themselves. Bathed in the golden light of leveling up, Jiang Bai reached level 4, adding his 2 free attribute points to agility as usual, bringing his attack power to a staggering 190 points. The only word to describe it was terrifying. After killing 20 to 30 monsters, his plunder skill hadn't triggered even once. The probability was ridiculously low. Jiang Bai grumbled to himself, even beginning to suspect the skill was just for show. Remembering the marker he'd left in the Wild Boar Lord's territory before logging off, he followed the coordinates to find it. The marker was still there, but the wild boar was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, such a massive creature could hardly hide in the bush's broken branches, deep hoofprints extending in a trail. In less than 3 minutes, the familiar giant beast came into view again. So huge. Jiang Bai held his breath, maintaining exactly 30 yards distance, close enough to engage, but far enough to avoid losing aggro. Come on, let daddy see what you've got. Shock shot. The frost-trapped arrow whistled through the air. The wild boar lord's agonized roar shook the surrounding bushes, and bright red numbers immediately floated above its head. 196. 40. One arrow took away a tenth of its health. Jiang Bai silently praised the impressive damage. Roar. The wild boar lord turned and locked onto its target, crimson eyes seeming ready to drip blood. Its hooves pounded the ground as it charged toward Jiang Bai. However, the weapon's slow effect left a trail of ice crystals on the ground, reducing its movement speed by a solid 20. Shock shot also carried a slow effect, but the two couldn't stack, only the stronger one applied. In comparison, Jiang Bai's boots provided an additional 10 movement speed, and combined with his high agility attribute, he quickly realized this boss couldn't even touch him. The kiting pattern formed instantly as he retreated and adjusted position while drawing his bow, again aimed shot. 214. 40. After 2 arrows, the wild boar lord's 2,000 health dropped to 1510, while the distance between man and beast remained steady at 25 yards. Keep going. Jiang Bai continued, drawing his bow while retreating. The wild boar lord was forced to charge wildly through the white ice trails, but kept missing. Arrows pierced through its thick hide again and again. 178. 40. 356. 40. Holy crap, a critical hit. Jiang Bai exclaimed quietly. This critical strike pushed the health below 50. The threshold triggered, and the wild boar lord's hide immediately glowed with a faint blood-red light. Suddenly, it lowered its head and arched its back, its hooves exploding with terrifying force. The massive body shot forward in a diving posture, even leaving several afterimages in the air. Holy shit, it's using a skill. Savage charge. Jiang Bai shouted in alarm, releasing his bow and turning to run frantically. But how could he possibly outrun the wild boar lord? In just an instant, the massive creature closed the 20-yard gap between them. However, the savage charge could only go so far. When the boar lord reached about 5 yards from Jiang Bai, its charging body suddenly stopped, clearly indicating the skill's range limit. Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Haha, not close enough, you stupid pig. Stop struggling, you're destined to be kite by me. As he spoke, Jiang Bai raised his longbow again to attack, but his laughter abruptly stopped midway. His face suddenly stiffened, then contorted in extreme pain. A large number floated up from Jiang Bai's head. 258. Ow ow. With a scream, Jiang Bai clutched his rear end and jumped 3 feet high. It turned out that while the savage charge skill couldn't catch up to Jiang Bai, he had forgotten that the boar lord also had a tusk thrust skill. He didn't understand this ability at first, but now Jiang Bai understood it all too well. After the Boar Lord stopped its charge, a snow-white sharp tusk silently emerged from the ground behind Jiang Bai, viciously stabbing toward his unguarded posterior, a direct critical hit to his backside. Damn it, this tusk thrust also has a 10-yard attack range. I was careless. My poor behind. Clutching his rear, Jiang Bai grimaced as he once again created distance between them. An arrow shot through the air, carrying all of Jiang Bai's fury as it pierced the sky and embedded directly in the center of the boar's forehead. Critical hit. 356-40. Meanwhile, after using its skill combo, the Boar Lord's abilities clearly entered cooldown, and it began charging around wildly again. The Boar Lord's health had dropped to just 500 points. By this time, both aim shot and concussive shot had finished their cooldowns. First came an aimed shot, combined with his weapon's slicing skill, dealing another 218 damage to the Boar Lord. Even better, this attack triggered his weapon's one freeze effect, immobilizing the Boar Lord for 3 seconds. As the Boar Lord turned into a massive ice sculpture, its half-activated tough defense skill was interrupted by Jiang Bai. Strike while the iron is hot. 3 seconds was enough for Jiang Bai to launch 2 attacks, first a concussive shot, followed by a normal shot. The moment the final arrow pierced the boar's body, the massive ice sculpture that was the Boar Lord shattered completely, scattering across the ground. Awesome. Seeing that he had actually solo killed the boss, Jiang Bai's heart was absolutely thrilled and excited. Staring at the loot scattered before him, his emotions surged. Plunder skill triggered. You gain 2 agility points. Nice. Finally triggered. Jiang Bai stared excitedly at his agility attribute, which had increased by 2 points, grinning like a fool. However, the surprises were just beginning. As Jiang Bai bent down to collect his spoils of war, the system announcement echoed across the entire server once again. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has become the first player server-wide to kill the boss Iron-backed Boar Lord. First kill rewards: 100 reputation, 1 gold coin, 1 random skill wheel spin. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has become the first player server-wide to kill a boss-level monster. Title acquired: First Blood. 2 consecutive system announcements sent the entire world chat into a frenzy. Let go of that chicken. Last night I wronged you. Black Pencil, boss first kill? It's that empty city old dream again? Damn, are we even playing the same game? One-handed Ferrari, crazy, totally insane. Which gaming god is this? Sweet little bunny, empty city old dream big bro, please reply to me. I'm really a cute girl. You can do whatever you want with me. Only love white stockings. To the person above, I still want to lick you. In the Games World channel, a string of flashy usernames and bullet screen-like messages flooded the chat like fireworks exploding in the night sky. For a full 10 seconds, the channel showed no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, the Yunqing Guild headquarters was in complete chaos. In the meeting room, core members sat in a circle, the atmosphere so tense it could freeze. Damn it, this kid just won't quit. Emperor Yunqing slammed the table hard, his brow furrowed like a twisted rope. Gu Tianla immediately chimed in, speaking rapidly. Boss, this won't work. This guy's progressing way too fast. So what's your brilliant idea? Emperor Yunqing glanced sideways at him. Gu Tianla's eyes darted around before his expression darkened. Boss, if Yunqing wants to rise, we must eliminate this guy. We've already declared war on him. There's no room for compromise. Cut the crap and get to the point. Emperor Yunqing interrupted harshly. Actually, Gu Tianla forced an awkward smile. Actually, there's not much of a point. I'm just reminding you that this person has to go. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense. The Emperor roared, and the meeting room's atmosphere instantly exploded. On the other side, Jiang Bai stood beside the boss's corpse, staring at the reward interface with a grin so wide he couldn't close his mouth. The pile of items on the ground sparkled with colorful lights, and he couldn't be bothered to check their attributes, just mechanically clanking as he stuffed everything into his inventory. Suddenly, a metallic wheel nearly 3 meters in diameter materialized out of thin air, emanating a soft white glow. Holy crap, this is way too generous. Jiang Bai's heart pounded. The reward panel listed: 1. Reputation 100. 2. Gold coins 1. 3. Mystery skill roulette. He focused his attention on the wheel. Skill books were embedded like honeycomb cells across the disc. White-grade skills were most numerous, with green, blue, purple, and orange tiers shrinking inward, while the innermost circle was sparsely dotted with a few golden divine skills, like dust in a sea of stars, visible but unreachable. Forget about Scrade. Let me get something practical. He took a deep breath and slammed the activation button. The slender pointer began spinning with a whoosh, accelerating then gradually slowing down. Jiang Bai stared intently, without blinking, until finally, the pointer came to rest on a book radiating purple light. A grade. Before the system notification could sound, Jiang Bai's heart was already racing. Congratulations, you have obtained the Archer skill multi-shot. Skill quality, a grade. Skill description: instant cast, attacks target and all enemies within 8 yards, dealing 80 physical damage. If this damage triggers a critical hit, skill cooldown resets to 0. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Incredible. It's actually an AoE skill, an instant cast. Jiang Bai's eyes went wide. This should be the world's first grade skill, right? And it's AoE. The archer class was already lacking in group skills, and high-quality skills were even rarer. But this multi-shot came with the insane critical reset mechanism. With good luck, it could potentially be cast infinitely. Holy cow, if I stack critical hits, isn't this basically unlimited firepower? Jiang Bai sucked in a sharp breath, looked at the skill description again, and his fingers trembled with excitement. This mechanism was absolutely broken. And 8-0 base attack damage was already considered excellent for AoE skills. Of course, Jiang Bai was well aware of how difficult it was to stack critical hit rate in Genesis. Even with his current full set of ancient epic gear, he had barely managed to push his critical hit rate to 5. Without hesitation, he learned multi-shot, then turned his attention to the system reward title First Blood. Attack 1, and it was a percentage bonus. Jiang Bai's heart skipped a beat. Percentage-based attributes were incredibly rare in Genesis. Right now, with less than 200 attack points, the benefit was only about 2 points. But if he ever reached 20,000 attack in the future, that one would equal 200 points, essentially like getting an extra piece of equipment for free. I can get this level of reward just from killing a boss, he marveled silently, his mood soaring. He immediately opened the world map and headed toward the evil centaur spawn area. While traveling, he thoroughly searched through his inventory. The most eye-catching item was his gold, originally just over 3 coins, now jumping to 5.5, meaning that boss had dropped a full 2 gold. His materials section also yielded impressive gains. 1. Ironback Boar Lord's Tusk 2. 2. Ironback Boar Lord's Sinew 1. These materials were high quality, though their uses remained unknown, so Jiang Bai simply stored them away. Next, he spotted a scroll gleaming with silver pattern skill enhancement scroll 1. The legendary skill enhancement scroll. He almost pulled it out to examine it closely, but after glancing at his current 3 learned skills, he decided to save it for later. Finally came the main event, 2 pieces of equipment radiating a soft glow. 1. Night Owl Necklace Excellent. Attack 11, Strength 2, Equipment Level 5. 2. Berserker Boar Leggings Fine. Defense 12, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Equipment Level 5. 1 green, 1 blue. Necklaces were already rare drops, but the stats didn't match his current build. On the flip side, it would definitely sell for far more at auction than its personal value to him. Jiang Bai calculated. Selling this necklace could buy him several, or even dozens of white equipment pieces of the same level. While white gear was considered junk to others, for him 8 white pieces could be synthesized into 1 purple item. The blue leggings seemed tailor-made for warriors and knights. Just as he was pondering how to sell it, his private message window started flashing. Tang Dynasty Innocent. Congrats, brother. What good stuff did you get? Send me some screenshots? Jiang Bai sent over screenshots of both equipment pieces' stats. A few seconds later, came the reply. Tang Dynasty Innocent. No need for small talk. I'll take both pieces. Name your price, and I'll buy them all. The tone was impressively bold. Jiang Bai suspected this person either controlled a major guild or had serious financial backing. You set the price, brother. I'm not familiar with current rates. Just make it fair. Jiang Bai's response was honest, had no intention of price gouging someone like this. Tang Dynasty Innocent. Then I won't hold back. Based on current market rates with a small markup, leggings 11 gold, necklace 7 gold, total 18 gold. How's that? 18 gold coins. Jiang Bai's breath caught. That converted to 180,000 in real money. And the offer was generous, not lowball, plus he'd save on auction house fees. Deal. The moment he sent the message, a trade window popped up. After confirming everything was legitimate, the other party transferred the payment promptly. Jiang Bai's assets shot up to 23 golda, full 230,000. Less than half a day since server launch, and he'd already earned over 200,000. This was insane. This deal got Jiang Bai so pumped up he felt like he'd been injected with adrenaline. The future looked absolutely brilliant. In his excitement, he immediately pulled up the trading interface and started browsing equipment at lightning speed. Most mainstream players were currently around level 5, and basic white rings and necklaces for that level were all priced at over 1 gold coin each. The fierce competition made him gasp in amazement. Jiang Bai knew his limits. He couldn't reach level 5 just yet, so he'd better finish his quests first to avoid overpaying now. He casually browsed through the weapons section again. Surprisingly, level 5 basic weapons weren't as expensive as accessories, hovering between 7,008, 000 copper coins, barely acceptable. In comparison, his level 1 ancient longbow only had 18 base attack points. Despite its incredible quality, it still seemed inadequate. Level 5 basic weapons, on the other hand, could easily reach over 10 base attack points. But if he were to craft a level 5 ancient weapon at current prices, it would cost at least 20 gold. Absolutely painful. More importantly, this ancient longbow came with true damage and frost effect, 2 attributes worth far more than a mere dozen raw attack points. What if he gave up his old bow to gamble on attributes and ended up crafting junk? Bottom line, He had no intention of replacing this trusty weapon. If only there were items that could directly upgrade equipment levels. As this thought crossed his mind, his attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Having plundered 2 agility points, his total attack power had reached a solid 200 points, plus an additional 2 from his first blood title, displaying prominently as Attack 2002 on his panel. Staring at these beautiful numbers, Jiang Bai couldn't help but grin foolishly, nearly drooling. Suddenly, a tall gray shadow darted into his peripheral Visiona's centaur had stepped into view. Jiang Bai's heart tightened. They'd encountered each other so quickly. He immediately stopped and looked ahead. About 25 yards away, a campfire crackled, with 3 centaurs of varying sizes pacing around it, heads held high and tails swishing. Their names were all red, indicating aggressive behavior. According to the Monster Encyclopedia, centaurs had a detection range of 15 yards. Step inside, and you'd be locked onto. Jiang Bai cautiously retreated a few steps, then cast Inspect on each of the 3 monsters. Centaur Warrior. Level 7. Attack 50. Defense 40. HP 650. Centaur Mage. Level 7. Attack 75. Defense 15. HP 450. Centaur Warlock. Level 7. Attack 65. Defense 20. HP 500. Good grief. This was definitely a proper squad formation. Jiang Bai cursed his luck. Looking around, all the centaurs were grouped in threes, meaning any hunt would require taking on 3 simultaneously. A normal solo player charging in would probably get shredded in 1 round. Even a 5-person team of the same level would be dancing on death's edge. However, he felt completely confident. With his 810 HP and 68 defense, neither the Warlock nor the Warrior could break through his defenses. Add in the fixed damage reduction from his armor, and even the Mage's output couldn't scratch him. That being the case, what was there to hesitate about? Let's do this. Drawing the longbow to its full extent, a pale purple glow enveloped the arrow. With a fierce gust of wind, the arrow in Jiang Bai's hand transformed into a streak of purple light, piercing through the air. The arrow had barely traveled 10 yards when it suddenly split into 3. 3 lightning-like purple beams, each locked onto one of the 3 centaurs ahead. The combat log simultaneously displayed 6 damage numbers: 144-40, 169-40, 328-40, representing the combined main damage and true damage dealt to each of the 3 centaurs. The moment the arrows struck, all 3 monsters cried out in agony. The Centaur Warrior, wearing tattered black iron armor on his upper body, roared and charged forward with lowered head, his iron hooves pounding the ground and kicking up dust. Meanwhile, the Centaur Mage and Centaur Warlock each began gathering fiery red and pitch-black energy at their chests, chanting spells in low voices. Jiang Bai glanced at the log and raised his eyebrows in delight. A critical hit on the first shot. Even a 5 crit chance can be this reliable. The cooldown for multi-shot instantly reset to 0, and he drew his bow again. Without hesitation, purple light split once more as 3 arrows flew out. The terrifying aspect of an A-rank skill wasn't in its base stats, but in the critical hit reset's cooldown mechanism, something Jiang Bai had already experienced thoroughly. The second volley of 3 arrows didn't trigger another critical hit, but the damage was still impressive. After just 2 rounds, the Centaur Warrior with the thickest health pool had only 266 hit points remaining. The Centaur Mage was down to 32 health, and the poor Centaur Warlock had been instantly killed in the first critical strike before it could even cast a spell. Jiang Bai ignored the Warrior charging toward him and fired an arrow at the Mage. Almost simultaneously, the Mage's fireball struck his chest, but the combat log only showed a pitiful 1. After finishing off the Mage, he turned his bowstring toward the Warrior charging right at him, charging up an aimed shot that dealt a devastating 232 points with true damage, then followed up with a basic attack to casually finish off the Warrior's remaining health. Satisfying. Jiang Bai picked up the scattered copper coins from the ground and mentally calculated. Normally, a single level 7 Centaur only gave 40 experience points, and reaching level 5 would require a full 2,000 points. Moreover, this would typically need to be split among a 5-person party, making the difficulty quite obvious. The quest progress changed from 0100 to 3100, and he immediately crouched down to begin grinding monsters frantically. With multi-shots area burst damage as a foundation, especially when critical hits chained together, the skill had no cooldown at all, allowing him to potentially wipe out entire monster groups with 3 volleys of arrows. Looks like I'll need to focus on stacking critical hit chance from now on. The higher the crit rate, the more ridiculous multi-shot becomes. If I could reach max crit, Jiang Bai muttered to himself, his mind racing. If he couldn't increase the probability for now, could he make up for it with quantity? 1 monster had a 5 crit chance, but what about 10 or 20? As long as there were enough monsters, surely 1 critical hit would pop up. Looking at the scattered centaur squads ahead, a bold idea suddenly formed in Jiang Bai's mind. Since the monsters couldn't damage him and he had forced life steal, Jiang Bai wasn't afraid of tanking at all. With confidence building, his eyes immediately focused on the multiple shot description in his panel within 8 yards, unlimited target count. In other words, as long as monsters crowded within 8 yards, he could clear them all with a single arrow. Time to test it out. After a quick calculation, he chose the optimal route around the lake and charged out with a twang of his bowstring. The centaur's aggressive AI sealed their fate. Once a human entered their detection range, they would charge in pursuit. Jiang Bai sprinted along the lakeshore, his 10 movement speed bonus making his boots feel like they were on fire, leaving the centaurs eating dust behind him. Gibberish, growling, chaotic beast language echoed around the lakeside. In moments, he had pulled an entire centaur squad from their camp, melee warriors swinging iron hammers in hot pursuit, while mages and warlocks in the distance chanted spells as they ran. As Jiang Bai continued to kite them, they were forced to follow, eventually clustering into a massive group outside the small lake. After circling halfway around the lake, he glanced back. Holy cow, the screen was filled with red monster names. Not wanting to be too greedy on his first attempt, he came to an abrupt stop. 7 centaur warriors immediately raised their massive hammers. Clang clang, clang clang. A series of 1 damage numbers floated above Jiang Bai's head, but they couldn't break through his defense. Jiang Bai grinned widely. 7 warriors meant he had pulled 7 waves totaling 21 melee fighters, plus 14 mages and 14 warlocks each. Perfect. 20 yards away, the mages and warlocks had grouped up and begun chanting. The distance was within 8 yards. This was his chance. Jiang Bai targeted the mage in the center and fired with a sharp whoosh. The arrow exploded into countless purple shadows the moment it cut through the air, raining down like a storm into the centaur ranged formation. 169,169,328,164. Dense damage numbers instantly filled the screen. Jiang Bai was ecstatic. Awesome. Critical hits. With 1 scratch damage still floating above him, he couldn't care less and fired his second multiple shot. 338,169,164. Another round of critical hits. After 2 arrow barrages, the mages who had taken critical damage were already down. Jiang Bai raised his hand again, and the third multiple shot instantly finished off the remaining dozen or so ranged monsters. You have slain a centaur mage, gained 0 experience. You have slain a centaur warlock, gained 0 experience. System notifications flooded the screen while his plunder skill triggered Intelligence 1. Jiang Bai cursed under his breath. If not for the quest locking his experience bar would be shooting up like crazy. Pulling his gaze away from the notifications, his blood was practically boiling with excitement. Nothing was more satisfying than clearing a massive mob pull. With the ranged enemies eliminated, only the 7 howling warriors remained in front of him. He raised his bow again and fired another multiple shot, though it didn't trigger any critical hits this time. But since these warriors couldn't even break his defense, Jiang Bai wasn't worried at all. He'd just pick them off one by one and fire another multiple shot when the cooldown was ready. A minute later, Jiang Bai stood amidst a chaotic scene of centaur corpses, with shards of iron armor, broken wooden spears, and dark red blood creating a shocking battlefield. His health, however, remained almost untouched thanks to a 5 lifesteal effect that not only compensated for the damage, but even overflowed into healing. The thrill of farming level 7 monsters with a lower level character made him grip his bowstring tightly and murmur in satisfaction. Awesome. The quest progress bar jumped by more than 1/5. Jiang Bai began to collect the loot while quickly reviewing his strategy. 1. As long as my defense is high enough, monsters can't break through it, which means my attacks won't be interrupted. 2. When dealing with multiple monsters, attack power isn't the core focus. Defense is the key to victory. 3. If I can also stack a high critical hit rate, my efficiency will skyrocket. The 21 centaurs dropped less than 200 copper coins and a piece of white gear. Centaur's dagger normal physical attack, 15 equipment level, requires level 7. Jiang Bai immediately tossed it into the marketplace, pricing it at 1.5 gold coins. This kind of attributeless gear would only become cheaper in the future. A slight consolation was that his talent plunder triggered once, granting him a bit of intelligence better than nothing. He didn't notice that a 5-man team of around level 5 was lurking in the nearby jungle, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Brute 1. What did I just see? Brute 2. Is this some kind of GM testing invincibility? Brute 3. What the hell? A level 4 player farming level 7 monsters. This is absurd. Brute 4. Shut up and let's get out of here. I'm really afraid he'll one-shot us with an arrow. Brute 5. If he likes men, I'm okay with that. Oblivious to the gazes of others, Jiang Bai efficiently cleaned up the battlefield and then decided to circle the lake. On average, he could take down about 30 monsters per wave, making it both efficient and safe. What would have taken 5 hours to clear 100 evil centaurs, he completed in just 20 minutes over 3 waves. The loot. Over 1,000 copper coins, 2 pieces of white gear, and a green magic ring immediately sold it for 5 gold coins to Detang Wuzue. Even more surprisingly, Plunder triggered 3 more times during those 3 waves, granting him 1 constitution, 1 agility, and 1 strength. 3 points in base attributes were comparable to leveling up. If it weren't for the quest experience being capped, considering the previous boss, he estimated he was already at level 6. After finishing up, Jiang Bai opened the skill enhancement interface and pulled out the only skill enhancement scroll he had. He originally intended to enhance his A-rank skill multi-shot, but the interface prompted him. A-rank skills require 1 scroll, D-rank skills require 2. A-rank requires 5 at once. Damn, what a rip-off, he cursed under his breath. Checking the marketplace again, there were still no scrolls for sale. It seemed these items were incredibly rare, and the one he had could probably fetch a high price. But with the quest completed, he decided to return to town first. With that thought, Jiang Bai crushed the return item. Old man, I'm here to turn in the quest. Inside the smithy, the charcoal fire roared and crackled as red-hot iron blanks danced on the anvil. The old blacksmith bent over, swinging his hammer, his bronze-colored skin glowing crimson in the firelight. Sweat trickled down his wrinkles, making him look like a red-skinned roasted duck being grilled. Hearing Jiang Bai's voice, his hammer froze midair, and only after a moment did he straighten up and look over. You've completed it again? The old blacksmith's eyes widened in disbelief. I've completed it again. Jiang Bai shrugged, acting as if it were perfectly natural. That's impossible. Don't believe me? Check the quest progress yourself. Too lazy to explain further, he pulled up the interface and thrust it in front of the blacksmith. The system's cold text appeared before his eyes, and the shock on the old blacksmith's face grew more intense. This is way too fast. Cut the chatter. Where's my reward? Jiang Bai urged. The old blacksmith remained silent for several moments before nodding in agreement, though a strange gleam appeared in his eyes. You have completed the hidden chain quest, the blacksmith's trial I, and received 6,000 experience points, 100 reputation, 1 gold coin. Unlock chain quest, the blacksmith's trial 2. Oh, Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. Unlocking the next part counts as a reward? Though there were no physical items, the 6,000 experience points shot him up 2 levels straight to level 6, making up for the level gap caused by quest restrictions. Most players at the top of the leaderboards were only around this range anyway, and that gold coin was incredibly valuable, needless to say. As for this hidden chain quest, Jiang Bai scratched his head. This was clearly an entire storyline, and the final part would definitely have a major reward. Anyone who'd played online games knew the drill. Given the difficulty, very few people besides him could trigger it at such a low level, not to mention the prerequisite of solo killing the wild boar while underleveled, which would stop 99.9% of players. So the question was, Jiang Bai stared intently at the old blacksmith. After all this trouble, what's the final reward? The old blacksmith's expression became more serious than ever as he looked back at him. Kid, having come this far, you must realize things aren't so simple, right? It does seem rather complicated. Jiang Bai nodded. How many more parts are there? But the old blacksmith didn't answer. Instead, his gaze fell on the longbow behind Jiang Bai as he said to himself, let me take a look at your weapon. This time Jiang Bai didn't resist. If he wanted to continue the quest chain, he'd probably have to comply. He removed the longbow and handed it over with both hands. The moment the bowstring touched his palm, the old blacksmith's expression transformed completely. He seemed entranced, staring at the ancient longbow with fascination, as if nothing else in the world existed. I can smell the aura of the creator god. His voice was deep and low, then he shook his head with regret as he handed the longbow back. But unfortunately, this divine artifact is too low level. It will eventually become a burden to you. Such a pity. Watching him sigh repeatedly, Jiang Bai showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, his face lit up with delight as he stared at the blacksmith. Obviously, the old blacksmith's final sigh made it clear that he could upgrade this weapon, but something was still missing. Jiang Bai stepped forward and lowered his voice. Old man, stop looking so glum. Tell me the truth, and you help me advance this weapon or not? The blacksmith's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered gravely. There is a way, but not right now. The ancestral hammer can no longer be repaired. Come on, what do you need to fix it? I'll get it. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up, his whole body buzzing with excitement. Are you really willing to try? Kid, this could get you killed. The blacksmith looked up, his gaze filled with concern. Just tell me what you need. Whether I succeed or not is up to fate, so stop hesitating. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar system notification chimed in. Ding. You have triggered the chain hidden quest, the blacksmith's trial, repairing the ancestral hammer. Do you accept? Oh, no forced acceptance this time. Jiang Bai paused, then quickly opened the quest panel. The blacksmith's trial, repairing the ancestral hammer. Quest description. The mighty ancestral hammer was crafted by the ancient mountain giants, capable of forging all things and creating the world's most powerful divine artifacts. However, it was destroyed in the War of the Gods 18,000 years ago and remains unrepairable to this day. Young one, do you have the courage to seek enough soul crystals to reforge the ancestral hammer? Quest requirements. Collect 200 magic crystal or 100 magic wolf blood, and 3 boss soul crystals. Quest reward. These are all rare materials. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow but didn't hesitate, decisively clicking accept. To upgrade his weapon, he had to continue this quest line, and this was just one part of the chain he had no choice but to accept. I really want to see what the final outcome of this quest series will be, he muttered under his breath, then had a sudden realization. Wait, the ancestral hammer was made by mountain giants? Then this old blacksmith. Jiang Bai looked up, but the old blacksmith had already bent over his work, swinging his hammer and completely ignoring his speculation. Leaving the smithy, Jiang Bai opened his item catalog while traveling. On the 3rd page lay his target material magic crystal or source location, Misty Valley Magic Crystal Mine, inhabited by level 89 corrupted dwarf miners. Another material, magic wolf blood, came from level 8 corrupted wolves in the Misty Forest. The difficulty shouldn't be too high, he estimated. Before heading out to farm monsters, he opened the trading market and instantly bought 8 level 5 common necklaces, spending a full 11 gold coins. Can't help it. Necklaces are the most expensive among all equipment slots. He checked his balance, 22.1 gold coins. It hurt, but the investment was necessary. Don't need to push for ancient quality, epic will do. After synthesis, a dark purple light flashed, and new epic-grade equipment appeared before him. Deadly Nether Pendant Epic. Physical attack 20. Agility 4. Strength 2. Lethality. Critical hit chance 2. Nice. Now I have 7 critical hit chance. Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction. During this pioneering stage, he had to desperately widen the gap between himself and other players' epic, ancient, and even legendary equipment would become common in the late game, making advantages easy to lose. If he didn't maximize his early lead now, he'd be caught up eventually. Good stats mean faster mob clearing. Faster mob clearing means more plunder triggers, and plunder is the advantage others can't match. He equipped the pendant around his neck, and his level 6 stats skyrocketed. Character panel. Empty City, Old Dreams. Level 6. Class, Archer. Race, Human. Health, 900. Energy, 200. Physical attack, 2773. Magic attack, 11. Attack power, 40. Defense, 74. Attributes, Constitution 20, Spirit 10, Strength 20, Intelligence 11, Agility 46. Skills, Shock Shot, Aim Shot, Multi-Shot. Titles, I Am Strong, Ancient Will, First Blood. Including the 40 attack power and weapons true damage against 0 defense targets, I can deal roughly 350 damage. Absolutely overpowered. The defense was still lacking though. If he could upgrade his boots and leg guards to level 5, adding another 20 defense points wouldn't be a problem. Leaving the newbie village, Jiang Bai headed straight for the Misty Forest. As the distance increased, monster levels climbed accordingly. After crossing through the territory of evil centaurs, he arrived at a massive bowl-shaped valley. Clouds and mist churned at the valley entrance, while damp winds rushed up the slope toward him. Jiang Bai gazed ahead, seeing towering trees and sprawling vines everywhere. The sour scent of rotting leaves fermented in the air, seeping stickily into his nostrils. The realism of this holographic game was absolutely ridiculous. Less than 2 minutes after stepping into the forest, a demonic snow wolf silently came into view. Demonic snow wolf. Level 8. Attack 80. Defense 40. HP 700. Its silver-white fur gleamed coldly in the mist, with sculpted, streamlined muscles. As Jiang Bai stared at it, the demonic wolf turned its head, blood-red eyes locking onto him, snow-white fangs emanating a chilling aura. Damn, that's beautiful, Jiang Bai sighed, but still reached for the longbow on his back. Shock shot, 298. The health bar was instantly cut in half. Howl, the snow wolf roared in fury, crouching low before charging forward, but the 20 speed reduction had stripped away its signature velocity. Jiang Bai gave it no chance. Aim shot, 336. The opponent's health dropped to just 66, and he finished it off with a casual basic attack. If I can't break through their defense, I'll just pull groups then. His gaze fell on the multi-shot skill in his skill bar, making his heart itch with anticipation. Melee monsters that couldn't break his defense were perfect for this. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai gripped his bow and sprinted off, deliberately pulling monsters. The demonic snow wolves had even better perception than the evil centaurs, chasing him like rabid dogs from 20 yards away. They ran with wind beneath their paws, moving almost as fast as Jiang Bai himself, occasionally managing to land a hit that only dealt 1 damage or miss. After about 3 minutes, Jiang Bai looked back. Holy crap, at least 20 of them. His health had dropped by just over 100 points, so he simply stopped in place and spun around. Multi-shot. Arrows flew like a torrential downpour through the forest, with numbers flashing wildly across the screen. 224, 40, 448, 40. Each arrow averaged 268 damage, and with his 7-point critical rate stacked, critical hits appeared almost constantly. The skill cooldown reset instantly, and Jiang Bai let out a satisfied whoop. This multi-shot is absolutely insane, a group monster slaying artifact. As the arrow rain settled, the frost slow effect triggered, causing the snow wolves' movements to become sluggish. Jiang Bai turned and sprinted away again, rapidly increasing the distance between them until their bite range became completely ineffective. This was the brilliance of frost effects. As the cooldown for multiple shot reset to 0, Jiang Bai spun around and unleashed another volley. Numbers exploded across the screen, and several snow wolves that had taken critical hits in the previous round finally had their health bars depleted after this barrage, dropping dead instantly. This round of attacks triggered another critical hit, so he didn't hold back. A third wave of multiple shot poured out like a hurricane. Arrows filled the sky, and the remaining dozen or so snow wolves were completely wiped out, collapsing into glowing orbs of experience that flowed continuously into his character. Awesome. That's incredible. 3 consecutive critical hits. Watching his experience bar surge upward, Jiang Bai couldn't help but shout with excitement. His critical hit rate was only 7, but targeting over 20 snow wolves at once meant the stack probability almost guaranteed a critical strike. As the system notifications, "You have killed a corrupted snow wolf," gained 40 experience, chimed repeatedly, he glanced at his progress bar. Leveling from 6 to 7 required a full 6,000 experience points. By his calculations, even solo grinding would require killing at least 150 corrupted snow wolves. If regular players tried to farm this in groups, it would probably bore them to death. Genesis's leveling difficulty was truly brutal. Thinking about this, Jiang Bai sighed inward. Lithe experience rewards from all those newbie village quests weren't particularly high anyway. He just couldn't be bothered doing them one by one. With his current strength, regular quests were meaningless. Only these hidden quests were worth his time investment. During cleanup, he began looting the battlefield. The 20-plus snow wolves only dropped less than 400 copper coins, plus a few wolf pelts and wolf fangs. The equipment drop rate remained dismal, not a single piece. The truly crucial item, the quest material demon wolf blood, only yielded 5 vials. Staring at those pitiful 5 bottles, Jiang Bai called it ridiculous. Quest materials used to drop almost guaranteed, but this time 20-plus wolves only gave 5 vials? At this drop rate, collecting 100 vials would require killing at least 500 demon wolves. The thought of that number made his heart sink, but since he could handle groups of monsters, he gritted his teeth and continued grinding. The initial thrill of one-shotting screens full of enemies was exciting, but as time dragged on, tedium quickly took over. After an hour, he had cleared another 100-plus snow wolves and leveled up to 7, but had only collected 30-something vials of demon wolf blood. A drop rate that was simply despair-inducing. Fortunately, this brutal quest had no level restrictions, or he really wouldn't have the motivation to continue. Based on experience calculations, by the time he collected 100 vials, he should at least reach level 8. The loot provided some consolation. During this period, 2 white equipment pieces and 1 green necklace dropped, which sold for 6 gold coins total. Even more surprising was another skill enhancement scroll drop. Apparently small monsters could drop them, just with extremely low probability. The plunder skill only triggered twice, but the good news was both times added attribute points to agility. When his character's status dropped below 10, Jiang Bai's excitement had long since faded, so he found a relatively safe spot and logged out decisively. Time for food, drinks, and bathroom breaks. As for rest, he didn't need to worry. The gaming pod had built-in sleep simulation functionality, so lying inside playing games already satisfied his body's sleep requirements. Jiang Bai casually ordered takeout and opened the official forums. The top trending posts on the homepage were all somehow related to him. Jiang Bai never expected someone would record his fierce battle against the Cloud City Guild and upload it to the forum, causing an explosion across the entire platform. Mysterious Master Kong Chung Jioming battles Cloud City Guild. 1 player takes down 33 Cloud City warriors. The eye-catching headline sat at the very top. Below the video was a detailed text breakdown with clear analysis, showing his every move magnified and replayed in slow motion, giving it a cinematic feel. The comment section had completely erupted. This Kong Chung Jioming must be a core member of some super powerful guild, right? How else could he develop this fast? I think he's a solo player. Look how he always operates alone. Are you kidding me? A solo player with this kind of efficiency? As long as he's not a foreigner, I'm fine with it. I heard those players from Sakura country are gearing up to fight us in Nation Wars. Bring it on. I'll kill them all back to level 5. Nation Wars? When do Nation Wars start? I'm so excited. The thread gradually went off topic, but the popularity remained sky high. The following posts simply offered bounties for Kong Chung Jioming's real information. Hee, turns out quite a few people care about me. Jiang Bai scanned the screen, chuckling to himself. Suddenly, one title caught his eye. Searching worldwide for Kong Chung Jioming helped me level up 100,000 renminbi per hour. Damn, that rich. Jiang Bai clicked in and found the poster had revealed her game ID, Wei Wei Air. Obviously a female player. The replies were equally lively. OP, I'll only charge 50,000. How about it? I only want 50, at your complete service. F you above, malicious competition. Is this how you undercut? I'll pay 50 myself, just to keep OP happy. Jiang Bai silently noted, way air, in his mental notebook. Wasn't making money the whole reason he started playing this game? 100,000 per hour. This deal sounded absolutely perfect. After finishing his takeout, he logged back in and continued the endless monster grinding. As his technique became more refined, his efficiency kept climbing. Where he used to clear 200 snow wolves at once, he could now handle 300. When he struck down the 477th snow wolf, the 98th vial of magic wolf blood finally dropped, bringing the quest progress close to completion. Looking around, the entire snowy plain had been cleared clean by his grinding, leaving only snowflakes swirling in the cold wind. He had to sit down and wait for the next respawn wave. Damn, Jiang Bai wiped his forehead, breathing heavily, feeling like an emotionless monster grinding machine. This quest is absolutely insane. By now, he had reached level 8. If other players knew he'd gained 2 levels in one afternoon, they'd probably have a mental breakdown that was practically divine intervention level efficiency. The drop rates weren't bad either. 1 rank mage skill book, lightning bolt. 1 priest skill book, minor heal. 3 white equipment pieces. 1 green dagger. This haul alone sold for 8 gold coins. 5 hours ago, these items could have easily fetched 10 gold coins, but as overall player levels rose, low-level equipment was rapidly depreciating. Even so, his wallet was getting fatter. Jiang Bai's total assets had now reached 35 gold coins, which translated to 350,000 renminbi. The plunder skill didn't disappoint Jiang Bai either. Including the 2 agility points he'd gained earlier, nearly 500 monsters had triggered it only 7 times total, yielding 2 stamina points, 1 strength point, and 2 agility points. Seeing these gains, all the hard work felt worthwhile. Jiang Bai sprawled on the grass, planning to catch his breath, when the distant jungle suddenly erupted with the sharp clang of weapons and panicked shouts. He rolled over and sat up in this area crawling with level 8 monsters. Very few players would dare venture out to grind at this hour. He concealed his presence and stealthily crept forward. Parting the leaves, a lopsided battle came into view. In the clearing ahead, a 5-person team was locked in combat, with a level 8 elite enchanted snow wolf. The squad had a standard composition: 1 knight, warrior, mage, assassin, and priest each, moving with practiced precision that marked them as professional players. All 5 were level 6, considered high-end in the current version, yet the elite enchanted snow wolf with its 2,200 health points still put tremendous pressure on them. The knight held the front line, his shield bearing white scratches from wolf claws. The priest stood in the rear, her graceful figure glowing with healing light as she precisely pulled the knight's health back to safety with each gesture, carefully managing her mana consumption. The warrior Xiaoyao Qingfeng dealt damage while rapidly issuing commands. Mage, stop. You're about to pull aggregate of the night. Time to build threat. Rogue, use your control. Mage and rogue, full DPS. The mage immediately ceased casting while the assassin struck from the snow wolf's flank. Each blade flash only shaving off 30 to 40 health points. The knight's potions barely stopped flowing. The priest's healing spells came wave after wave, and together they ground the snow wolf's health below 20. Jiang Bai nodded approvingly in the shadows. This priest had excellent mana management awareness, and the team coordination was mature. Though he could easily steal their kill, he disdained such dishonorable tactics. Then disaster struck suddenly. Blood-red markings flared across the elite enchanted snow wolf's body, adding berserk to its bloodthirsty prefix. In its berserk state, the wolf's attack power surged dramatically. The knight couldn't react in time before being torn apart in one bite, his heavy armor crashing to the ground with a dull thud. With the tank down, their formation instantly collapsed. The wolf's fangs immediately pierced through the already low-health assassin, who died before he could even execute a backstab. Mumu, heal me with everything you've got. Xiaohei, full DPS, ignore everything else. It's only got 17 health left, let's see if we can burn it down. Warrior Xiaoyao Qingfeng roared as he stepped forward. Priest Mumu bit her lower lip, throwing nearly all her skills at Xiaoyao Qingfeng simultaneously, but her mana bar visibly drained at an alarming rate. After half a minute, her magic power was completely depleted, the warrior's health hung by a thread, and the mage had been forced into critical condition. The snow wolf's killing intent boiled over. Just a few more strikes would wipe out the entire team. Xiaoyao Qingfeng closed his eyes, fists clenched tight, his face full of unwillingness. Mumu's eyes reddened as her efforts seemed futile, half a day's hard work about to turn to nothing. Sigh, what a shame. Jiang Bai quietly lamented from his hiding spot. The berserk elite snow wolf raised its fangs, their sharp gleam aimed directly at Xiaoyao Qingfeng's head. Just as despair consumed them all, whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air, changing the trajectory of their fate. The arrow, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, tore through the sky, and in a split second pierced straight through the skull of the berserk elite snow wolf. Blood erupted in the air as the crimson numbers 245 and 40 appeared alongside the wolf's frozen, formed the berserk elite snow wolf. With less than 200 health points remaining, was instantly killed by Jiang Bai's single arrow. The arrow's fletching still trembled as the scene fell deathly silent. Xiao Qingfeng struggled to swallow after a long moment, his atoms apple bobbing as he turned to look at their savior. That was incredible. Holy crap, a one-shot kill. The assassin Xiao Xiaohe was also speechless, staring dumbfounded at the wolf's corpse. That damage. It's insane. The beautiful little priest, Xiao Mumu, gazed at Jiang Bai, her eyes filled with undeniable shock. Thank you, brother. Xiao Qingfeng stepped forward and bowed deeply. He knew full well that this single arrow had saved them from the devastating penalty of death and level lost something that would hurt them more than actual death. No problem. Jiang Bai waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Having been obsessed with martial arts novels since childhood, he had always harbored dreams of heroic deeds, and that arrow was merely scratching an itch. That damage. Xiao Mumu suddenly seemed to realize something, her eyes widening as she stared at Jiang Bai, quickly covering her mouth. Ew. You wouldn't happen to be Kong Cheng Jiomeng, would you? Kong Cheng Jiomeng. Xiao Qingfeng was visibly shaken, his expression instantly becoming complex. Are you really Kong Cheng Jiomeng? That's not important. Jiang Bai picked up his longbow and turned to leave. You guys continue leveling. I still need to farm monsters. Don't go, brother. You get half the loot. Xiao Qingfeng reached out to stop him, but Jiang Bai wouldn't pause. The snow wolf had only dropped 2 pieces of white equipment, and in her rank skill book such meager rewards held no appeal for Jiang Bai. Thanks, brother. The Xiao team called out their farewells, watching Jiang Bai's figure disappear into the distance. Perhaps having accumulated good karma from his good deed, Jiang Bai's subsequent farming of magic wolf blood went smoothly, gathered the final 2 portions in just over a dozen kills, and even triggered plunder once, gaining an extra point of agility. Well, not bad efficiency. Looks like doing good deeds pays off. He picked up the last portion of magic wolf blood, and his quest log finally showed 100100. With his objective complete, he prepared to pass through the misty forest toward the deeper misty valley where the mine caves produced magic crystal Oregon. However, just as he took a step, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a massive form. Though the white mist obscured the details, it was clearly twice the size of an ordinary snow wolf. What the hell? Jiang Bai held his breath. Could that be a boss? Am I encountering a second one this quickly? He crouched and moved stealthily through the swirling mist. Then, a snow wolf drinking at a small stream came into view. Its silver-white, fur flowing like cold light. Corrupted Snow Wolf Lord Rare Mutant Boss, Level 10, Attack 240, Defense 120, HP 6000. Skills, Frost Breath, Frost Claw Strike, Berserk Charge, Savage Bite. Holy crap, what a powerful boss. And it's even a rare mutant. In Genesis, rare mutant bosses were always more challenging than regular bosses of the same level, not only with enhanced stats across the board, but also better loot drops. Jiang Bai stood among the scattered rocks on the snowy highlands, looking up at the massive silver-white wolf. The creature towered over him, its frost-covered fangs gleaming with an eerie blue light in the cold wind, radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. He quickly compared their stats in his mind. Jiang Bai, HP 1020, Defense 80, Attack 330, Attack Power 46, Total Stats 376, plus 40 true damage from his weapon. After accounting for the boss's 240 defense, each basic attack would deal approximately 296 actual damage, only 1/20th of the monster's health. Corrupted Snow Wolf Lord, base attack of 10, but with skill bonuses and rare mutant enhancements, each claw strike posed a real threat of 140 damage. A direct fight would be suicide. Jiang Bai gripped his sword tightly, but hesitated to take the first step. After a moment of consideration, he stepped back from the combat zone and opened the trading market. He only had about 30 gold coins left, but in the wilderness, the quickest way to get stronger was to throw money at the problem. 1. Supplies. He immediately bought up inventory 20 large health recovery potions. The system shop sold them for 100 copper each, but players had inflated the market price to 3 times that. Still, out here in the snowlands, the market was his only option for instant purchases. The 20 bottles cost him nearly 1 gold. 2. Investment. Taking advantage of the overall drop in equipment prices, Jiang Bai bought 16 level 5 white-grade necklaces in one go, totaling 17 gold. Though his heart ached watching his coin purse shrink, he firmly believed this investment would pay off. Standing before the Snow Wolf Lord, he fed all 16 white-grade necklaces into the forge and triggered synthesis once more. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Brutal Lethal Nether Pendant Ancient. Physical Attack 30. Agility 7. Strength 4. Agility 5. Affix Lethal. Critical Hit Chance 3. Affix Brutal. Critical Hit Damage 10. Dual Attributes. Jiang Bai's pupils contracted. Ancient grade items already came with 3 additional properties, but dual attributes meant two of those properties were identical to the main stat, extremely rare. Such equipment was considered priceless by guilds, and combined with the extra 1 critical chance and 10 critical damage, his burst potential skyrocketed. His critical multiplier now reached 2.5x. After equipping the necklace, his stats refreshed. Attack 381. Attack power 50. Total attack 430. Jiang Bai flexed his wrists, clearly feeling the simultaneous boost in strength and agility. The sword tip cut through the cold air with a sharp, fabric-tearing sound. Potions ready, equipment optimized now for the real test. He looked up. In the distance, the corrupted Snow Wolf Lord was exhaling misty white breath, seemingly warning the intruder. Where the frost breath touched the snow, sharp ice spikes immediately formed, radiating bone-chilling cold. Jiang Bai arranged the 20 health potions in 4 neat rows on his belt for easy access, then double-checked his other supplies. Backup dagger 1. Ice resistance cloak common 1. Flame rune scrolls 2. Though they only provided small area fire damage, they were especially effective against ice-type monsters. Everything was ready. He took a deep breath of the frigid air and quickly ran through his battle strategy. Use scrolls to break ice resistance and force out berserk charge. Dodge and kite, relying on high agility to find openings and strike the wolf's neck weak point. Use potions to stay alive at critical moments while waiting for lethal critical hits to trigger. A hint of fighting spirit crossed Jiang Bai's lips as he planted his foot firmly in the snow, leaving a deep footprint. Jiang Bai's gaze fixed on the Snow Wolf Lord. Jiang Bai silently adjusted his position, maintaining exactly 30 yards of distance. His right hand trembled with excitement as he drew the bowstring into a perfect crescent. Whoosh! The string sang sharply as the arrow cut through the air, leaving a brief hum by his ear before striking the Snow Wolf Lord's neck. 342. 40. Blood erupted instantly, but his hope for a concussive shot failed to trigger the stun effect. The Snow Wolf Lord howled skyward, its ice-blue pupils like stars locking onto Jiang Bai. Its snow-white form transformed into lightning as it charged forward. Even with a 20 movement speed debuff, the beast's explosive speed remained terrifying. With each powerful stride, the distance between them was mercilessly compressed. Jiang Bai took a deep breath and released his second arrow, aimed shot, with 120 attack bonus. 372. 40. Now less than 10 yards separated them. Jiang Bai decisively lowered his bow and retreated, only to discover his speed matched that of the slowed lord. The moment he stopped to attack, his opponent would close in instantly. Since he couldn't create distance, he spun around and fired a basic attack. 311. 40. The massive wolf shadow filled his entire vision as it lunged forward. Jiang Bai immediately rolled on the spot with clean, precise movements, narrowly dodging the claw strike. Genesis's realism shone through at this moment. As long as your reflexes kept up, positioning could turn danger into safety. Rolling to his feet, with aimed shot, off cooldown, Jiang Bai seized the opening and drew his string again. 930. 40. Critical hit. Nearly 1,000 health points vanished instantly, boosting his morale dramatically. But how could a rare boss give up so easily? With its health plummeting, the Snow Wolf Lord suddenly leaped high and dove down from above, frenzied charge. Furious winds whipped the snow as the wolf shadow descended like thunder. Before Jiang Bai could lower his longbow, the frost-cold claws were already at his chest, followed immediately by frost claw strike. Holy crap! He felt searing pain across his chest as his clothing was torn open, revealing wounds that cut to the bone. 380. This combo skill had stacked at least 100 additional damage, nearly sending him back to town. Jiang Bai stumbled as he landed, about to retreat, when he noticed a new slow debuff icon appearing in the upper left corner. His movements suddenly became sluggish, and he cursed under his breath. Damn, it even has a slowing effect? A full 30-second debuff clung to Jiang Bai like congealed mud, instantly making his legs heavy and nearly cutting his movement speed in half. Being unable to escape was the least of his worries. What was truly deadly was that with this slow, he couldn't dodge the Snow Wolf Lord's lightning-fast pounces through skillful maneuvering. The Snow Wolf Lord kicked off with its claws and pounced again. Jiang Bai took a sharp breath, seeing that concussive shot had finished cooling down, gritted his teeth, raised his bow, and instantly released an arrow. 342. 40. 17. That last plus sign was the 5 life steal, but against the Snow Wolf Lord's terrifying damage output, this tiny bit of healing was practically negligible. The arrow had barely landed when the Snow Wolf Lord was already in his face. A basic attack struck like thunder, and though Jiang Bai forced himself to roll, the slowing effect distorted his movements, allowing the sharp fangs to tear deep into his shoulder. 160. Damn! His health instantly dropped below half, leaving only 480 points. Without using a potion, he'd surely die, so he quickly downed a health recovery potion, bringing his health bar back to 580. But the potion's 20-second cooldown severely limited his sustainability. Even more troublesome was the new bleeding debuff that appeared above his head. Losing 10 health every 3 seconds meant 200 health per minute. Jiang Bai felt a chill run down his spine as he truly experienced the gap between rare bosses and ordinary ones. It was like night and day. If a player of the same level tried to farm this, they'd probably need at least a 10-person team. Damn it, can't concussive shot be more reliable? Not a single stun proc. The first 2 concussive shots had completely failed to trigger stuns, frustrating him to no end. Just as he was getting agitated during his basic attacks, an unexpected surprise occurred. A normal arrow actually scored a critical hit and triggered the one-chance frost effect, freezing the Snow Wolf Lord in place. 622. 40. 31. Look at that. Even one frost is more reliable than your stun. Jiang Bai was overjoyed, frantically pulling his bowstring during the 3-second freeze, firing 3 consecutive arrows that pierced through the wolf's body. 311. 40. 15. The 3 arrows dealt a combined 933 damage plus 120 penetration, brutally reducing the Snow Wolf Lord to just 1,788 health, while healing Jiang Bai for 45 points. But his condition wasn't much better even after lifesteal offset the bleeding debuff. His health still hovered around 560. 2 more hits, and I'm dead. The frost wore off, and the Snow Wolf Lord roared, spewing a fan-shaped white frost breath from its mouth. The range was too wide. Jiang Bai had no room to maneuver and could only take it heated. 240. Damn, this attack ignored defense, leaving his health bar at only 320. He downed another potion, raising his health to 420, at most 2 hits worth of breathing room. At this life or death moment, he could only gamble on a burst combo, hoping to kill the boss before going down. The thought flashed through his mind as Jiang Bai raised his bow for a basic attack, successfully bringing the Snow Wolf Lord's health below 1,400. At the same time, Jiang Bai unleashed an instant cast multi-shot. While this thing doesn't deal much damage, especially against single targets, the good thing is it's an instant skill that can be used for burst damage. 249. 40. Damn, no critical hit. The Snow Wolf Lord's health bar still had 1148 points remaining. The slow debuff disappeared at that moment, and Jiang Bai smoothly rolled away, narrowly dodging the wolf's claws. As he got up, he raised his bow-aimed shot. 372. 40. The enemy's health dropped into the danger zone, leaving only 776. Jiang Bai glanced at his own health bar as the healing rune bonus popped up with 17, leaving him with 3,636 health. If I'm lucky, 1 critical hit will finish it, he calculated silently. Entering the final phase, time was life. Jiang Bai simply stopped dodging, gritting his teeth and taking a normal attack from the Snow Wolf Lord in exchange for a chance to land a basic attack. 311. 40. The boss's health bar dropped to just 480. Victory was within sight. But this strike came at the cost of his life. The Snow Wolf Lord had finally finished casting its 4th skill, Savage Bite. Combined with the just completed Frenzied Charge, its fangs flashed with cold light. 280. Jiang Bai's health bar was bitten down to just 177. Can't keep trading blows. His mind raced as he put away his longbow and began circling around the low shrubs. The Snow Wolf Lord's base speed was almost identical to his, so maintaining the circle would keep it at bay. With charge on cooldown, there was no need to worry about being instantly closed in on. Jiang Bai was waiting for his only instant skill, multi-shot, to come off cooldown. With 480 health points, a basic attack wouldn't finish it, and one mistake would mean catastrophic retaliation. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Suddenly, rustling footsteps echoed through the forest as 3 figures pushed through the branches, emerging from the right side. Jiang Bai's pupils contracted. What he feared most was someone coming to steal the boss at this moment. His current state was at its most vulnerable. "Brother, need some help?" A familiar voice called out. Jiang Bai looked back to see Xiaoyao Qingfeng and his group, people he'd met once before and had even saved. At least they're friendlies. Jiang Bai felt slightly relieved, but kept moving, continuing to kite the boss. "Thanks, brother, but no need to trouble yourselves. I can handle it." Xiaoyao Qingfeng laughed and raised the long sword in his hand. "Come on, brother. When there's a boss, we fight together. When there's loot, we split it evenly. We've got a priest with us, we can even heal you up a bit." Jiang Bai detected something off in the tone, and an ominous feeling crept up his spine. "No need, brother. I can really handle this." He gritted his teeth and kept his voice low. "I say, brother, don't mistake our kindness for ill intent. Our leader genuinely wants to help you." A flat voice interjected it, with Xiaoyao Xiaohe. Jiang Bai's expression instantly darkened. Their wolfish ambitions were now clear as day. These 3 had come to steal the boss. He looked back at Xiaoyao Qingfeng, whose gaze had never left the low-health Snow Wolf Lord, greed naked in his eyes. Repaying kindness with betrayal? Jiang Bai's voice grew colder by the word. "Hey, don't put it so harshly, brother." Xiaoyao Qingfeng stepped forward, his lips curling in a half-smile. "We're helping you here. This is a boss, after all. Besides, we're brothers, and shouldn't brothers help each other? Shouldn't we share our good fortune? Did I give you too much face, or what?" When did I ever have such a shameless brother like you? You can make monster stealing sounds so righteous, where's your shame? Jiang Bai dragged the Snow Wolf Lord while running at full speed, his voice dripping with cold mockery as rage nearly erupted from his chest. Nothing in this world was more disgusting than this kind of ungrateful backstabber. He knew full well that Xiaoyao Qingfeng was only talking tough because he feared the Snow Wolf Lord's power. With his abnormal stats, 480 HP remaining posed no real threat to him. But for Xiaoyao Qingfeng's group, even breaking through its defense would be problematic. The priest had virtually no damage output, and the assassin Xiaoyao Xiaohe could only scratch away 30 HP, at most making 480 HP an insurmountable barrier. Brother, I'm afraid you'll have to be my brother today, whether you like it or not. Xiaoyao Qingfeng stepped forward to follow, his tone flawless. Don't blame me for biting the hand that feeds. This is how cruel things get when interests are at stake. I'm the guild leader of Xiaoyao, and I'm sure I don't need to explain our guild's strength. If you join Xiaoyao now, I'll make you vice leader immediately. To be honest, my brothers are on their way here. I could have easily waited for them to arrive before taking this boss, but considering you helped me earlier, let's split this boss 50-50. I'm already giving you plenty of face. Jiang Bai sneered coldly and shot back. Go to hell. Come and take it if you dare. His tone was ice cold, and even he felt burned by the hatred within. If he had known he was saving such a heartless bastard, he never would have lent a helping hand. The world was treacherous, and he had been too kind. Learn your lesson, Jiang Bai. While they exchanged verbal barbs, Jiang Bai secretly waited for his skill cooldown. Once multi-shot was ready, he pulled out a large health potion, planning to drink it before using his combo to finish off the boss, then deal with Xiaoyao Qingfeng and his crew. However, just as the red potion emerged from his inventory, Jiang Bai suddenly froze in place. Unable to move, a stun icon appeared above his head. Xiaoyao Xiaohe materialized from stealth and shouted, "Kidney strike." A system notification popped up. You have been maliciously attacked by player Xiaoyao Xiaohe and have entered self-defense mode. Kidney Strike was a legendary rogue skill that could stun targets for 5 seconds when used from stealth, and the stun wouldn't break as long as the target took no damage. Since it dealt 0 damage itself, Xiaoyao Xiaohe didn't follow up with another attack, instead stepping back with arms crossed and a cold laugh. Heh, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Our Xiaoyao guild will be taking this boss. His target was the Snow Wolf Lord. 5 seconds would be enough for the boss to finish off Jiang Bai. On the second of the stun, howling winds rushed toward him as the Snow Wolf Lord's frost-covered massive claws came crashing down toward Jiang Bai's head. Xiaoyao, I'll wipe out your entire damn guild. Jiang Bai roared internally, but his fury could only churn helplessly in his chest. The next instant, the icy claws struck him heavily. Frost Claw Strike. 344. Instant kill. The moment the damage number appeared, Jiang Bai collapsed to the ground. Quick, grab the boss. The instant Jiang Bai fell, the warrior Xiaoyao Qingfeng charged into the battle circle. Though this guy's character was questionable, his professional combat skills were undeniable. His timing for taking aggro was absolutely perfect. His health was still at maximum 660 points. The Snow Wolf Lord's skill had just entered cooldown, forcing it to rely on basic attacks that dealt roughly 200 damage per hit. With Xiaoyao Mumu's frantic healing from behind and his stockpiled health potions, Xiaoyao Qingfeng could temporarily hold his ground against the Snow Wolf Lord. Mumu, heal me like crazy. Forget about Xiaohe. Just hold out for 2 minutes, and the guys will be here. Since he didn't want to fight Hedon, Xiaoyao Qingfeng switched to kiting tactics. Warriors had low agility and weren't suited for kiting, but he fought while retreating, timing the Snow Wolf Lord's attack intervals to reduce incoming damage, then using targetless charge to create distance. His execution was flawless. If he could just hold out for 120 seconds, anything was possible. On the other side, the assassin Xiaoyao Xiaohe, afraid of stealing aggro, stuck to basic attacks that barely scratched for 10 damage per hit. Xiaoyao Qingfeng grew more excited with each exchange, stumbling upon a level 8 rare boss in a leveling zone. Looking across the entire server, probably no guild could take down this tough opponent. Yet he could claim this incredible windfall for free. Ha! He laughed maniacally while kiting the monster, his grin stretching from ear to ear. But just at that moment, whoosh! A black iron arrow silently cut through the air, instantly piercing through the priest Xiaoyao Mumu's forehead. 393. 40. Full health priest, killed in one shot. What? Xiaoyao Qingfeng was stunned speechless, and Xiaoyao Xiaohe stood frozen like a statue. They saw Jiang Bai, who had supposedly died, now standing ghost-like behind Xiaoyao Mumu's corpse. What the hell? This is impossible. Xiaoyao Qingfeng's face went pale as a sheet, his mind completely blank. You were supposed to be dead. Heh. Jiang Bai's smile was cold as ice. Xiaoyao Qingfeng, you'll regret everything you did today. Before he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Lord had already pounced behind Xiaoyao Qingfeng, delivering a Frost Claw Strike, nearly 500 damage, instant kill. At the same time, Jiang Bai raised his bow, arrow tip aimed directly at Xiaoyao Xiaohe. Damn, don't kill me, Xiao He cried out, trying to stealth and escape. But just as his form began to fade, that arrow-like death's own spear forcibly knocked him out of stealth. The tremendous force pinned him against the tree trunk behind him, a critical hit number of 722 floating above his head. Instant kill. After finishing off Xiao He, Jiang Bai wasted no time. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Qingfeng's death left the boss temporarily without a target, Jiang Bai landed a basic attack followed by an instant multi-shot, directly finishing off the low-health Snow Wolf Lord. Ice shards scattered everywhere as the Wolf King crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, leaving only the sound of breathing in the sudden silence. Jiang Bai flexed his knuckles, his gaze sweeping over the three-player corpses on the ground, then to the loot orbs dropped by the Snow Wolf Lord, and finally stopping beside Xiao Qingfeng's body. He spat heavily, feeling all the pent-up frustration in his chest finally dissipate. Resurrection, truly a divine skill, he thought smugly to himself. The Ancient Will title came with a one-time on-the-spot revival that restored 80 of his condition after death. With a 24-hour cooldown, it was practically cheating. At the newbie village respawn point, a flash of white light appeared as Xiao Qingfeng, Xiao He, and Xiao Mumu respawned naked, their faces dark as thunder. Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Can someone tell me how the hell he came back to life? Xiao He cursed outright. What the fuck? Is this bastard using hacks? Mumu analyzed quietly. This game can't be hacked. He probably had a resurrection item or scroll, otherwise there's no way to explain it. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qingfeng suppressed his rage and ordered, Xiao He, quickly call back the brothers heading to Misty Forest. Since we're dead, they'd just be walking into a slaughter. Before he finished speaking, a server-wide system announcement thundered across the game. Player Kong Chung Jioming has achieved the server's first kill of the rare mutant boss Corrupted Snow Wolf Lord, earning rewards. Reputation 100, gold coins 5, mysterious reward 1. The world channel was instantly flooded with messages. Holy shit. He got the rare mutant boss too? This is insane. The three Xiaoyao players stared at the announcement, their faces growing even darker. Fuck this shit. Xiao Qingfeng stomped his foot furiously, nearly spitting blood when he saw he dropped back to level 5. After taking a deep breath, he issued another order. Xiao He, contact our people in Yin City. We're forming an alliance to take down Kong Chung Jioming. This feud is sealed today. Either he dies, or we perish. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's haul was so abundant, it was dizzying. Top-tier boss materials piled up like a small mountain, all premium currency for crafting weapons and armor. A boss soul crystal was essential for quests, reminding him he still needed to slay at least 3 more lords. Then came 3 pieces of equipment. 1. Roaring Flame Staff Epic. Spell attack 76, intelligence 8, spirit 6. Special effect Roaring Flame. 5 chance on attack to summon a fireball, dealing 100 spell damage. Equipment level 10. A purple staff. That 5 fireball chance was essentially 5 critical hit rate. Absolutely worth it. 2. Snow Wolf Helmet Fine. Defense 18, Constitution 3, Agility 2. Equipment level 10. Perfect stats, but since there was no helmet slot before level 10, he'd have to store it for now. 3. Pearl Ring Fine. Spell attack 22, intelligence 4, spirit 2. Equipment level 10. Another top-tier magic ring. The value of these 3 items was enough to earn back all 17 gold coins he'd previously spent. Combined with the system's 5 gold coin reward, his wallet was back up to a hefty 22 coins. The plunder skill had granted him an additional 3 agility points. The 100 reputation brought his total to 200, bringing him closer to the 1,000 points needed for the next upgrade of Genesis Heart. His experience bar jumped from 8th level 17 to 68, equivalent to half a level. However, what excited him most was the item labeled as Mysterious Reward. With anticipation coursing through him, Jiang Bai turned his attention to his inventory. What could it be? Jiang Bai looked at the package with anticipation, expecting it to be some kind of legendary equipment. When he unwrapped it, what greeted his eyes was a snow-white egg, about the size of his palm. A pet egg? Jiang Bai froze, completely stunned and unprepared. A notification window popped up. Pet egg. Item description. Upon hatching, grants 1 random rare mutant pet. Hatching requirements. Hunter class profession. Mastery of beast taming skill. Rare and mutant? Jiang Bai stared at the egg for a long time, his expression growing increasingly exaggerated. Any player familiar with Genesis mechanics knew exactly what those 4 words meant. In Genesis, hunter-class characters could indeed tame 1 pet to fight alongside them, but all starting pets were uniformly the lowest a rank. Only through resource investment could they climb from E, D, C, all the way to the highest SSS rank. There was no inherent gap at all, dependent on cultivation depth. The only thing that could differentiate the starting point was talent. Pet talents were divided into 4 tiers from low to high. Common, rare, mutant, and rare mutant. Common pets had no talents. Rare had 1. Mutant had 2. and the legendary rare Mutant 3. These 4 tiers represented a chasm-like difference, with acquisition difficulty rising exponentially. Each additional talent meant a completely new mechanism, and mechanisms were the foundation of qualitative change. Take Jiang Bai's own a rank area attack, multi-shot, as an example. Without the 2 major mechanisms of critical hit and instant cast, this skill would be drank at best. It was precisely because of these mechanisms that it held its entire position. And this egg before him would hatch a rare mutant pet, with 100% certainty its value was simply incalculable. Currently, no one could hatch if hatching conditions were clear. Hunter, class, profession, and players had to reach level 10 or above to change classes. Genesis had an extremely diverse job system, with hundreds or thousands of hidden professions waiting for players to discover, and naturally many belonged to the hunter branch, hence the use of the word class. Jiang Bai held the Snow White egg, seriously considering for the first time which profession he should pursue. If he put this item on the market, top hunter players would probably fight over it like madmen. He stored the package and picked up the last piece of Luda skill enhancement scroll, then set off toward the magic crystal mine in high spirits. Along the way, his private messages had already been bombarded with notifications. Jiang Bai was used to this, but he still needed to respond to Tang Dynasty Innocent's private chat. "Brother, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to business," the other party said directly. "You're probably going to have to pay through the nose for today's item," Jiang Bai replied. After getting used to trading with Tang Dynasty Innocent, aside from worthless junk equipment, Jiang Bai rarely used the trading market anymore. On one hand, it was about the transaction fees, and on the other hand, Tang Wuzue was genuinely reliable, always offered fair prices that never left Jiang Bai at a loss. "Heh, bleeding money? Are you looking down on me?" Right after Tang Wuzue finished speaking, Jiang Bai shared the attribute panel of the Roaring Flame staff. The next second, the chat window seemed frozen in the center of the screen, remaining silent for nearly 10 seconds. "Holy crap, an epic tier staff." The text from the other side seemed to carry heavy breathing. Tang Wuzue instantly snapped back to reality. "Brother, I must have this staff. Name your price. I won't haggle." Jiang Bai didn't play coy and responded honestly. "Same as usual, you make the first offer. There are no level 10 epic staffs on the market right now, so I really don't know what it's worth. If your offer is reasonable, I'll let you have it. I don't need it anyway." Though he said this, Jiang Bai had already set a price range in his mind. The best items on the market were a few level 8 blue staffs priced around 10 gold coins each. This was a level 10 purple epic item, so doubling the price seemed fair, right? Moreover, given Genesis's brutal leveling difficulty, higher levels became increasingly harder to reach, making high-level equipment retain its value longer. Just as he was weighing the specific numbers, Tang Wuzue's offer popped up. "Brother, I've roughly estimated it, and I won't let you lose out. 30 gold coins, how about it?" Jiang Bai stared at those words, silently marveling. Wealthy people really do speak boldly. 300,000 yuan, said as casually as if it were pocket change. This price was already at the ceiling, leaving him no reason to refuse. Deal. Tang Wuzue was truly reliable, making Jiang Bai feel even more that this guy is worth befriending. The other party immediately sent a trade request, but Jiang Bai suddenly remembered something and asked tentatively, "Do you happen to have any boss soul crystals?" He asked tentatively, because these items were extremely rare. The trading market didn't have a single one. It wasn't that only Jiang Bai had obtained them, but rather that at this stage, only major guilds could kill bosses and precious materials naturally wouldn't be easily released to the public. "I think I have one," Tang Wuzue replied. "But what's this thing even for? I still haven't figured it out." He actually had one. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. "I need it for a quest. If you're not using it right now, how about selling it to me? You name the price." "What price? Are you looking down on me as a friend?" Tang Wuzue laughed heartily. "If you want it, just take it. Talking money hurts our friendship." "That won't do." Jiang Bai shook his head. "This thing is quite valuable, at least 10 gold coins. I negotiate prices when selling you equipment, so why can't you?" But Tang Wuzue insisted. "This is different. Just the priority purchasing rights you give me for equipment is worth more than 10 gold coins. Seriously, either take it, or I'm canceling the trade. I won't buy the staff either." As he spoke, he placed a shimmering boss soul crystal into the trade window, with the gold coin still at 30, unchanged. This. Jiang Bai knew he couldn't argue and really did need this material, so he had to agree. But he wouldn't take someone's 10 gold coins for nothing. The moment Jiang Bai clicked agree, he also placed that blue excellent grade mage pearl ring into the trade window. After that, Jiang Bai completed the transaction at lightning speed. In that instant, Tang Wuzue's inventory gained a staff and a rare blue magic pearl ring. "This, bro, what's the meaning of this?" Tang Wuzue was stunned. "Take it, don't waste time talking, quit your whining, and help me find another boss soul crystal, that's what matters." Jiang Bai dropped this line, closed the chat interface directly, and ignored the other player. With the transaction complete, Jiang Bai's assets skyrocketed to 52 gold coins, a whopping 520,000 renminbi. Thinking about this, his mood soared, and he unconsciously strutted with an arrogant swagger, looking like he owned the world. Who said gaming was a waste of time? Who said gaming was for losers? Who said you couldn't make money from gaming? Jiang Bai laughed wildly as he walked, repeatedly refuting these statements in his mind. Amidst his laughter, he followed a winding path to a mine entrance. This should be the magic crystal mine, right? Jiang Bai stood at the entrance, gazing into the dim tunnel that emanated a faint blue glow. Magic crystal ores embedded sporadically in the cave walls looked like glowing blue eyes. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned mining skills, otherwise he could have mined directly and saved himself a lot of trouble. Intermittent clanging sounds echoed from deep within the cave, clearly miners were at work. Jiang Bai ventured deeper and soon spotted a raggedly dressed miner emerging with a pickaxe in hand. Misty Forest Miner. Level 9. Attack, 90. Defense, 42. HP, 750. Compared to the level 8 Snow Wolf, this creature's attack was a full 10 points higher. Normally, a 1-level difference would only increase stats by 5 points at most. This monster was definitely abnormal. Jiang Bai assessed his own stats. 80 base defense plus 20 damage reduction from his armor meant the miner still couldn't break through his defense. Theoretically, he could pull multiple enemies at once, but to be safe, he decided to test with a single target first. One shock shot hit its mark, slowing the miner by 20 as it charged forward with heavy steps, swinging its pickaxe. 444. 40. As the damage numbers appeared, Jiang Bai relaxed. Though the miner had high attack power, it sacrificed speed, and with the slow effect, kiting was effortless. Jiang Bai marveled once again. The frost effect was absolutely divine, with incredible returns. This made him even more reluctant to replace his level 1 ancient longbow, and more eager to complete the quest to upgrade his weapon. The second arrow fell, and the miner collapsed. Confirming the difficulty level, Jiang Bai boldly began pulling monsters. He maintained around 20 per round. Any more would cause aggro chaos. 20 was the optimal number. Multi-shot. Arrows rained down like blooming flowers, damage numbers dancing wildly across the screen. 323. 323. 646. 646. The satisfaction from increased critical hit rate was most apparent when fighting groups of monsters. That moment of pure bliss was simply indescribable. Awesome. Watching the cooldown on multi-shot instantly reset, Jiang Bai felt an incredible rush of excitement. Waves of arrows rained down like falling stars scattered across the sky. The slowed miners couldn't possibly catch up to him, and a large group fell with the first volley. The 8 critical hit bonus was still active, allowing the second multi-shot to easily trigger a critical strike. Then the third shot thundered down, instantly clearing the long line of miners trailing behind Jiang Bai. You have killed a Misty Forest miner, gained 50 experience points. You have killed a Misty Forest miner, gained 50 experience points. Plunder skill triggered, strength 1. Rows of system notifications danced across the screen, each wave of satisfaction building higher than the last. The bright red 1 in the attribute panel kept flashing, making his heart race with excitement. Not bad at all. The drop rate for magic crystal ore is higher than I expected. Jiang Bai crouched down to count his spoils. 21 miners had dropped 7 magic crystal ores, much easier to farm than those troublesome magic wolf blood vials. What followed was his personal monster grinding session. Pull monsters, kill groups. The actions were repetitive, yet addictive. Every time hordes of creatures fell instantly, his experience bar surged, and the ground sparkled with dropped items, pushing his sense of achievement to its peak. For a full 4 hours, Jiang Bai slaughtered over 600 miners in the Misty Forest, killing until the world seemed to spin, thoroughly enjoying every moment. He collected 200 magic crystal ores and pushed his experience to level 9 at 58. The plunder skill triggered 11 times total strength 4, constitution 3, agility 2, and a completely useless spirit 2. The spirit attribute frustrated him immensely. Unlike mages and priests, archers didn't suffer from mana issues, so as long as he didn't spam skills recklessly, mana was never a concern. Equipment-wise, for common white items, 2 green items, all level 10. 2 a rank skill books Assassin Backstab and Warrior Charge, neither worth much anymore. The 4 white items plus 2 books sold for barely 4 gold coins after fees, while the 2 green pieces were bought directly by Tang Dynasty Innocent for 8 gold coins. The pioneering phase was over, and equipment prices were becoming more reasonable. Rarer still was a skill enhancement scroll, with a drop rate so low it seemed like the system had sadistically cranked up the difficulty. Including this one, Jiang Bai only had 4 scrolls total, still far from the amount needed to enhance multi-shot even once. Finally, there was a boss soul crystal, something Tang Dynasty Innocent had arranged to acquire from another guild through connections. Free handouts were obviously impossible, so Jiang Bai had to buy it at the reasonable price of 13 gold coins. The price was actually higher than he'd hoped, but with urgent need, he had to bite the bullet. After clearing the battlefield, he crushed his return scroll without hesitation. A flash of white light later, he stood in the bustling newbie village. Old man, here to turn in the quest. Jiang Bai strode toward the still-clanging blacksmith, his heart racing with anticipation. His weapon was about to evolve, and what could be more thrilling than that? As for what the next hidden quest would be, could this be the final chapter? When the old blacksmith saw Jiang Bai, his expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. He laid out every single quest item that Jiang Bai had brought, arranging them carefully on the counter. His rough fingertips glided over each piece, his eyebrows rising higher and higher, his gaze a swirling mix of surprise, curiosity, and subtle admiration. You really are a freak. The old blacksmith looked up, squinting as he studied Jiang Bai. Completely beyond my expectations. Cut the crap. Jiang Bai crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow impatiently. Where's my reward? Hand it over, old man. The reward is right behind you. The old blacksmith raised his hand, pointing at the ordinary longbow strapped to Jiang Bai's back. Without further explanation, he turned and pushed open the wooden door at the back of the shop. Jiang Bai quickly followed. From the outside, this weapon shop looked like nothing more than a rundown workshop. However, when the old blacksmith lifted a hidden trapdoor in the floor, a deep stone corridor suddenly appeared. Torches flickered along both walls of the corridor, their golden red flames dancing across rows of cold weapons, long swords, battle axes, and cavalry spears, all gleaming with a cold light that far surpassed the crude merchandise displayed in the front of the shop. At the end of the corridor, the space opened up dramatically into an underground forge the size of a basketball court. The surrounding walls were lined with even more intricately crafted weapons. In the center stood a chest-high furnace roaring with flames, sparks flying and crackling loudly. Suspended directly above the furnace hung an ancient iron hammer, its surface dull, yet radiating an undeniable aura of power. Is that the ancestral hammer? Jiang Bai pointed up at the hammer, asking seriously. The old blacksmith didn't answer the question. Instead, he turned his back to Jiang Bai, staring at the iron hammer as he said in a deep voice, "Leave the items here. You can go now." Huh? Jiang Bai was stunned, his expression turning strange. If you weren't going to let me stay, you should have said so earlier. Now you're kicking me out? Are you messing with me? I brought you down here just to show you around. The old blacksmith said respectfully, his eyes still reverent. I'm not cheating you. Damn it. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes internally, swallowing the curse that was about to burst out, and was forced to retrace his steps back to the front of the blacksmith shop to wait. Time crawled by like stretched out instant noodles. Jiang Bai paced back and forth, feeling as though he had been waiting for a century, until finally he heard footsteps echoing from the trapdoor. Finally, the trapdoor opened, and the old blacksmith emerged from below, holding a brand new longbow in both hands. The bow was entirely pale blue with an elegant, refined design. Its body seemed to shimmer with a faint luminescence. The upper and lower tips were carved with snowflake patterns, perfectly matching the theme of frost and ice. Ancient runes that Jiang Bai couldn't recognize were etched along the bow's limbs, while the grip was inlaid with a crosshair arrow mark. Just from its appearance alone, it was clearly worth a fortune. Jiang Bai took the longbow, and its attribute panel immediately appeared. Ancestral Frostfang Longbow. Ancient. Physical attack, 57. Agility, 10. Strength, 8. Critical hit chance, 3. Cutting. Attacks deal an additional 60 points of true damage. Frost. Ice attribute attacks that slow targets by 21, with a 1.5 chance to freeze targets for 3 seconds. Equipment level, 5. Incredible. Jiang Bai whispered in admiration. After reading the stats, he felt much calmer. A level 5 ancient weapon was undoubtedly far superior to anything he had at level 1. Jiang Bai wasn't overly excited, though, since he had already anticipated this outcome. After all, it was just an upgrade of his existing equipment. Aside from the numerical changes, the special effects remained the same as before. The string of bright silver attribute numbers on the screen satisfied him considerably, though it wasn't exactly a surprise. He lifted his hand to test the weight of his newly enhanced longbow, feeling the bowstring quiver lightly as the feathered arrow ornament at the tip swayed gently with his movement. If only he could upgrade it all the way to level 10, it would be perfect. With this thought in mind, he decided to voice his concern directly to the old blacksmith standing before him. Old man, this bow is already level 5, and I'll hit level 10 soon. I can't let my weapon hold me back, can I? Of course it's possible, the old blacksmith replied, raising his thick, tree-trunk-like palm to pat the massive black hammer beside him. With the power of the ancestral hammer, upgrading your shabby bow to level 10 would be no trouble at all. Then right now? Not now, the old blacksmith interrupted him without hesitation. Your level isn't high enough, and you're missing quite a few materials. Well then, could you give me the materials list so I can start preparing? Jiang Bai asked casually. Wait until you reach level 10, kid, the old blacksmith said, giving him a dismissive look, his gruff voice carrying an air of finality. Just as he finished speaking, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. You have completed the Hidden Chain Quest, The Blacksmith's Trial Part 2, gaining 8,000 experience points and 100 reputation. You have earned Blacksmith Brent's recognition and unlocked the final chapter of the Hidden Chain Quest. The final chapter quest. Jiang Bai's head snapped up, and he noticed that the NPC's name above his head had quietly changed. Guardian of the Ancestral Hammer Brent. So this is your true identity, old guy. Jiang Bai muttered under his breath, though a sense of awe began to well up within him. Enough chatter. Brent seemed to have heard his thoughts, his wrinkled face taking on a more dignified expression. Congratulations, adventurer. You are the first person in thousands of years to pass my trial. But there is one final test, though you dare accept it. Hey, old guy, you know that's exactly what I came here for, Jiang Bai said with a slight grin, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Excellent. Brent nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked out of the blacksmith shop, not even glancing at the crowd of players who were practically breaking down the door, trying to turn in their quests. Jiang Bai followed closely behind as he was led deep into the village, stopping in front of a wooden house, the village chief's home. The door was pushed open to reveal the village chief, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard who possessed the bearing of a sage, sitting by the fireplace and watching them both with a gentle smile. Before any pleasantries could be exchanged, Brent pointed directly at Jiang Bai. Chief, this young man is the one we've been looking for. Good. The village chief was clearly a man of few words. His gaze swept over Jiang Bai from head to toe, and immediately the system interface popped up. You have triggered the final chapter of the Hidden Chain quest, opening the gate of hope, hunt the Cerberus. Do you accept? Accept, Jiang Bai decided without hesitation, then opened the quest details. Quest description. As survivors of the ancient war, the people of East Peace Town have guarded the ancestral hammer for generations. However, the evil demon legion's spirits remain restless, with the Cerberus leading a squad that continues to covet the divine hammer. Thousands of years ago, East Peace Town's greatest archmage, Rabik, sacrificed his flesh and blood to create a barrier that has kept the demons at bay and protected the town to this day. Until the enemy is destroyed, the town survivors can never leave this sealed land. Great adventurer, please personally slay the Cerberus, eliminate the demon legion, and open the passage from East Peace Town to the outside world to the second-tier main city. Quest objectives. 1. Kill the Cerberus. 2. Eliminate the demon legion. 3. Open the passage to the second-tier main city. Quest rewards. Extremely generous rewards. Jiang Bai stared at the words, extremely generous, his eye twitching slightly. What the hell? This quest reward description is way too vague. How exactly is it generous? Without hesitation, Jiang Bai felt a surge of excitement when he saw this task. This so-called final chapter quest was completely beyond his expectations originally. He thought it would just be a more challenging personal mission with better rewards, but the task description made it crystal clear. It would influence the entire progression of the Genesis game. After accepting the quest, he immediately opened the Genesis system help menu and clicked on the inquiry function, wondering if the system would respond to such insider questions. After a moment's hesitation, he typed his question. Will this final chapter quest to hunt the Cerberus actually affect the entire game progression? Yes. The system gave a direct answer without any preamble. After the player completes this task, the Demon Legion will launch an early invasion of the novice settlement. If the player successfully defends, Act 2 content and gameplay, along with the second-tier main city, will open simultaneously, significantly accelerating the overall progression. Holy crap! Jiang Bai instantly felt like he was experiencing that heaven is about to bestow great responsibility upon this person moment, as if he was carrying not just a task, but a destiny. The system immediately added, if this round of hidden quests is not triggered, the system will launch the Demon Legion Siege event according to normal progression. So what counts as successful resistance? The system currently lacks authorization to answer that question. The cold, mechanical reply made Jiang Bai grimace helplessly. Then what's the difference between the early demon invasion and the normal progression demon invasion? Aren't they both meant to advance the game? The rewards are different. Now that puts my mind at ease. Hearing this, Jiang Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he went through all this trouble without getting any extra benefits, he'd really be played for a fool. At this moment, his experience bar was stuck at level 976, just one step away from level 10. He decided to max out his level first before going after that Cerberus, to improve his chances of success. 10 minutes later, he stepped into the magic crystal mine once again. The cave was dimly lit, with pale purple fluorescence seeping from the rock walls, and cool mineral dust floating in the air. The upside was that monster density was extremely high, making group grinding incredibly efficient. Even better, no other players had ventured here yet. Jiang Bai maintained his steady approach, pulling only 20 to 25 magic crystal miners at a time. Each monster provided 60 experience points, netting roughly 8 to 9 per round. About an hour later, his experience bar maxed out level 10. He allocated both free attribute points to agility as usual, while his plunder talent granted an additional 2 constitution and 1 agility. Most importantly, the 7th equipment slot, the helmet position, was unlocked. Jiang Bai immediately equipped his newly acquired helmet, and his attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Empty City, Old Dreams. Level 10 reputation, 400. Class, archer race, human. Health, 1320 energy, 320. Physical attack, 50-15 magic attack, 15. Attack power, 70 defense, 118. Attributes, Constitution 34 Spirit 16 Strength 35 Intelligence 15 Agility 81. Skills, Shock Shot, Aim Shot Multi-Shot. Titles, I Am Strong, Ancient Will, First Blood. I'm probably the only one in the entire server who can break 500 attack power at level 10. Jiang Bai stared at his attribute panel with complete satisfaction. His critical hit rate had reached 9, and if it increased by just one more, it might undergo a qualitative change. Actually, Jiang Bai was still being conservative in his estimate. For any other player, even the top-tier characters built with an entire guild's resources, their maximum attack in full offensive mode would hover around 230 at best, and that's only for the elite few. Even if these full attack players managed to push their attack to 250, their health would barely break 400, and their defense would be maxed out at around 50 points. Such is the price of going Allen on attack stats. In comparison, Jiang Bai's current health and defense put even dedicated tanks to shame, and that's what made him truly terrifying. After all, he wielded the plunder skill. After confirming his stats, he crushed a return scroll and immediately opened the trading market to search for armor. Level 10 armor wasn't completely unavailable, but it was ridiculously expensive and scarce. Most mainstream players were only around level 7, and level 10 equipment only had a chance to drop from monsters level 8 and above. Those capable of farming level 8 monsters were mostly core members of major guilds. Why would they ever put their gear on the market? So level 10 equipment on the shelves was pitifully rare and priced astronomically. After much deliberation, Jiang Bai had to settle for second best and instantly bought 24 pieces of level 5 armor. Due to mainstream players upgrading their gear, this batch of equipment had dropped to 4,000 copper coins per piece, but even so, he still burned through a full 10 gold coins. Originally, he planned to wait for level 10 armor prices to drop before upgrading, but with the Hellhound and the subsequent demon invasion looming, he couldn't survive without boosting his defense. Jiang Bai was confident that these 10 gold coins would bring returns absolutely worth the investment. Afterward, he tinkered at the anvil for quite a while until a brand new piece of level 5 ancient armor finally glowed with a pale golden light. Gale Wind Evil Corrosion Leather Armor. Quality, Ancient. Level 5. Base Defense, 28. Constitution 10. Agility 8. Additional Defense 15. Gale Wind, Attack Speed 10. Blessing, 10 chance to enter Blessed State when hit, recovering 0.5 maximum health per second for 20 seconds. Jiang Bai stared at the Gale Wind, affix, and secretly grinned. For archers, attack speed was the most precious and hardest attribute to obtain, and Gale Wind had an infuriatingly low drop rate. After equipping the leather armor, his defense shot straight up to 145 points. Although he lost the old armor's 20-point damage reduction and 200 additional health, dropping his maximum by a full 50 points, the 10 attack speed boost far outweighed the losses. This move was absolutely profitable. Let's go take down that Hellhound. Jiang Bai tucked away the hand-drawn map given by old blacksmith Blunt and strode toward the outskirts of the newbie village. The Hellhound lurked deep in the Night Fiend Valley within the Night Fiend Cave, where monsters level 10 and above roamed everywhere. Jiang Bai's heart burned with excitement, eager to test his current limits. Ding! A pop-up appeared. Tang Dynasty Innocent sent a private message. You there, brother? Jiang Bai replied while traveling. Yeah, what's up? Hehe, got something good to show you. The other party immediately followed up with an item name. Explosive Shots Rank. Burst Shot S Rank Enhancement Level 0 Skill Description. Fire 3 consecutive shots, dealing 120, 130, and 150 physical damage to the target enemy. If the final attack scores a critical hit, it triggers an additional attack, dealing 170 physical damage to the target. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Passive attribute, critical hit chance increased by 1. Holy crap. And strength skill. The moment that description flashed on screen, Jiang Bai froze completely. His pupils locked onto those staggering numbers. 120, 130, 150, and potentially triggering an additional 170 critical strike. This power was absolutely devastating. For an archer, this was undoubtedly the most terrifying single-target burst damage available at this stage. He unconsciously swallowed, his gaze scanning back and forth over the critical hit chance increased by 1 passive. There had always been rumors that Shrank and above skills came with additional mechanics, and now it was finally confirmed. This is a true god-tier skill. Jiang Bai's heart pounded wildly. Even his breathing felt heated. The Tang Wu Zue's private chat window flashed simultaneously. Bro, name your price, Jiang Bai typed almost instantly. From the moment I laid eyes on this thing, it could only belong to me. The other side sent a smiley face first. Don't rush. Honestly, I didn't expect we'd get something this incredible either. Our guild took down a level 8 boss last night, and this dropped. Originally, I was thinking of keeping it for one of our own guys. Don't do that. Jiang Bai replied urgently, nearly cracking his keyboard. Dude, even though I'm not in your guild, our friendship is stronger than brotherhood. I get it, Detang Wuzue replied quickly. The thing is, among all the archers I know, you're the only one worthy of it. So here's the deal, bro, join Detang, and I'll give you this skill for free. Jiang Bai's fingers paused, stunned in his chair. Strength skills were priceless. Even if someone listed it for 100 gold on the market, it would probably be snatched up instantly. But he'd always kept his distance from guilds through many restrictions, not enough freedom. More importantly, he never wanted to owe anyone favors. Emotional debts were impossible to calculate and the hardest to repay. He stared at that golden glowing skill book for a full 10 seconds, suppressing the fervor in his heart, and forced himself to type. Bro, just letting me feast my eyes on it is enough. I really can't afford it right now, so you should save it for someone in your guild. After sending that message, Jiang Bai felt like he'd carved a chunk out of his own heart. But principles were principles. No matter how good something was, if it didn't belong to him, he wouldn't force it. Strength skills could be farmed again or bought later, but emotional debts might fester in his heart forever. Damn, you're so stubborn. Detang Wuzue's reply looked like it was typed in all caps. Jiang Bai smiled bitterly. Hey, that's just how I. Before he could finish typing, another message popped up. Fine, I won't force you. I'll sell the skill for 50 gold. I don't need the money myself, but I've got to let the guild brothers get their share. But you have to promise me one thing. Jiang Bai paused for several seconds, then replied with 2 words, name it. If you ever decide to join a guild, Detang has to be your first choice. This condition wasn't difficult for Jiang Bai, who already respected Detang Wuzue's character. So he replied without hesitation, no problem. Getting that answer, Detang Wuzue promptly opened a trade window and placed that golden glowing strength skill book right in it. I've only got a little over 40 gold in my bag. He'll give you 40 now, and I swear he'll pay back the rest as soon as I can. Had only just fused his armor, so Jiang Bai really couldn't scrape together more money. All he could do was hand over those 40 coins first. The Detang Guild's internal channel exploded. Detang shouted on. Boss, you're just giving away in strength skill like that? Detang Wuzue, giving? Are you blind? I sold it to him for 50 gold. Detang shouted on. Come on. He didn't even agree to join our guild. What's the point? Detang Wuzue replied coolly. You think recruiting a top player is easy? You saw his strength. Look at your own hair. If we really sold to a brother at the price he named, would instantly turn him into an outsider. The strength skill is great, but it's nowhere near as valuable as the man himself. Charging 50 gold just gives both sides a way to save face. Detang Xiaodian muttered. I get the logic, but it still stings it's in strength skill. Detang Wuzue patted his shoulder. Keep your eyes on the long game. After the deal went through, Jiang Bai stared at the burst shot manual in his bag, stunned into silence. 50 gold was a steal. He hadn't been exaggerating when he said it could easily fetch over 100 at auction. What's more, Detang Wuzue had to answer to his guild for selling a top skill to an outsider. And that make Detang your first choice line was clearly a face-saving gesture for both sides. Jiang Bai took the favor to heart, but he wanted that skill too badly to pass it up. Thanks, brother. He'll make this right. Once he learned burst shot, Jiang Bai set out for Night Fiend Valley again. His crit rate finally hit double digits 10. Night Fiend Valley was a long way from the starter village. With no mounts available yet, everyone had to run on foot. Jiang Bai jogged for a full hour, taking in the sweeping mountains and rivers of the Genesis continent as he went. At last, the Mistreathed Valley came into view. The moment he stepped through the mouth of the valley, the light dimmed as if day had flipped to an eerie night. Night Fiend sirens, Night Fiend riders, and Night Fiend brutes drifted through the fog, mostly level 1011. Nightmares for ordinary players, but little more than moving targets for Jiang Bai. With burst shot, he mowed them down with barely a scratch, but for a dozen pulls straight, the third arrow refused to crit, denying him the satisfaction of the guaranteed fourth arrow follow-up. Deeper in the valley floor, a cave more than 3 meters high blocked the way. Piles of bones, human and beast, were heaped at the entrance, a cold rot stinging his nose. Jiang Bai lit a torch and edged along the winding passage. After several twists and turns, his view opened up a vast underground cavern where a colossal beast lay sleeping. It was a 3-headed hellhound, its coat pitch black and slick, towering higher than a 2-story house. A pair of bat-like wings sprouted from its back. Each head faced a different direction, snoring in staggered waves. Jiang Bai cast Inspect. Hellhound, Cerberus Aberrant Boss. Level, 10. Attack, 450. Defense, 200. HP, 10,000. Skills, Corrupt Breath, Flame Breath, Thunder Breath, Wing Sweep. Damn those stats, Jiang Bai muttered, clicking his tongue. This was clearly a raid boss. Forget a 5-man party, he'd probably need 15 to bring it down. With his current HP, just over 1,200, he could only tank 3 to 4 hits. He scratched his head, then glanced at the superior life recovery potions in his pack, and felt a little better. Instantly restores 200 HP, 20-second cooldown, tiny and finely crafted bottle, obscenely expensive. Head gritted his teeth and bought 20. This fight looks pretty tough. Jiang Bai glanced at his respawn timer, 13 whole hours left. He couldn't count on this life. He muttered to himself, if I just had a priest to back me up, this boss would be manageable. After some thought, he decided to test the waters with a solo attempt. He raised his bow and opened with concussive shot, gambling on that measly 2-second stun. The arrow whistled through the air, and red numbers immediately popped up above the sleeping Cerberus. 353. 60. Roar. The deafening howl made the entire cave reverberate. Jiang Bai's hopes were instantly crushed. The stun failed. As the massive hound struggled to its feet, he immediately hugged the wall and started moving, while his pre-charged explosive shot flew from his bowstring. 385. 60. 417. 60. 1202. 60. Holy crap. Jiang Bai nearly jumped with excitement. Finally, a critical hit. Normally his crit damage rarely reached 4 digits, but he'd stacked 50 crit damage bonus, making the effect absolutely devastating. Had all those dozens of non-critting skills been building up to this moment? As he celebrated, the fourth follow-up attack landed. 546. 60. One explosive shot had dealt a total of 2,790 damage, brutally carving away a quarter of the boss's health. This is insane. Rank single-target skills are absolutely broken. Just as he was reveling in the damage, the wounded Cerberus let out another furious roar, its massive wings slamming down in a sweeping attack. The attack range covered nearly the entire cave wall. Nowhere to dodge. Jiang Bai was slammed against the back wall by the wing strike, numbers floating above his head. 488. Ouch. Without hesitation, he chugged a health potion, barely getting his HP back to around 1,000. Damn, with my 145 defense, it's still hitting above its attack cap. How high is this skill's damage modifier? As soon as the potion took effect, he continued his frantic kiting, firing off an instant multi-shot. 257. 60. Right now, instant skills were crucial for filling ability gaps, and maintaining DPS damage was secondary. Despite his movement speed bonus, the Cerberus was equally fast, and even with the slow debuff, it hadn't fallen far behind. They maintained roughly 10 yards distance. Jiang Bai spun around and squeezed in an auto attack. 321. 60. 16. The weapon's true damage 16 didn't count toward his 5 lifesteal. Just as the auto attack landed, the Cerberus's fangs were practically in his face. He executed a clean dodge roll, barely avoiding the basic attack. Most of his time was spent waiting for cooldowns, and with the Cerberus's relentless assault, he couldn't weave in many auto attacks. By the time concussive shot came off cooldown, he'd only managed 3 autos, and that was with his 10 attack speed bonus. Without that boost, Jiang Bai probably would have only squeezed in 2. At this point, the boss still had over 5,600 HP remaining, while Jiang Bai's health had dropped to 805 after taking another basic attack. The searing pain made him gasp, and almost instinctively, he spun around and drew his bow, unleashing a concussive shot that whistled through the air. 353. 6018. The skill effect finally cooperated, stunning the Hellhound for a full 2 seconds. The opportunity was fleeting. Without stopping, Jiang Bai seized the stun window and fired 2 consecutive shots. 321. 6016. Immediately after, a critical strike blade tore through the Hound's head. 802. 3260. The 10 critical rate showed its terrifying power at this moment, instantly dropping the boss's health bar below 5,000. With its health plummeting, the Hellhound stopped its pursuit. Its massive wings spread with a whoosh as it slowly rose into the air. Jiang Bai was preparing to continue shooting when he suddenly noticed the middle red head swelling dramatically, scorching heat rushing toward him. Fan-shaped flames erupted outward. Just as he tried to dodge sideways, the red head began rotating 360 degrees full area coverage. 330. While the area attack's damage coefficient wasn't high, the real trouble was the burning effect it carried. Scorch lows 1 of maximum health every 2 seconds for 30 seconds. 1313. Jiang Bai watched his health bar with growing alarm. With only 470 HP left, he couldn't afford much more punishment. Fortunately, the 15-second cooldown on explosive shot had just finished. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Bai drew his bow again and unleashed everything he had. 385. 6019. 417. 6021. 481. 6025. 3 consecutive explosive shots lit up the night, leaving large charred patches across the Hound's body. He followed up with an instant multi-shot. 257. 6013. A total of 1,780 damage while recovering nearly 80 HP in the process. The Hellhound grew even more frenzied. With only 3,063 HP remaining, it showed no signs of slowing down. As the red head finished its attack, the green head emerged, its dark breath sweeping across the entire battlefield once more. 340. Jiang Bai's health instantly dropped to 182, danger warnings flashing frantically. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. The special potion icon lit up as its cooldown finished, and he immediately drank one, raising his health to 382. At the same time, golden light began emanating around him. His equipment's blessing effect had triggered, restoring 0.5 of his health per second for 20 seconds. 7-7. The weak but steady recovery helped him regain his rhythm. Seizing the skill gap, he abandoned close combat and charged up a named shot. 385-60. This arrow brought the boss's health down to less than 2,000 points. Unfortunately, all of Jiang Bai's main skills were now on cooldown, leaving him without any burst damage options for the time being. Otherwise, with good luck, a single explosive shot could have finished it off. Jiang Bai had expected the airborne hellhound to follow up with its third breath attack lightning breath, but instead, the beast folded its wings and plummeted toward the ground with a howling gust of wind. Clearly, after unleashing two powerful abilities in succession, its energy reserves were nearly depleted. Otherwise, if it could spam various breath attacks indefinitely, forget a 40-person raid team, even two teams wouldn't be enough to survive its onslaught. The good news was that it had landed. As the Cerberus's massive paws crashed into the ground, sending stone fragments flying, Jiang Bai immediately raised his bow and fired two shots in rapid succession like a string of pearls. Cold light flashed, and the twang of the bowstring accompanied two arrows that struck the stumbling demonic hound one after another. 321, plus the stacking bleeding damage of 60, instantly dealing 642 points of damage, while Jiang Bai recovered 32 health points through blood-packed rejuvenation. The boss still had around 1,200 health remaining. Normally, this time window would only allow for one shot, but the 10 attack speed bonus from that purple equipment he'd acquired earlier gave Jiang Bai the possibility of an extreme double shot. After releasing his arrows, he immediately moved, sprinting along the mountain wall and hugging the scattered rock debris, desperately trying to survive until explosive shot came off cooldown. The enraged Cerberus pursued relentlessly, its claws cutting through the air with a putrid wind as a sweeping strike came whistling toward him. Jiang Bai was prepared. Seeing the beast's wings lift, he rolled forward beneath the hound's belly. The claws swept over his head, missing by inches, and he fired an arrow point blank into the pale scales of its underbelly. 321, triggering another bleed for 60, while he recovered 16 more health points. The boss's health dropped below 4 digits. The giant hound went berserk as Jiang Bai rolled out from underneath. His peripheral vision caught sight of his skill bar. Explosive shot had 6 seconds remaining. Just hold on for 6 more seconds. He had planned to continue kiting, but when his own health was whittled down to 3 digits, the hellhound suddenly took flight again. Its leftmost head reared back high, electric arcs crackling wildly. Damn it! Jiang Bai glanced at his status, barely 420 health left. Lightning elements surged through the air as the demon hound's roar shook the cavern. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the cave, turning the dim cavern blindingly white in an instant. Jiang Bai could barely keep his eyes open. Another screen-wide attack. There was nowhere to hide. At that very moment, explosive shot finished its cooldown. Jiang Bai steeled himself and, facing the storm of lightning, drew his blue longbow to its full extent. The bowstring sang like tearing silk as he shouted, "Damn it! All or nothing." 3 explosive arrows launched almost simultaneously, screaming through the air toward the 3 heads. 410. The first wave of lightning struck his back mercilessly. Worse yet, the thunderclouds were already brewing a second wave. In the brief gap between the 2 lightning strikes, all 3 arrows pierced the 3 canine heads at nearly the same instant. 385, 60, 417, 60, 481, 60. The airborne Cerberus suddenly went rigid, then plummeted like a kite with its strings cut. The lightning bolt that had been targeting Jiang Bai's position abruptly ceased the moment the beast hit the ground. You have slain the Cerberus demon boss and gained 10,000 experience points. You have slain the Cerberus demon boss. Skill plunder activated. Agility 3. The moment the system notification sounded, Jiang Bai collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily for breath. Holy crap, I'm literally speechless. Jiang Bai stared at his health bar, showing only 20 HP remaining, the bright red warning light flashing ominously as his heart pounded. If he actually died, he'd not only drop his equipment, but also lose a level. After confirming he'd finally managed to save his own skin, he leaned on his knees to catch his breath while preparing to get up and collect his loot. Just then, the server-wide announcement system thundered across the realm. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has become the first player server-wide to defeat the demon boss Cerberus, earning the first kill rewards, 20,000 EXP, 10 gold coins, 100 reputation, and the unique achievement title Demon Hunter. What the hell, it's all first kills, so why are his rewards so generous? 20,000 EXP I could level up 3 times straight. You idiot above, can 20,000 EXP compare to 10 gold coins? That's 100,000 renminbi. Both idiots above, can any of that compare to the title? Do you even understand what a unique achievement title means? Similar flame wars flooded the world chat. In truth, Genesis was vast, and Jiang Bai couldn't possibly monopolize all boss first kills, Announcements appeared regularly, but the bosses he chose were high quality, naturally yielding better rewards that stood out particularly. While players were still debating, a new shocking announcement echoed across the entire Genesis continent. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has defeated the demon boss Cerberus, accelerating game progression and triggering the early launch of Demon Invasion. The system will enter maintenance in 10 minutes, lasting 30 minutes. Players may log in after maintenance concludes. In 3 hours, all server newbie settlements will activate the Demon Invasion event. All players, please prepare accordingly. What the heck? Why is it so laggy? Damn, he can actually change the game progression? What the hell is this Demon Invasion about? After this, something big is definitely going down. Excited players spam text in the world channel. Observant ones notice the newly appeared Demon Invasion icon in the upper right corner of their interface, along with the countdown timer below it. After staring for a moment, a brief description popped up. Demon Invasion. In 3 hours, demon legions gathered outside newbie settlements will launch attacks on all settlements under the leadership of Slaughterer Gonzalez. Settlements that successfully kill Slaughterer Gonzalez before Elder Celt is killed will be considered victorious. If Elder Celt dies, it counts as failure. Victorious settlements can activate second-tier main city teleportation arrays, unlocking Genesis Chapter 2 content and gameplay. Failed settlements will restart Demon Invasion after 24 hours until victory is achieved. The first 3 settlements to successfully kill Slaughterer Gonzalez will have all players receive free attribute bonuses of 3, 2, and 1 respectively. During the event, death will not result in equipment or experience loss. Chapter 2 is starting already? Class Advancement. Class Advancement is definitely coming. I haven't decided what class to choose yet, and I have no idea how to trigger hidden classes. As more and more people understood the significance of the Demon Invasion event, the entire world gradually erupted into excitement. Jiang Bai had no time to check the world chat at the moment. He was busy sorting through his spoils of war, as he would be forcibly logged out in 10 minutes if he didn't finish. In just a few minutes of inventory checking, he was dazzled by this incredibly luxurious haul. First came the 3 agility points from his plunder talent, which were directly added to his stats panel. Then the system popped up his 4th title Demon Hunter. The attributes were blindingly impressive. Health 300, attack 50, defense 30, critical hit rate 1, attack 1% bonus, movement speed 5. These stats could easily rival an ancient-grade piece of equipment, and most importantly, that 1 attack percentage would scale infinitely with his level. At the same time, the system reward of 10 gold coins automatically dropped into his inventory. The Hell Cerberus drops were equally surprising. 1. Boss Soul Crystal 1. 2. Skill Enhancement Scroll 2. 3. Quest Item Hell Cerberus Head 1. 4. Various equipment pieces including 2 epic items, 1 excellent item, and 1 superior item. 5. A rank warrior skill Book Blade Storm, considered a divine AoE skill for warriors. Blue and green quality equipment was becoming increasingly common now, so Jiang Bai simply put them up on the trading market, too lazy to pass them on to Tang Wuzhe anymore. As for Blade Storm and that warrior-exclusive superior equipment, he packaged them up and sent them via mail to Tang Wuzhe. These 2 items together were worth at least 50 gold at market price, which should settle their debt. The remaining epic equipment was perfect for replacing his current gear. Ring of Lethal Empire Epic. Physical attack, 25. Agility 8. Strength 6. Lethality. Original attribute, 6 lethality. Critical hit rate 2. Equipment level, 10. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate to replace his original level 2 ring. The old ring was a trade equipment he had synthesized earlier, couldn't sell it, and couldn't bear to throw it away, so he simply tossed everything into his warehouse. Bro, what's all this for? Tang Wuzhe had obviously received the mail and immediately sent a message. Just use them. Jiang Bai replied with 4 words, then pulled out a return scroll and crushed it. A flash of white light later, he was back in the main city. The world channel was now flooded with messages about Demon Invasion event and Chapter 2 new content. With countless messages scrolling rapidly whenever the system progressed, all players faced a reshuffle, and professional guilds and capital consortiums saw this as a golden opportunity. With only minutes left before forced logout, major guilds were making final preparations for the upcoming Demon Invasion. China's national team Dragon Flame Guild. Dragon Flame 01. Still no leads on that empty city old dream. Dragon Flame 02. None. As you know, the real server isn't controlled by Earth's powers. Unless the system cooperates, it's nearly impossible to track player identities through technical means. Dragon Flame 01. Can't find him? Keep looking. The emergence of Genesis will inevitably reshape the global order. Empty City Old Dream is crucial to China. Absolutely cannot let foreign forces contact him first. Japan's national team Great Sun Guild. Great Sun Hanzhou. Damn it. What's the background of this cursed Chinese pig? He keeps surpassing our progress every single time. Sano Nakaneo, the Sakura squad, was currently investigating this individual, but the search wasn't going smoothly. Baka. That single outburst unleashed the fury of the Great Japan faction. Find him. We must get to the bottom of this. If this person cannot be used by us, then he must be destroyed. Hi. His roar echoed through the command channel, making everyone's eardrums ache, yet no one dared to utter a word. At the same time, while the newbie village remained peaceful on the surface, the leaders of the two major guilds, Cloud City and Free Spirit, secretly met in a private room away from prying eyes. Cloud City Emperor's face was ashen as he pounded the table with his finger. Damn it. This kid is getting more arrogant by the day. If we don't act soon, we might not be able to control him later. Free Spirit Breeze lowered his voice. I already have a plan. He leaned close to Cloud City Emperor's ear and whispered quickly. Their eyes met, and they immediately reached an agreement. All these undercurrents were brewing silently, while Jiang Bai remained completely oblivious. He stared at the mere 5 skill enhancement scrolls left in his inventory, hesitating for a long time before finally opening the trading market. Skill enhancement scrolls weren't exactly rare, but merchants had driven the price up to 5 gold each. Anything listed below 5 gold was instantly bought out. With only 11 gold left in his purse, Jiang Bai gritted his teeth and bought one more. He needed 6 scrolls total to enhance explosive shot once. As soon as the mail arrived, he immediately opened the skill enhancement interface. Skill, explosive shot. Current enhancement level, 0. Next level success rate, 100. Enhance. Enhance. The system notification flashed as all 6 enhancement scrolls burned into fragments of light. The 100 success rate made the process predictable, but Jiang Bai still felt the sting of spending 30 gold. Once the light faded, he immediately checked the new stats. Explosive shot S rank enhancement level 1. Skill description, fire 3 consecutive shots, dealing 125, 135, and 160 physical damage respectively. If the final shot critically hits, it will trigger an additional shot dealing 180 physical damage. Cooldown, 14.5 seconds. Passive, critical hit rate 1. The cooldown even decreased. Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction, but then frowned. Too bad the critical hit rate didn't increase much. That's annoying. He had a vague sense that in the mid to late game, Genesis's core gameplay would definitely revolve around enhancement. After finishing the enhancement, he quickly logged off. Stepping out of the gaming pod, he ate, drank water, and used the bathroom in one efficient sequence, then logged onto the Genesis forums. The forums were buzzing with unprecedented activity. All players had been forcibly logged out and could only gather here to browse posts. The homepage was filled with eye-catching thread titles. Several theories about the Demon Invasion event. Things players should note after Part 2 content opens. With Part 2 content opening, can hidden classes be far behind? Careful analysis and bold speculation. Who exactly is Empty City Old Dream? Jiang Bai clicked on the last thread, hoping to find some useful information, but it was full of baseless speculation. First floor, OP, go to hell with your nonsense. This is clearly unfounded speculation. Second floor, OP is talking crap. I'm Empty City Old Dream, come worship me. Third floor, if you're Empty City Old Dream, then I'm Empty City Old Dream's father. Fourth floor, then I'm Empty City Old Dream's grandfather. Jiang Bai was speechless. After browsing the forum for a while and finding it rather dull, Jiang Bai stretched and decided to head downstairs to the convenience store in his residential complex to buy some snacks. After all, he was now a small-time rich guy with hundreds of thousands in savings. Those things he used to want but couldn't afford could now be stuffed into his shopping basket without hesitation. He could even send some money home. Just thinking about it made him giddy with excitement. Jiang Bai's monthly living expenses weren't high, but rent took a big chunk, so he'd always been careful with money. Now that he finally had a chance to live it up, he was determined to treat himself well. As for why this college student insisted on renting instead of staying in the dorms, that's another story. In any case, his dreams of clubs and models seemed to be taking a step closer to reality. He threw on some shorts and flip-flops, then dashed outside. After just a few steps, Jiang Bai suddenly noticed something odd. His whole body felt light, as if he were bouncing on springs. As a shootin', his body was healthy enough but hardly in great shape. Yet now he felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. Did playing games for a few days actually improve my fitness? Could that wellness gaming pod have exercise functions too? To test this crazy theory, he decided to try the stairs instead of the elevator from his 11th floor apartment. The result, he practically jogged all the way from the 11th floor to the first, with no back pain, no leg soreness, and wasn't even out of breath. Usually he'd need to grip the handrail by the 6th floor, but this time he breezed straight down to the ground level. Holy crap, is this for real? Thrilled, he immediately doubled his shopping budget from 100 to 200 yuan. I can't even spend it all. In the supermarket, he went on a shopping spree. Chips, beef jerky, and soda all went flying into his basket. When checking out and lifting the heavy bag, he realized his strength had increased to the same weight, felt like carrying a few bags of cotton. On the way back, once again bounding effortlessly from the 1st to 11th floor, he muttered to himself, train for 2 more days, and I could enter a 100-meter dash. After snacking until his throat felt sweet, it was about time, so Jiang Bai climbed into the gaming pod. The familiar Genesis login screen slowly appeared, and he headed straight for his target, the old blacksmith Brent. This time, Brent showed no surprise, simply watching him with the knowing smile of a wise elder. Jiang Bai handed over the Cerberus head, and the next second, a pleasant system notification exploded in his ears. You have completed the chain hidden quest, Hunt the Cerberus. You gained 20,000 experience points, 200 reputation, 10 gold coins. Unlocked the metal special equipment slot. Obtain the special equipment, Adventurer's Medal, and receive the item, Brent's Letter of Recommendation, Hidden Class Transfer Certificate. Holy shit. Jiang Bai was stunned by this overwhelming shower of rewards. What the hell is a special equipment slot? He quickly opened his character information panel. In the equipment display, a new slot had appeared at the chest position. Was this where medals were equipped? So you're telling me I basically got an extra piece of equipment out of thin air? That's incredible. Jiang Bai stared at the gleaming medal in his backpack, his eyes wide with amazement. Adventurer's Medal Epic. Upgradable, advanceable. Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Agility 5, Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Cutting 5. Passive. When attacking Lord level or higher monsters, 1 chance to cut 0.5 of target's maximum health, ineffective against players. Active Purification. Instantly removes all control effects and grants immunity to any control skills for the next 5 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Equipment level 10. Holy cow, this is insane. 5 to all attributes. Plus percentage-based cutting. And an active purification skill. This is absolutely godlike for PvP. Realizing this was a special piece of equipment that could continuously grow stronger, Jiang Bai felt a chill run down his spine. It was terrifyingly powerful. Without hesitation, he equipped the medal, and his character's stats instantly skyrocketed. After confirming his new attributes, he searched through his backpack for the class change certificate the system had rewarded him, but couldn't find it anywhere. When he looked up, the old blacksmith Brent was standing by the forge with a cheerful smile, holding up a scroll of parchment. Brave adventurer, congratulations on passing my series of trials. Brent slowly unrolled the parchment. This is the first letter of recommendation I, Brent, have written in thousands of years. Take it and seek out the great ability. He will guide your future path. Jiang Bai solemnly tucked the recommendation letter into his chest. At the bottom of the parchment, a line of small text stood out prominently. Adventurer, go seek ability, the greatest Dark Ranger in the history of the Genesis continent, and he will show you the way. Dark Ranger? Could that be my hidden class? Jiang Bai's heart filled with anticipation. With only 2 hours remaining until the Demon Invasion event began, nearly all players were frantically preparing, hoping to be among the first to enter the second act. The starter village had abandoned its usual leisurely pace and buzzed with excitement and activity. Major guilds held emergency meetings, while ordinary players seized these final moments to boost their strength, hoping to claim their share of the spoils. The developers had already announced that besides the boss Gonzalez, numerous demon minions would spawn with drop rates far superior to regular monsters. Jiang Bai certainly wouldn't fall behind. He took 15 of his 22 gold coins and immediately bought 8 pairs of level 10 boots and 8 level 10 leg guards from the auction house, then spent time combining them until he finally crafted 2 pieces of level 10 epic armor. Swift Wolf Leather Boots Epic. Defense 18. Constitution 8. Agility 6. Swiftness 6. Movement Speed 10. Mighty Tiger Leg Guards Epic. Defense 19. Constitution 8. Agility 8. Strength 6. Maximum health 300. Though the stats seemed modest, epic quality was not to be underestimated. Jiang Bai immediately replaced his 2 pieces of level 2 equipment, causing his character attributes to soar once again. Character name, Empty City Old Dreams. Level, 10. Reputation, 500. Class, Archer. Race, Human. Health, 2180. Energy, 420. Physical attack, 661 132. Magic attack, 50. Attack power, 84. Defense, 228. Attributes, Constitution 56. Spirit 21. Strength 42. Intelligence 20. Agility 103. Critical hit chance, 11. Skills, Shock Shot, Aimed Shot, Multi-Shot, Explosive Shot 1. Titles, I Am Strong, Ancient Will, First Blood, Demon Hunter. This is absolutely incredible. Jiang Bai stared at his stats in complete fascination. At just level 10, all his attributes completely outclassed players of the same level 10 classes typically had around 2000 HP with defense under 150, while pure DPS classes might reach 250 attack after stacking offensive stats, but their health and defense would definitely be rock bottom. Yet here he was, with a perfectly balanced hexagonal stat distribution, virtually no weaknesses to speak of. This thought suddenly reminded him of something, and he quickly turned back toward the blacksmith shop, stopping in front of the old blacksmith Brent. Last time you said you'd tell me how to upgrade weapons once I hit level 10. Can you tell me now? Brent set down his thunderous hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. It's actually not that complicated. Just bring me 10 boss soul crystals and 1 level 10 ancient crystal. What the heck is an ancient crystal? Jiang Bai asked, completely puzzled. You get ancient crystals by dismantling ancient-grade equipment, Brent explained patiently. The level of the equipment determines the level of the crystal. That weapon you're holding is level 10 ancient grade, so naturally you'll need a level 10 ancient crystal. If it were legendary grade equipment, you'd need a legendary crystal, and so on. Jiang Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd kept all his old equipment in his inventory instead of discarding it. Can you dismantle equipment here? I'm afraid not. Brent shook his head. You'll need to find a dismantling master in a Tier 2 main city. I don't have that skill. Getting this disappointing answer, Jiang Bai left the blacksmith shop feeling deflated. At this moment, Newbie Settlement 33856 was buzzing with activity. The three major guilds Xiaoyao, Cloud City, and Stellar were mobilizing across the entire city, frantically recruiting solo players while organizing teams to compete for first kill in the upcoming Demon Invasion event, or at least secure a top 3 finish. Jiang Bai was particularly familiar with Xiaoyao and Cloud City. More accurately, he had grudges against them. He'd never encountered Stellar Guild before. As for the Great Tang, name frequently seen on the forums, they were based in another newbie settlement under Guild Master. Great Tang is innocent, and by reputation, their strength was formidable. Previously, Jiang Bai had been grinding high-level maps and rarely encountered other players, so he hadn't had opportunities to clash with Xiaoyao or Cloud City members. But today was different with boss rewards on the line. These two guilds would definitely fight tooth and nail, creating plenty of opportunities for confrontation. Maybe I should just let it go. After weighing his options, he decided to set aside personal grudges for now. Securing the boss first kill was more important. Just as he was about to head out for more grinding, a notification chimed as a private message from Great Tang is innocent popped up. How are your preparations coming along, brother? What? Jiang Bai was completely confused. The Demon Invasion. Are you confident about the boss rewards? Oh, that? I'm just a solo player. How much difference could I possibly make? Jiang Bai replied. Hee. Great Tang is determined to get that first kill. I've done my research. Those 3 guilds in your settlement are pretty mediocre. Besides, Cloud City and Xiaoyao have beef with you, right? Jiang Bai casually responded. Minor grudges, nothing that matters. Jiang Bai absent-mindedly slaughtered rabbits outside the newbie village while replying. No worries, once we reach the second-tier main city and meet up, I'll help you wipe out both of those guilds. The meaningless chat quickly ended, and the timer in the upper right corner showed an hour and a half remaining before the Demon Invasion event. Jiang Bai glanced at his experience bar, still needed 22 more to reach level 11. At his current efficiency, 1 hour clearly wouldn't be enough, so he simply returned to the newbie village to kill time. The closer a major event approached, the more restless one became. Jiang Bai leaned against the respawn point, enjoying the various spam posts in the world channel, when a private message from Emperor of Cloud City suddenly popped up. Emperor of Cloud City, you there? Need to discuss something. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Emperor of Cloud City. Tonight's monster siege is crucial for the entire newbie settlement. Let's put our grudges aside for now, including Xiaoyao. The first boss kill is what matters most. Jiang Bai replied without hesitation, agreed. He hadn't expected Emperor of Cloud City to show some sense of the bigger picture at such a critical moment. Finally, the moment all players had been eagerly awaiting arrived. 19 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Ding. System announcement. Demon Invasion event now begins. As the announcement ended, thunderous roars erupted from outside the newbie village. A dark tide of beasts filled the entire field of vision, as if doomsday had arrived. Dark clouds hung low, the ground trembled, and level 10 demons advanced in formation along the defense line. Melee fighters, ranged attackers, tanks, and damage dealers, a complete array, all with attribute bonuses and average health pools exceeding 2,000, equivalent to ordinary mini-elites. Simultaneously, a progress bar reading 010000 appeared in every player's quest log. Within 1 hour, the entire village must eliminate 10,000 demons, or the event would fail outright, and they wouldn't reach the boss phase. If successful, the second phase featuring Slaughterer Gonzalez would commence. The number sounded daunting, but the newbie settlement was designed to accommodate 50,000 players. Even averaging 5 players per team, they could form exactly 10,000 squads. Moreover, with 0 death penalties during the event, reaching 10,000 kills wasn't impossible. It was all about speed. Before the horn's echo faded, the first batch of fragile assassins were swatted into white light by demon claws, the attribute gap painfully obvious. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of players and demons became completely entangled. Some fought desperately, others took advantage of the chaos, and some even used the confusion to grope others. The battlefield's chaos defied description. Knowing his individual impact would be limited in large-scale group combat, Jiang Bai focused on maintaining efficiency, specifically targeting isolated monsters for quick kills. His inspect skill continuously refreshed enemy stats as he delivered precise, finishing blows, watching his experience surge upward. The world channel scrolled rapidly. Come on, brothers. The faster we clear 10,000, the sooner we reach phase 2. Holy crap. Blue equipment dropped. Encouragement, exclamations, and trash talk wove together into background noise. Just as Jiang Bai finished off his 30th demon, a soft, sweet voice suddenly spoke beside him. Big brother, are you alone? Want to team up? Oh my. That soft, sweet voice penetrated straight into Jiang Bai's heart, making his whole body tingle. Jiang Bai instinctively turned his head to see a sweet and adorable young girl looking up at him, her bright, watery eyes gazing at him like clear springs. For a moment, all the rejection words he had prepared got stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. His gaze swept over the ID above the girl's head, Xingqian Momo, a level 8 priest, with 3 guild members following behind her. What do you need? Jiang Bai asked hesitantly. Nothing really. Xingqian Momo flashed a warm smile. Our team only has 4 people, and we just saw you fighting monsters alone. Want to join us? We'll split the loot evenly. One person can't farm as fast as 5 people, right? After speaking, her moon-bright eyes fixed steadily on Jiang Bai, leaving little room for refusal. Jiang Bai wasn't some old pervert who couldn't walk straight at the sight of women, but faced with the girl's pure invitation, outright rejection would be truly hurtful. He sighed inwardly. Are you waiting for teammates? Xingqian Momo blinked and pressed further. No. Then what are you hesitating for? Let's team up. As soon as she finished speaking, a team invitation popped up on Jiang Bai's interface. Honestly, he naturally resisted teaming up, and after that whole mess with Xiaoyao Qingfeng, he had sworn never to trust anyone in the game again. Come on, join the team, buddy. What are you standing there for? The male mage, Xingqian Xiaobei, behind Xingqian Momo, also urged him. Jiang Bai's finger hovered over the accept button for a long time before finally clicking no. He had always been a lone wolf, and his impression of the major guilds was already poor. The drama between Xiaoyao and Yunqing made him want to keep his distance. Why? Xingqian Momo's eyes widened. Is there some other reason? Mainly because I'm about to log off. A friend is waiting for me. Jiang Bai came up with an excuse that even he found perfunctory. As soon as he finished speaking, he dove into the crowd, leaving behind a stunned Xingqian Momo and her teammates. That guy is so weird. Xingqian Momo muttered softly, staring in the direction where Jiang Bai had disappeared. Humph, typical ungrateful behavior. The warrior Xingqian Debao in the team rolled his eyes. With our configuration, others would kill for a chance to join, and he thinks he's some god-tier player like Kongqing Juming? How dare he refuse our Xingqian princess? What an ungrateful fool. Come on, Debao, don't talk so harshly. Xingqian Momo waved her hand and led her teammates to continue farming monsters. More than 10 minutes passed, and the Beast Tide event entered full intensity. Players fought with bloodshot eyes, respawning when they died, then charging back in. Some couldn't even remember how many times they had fallen. Looking around, the entire battlefield sparkled with combat, with fighting in every corner. Some players got so immersed that they treated this as a real battlefield, their eyes reddening when they saw teammates fall in battle. Such an atmosphere was hard not to get one's blood pumping. While fighting fiercely, Jiang Bai also keenly noticed that the Yunqing Guild and Xiaoyao Guild members clearly didn't get along well with Xingqian. Members of these two guilds would always, intentionally or not, steal monsters from the Stellar Guild, especially those creatures that had been painstakingly whittled down to low health only to be snatched away at the last moment. The Stellar Guild was already weaker than the temporarily allied Cloud City and Carefree guilds, and with all 3 guilds having agreed beforehand to prohibit PvP during the event, most members could only swallow their anger in silence, furious but afraid to speak up. Unexpectedly, this time around, the honest and dutiful Stellar Guild was ruthlessly betrayed by Cloud City and Carefree once again. Meanwhile, the Demon Invasion quest progress shot up like a rocket, soaring from 1,000 to 2,000 and all the way to 5,000, with the frantically jumping numbers on the interface constantly stimulating every player's nerves. At 20 minutes, the quest count broke through 5,000. At 30 minutes, it approached 8,000. At 37 minutes, it fiercely crossed the line past 9,000. Come on, brothers. 5 more minutes at most, and we'll reach the second stage. Someone shouted in the world channel, and this single sentence struck players' hearts like a shot of adrenaline. Just at this moment, a system announcement suddenly rang out, causing everyone to freeze mid-action. Congratulations to newbie outpost number 101 for being the first to complete the first stage of the Demon Invasion quest and successfully entering the second stage. Damn, that fast. Are they even human? Keep pushing, brothers. Don't fall behind. The public chat erupted in wails. Jiang Bai was equally shocked. In just over 30 minutes, someone had already entered the second stage. It truly showed there were always higher mountains and stronger people. Not wanting to hold anyone back, he stopped slacking off and immediately went all out, unleashing one skill after another. When the quest count climbed to 9,300, the second outpost to enter the second stage appeared, newbie outpost number 8555. At 9,500, a third outpost followed suit. But by this point, no one cared about others' progress. All attention was focused solely on the progress bar in front of them. 9,700, 9,800, 9,900, when the number finally jumped to 10,000. In an instant, the demons covering the mountains and plains vanished completely, as if teleported away, and the entire world seemed to freeze. Players stood dumbfounded with weapons in hand, bewildered and unable to process what had happened. Congratulations to newbie outpost number 33856 for completing the first stage of the Demon Invasion quest and successfully entering the second stage. The second stage event is now in progress. Player deaths will temporarily prevent resurrection until the event ends. The first half of the system notification lifted everyone's spirits, but the second half left them all stunned. Only one life? This is ridiculous. Who dares go first? What's the point of fighting? Might as well wait for the final blow. Players complained bitterly, but the system was clearly prepared. A massive boss icon simultaneously appeared in everyone's upper right corner, with an explanation below. After the siege boss dies, in addition to normal drops from the killing blow, the system will provide additional rewards based on damage rankings for each class. Healing classes will be ranked by healing output, and defensive classes by damage absorbed. All players participating in the boss battle will receive varying degrees of rewards. Now that makes sense. Jiang Bai breathed a sigh of relief. To get rewards, you had to deal damage with everything you had. As for the killing blow, it would most likely still go to a major guild with tens of thousands of people competing for that single strike. It was nearly impossible for individuals. As long as you participated fully in the battle, everyone could get their share of benefits. Just as players were discussing among themselves, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous footsteps rolled across the sky, each one striking the crowd's hearts like a massive hammer. Players looked up to see a colossal black shadow rapidly approaching on the horizon, orc warrior clad in tattered chainmail. Wielding a dark iron war hammer and standing 3 stories tall, it loomed like a moving mountain against the setting sun. With each step, the earth trembled and debris scattered in clouds of dust. Its crimson eyes swept across the player crowd like flames from hell, chilling everyone to the bone. Slaughterer Gonzalez Bronzeteer, Demon Boss. Level, 18. Attack, 1000. Defense, 250. HP, 1 million. Skills, War Roar, Heaven-Breaking Strike, Bloodthirsty Storm, Cornered Beast Fury. The cold system panel materialized in midair, numbers appearing line by line, instantly causing an uproar. 1 million HP, holy crap, what the hell kind of concept is that? I can't even break through 250 defense. Focus on what matters, guys. Who can survive 1000 attack power? Except for those tank-class brothers. Players' exclamations rose one after another, but Gonzalez's shadow had already completely engulfed the crowd, its savage pressure nearly suffocating. Compared to this behemoth, they were as tiny as ants. Bang! The dark iron hammer suddenly crashed down, sending up debris and blood mist, as dozens of players were instantly obliterated. And that was just a basic attack. Damn it! What are you standing around for? Charge, brothers. If nothing else, let's fight for damage rankings, roared the Yunqing guild commander. With the order given, thousands of Yunqing players charged forward with battle cries. The Xiaoyao guild followed closely behind, and the smaller Xingqiang guild gritted their teeth and joined in. With the 3 major guilds leading the charge, other solo players and smaller guilds saw the momentum and rushed into battle as well. In an instant, the battlefield surged with humanity as steel and magic wove together in a symphony of fire and thunder. Jiang Bai noticed a rectangular damage statistics board had appeared on his left interface, with the top 100 IDs constantly flickering and changing positions. The rankings reshuffled almost every second, adding fuel to the tense atmosphere. In combat, the dark iron hammer swept across, felling waves of players, while the damage numbers appearing on the boss were pitifully small. 1 miss, 5, 12. After one round of skills, even the highest damage dealer on the leaderboard had only managed 56 points. Fortunately, with their massive numbers, tens of thousands of players could add up. Even at one point, each Gonzalez's health bar dropped by nearly 50,000 in the first round alone. Seeing this, many players roared and charged like they were on steroids, ignoring the fact that their own side was continuously losing members. But as player casualties mounted, the boss's health loss rate began to slow accordingly. Players took only 3 minutes to chip away the boss's first 100,000 HP, which was quite fast. However, when the health bar dropped to 800,000, the damage rate suddenly slowed, and the boss entered its skill rotation. The frenzied Halfrek warrior Gonzalez threw back his head and roared furiously. The thunderous sound waves visibly spread outward, sweeping across most of the newbie camp in an instant. Within its coverage area, thousands of players were simultaneously stunned and stood frozen in place, including Jiang Bai. This war roar dealt no direct damage but could stun everyone within range for a full 3 seconds, making it a nightmare-level crowd controllability. Before the players could recover, the Slaughterer Gonzalez had already raised his massive hammer and began spinning in place. instantly transforming into an iron-colored tornado that stretched between heaven and earth. The hurricane swept through, leaving no survivors. In just a few seconds, agonized screams echoed everywhere. Jiang Bai watched in shock as the boss knocked off 1,100 of his health points in one hit, immediately downing a special potion to pull his health back above 50. He cursed inwardly. This is absolutely insane. He quickly scanned the battlefield in just 2 moves. The boss had taken out at least 3,000 players. Jiang Bai had been holding back until now. Emperor Yunqing, along with several core members, and Xiaoyao Qingfeng's group were hiding in the shadows, clearly planning to steal the final blow or maintain a moderate position on the rankings, waiting for the final phase to emerge and maximize their survival chances. Jiang Bai also decided to keep a low profile, only using his ranged advantage to occasionally steal some damage output from within the crowd at this moment. 2/3 of the top 100 on the damage rankings were ranged classes, showing their clear advantage. It took a full 5 minutes to reduce the boss's health from 90 to 80, 1.5 times slower than initially, and the trend would only continue to worsen. When the health dropped below 60, nearly 1/3 of the players on the battlefield had died, and the population density was visibly sparse at a glance. Jiang Bai observed secretly and discovered the ulterior motives of the 2 major guilds, Xiaoyao and Yunqing. They appeared to be charging into battle, but were actually fishing in troubled waters. Most of the current casualties were solo players and members of the Starlight Guild, with no one realizing they were being used as pawns by the 2 major guilds. During this time, he noticed the soft girl Starlight Momo who had previously invited him. She was currently raising her hand to continuously heal the knight, Starlight Left Bank, who was holding the front line. This person was the president of Starlight Guild, well equipped with nearly 1,800 health points. Were all members of Starlight Guild this straightforward? Jiang Bai was amazed. While Yunqing and Xiaoyao were clearly conserving their strength, Starlight was fighting so hard that even their guild leader was personally on the front lines. Starlight Momo's healing rhythm was extremely steady, clearly a tier above the surrounding priests, and she held the top position on the healing rankings. Under everyone's fierce battle, the boss's health had approached 50, but player losses exceeded half, with solo players almost completely becoming cannon fodder. Jiang Bai glanced at the damage rankings. First place was Yunqing of Fei, a level 9 mage with cumulative damage of 3,400, while he himself, having been holding back, had less than 3,000 points and wasn't ranked very high. Starlight Guild had suffered heavy casualties with nearly half of their core players lost. In contrast, Yunqing and Xiaoyao still maintained their complete main forces. Jiang Bai spat inwardly. Damn, what shameless cowards. He finally stopped holding back, gripping his longbow tightly, and preparing to unleash his full power with fewer and fewer players remaining. The boss's health was dropping at a desperately slow pace. Jiang Bai raised his hand and unleashed his strongest single-target attack, Explosive Shot. Currently, Jiang Bai has 674 attack points plus 84 attack strength, totaling 758 attack power, while the boss has 250 defense, more than enough to deal full damage. In the next second, Jiang Bai flipped his wrist and knocked his bow, releasing an arrow trailing silver light. 635, 60, 685, 60, 813, 60. 6 consecutive crimson damage numbers exploded above the boss's head, instantly draining 2,313 health points, while Jiang Bai recovered over 400 health himself. The massive boss's health bar plummeted below 50, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Congratulations on triggering a lucky strike. You have received a lucky gift pack. The crisp system notification rang out. Jiang Bai had just been enviously watching others' good fortune in the world chat, and now this pleasant surprise landed right on his head, making his eyebrows arch with delight. With this single strike, his total damage shot to first place on the leaderboard, leaving second place far behind. In the plaza, countless players witnessed this scene and instantly went wild. What? How did the damage suddenly get so high? Holy crap! The legendary Kong Chung Jiomeng is making his move. Incredible! Over 2,000 damage. That one arrow equals the output of 2,000 players combined. The scrolling chat window moved too fast to read clearly as players were completely fired up by those 4 characters, Kong Chung Jiomeng. However, not everyone felt so enthusiastic. In the Yun Chung Guild formation, their leader Yun Chung Huang Di frowned deeply, secretly exchanging glances with Xiao Yao Qing Feng in the distance before they quickly switched to private chat. Yun Chung Huang Di. This guy's damage is way too high, completely beyond normal player range. Xiao Yao Qing Feng. Absolutely. Even higher than I estimated. Unlike Yun Chung Huang Di's concern, Xiao Yao Qing Feng's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared intently at Jiang Bai. What's to fear? The higher his damage, the more it proves he's carrying some legendary artifact. Once we take it, it's ours. Besides, no matter how powerful he is, he's still just one person. Can he really withstand attacks from both our guild's combined forces? A sinister glint flashed in Yun Chung Huangdi's eyes. Brother makes a good point. At the battle's center, the pain-maddened boss swung its massive hammer in a frenzied assault. Bang! 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 The thunderous impacts reduced hundreds of players to dust under its tremendous force. Jiang Bai drew his bowstring again, aimed shot followed by instant multi-shot. Another burst of light, finding its mark. 610. 60. 912. 60. Critical hit. Jiang Bai smoothly followed up with another multi-shot. 912. 60. Holy shit. Another crit. The consecutive critical hits stunned even himself. An 11 crit rate wasn't low to begin with, but 2 crits in a row felt almost dreamlike. Immediately after, he fired another arrow. 406. 60. No critical this time, but suddenly a string of dazzling purple numbers appeared above the boss's head. 5,000. Holy shit. The staggering 5,000 damage instantly petrified tens of thousands of players. The scene fell into dead silence as no one could tell if this was illusion or reality. Honey, come quick and see God. Am I seeing things? A deity has descended? Someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, but the 5,000 still hung in the air like purple flames, so real it hurt to look at. This is absolutely godlike. Could this Kong Chung Jioming actually be a GM in disguise? Indeed, this number was completely beyond what players at this stage could comprehend. The weapon. It's definitely that weapon in his hands. Emperor Yunshin stared fixedly at the longbow in Jiang Bai's grip, his voice hoarse yet unable to suppress his excitement. We must get our hands on that thing. Xiaoyao Qingfeng, watching from afar, also tightened his grip on his sword, his knuckles turning white from the force, greed and excitement intertwining in his eyes. Kong Chung Jioming, I'm definitely taking you down today. This is heaven itself blessing me, Xiaoyao Qingfeng. Just as both harbored their ulterior motives, a system notification rang in Jiang Bai's ears. Congratulations on triggering the slash skill. Slaughterer Gonzalez loses 5,000 HP. That 0.5 of health seemed like just a number, but when actually dealt, it hit everyone's hearts like a sledgehammer. The Halford warrior suddenly turned around, swinging his massive hammer straight at Jiang Bai. I can't tank this thing. Jiang Bai quickly stowed his bow and turned to run, the whistling wind in his ears making the hammer's thunderous thud sound even more terrifying. At this critical moment, before the boss, a heavily armored warrior as tiny as an ant suddenly charged forward. Xingqian Zhuan. Brother, you just focus on dealing damage. If this boss so much as glances at you, I'm trash. He roared as he taunted, forcibly pulling the aggro back. Nice one, bro. Jiang Bai gave him a thumbs up and drew his bow again, arrows flying like a torrential downpour. Jiang Bai's explosive damage output ignited the entire battlefield. Other players, seeing this, screamed and followed suit, pushing the scene to another climax as the boss's health visibly dropped. The damage leaderboard refreshed frantically, while others climbed with single and double digits. Jiang Bai's numbers started at 500 with each hit, occasionally jumping straight to 1,000. The second-place damage had just broken 5,000, while Jiang Bai's damage had already soared to 18,000, making people wonder if they were even playing the same game. Is this what the world's top player looks like? Someone muttered while staring at the leaderboard. It feels like we're playing completely different games. At this point, the main forces of both Xiaoyao Qingfeng and Emperor Yunshin began entering in waves, causing the casualty statistics to spike, though both leaders still secretly conserved their strength. When the boss's health was ground down to 34, Jiang Bai received his second lucky package. Just as a smile began to form on his face, a server-wide announcement suddenly thundered. Congratulations to Newbie Base 101 for becoming the first server-wide base to break through the boss's 30 health threshold. This announcement rewards all players in Newbie Base 101 with 1 gold coin and 1 free attribute point. Additionally, the top 30 server-wide newbie bases with boss health below 30 will be displayed on the progress leaderboard. As the announcement ended, next to the damage leaderboard on the right side of everyone's interface, a new rectangular progress box appeared, currently showing only Newbie Base 101 and its boss health percentage. Holy shit. The world chat instantly exploded. There's actually this kind of reward. Which master is in Newbie Base 101? Their progress is so fast. After the initial shock, players including those in Jiang Bai's Newbie Base 33856 showed complex expressions: envy, frustration, and anxiety all mixed together. At precisely this moment, Xingqian Zhuan flew into a rage, turning around and starting to curse loudly. Xiaoyao and Yunshin crews, fuck your mothers. Are you two guilds even human? In front of such an important event, all the brothers in base 33856 are risking their lives to push progress. Yet your two guilds have been slacking off the whole time for your petty schemes, stealing last hits, competing for damage, putting in minimal effort, while secretly suppressing our Xingqian members. I've tolerated all of this, but now we're so far behind in progress, and you're still goofing off. If I weren't tied up right now, I'd chop you two scumbags to pieces. Xingqian Zhuan's furious roar echoed across the entire battlefield, his righteous anger instantly igniting the players' emotions. Following his lead, many solo players also burst into curses. Exactly. I could tell these two guilds were no good from the start. Brothers, let's stop fighting and being their free musklites disgusting. I'd rather fail the boss. Damn it. I can't watch this anymore. They think we're idiots? I'm out. The idea of passive resistance spread like a plague. Xiaoyao Qingfeng and Yunqing Huangdi exchanged glances, their faces immediately darkening. Don't give up, brothers. Xiaoyao Qingfeng shouted frantically. Xiaoyao and Yunqing have been trying our best, can't you see? There are only 3,000 of us left. Please don't abandon this now. Xingqian Zuan snorted coldly. Xingqian has less than 500 people left. Take a look at who died from your guilds, and who's still standing. Do you really think everyone's blind? At these words, Yunqing Huangdi and Xiaoyao Qingfeng's faces flushed red with shame, knowing they were in the wrong and no longer attempting to argue. The two exchanged another glance, and simply raised their voices louder. Brothers, the boss is almost dead. We absolutely cannot give up now. Yunqing and Xiaoyao members, let's risk everything today and fight. This rallying cry lacked much passion, but when everyone saw the two guilds' true elite forces finally charging into the battle circle, the complaints gradually subsided. At the end of the day, no one wanted to abandon victory within their grasp. Trying to hog all the rewards? Not so easy. Jiang Bai's gaze swept over Xiaoyao Qingfeng and Yunqing Huangdi as he sneered. Meanwhile, newbie base 101 was the first to enter the final stage, with other bases following closely behind. In just 2 minutes, all 30 spots on the progress leaderboard were filled, yet base 33,850 SXS name was nowhere to be seen. They hadn't entered the second stage late, but had been left far behind, which was precisely the consequence of Xiaoyao and Yunqing's passive resistance. Fortunately, the elite teams from both guilds finally went all out, and efficiency skyrocketed. On the damage leaderboard, Jiang Bai still dominated with over 40,000 damage, while second place had barely broken 6,000. Yunqing Huangdi and Xiaoyao Qingfeng pushed at full throttle, rapidly climbing the rankings. Only now did newbie base 33856 finally experience a brief moment of true unity. Currently, the last place outpost 027 on the leaderboard had their boss at 27 health, while Jiang Bai's outpost had caught up to 28. When the boss health dropped to 25, outpost 33,856 suddenly shot into the top 30. Come on, brothers, we made it onto the leaderboard. The channel erupted in cheers as the entire outpost went wild. Then, as if they'd activated some speed hack, their ranking skyrocketed. By the time the boss was down to 20, 33856 had broken into the top 20. Everyone knew this insane surge was thanks to Jiang Bai. His 50,000 total damage output was equivalent to 500 ordinary players combined, plus his percentage cut skill with only a 1 trigger rate could slice off 5,000 health in one hit, virtually unstoppable. This skill was practically a god-slaying weapon. When health dropped to 15, outpost 33856 broke into the top 10, trailing first place 101 by only 2.4. With just 100,000 boss health remaining, they climbed to 5th place, narrowing the gap to 1.3. However, 33856 now had fewer than 5,000 surviving players. This dramatic comeback immediately caught global attention. Outpost 101 was equally alert. Long Yin won. What's going on with 33,856? How are they catching up so fast? Long Yin 2. Found it hats where Kong Chung Jiomeng is stationed. Long Yin 1 paused thoughtfully. Pull up Kong Chung Jiomeng's individual damage stats. Meanwhile, 33856 was roaring with excitement. Brothers, only 10 left. Victory is within reach. But where does 101 get such firepower? We've got the legendary Kong Chung Jiomeng. They had no idea that Outpost 101 was actually China's elite national team. Of course they were fierce. 9-8. The battle reached fever pitch as global players glued their eyes to the leaderboard. 6. 33856 shot to second place, trailing by only 0.8. Long Yin 1. Everyone attack with everything you've got. We cannot lose first place. 5-4. 3. When the boss had only 30,000 health left, 33856 caught up to 101, with rankings flickering back and forth in brutal competition. Damn, what's 33,850 SIXS background? How can they match 101? Kong Chung Jiomeng's individual damage broke 80,000. Holy shit, he single-handedly dealt 8 of the boss damage. Even players who knew 101's true strength fell silent. If 101 hadn't played all their trump cards, they would have been left in the dust. 2. The two outposts remained neck and neck. Hearts were pounding in 33,850 SIXS channel. Brothers, the boss is almost dead. We have to take first place. 1. The final 10,000 health. Both outposts entered the final phase almost simultaneously. Jiang Bai gripped his mouse tightly, eyes locked on his strongest single-target skill explosive shot, which had just finished cooling down. He nervously licked his lips, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But just as this final sprint would determine victory or defeat, Jiang Bai suddenly realized he couldn't move. Damn, What the hell is happening? Jiang Bai felt a sudden chill run down his spine, instantly realizing something had gone terribly wrong. Sure enough, a massive stun icon appeared above his head as system notifications flooded his screen. You are under malicious attack by player Yunqing Zhangfei. Entering self-defense mode. You have been hit by kidney strike and are now stunned for 5 seconds. Almost simultaneously, a rogue materialized from thin air, staring at him with a smug grin. Even more terrifying, dozens of rogues vanished into stealth at the same moment. Surrounding him completely, they planned to stunlock him to death, like he was their own father. The horrifying aspect of the rogue's kidney strike was that during the several seconds of stun, as long as the target wasn't interrupted by other attacks, the control effect wouldn't break. Clearly, this was a trap set up long ago by the Yunqing and Xiaoyao guilds. The moment the rogue struck Jiang Bai, the core tanks from both guilds frantically used their skills to pull the boss's aggro, executing their plan flawlessly. Son of a bitch. Jiang Bai's rage peaked, but he was completely paralyzed by the stun, unable to even move a finger. Since he could still speak, he roared, Yunqing Huangdi, didn't we agree on peace mode during the event? In the distance, Yunqing Huangdi burst into laughter, his tone more venomous than a poisoned dart. Ha! Are you some idiot sent by the Jade Emperor? Only you would believe that crap. You think I'd be that generous? Let you steal the boss for free? Your high damage output was just meant to be my tool. Next, Xiaoyao Qingfeng appeared beside him, shrugging with a cold sneer, his eyes glued to Jiang Bai's bow with undisguised greed. Kid, don't blame us, blame yourself for not knowing your place. If you had obediently joined our guild back then and given up the boss, maybe we'd have thrown you some scraps. Now, first, you'll watch us kill the boss while you're still alive. Once the event ends, my brothers from both sides will finish you off immediately. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? Show us how mighty you are now. Hara! Jiang Bai glared at both of them. Saying nothing more, speaking now wouldn't change anything. Every time the stun duration was about to end, another assassin would apply crowd control. Over a dozen assassins took turns, not even caring about triggering skill cooldowns. This sudden turn of events stunned all players who didn't belong to the two major guilds. Meanwhile, skills from both Xiaoyao and Yunqing players, originally aimed at the boss, suddenly redirected toward the surrounding solo players and small guild members. Those players, already in poor condition, were instantly decimated, causing the battlefield situation to take a dramatic turn. Yunqing Huangdi, screw your entire family. Damn it, these two guilds are way too underhanded. Shit. This Xiaoyao guild has always been evil. Never thought they'd actually be this bad. May your entire guild meet a terrible end. A solo player who had barely managed to survive until now, ranking in the top 60 on the damage leaderboard, could see victory within reach only to be killed by his own allies. The rage and unwillingness in his final moments seemed ready to burst through the screen, and similar betrayals were playing out simultaneously across the battlefield. In an instant, all the solo players erupted in profanity, filling the voice channel with chaos. The Stellar Guild, already stretched thin, was left with only a few dozen members after this wave of infighting. The louder the cursing grew, the more brazenly the members of Cloud City Guild and Carefree Guild laughed. Curse away. Louder. Cloud City Emperor crossed his arms and threw back his head in laughter. I love watching you rage helplessly. Before the boss, over 100 knights held their positions firmly, their heavy shields forming layer upon layer of defensive walls. Behind the shield wall, 2 to 3 times as many priests frantically cast healing spells, green numbers flashing as they practically locked the health bars in place. Cloud City Emperor. Carefree breeze. The moment this event ends, Stellar Guild declares war fight to the death. Stellar Left Bank roared, his voice hoarse. Go ahead, declare it. Cloud City Emperor raised an eyebrow dismissively. I'd like to see how little Stellar Guild plans to stand against the combined forces of Cloud City and Carefree. You two guilds. With all this chaos you've caused, we've fallen behind again. Team 101 is back in first place, someone reminded them. Both Cloud City Emperor and Carefree Breeze's faces stiffened, and they quickly fell silent, returning to their damage output. At this point, only a few hundred fighters remained on the battlefield, almost exclusively from Cloud City and Carefree. The solo players had been scattered and decimated, while Stellar's remaining few dozen members continued their final struggle, though they could no longer make any meaningful impact. As for Jiang Bai's situation, it was exactly as Carefree Breeze had sighed. If they couldn't kill him, they'd keep him controlled until the event ended, wait for their thousands of guild members to arrive, then crush him together. Even 10 Jiang Bais couldn't withstand that. With the boss down to its final 10,000 health points, the trial became agonizingly tense. Excluding the priests, the actual damage per second was less than 500, making the health bar crawl down like a snail. Team 33,850 SIX's progress was firmly suppressed by Team 101, consistently trailing by 0.2. When the boss reached 5,000 health, Carefree Breeze stamped his foot and cursed. Damn, we can't catch up those bastards from 101. Cloud City Emperor shrugged nonchalantly. It's just one free attribute point, so what? The drops are what matter, bro. As the health dropped below 5,000, the newbie village suddenly fell silent. Even the players who had been cursing moments before were transfixed by the boss. Everyone knew the drops wouldn't be theirs, yet they couldn't help but wonder. This was a siege boss that tens of thousands had worked to defeat. Surely the drop rate would be incredible? 4,000, 3,000. The player count plummeted as the boss's every attack felled someone, making the battle increasingly difficult. Team 101's boss health had already dropped below 2,000, 2,500. The moment the health bar dipped into the 2,000s, tens of thousands of eyes locked onto it in unison. The air seemed to be sucked away as everyone held their breath, hearts pounding in their throats. Even the assassins watching Jiang Bai were momentarily distracted. Carefree Breeze and Cloud City Emperor's eyes turned bloodshot, their expressions as hungry as starving wolves. But at this critical moment, under the sunlight, 3 arrows flickering with ice blue radiance shot forth one after another, completely silent. Whoosh! Accompanied by a low whistling sound, they traced elegant arcs through the air, striking precisely into the right eye of Slaughterer Gansairs. Explosive shot. 635606856020326091460 in one strike, directly dealing 4506 damage to the boss, with damage overflow instantly emptying the 2000 HP bar. What just happened? The next instant, the battlefield fell silent as if all sound had been sucked away. You could even hear tiny particles of dust hitting the ground. Everyone froze in place, their minds replaying that terrifying string of red numbers above the boss's head. The mage's casting bar stopped halfway, magical light still flickering at the tip of his staff. The warrior's raised blade hung motionless in midair, its cold gleam frozen. The priest's hands glowed with holy marks only half formed, a healing circle suspended in his palms. Xiaoyao Qingfeng and Yunxing Huangdi's clenched fists also froze midair. The entire scene was frozen by those 3 seemingly ordinary arrows. While everyone else stood stunned, only Jiang Bai kept moving. Having activated his metal skill purification a step ahead to gain 5 seconds of crowd control immunity, he immediately followed up with 2 multi-shot attacks. The arrow rain poured down, instantly clearing dozens of assassins in front of him. These assassins, thinking they had control of the situation, had grown lazy and failed to re-enter stealth, making themselves perfect targets. Boom. The mountain-like boss crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth and snapping everyone out of their daze. At the same time, the familiar and piercing server-wide announcement blared once again. Congratulations to Newbie Outpost 101 for achieving the first kill of boss Slaughterer Gansairs. All members receive 3 free attribute points. Gold coins 1. Experience points 20,000. Mysterious gift package 1. The bright red text flashed 3 times, so brilliant it hurt to look at, making every player on the field drool with envy. So close. Jiang Bai sighed lightly. If that arrow had been a critical hit, he might have snatched the golden first kill title. Right after the announcement for Outpost 101, it was the turn of Outpost 33856. Jiang Bai's outposto become the second force server-wide to kill the same boss. All members received 2 free attribute points. Experience points 10,000. Copper coins 5,000. But no mysterious gift package. For the entire outpost, this loss was devastating. After the rewards were distributed, the system announced the end of the Outpost 33856 Demon Invasion event and the beginning of Act 2, with all associated buffs simultaneously dissipating. Everyone finally snapped back to reality and turned their gazes toward Jiang Bai. Instant 4,500 damage? Did I see that right? That damage. I'm speechless. Only at least in strength skill could produce such explosive numbers. Damn, that's just brutal. On the other side, Yunxing Huangdi and Xiaoyao Qingfeng's faces turned ashen. You useless pieces of trash. Can't even control one person. Yunxing Huangdi turned to berate the assassins, but his words cut off abruptly. At Jiang Bai's feet lay nothing but corpses. Hey there, buddy. Jiang Bai bent down to collect the boss drops, then looked up with a devilish smile. You're finished. Then, he made his first server-wide announcement since entering the game, costing a whole gold coin per message. Revenge officially begins. The glaring red text caught everyone's attention. Xiaoyao Qingfeng and the Cloud City Emperor's faces instantly turned ashen, rage surging to their heads. Damn it! Xiaoyao Qingfeng steeled himself, pointing at Jiang Bai and roaring. Brothers, attack. Before he finishes looting the drops, surround him and kill him. Today Xiaoyao fights this punk to the death. Either he dies or we perish. For Xiaoyao's honor, take him down. With that, his loyal followers over 200 strong charged without hesitation. Meanwhile, more than 150 Cloud City guild members joined the assault. Damage numbers flashed wildly above Jiang Bai's head. 1, 5, 17 miss. Though the damage was low, even ants could kill an elephant through sheer numbers. Jiang Bai's health bar plummeted from 2180 to 1500 in mere seconds. Jiang Bai remained calm. Though he understood the situation, thousands could drown him with spit alone, and being in combat meant he couldn't teleport back to town or escape. If I die, I die. I've already made a fortune, and my equipment won't drop anyway. Might as well take down as many as I can pure profit. With that thought, he raised his bow and unleashed multi-shot. Under the sunlight, arrows transformed into streams of light, raining down on the rear priest formations of both guilds. 488. 914. Critical hit. 407. The fragile priest screamed as over 20 fell instantly. After the critical hit triggered, Jiang Bai followed up with another multi-shot, blasting a gaping hole through the mixed formation of priests and mages. 2 volleys of arrows took down at least 40 players. His lifesteal attribute instantly restored his health to full. How the hell do we fight this? The survivors were utterly demoralized. With the healing core decimated, Jiang Bai drew his bowstring again, locking onto the Cloud City Emperor. Shit. The moment their eyes met, the Cloud City Emperor felt a chill down his spine and turned to flee. But before he could take a single step, whoosh, 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 3 arrows flew from far to near, piercing his chest for an instant kill. Kong Chung Jiomeng, I'll kill your whole family. The Cloud City Emperor screamed in the channel as he fell. Awesome. Master is incredible. Kong Chung Jiomeng is my dad, my real dad. The solo players, long oppressed by the 2 major guilds, cheered with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the quick-thinking Xiaoyao Qingfeng had already turned and fled, but when Jiang Bai drew his bow for the second time, he was still within range. Concussive shot. 1 arrow took half of Xiaoyao Qingfeng's health and stunned him, followed by a basic attack that finished him off. At the respawn point, Cloud City Emperor and Xiaoyao Qingfeng had just respawned, their faces livid as pigs' livers after losing a level, grinding their teeth in fury. Damn. Today I'm throwing everything I have at taking down Kong Chung Jiomeng. Cloud City Emperor frantically rallied troops in the channel like a madman. All Cloud City brothers assemble. Hit him hard. Even if it takes thousands of us, we'll overwhelm him. Xiaoyao Qingfeng had also lost all reason, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. All guild members. Everyone gather at the village main entrance, now. Immediately. Right away. Go kill that Kong Chung Jiomeng. Attack. Attack. Here, Jiang Bai was in the heat of battle, and after the boss fight, the remaining 200 or so troops couldn't withstand his rampage. He hit wherever he aimed, and wherever his arrows flew, death followed. Blood mist exploded the instant his arrows pierced through, corpses tumbled at his feet, and equipment clattered to the ground. Jiang Bai's eyes glowed crimson red, the vampiric effects on his body flickering with an eerie light, like an insatiable abyss devouring all life force around him. He stood amidst the mountain of corpses like a war god bathed in the setting sun, his maniacal laughter intertwining with the whistling of arrows, sending chills down everyone's spine. Meanwhile, outside Newbie Village 33856, system-wide announcements flooded the screen. Congratulations to the player for defeating boss Slaughterer Gonzalez. Act 2 officially begins. All sealed teleportation arrays within Newbie Villages are now restored. Golden messages cascaded across the sky, announcing the reopening of passages between Newbie Villages and second-tier main cities, meaning players from different villages could now travel between them. But for Jiang Bai at this moment, all of this was merely background noise. In just 5 minutes, he had already claimed nearly 200 lives from Xiaoyao Pavilion and Cloud City. Beneath his feet lay scattered equipment and gradually cooling corpses, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Yet Jiang Bai remained oblivious to the fact that at the village entrance, the combined armies of Cloud City and Xiaoyao Pavilion were rapidly converging. In no time, a sea of black figures flooded the plaza in front of Newbie Village 33856. Cloud City Emperor and Xiaoyao Qingfeng stood side by side, their crimson eyes locked onto Jiang Bai with killing intent so intense it seemed capable of igniting the air. A rough count revealed at least 8 to 10,000 players, guild banners fluttering in the wind, with professional players making up more than half their ranks, their overwhelming presence forcing casual players to watch from a safe distance. Empty city, old dream. Come and die. The roar nearly shattered eardrums as Cloud City Emperor's face contorted with rage. If I don't kill you today, I'll cut off my own dick and feed it to the dogs. Jiang Bai seemed to finally notice them and slowly turned around. After taking in the sea of people, he flashed a sinister smile. Come on then. If you can make me drop even one piece of equipment, I'll take your surname. Either way, you might profit, but I'll never lose. The setting sun cast its slanted rays as he stood firm in the center of the blood pool, his armor reflecting blinding light. One person facing a full 8,000. 1 vs 8,000. This scene was so shocking that all the spectators nearly forgot to breathe. Something big's happening. Something really big, guys. Looks like Xiaoyao and Cloud City are going all in, determined to force Empty City Old Dream to quit the server. Act 2 has already opened, and if they don't suppress him now, they'll never get another chance. If he's really just a casual player, he's done for today. How do you fight 1 against 8,000? Wah, my idol. What a shame. Damn it, these two bastard guilds never do anything good. Empty City Old Dreams really hit rock bottom running into these two trash guilds. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves as the chatter from spectating players instantly exploded, with the excitement escalating rapidly. Some immediately hit the livestream button, desperate to get this rare spectacle trending overnight. The number of rooms on Genesis's official streaming platform surged at a visible rate, cramming in hundreds of windows broadcasting Newbie Village 33856 War within moments. 1 vs 8,000. Witnessed the birth of a new God Empty City Old Dreams. The most popular stream's provocative title, with just the 4 words Empty City Old Dreams, sent viewer numbers skyrocketing at a 4-digit growth rate. To push the atmosphere to its peak, Xiaoyao Guild and Cloud City Guild deliberately arranged several official accounts for simultaneous broadcasting, with traffic flooding in exactly the stage they had dreamed of. Meanwhile, chat channels of major top-tier guilds were also going wild. Newbie Base 101 Dragonflame Guild. Dragonflame number 8. Quick, get on the stream. Empty City Old Dreams is taking on 2 guilds solo. Dragonflame number 11. Holy crap, I love watching this kind of chaos. Dragonflame number 1 said nothing, just silently opened that hottest streaming room. Newbie Base 777 Death Star Guild. Death Star Dark Blade. So this is Empty City Old Dreams? Hey, got some guts. Death Star Little Red. Hee hee, 1 against 8,000. That's manly. Death Star by Konho, you don't know shit. He hasn't joined a guild yet. Think of a way to recruit him. How's the stream going? On the other end of the battlefield, Cloud City Emperor looked down to ask his assistant. How's it looking? Is the hype enough? Don't worry, boss. Cloud City Wildcat quickly checked the back end. Concurrent viewers have passed 100,000. Excellent. Cloud City Emperor nodded, his eyes full of ambition. Today, everyone will watch Cloud City step on Empty City Old Dreams to reach the top. Xiaoyao Qingfeng was equally high-spirited, standing beside Cloud City Emperor, gazing around, waiting for the show to begin. With the atmosphere sufficiently built up, both simultaneously raised their weapons, a pitch-black longbow and a gleaming sword. Cloud City Emperor announced loudly. Today, Cloud City and Xiaoyao join forces to eliminate Empty City Old Dreams. Anyone who dares interfere, whether looting corpses or delivering finishing blows, I, Cloud City Emperor, swear to hunt you to the ends of the earth until you quit the server. Xiaoyao Qingfeng followed immediately. Same here. Anyone who dares make a move, I, Xiaoyao Qingfeng, have plenty of ways to make you delete your character and get lost. Think it through carefully. A circle of players looked at each other uncertainly, the battlefield seemingly intimidated into temporary silence by their momentum. However, before they could fully absorb this intimidation, noisy footsteps came rumbling from the distance. 2 idiots. Go chase your damn pipe dreams. Xingqian Zhuan led Star Guild charging into the battle circle, followed by a sea of independent players. A rough count showed numbers rivaling the combined total of the 2 major guilds. Xingqian Zhuan sneered. No time like the present day. Star Guild will keep you company. Let's see if evil triumphs over good or good conquers evil. The leader of the independent players was even more indignant. Sons of bitches from Cloud City and Xiaoyao. We put up with your bullying usually, but stealing bosses and ambushing to clear areas, who the hell do you think you are? Brothers, settle scores and grudges, kill these 2 bastard guilds. The entry of Star Guild and independent players stirred up even bigger waves. More spectators were ignited with fury, raising their weapons one after another, with chat comments nearly exploding. Take them down. Empty City Old Dreams is invincible. Watching the opposing camp rapidly expand, Cloud City Emperor and Xiaoyao Qingfeng's faces instantly turned ashen. These numbers were no longer a scale they could easily crush. Newbie Village 33856 had completely descended into chaos. A fierce battle was about to erupt. At the same time, a brilliant golden light flashed across Jiang Bai's body. Warm energy surged through his blood vessels as he glanced at his attribute panel. His main attribute, agility, suddenly jumped up by 5 points. He was stunned for half a second before noticing a brand new status icon in the upper right corner of the interface. Blessing, player's main attribute 5, duration 30 minutes from player Xingqian Momo. Xingqian? Jiang Bai turned around to find that the sweet-voiced, adorable girl had somehow appeared behind him. Behind her stood about 30 priests in pristine white robes, arranged in neat formation with their staffs at the ready. Xingqian Momo noticed his gaze and looked up at him with a playful wink and mischievous smile. Hee hee, let's team up, big brother. As her words fell, she waved her staff. Fortitude, player defense 15, duration 30 minutes from player Xingqian Momo. Immediately followed by a second staff strike. Misery, player damage dealt 5, duration 30 minutes from player Xingqian Momo. At the same time, the 30 priests raised their staffs almost simultaneously, pale golden light cascading down on Jiang Bai like a waterfall. Ding ding ding, system notifications rang out densely as his buff bar instantly filled up and expanded to a second row. Even more dramatically, Other nearby players capable of casting buffs joined in. True word. Shield equal to 10 of maximum health. Blocks any damage from player Xingqian Xiaoai. Battle cry. Maximum health 250. Duration 30 minutes from player Xingqian Judy. Power strike. Attack power 5. Duration 30 minutes from player Xingqian Kawang. Brutality. Critical hit chance 3. Duration 30 minutes from player Xingqian Xiaobai. King's blessing. All attributes 5. Duration 30 minutes from player Xingqian Laodai. In just a few seconds, Jiang Bai was stacked with over a dozen different status effects, his attribute panel numbers jumping repeatedly. Having always played solo and rarely encountered buff skills, this was his first time being surrounded by buffs, and he felt slightly overwhelmed. At this moment, Xingqian Zuan shouted to him through the team channel. Brother, I've assigned Xingqian's most elite priest team to you. Every one of them knows Holy Shield charge ahead and fight to your heart's content. Everyone knew that in this battle, Kong Cheng Jiomeng was the core of the battlefield. However, Xingqian Zuan had other plans. The Xingqian Guild was currently caught awkwardly between the two major guilds, Yun Cheng and Xiao Yao. To break free from this situation, they needed to rise amid the chaos. Today was undoubtedly the best opportunity. They shared the same goals as Kong Cheng Jiomeng and had rallied a massive number of independent players. To this end, Xingqian Zuan decisively cancelled guild admission reviews, immediately accepting all applications. In a short time, thousands of independent players flooded into the Xingqian faction, all to ensure that when the real battle began, their own members wouldn't accidentally harm their allies. At this moment, Emperor Yunqing's face darkened with fury as he pointed at Xingqian Zuan and roared, "Xingqian Zuan, you're practically asking for death. Do you believe I can disband your Xingqian Guild within 3 days?" Facing the angry shouts, Xingqian Zuan raised his hand to grip his heavy sword, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Heh, asking for death? Even if I don't make a move, do you think Xiaoyao and Qingfeng will spare us? How did you act when we were fighting bosses? How have you bullied our Xingqian Guild all this time?" The brothers have been holding back this anger for more than just a day or two. Then prepare to disband your Xingqian. Xiaoyao Qingfeng lost all patience. With a wave of his arm guard, thousands of melee players roared thunderously and instantly pressed forward. "Fight!" Xingqian Zuan bellowed. As a knight, he was the first to charge with his shield raised, directly facing that sea of players. "Fight!" Thousands of independent players followed closely behind, their thunderous roars and battle cries tearing through the air. In an instant, the battlefield descended into complete chaos. Players from both sides clashed and fought in every corner, with white lights rising every second, sending people back to respawn points. Skills filled the sky like interwoven fireworks, dyeing the heavens in brilliant colors. The chaotic battle concealed Jiang Bai's figure. Without hundreds or thousands of players focusing fire on him, he was nearly invincible in small-scale combat. His longbow sang as each arrow claimed a life. His vampiric trait continuously restored his health, keeping his HP bar steady in the safe zone. The battle intensified, and within just 10 minutes, almost every player on the battlefield had dropped an average of 1 level. Jiang Bai's gaze remained locked on Emperor Yunqing and Xiaoyao Qingfeng. After confirming their positions, he drew his bowstring to full tension. The bow limbs hummed and trembled as his fighting spirit seemed ready to burst from his chest. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, his passion soaring to the heavens. Wind howled as the explosive shot precisely locked onto Emperor Yunqing. Emperor Yunqing's heart jumped as he frantically tried to retreat into the crowd. But how could he easily dodge a lock-on attack? 3 consecutive arrows pinned him to the tree trunk behind him, and immediately after, he transformed into a white light and returned to the respawn point. Instant kill. Kong Cheng Jiomeng, damn you. Seeing another level lost, Emperor Yunqing's heart bled. Holy crap, the boss died again. Poor boss. Woo-woo. You died so miserably, boss. Poor my ass. Emperor Yunqing scolded with a darkened face. Stop crying. Go kill Kong Cheng Jiomeng. At this moment, damage numbers frantically appeared above Jiang Bai's head. 1-2 miss. Single-digit damage floated densely around him. Under multiple buff effects, his maximum HP had reached over 3,400, his attack exceeded 700, and his defense approached 300. Ordinary players simply couldn't break through his defenses. Jiang Bai didn't even bother looking at this minor damage. After instantly killing Emperor Yunqing, Jiang Bai immediately pounced towards Xiaoyao Qingfeng. His movement speed was overwhelming, and Xiaoyao Qingfeng couldn't escape his range. Run? Where to? Jiang Bai sneered coldly. One aimed shot dealt nearly 1,000 damage, instantly emptying the opponent's health bar. He casually followed up with a basic attack, successfully killing Xiaoyao Qingfeng. The battlefield grew increasingly fierce and chaotic, with opportunists lurking everywhere, ready to take advantage of the mayhem. A mage erupted in fury. What the hell? Which damn assassin is trying to strip my pants off? A priest, constantly stunned by kidney strikes, wailed. Come on, buddy, stop groping and go kill someone. An assassin chuckled darkly. Ha ha ha. When it came to being perverted, assassins were unmatched. After dying twice and respawning again, the Cloud City Emperor had learned his lesson. He hid at the very back of his forces, making sure Jiang Bai couldn't reach him before issuing commands. Even in this chaos, he managed to organize several squads targeting Kong Chengjiomeng. Ranged Group 3. Target those little priests behind Kong Chengjiomeng. Kill the healers first. Xiaoyao Assassin Group 2. Follow up. His commanding tone revealed the same cunning as Xiaoyao Qingfeng. The priests on the battlefield included both those organized by Xingqian Momo and volunteers who had gathered spontaneously. In team battles, their sole responsibility was healing, and Xingqian Momo's objective was crystal clear keep Kong Chengjiomeng alive. As the two squads focused their fire on Xingqian Momo's group, the little priests immediately panicked. The 100-person protection squad that Xingqian Zuan had arranged in advance was overwhelmed, simply outnumbered by too wide a margin. Jiang Bai was in a killing frenzy, completely oblivious to the chaos behind him. Spotting the Cloud City Emperor and Xiaoyao Qingfeng emerging again, he immediately locked onto his targets. Think hiding far away will help. A predatory smile crossed his lips as he raised his longbow to a 60-degree angle. The arrowhead gathered a brilliant light, looking like a miniature sun from a distance. Eagle-eye shot. Whoosh. The slender arrow shot skyward, tracing an elegant arc across the azure sky before diving down. The rapidly spinning arrowhead carried the aura of death, growing larger and larger in the Cloud City Emperor's horrified pupils. In that moment, the arrow was no longer just an arrow in his eyes, it was Death's spear. Thunk! The iron arrow pierced through the Cloud City Emperor's right eye and burst out the back of his skull, the tremendous force pinning him to the ground. 1201. Instant kill. Xiaoyao Qingfeng, standing nearby, went pale as a sheet and literally wet himself, trembling like a leaf. Holy shit! What the hell? He stared at the Cloud City Emperor's motionless corpse, then looked up at Jiang Bai in the distance, smiling like a demon. His entire worldview began to crumble. Are you kidding me? This has got to be a joke. Hacks. This scene completely shattered his understanding of the game. They had been hiding at the very back of their forces, at least 50 yards away from Jiang Bai, thinking they were absolutely safe whilst an archer's maximum range supposed to be 30 yards? When Jiang Bai's gaze locked onto him again, Xiaoyao Qingfeng didn't hesitate for a second before turning and running. Protect me. Everyone protect me. Priests, cast Holy Shield on me right now. I'm not losing 2 more levels. Jiang Bai smiled. No wonder boss drops were always the best loot. The eagle-eye shot was a drop from the boss. When Jiang Bai hastily picked up the loot, he only caught a glimpse of the Brank archer skill label before casually learning it. He never expected it would become his lifeline at this crucial moment. Eagle-eye shot Brank. Deals 150 single target damage, doubles attack range during casting, 20-second cooldown. The damage coefficient wasn't particularly impressive, but the doubled range was absolutely game-changing. Jiang Bai had always believed that the true power of skills in Genesis lay not in their stats, but in their mechanics. After learning Eagle-eye shot, his skill bar was officially maxed out, all 5 slots occupied. To learn new abilities, he'd need to change classes and level up. After taking down the Cloud City Emperor, Jiang Bai didn't pursue Xiaoyao Qingfeng. The distance was too great, and he'd already sensed the crisis behind him. The Star Guild's priests lacked defensive capabilities, and the charging mages and assassins had instantly decimated their ranks. With healing output clearly dropping, Jiang Bai simply downed a special potion, spun around sharply, and raised his hand for a shot multi-shot. Since Xingqian Momo had already activated team mode and added Jiang Bai to the party, he didn't need to worry about his AoE hitting allies. The crowd was dense, and his first arrow locked onto at least 30 targets. The screen was instantly flooded with massive red damage numbers, with critical hit notifications flashing continuously. Exhilarating. Jiang Bai roared internally. Multi-shot was practically tailor-made for group battles. The second arrow volley continued to crit. He discovered that as long as he maintained over 20 targets, critical hits were virtually guaranteed. Then came the third shot. 3 rounds of arrow rain instantly dealt over 10,000 damage while restoring his health bar to full. Combined with the firepower from other Star Guild members, this barrage successfully stemmed the bleeding for the priest squad, while the fallen priests quickly returned to the battlefield after resurrection. In Genesis, player PvP was never about life and death. Death meant immediate revival. It was about resources, equipment, and levels. Genesis employed an almost realistic mechanic. Consecutive deaths within an hour would progressively increase revival cooldown. The first death required only 1 second to respawn, but a second death within 30 minutes meant a 10-second wait, with even longer delays afterward and no upper limit. This reminded Jiang Bai of League of Legends from his gaming days. Xingqian Zuan wasn't just fierce in combat, his trash talk was legendary. Seeing Xiaoyao Qingfeng scared into hiding in the safe zone, he immediately taunted loudly. What the hell are you Xiaoyao people even fighting for? Your leader's cowering in the safe zone, too scared to come out. Is someone like that really worth dying for? The provocation worked instantly. Shut your damn mouth. Xiao Qingfeng was hit where it hurt, but seeing his guild members' morale wavering, he had no choice but to charge out under a priest's 3-second invincibility shield. Damn it! Attack! All priests, keep those shields coming. Thus, he timidly re-entered the fray. Oh sweetheart, think a little shield makes you safe? A trace of disdain flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes. In team battles, everyone knows to prioritize targeting the enemy healers. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng had at least a full 100-priest squad backing him. Only this way could his holy shield maintain seamless coverage. The skill granted 3 seconds of invincibility with a 5-minute cooldown, so to achieve eternal shielding, 100 priests had to take turns casting without even a second's delay. But large-scale battlefields were always chaotic, making 0 mistakes nearly impossible. The moment Xiao Qingfeng stepped into the battle circle, Xingqian Zuan immediately unleashed hellfire upon that cluster of white-robed figures. Dozens of assassins suddenly went into stealth, then burst out with shield strikes. Jiang Bai's multi-shot and the mage's meteor spells followed close behind. In an instant, the priest formation was blown to smithereens, and Xiao Qingfeng's holy shield shattered into light particles without even lasting a minute. Damn it! Holy shield! Give me a holy shield! The moment his barrier disappeared, he roared at the top of his lungs. My holy, before he could finish the word shield, a piercing arrow had already gone straight through his forehead. 2321. Critical hit. Instant kill. Holy crap. The boss got one-shotted again. This is inhuman. The boss has already dropped 2 whole levels. The Xiaoyao guild members watched their leader fall, their hearts filled with terror. Incredible. Xingqian Zuan gazed at Jiang Bai, increasingly convinced he'd bet on the right horse. This was the second time. Jiang Bai calmly sheathed his bow, his expression unchanged, then turned to search for traces of Yunqing Huangdi. By his calculations, the opponent should have already respawned. However, he couldn't find his target for the moment. Yunqing Huangdi, who had been revived for several minutes, was standing at the respawn point with a dark expression, waiting until Xiao Qingfeng materialized in a flash of white light beside him. Yunqing Huangdi glanced over sideways. Finally, you're here. I've been waiting forever. What the hell? Xiao Qingfeng was seething with rage and immediately started cursing. So you were just waiting for me to die, huh? I've already dropped to level 7. Yunqing Huangdi's anger flared. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. I won't stand for it. Screw it. If you won't accept it, then let's go fight. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. Let's see how long they can hold out. Worst case, I'll drop to level 5. After saying this, Xiao Qingfeng charged toward the battlefield without looking back. Yunqing Huangdi followed close behind, both men having died twice and now nearly losing their sanity. 3 minutes later, at the respawn point, the two who had just died and revived for the 3rd time found themselves staring at each other again. Yunqing Huangdi, you finally made it. Xiao Qingfeng, I finally made it. Yunqing Huangdi, I'm level 6 now. Xiao Qingfeng, I'm level 6 too. Yunqing Huangdi, do you have anything to say? Xiao Qingfeng, not really. I just want to destroy Kongqing Jiuming completely. 5 minutes later, the two men, having lost all their equipment, stood at the respawn point once again. Yunqing Huangdi, I think we've made progress. Xiao Qingfeng, how so? Yunqing Huangdi, we lasted 5 minutes longer, which means that bastard Kongqing Jiuming is about to crack. Xiao Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly. That makes sense, bro. 10 minutes later, having lost all their equipment and dropped to level 5, the two men respawned and charged out completely naked. Having already lost everything, and with his level dropped to rock bottom, the Emperor of Yunqing had nothing left to fear. There he stood in the center of the battlefield, stark naked except for a pair of triangular underwear, veins bulging as he raised his arms and roared with wild abandon, all dignity thrown to the wind. Brothers, attack! Fight them to the death. They don't have many left. Today we must kill Kongqing Jiuming no matter what, even if we all drop to level 5, even if we lose all our equipment. Whatever it costs, I'll compensate you all. The battlefield was a hellish scene of blood and fire. Needless to say, both the Emperor of Yunqing and Xiao Qingfeng had been killed by Jiang Bai so many times they were stripped bare. Of the nearly 10,000 players from both guilds initially, fewer than 5,000 remained on the battlefield due to increasingly longer respawn times, with the rest stuck in lengthy revival countdowns. The numbers on Xingqian and the independent players' side were similar, and after accounting for those just there to cause trouble, perhaps even fewer. Those who had died repeatedly could hardly be considered combat effective even after respawning, yet neither side showed any intention of stopping. 1 hour. After a full hour of carnage, the livestream's popularity was skyrocketing. Simultaneous viewers had broken through 2 million. The chat was flying by at lightning speed. Ferrari__hand. Is this 33856 server insane? Still fighting. King_of_solo. This is passion, real passion. Makes me want to check it out myself. Hit_die. The problem is, this Kongqing Jiuming hasn't died once, right? Must have killed tens of thousands by now. Curse underscore first. Yeah, that's terrifying. Wonder what equipment he's got. Are ancient grade items really that powerful? It's underscore Kiki. You two idiots above, don't talk about my husband. James underscore MVP. Oh, when did I get a daughter-in-law I didn't know about? When are you coming home to let daddy take a look? Tough underscore tired. Oh, when did I get a granddaughter-in-law I didn't know about? When are you coming home to let grandpa take a look? Ho underscore C. Oh, when did I get a great-granddaughter-in-law I didn't know about? When are you coming to the coffin to let great-grandpa take a look? Sewer underscore beauty underscore donkey. Madam, you wouldn't want Kong Xing Juming to know about this, would you? If Jiang Bai saw these comments, he'd probably cough up blood from rage. While the chat audience was having a blast, the battlefield suddenly took a dramatic turn. No one knew where the Emperor of Yunqing had summoned reinforcements from. A guild called Defying Heaven appeared, with waves of players pouring out from the teleportation point like a tide, their banners fluttering impressively. Brothers, reinforcements are here. Seeing the overwhelming force of 3,000 Defying Heaven guild members, the Emperor of Yunqing adjusted his underwear that was sliding down to his thighs and rallied once more. Jiang Bai's heart sank. Can players from other territories teleport here now? If true, this completely changed the nature of the conflict. This was no longer just internal strife within server 33856. Should be possible now. I heard that once the boss is defeated, the teleportation array gets activated immediately. They should be able to teleport over. Damn, they can actually call for backup. Jiang Bai cursed under his breath. 3,000 fresh, full health, max level Defying Heaven Guild players frantically reinforced the battle lines, instantly tipping the scales. The 33,856 players were already battered and broken. Their levels dropped to pitiful states, their equipment either unwearable or completely destroyed, with half of them fighting completely naked. Meanwhile, the fresh Defying Heaven recruits were all fully equipped and at full strength. How could they possibly fight this? In an instant, the battlefield became completely one-sided as the heaven-defying guild steamrolled through like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Spells and blade flashes intertwined while roars and the clash of metal rang out continuously. The air was thick with the scent of flames and potions. Ha ha ha, brothers from heaven defying, thank you. Xiaoyao Qingfeng stood on the high ground, waving his folding fan as his voice boomed through the guild channel. After today's battle, all the equipment dropped on the battlefield is yours. Consider it my token of gratitude. Ha ha, Nitian Quanglong slapped his chest armor and laughed thunderously. It's just lending a hand. I've long heard that Kongqing Juming from server 33856 was formidable, but now it seems he's nothing special. Brothers, crush them. Whoever takes down Kongqing Juming's gear gets 50 gold from me. Xingchen Zwen was so furious his veins bulged as he cursed in the guild channel. Xiaoyao Qingfeng, you backstabbing bastard. Have you no shame left? What do I need shame for? Xiaoyao Qingfeng covered his lips with his fan, laughing brazenly. Ha ha ha. Kongqing Juming, whether you want to die or not, you're dying today. Yunqing Huangdi felt as if he'd been injected with strong liquor, practically bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai Kongqing Juming remained silent throughout. Wave after wave of fireballs, poison arrows, and charges hammered into him. His health never reached full again, stuck hovering around 30 as healing couldn't keep up. Looks like I'm going to die once today and drop a level, he thought clearly, yet remained calm. Suddenly, he glanced sideways at Xingchen Momo nearby. The girl had only 7 health left and was hiding behind some ruins, secretly drinking a purplered potion. Noticing his gaze, she looked up and gave him a gentle smile. Why are you peeking at me, big brother? Thank. Jiang Bai had barely uttered one word when sudden chaos erupted. A stun marker appeared above Xingchen Momo's head as a heaven-defying guild rogue broke stealth, his dagger gleaming coldly. With a swift strike, the fragile healer's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Xingchen Momo was killed in one hit. Xingchen Momo is down. Xingchen Momo is down. Server 33,850 SIXS top priest has been killed. The system announcement scrolled across the entire battlefield. The Xingchen members' hearts sank, while the Xiaoyao and Yunqing teams erupted in thunderous cheers. They knew all too well Kongqing Jiuming and Xingchen Momo were the twin cores of this battle. Damn it! The usually composed Jiang Bai's eyes turned blood red. He triggered explosive shot, and his arrow, wreathed in flames, instantly pierced through the rogue who had less than 500 health remaining. The assassin collapsed immediately. However, the battle situation showed no signs of turning around. The priest team behind Xingchen Momo was also swept away one after another, and Jiang Bai's health bar plummeted like a roller coaster. The heaven-defying guild's specially assigned 500-man squad clung to him relentlessly, every skill, every crowd control effect, all aimed at him. 4, 3, 2. When his health dropped to just 1, the entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Countless eyes fixed on that last sliver of crimson, even forgetting to breathe. Kongqing Jiuming was about to die. Would his divine weapon drop? In that split second, a golden holy shield appeared without warning around Jiang Bai. deflecting all incoming damage with a resounding bang. Following immediately were several precisely placed healing spells that forcibly raised his health back above 50. Jiang Bai turned around, only to hear a thunderous roar from behind that shook the entire battlefield. Tang Dynasty forces, focus fire on Yunqing, Xiaoyao, and Heaven Defying. Beat them to death. Soon after, waves of players poured out from the safe zone in endless streams. In just moments, the dark mass of heads formed a torrent of steel under the setting sun, their momentum even more ferocious and organized than the recently assembled tens of thousands from the Xiaoyao and Yunqing guilds, resembling a rigorously trained regular army. Detang. When those two words exploded through the channel into everyone's ears, the scene fell silent for an instant. Immediately after, almost all spectating players searched their minds for information about Detang, their expressions shifting from bewilderment to ashen in remarkably uniform fashion. Holy shit, it's actually fucking Detang. Isn't that the Detang Guild sponsored by Detang Industrial Group? I've heard of them. Detang has a professional esports team. Incredible, they actually brought in Detang. My idol is in there. Detang. It's really Detang. I can see Detang Wuzue and Detang Xiaodian. So Detang is behind Kongqing Jumeng? I knew it. Such a fierce player couldn't possibly be a solo player. That explains everything. They're screwed. Xiaoyao and Yunqing are done for. What can these two backwater local guilds possibly do against Detang? Voices surged like a swarm, and the live stream audience, originally in the millions, doubled instantly. All cameras focused on that Detang battle flag, the dark red background with golden totems outlined in the wind. 5,000 elite troops arranged like wolves, their eyes blazing with the desire to tear apart everything in their path. On the other side, the expressions of Xiaoyao Qingfeng and Yunqing Huangdi were even more spectacular. Confusion, shock, terror completing the entire emotional roller coaster in mere seconds. Detang. Upon seeing the character name, Detang Wuzue, Yunqing Huangdi's hands trembled so much he couldn't hold his staff. Xiaoyao Qingfeng was even more dramatic, his sword clanging to the ground as cold light scattered at his feet. Their panic wasn't hard to understand. While the Tang Guild wasn't among China's absolute top tier, it had already touched the edges of professional gaming circles with their own professional team, brand, and distinguished reputation. In comparison, Xiaoyao and Yunqing were merely locally famous regional guilds. Facing such a semi-professional team was like chickens meeting eagles. If Nitian Guild's 3,000 were considered elite troops, then Detang's 5,000 at this moment were bloodthirsty wolves. The battlefield situation tilted again at a visible speed, transforming the three-way standoff into one-sided psychological domination. Yunqing Huangdi and Xiaoyao Qingfeng's faces turned liver-colored as all their strategies instantly collapsed. To make matters worse, Nitian Quanglong was sneakily shouting in the guild channel. All brothers. All brothers. Anyone who can disengage, disengage immediately. Those who can't, just run and teleport back to town. We can't fight this battle. With that said, under the dumbfounded gaze of the two guild leaders, Nitian Guild's 3,000 elite troops said nothing. Those who could disengage immediately pulled out return stones. Those still in combat desperately tried to break free from battle. This isn't right, brother. Watching Nitian Quanglong bathe in the teleportation light back to the city, Emperor Yunqing's heart was bleeding. This Nitian Guild was a group of real-life friends he had hastily recruited, costing him a staggering 1 million in fees to convince them to help. The 500,000 deposit had already been paid, but now he could only watch it go down the drain. Screw this. From within the teleportation light, Nitian Quanglong erupted in fury with a string of curses. FCKU. Do you think I'm an idiot? Why didn't you tell me beforehand that they had Detang backing them? You made me come here to die for nothing? You bastard, go to hell. Before his words even finished, he turned and struck down Emperor Yunqing, who had already been beaten down to level 5 with barely any health left, sending him crashing to the ground once more. This single blow effectively sealed the death sentence for the Yunqing faction. The remaining Nitian members and the scattered survivors from both Yunqing and Xiaoyao Guild stood no chance against the elite forces of Detang Guild. No one had expected the tide of battle to turn, and turn so dramatically at that. At this stage, most members of Xiaoyao and Yunqing were stuck with lengthy respawn timers, unable to immediately return to the battlefield after death. In contrast, Detang Wuzue, equipped with the full set of top-tier gear generously sponsored by Jiang Bai, summoned massive firewalls and area effect spells at the center of the battlefield. The sea of flames rolled and surged. Any player who stepped into it would watch their health bar drop chunk by chunk, as if being sliced away. Damn, mages are so satisfying for crowd control. I should have rolled a mage from the start. Jiang Bai watched as Detang Wuzue alternated between firewalls and ice roars, his eyes turning red with envy, practically drooling with jealousy. In less than 20 minutes, the situation was completely settled. Detang Wuzue didn't even need to deliver the finishing blows personally. The raging battle had been thoroughly extinguished. After Emperor Yunqing and Xiaoyao Qingfeng were killed once more, seeing no hope of victory and with faces dark as thunder, they simply logged off. Their mental defenses had completely collapsed. Originally, Jiang Bai had wanted to camp these two trash players for a few more kills, but they didn't give him the chance. Both Yunqing and Xiaoyao guilds suffered devastating losses, while Nitian Guild lost everything and more. Star Coast's people also paid a heavy price, but they gained two valuable rewards: rising fame and several thousand casual players who had come for this massive battle and might stick around. Sweet victory indeed. Thank you, brother. Jiang Bai sheathed his weapon, looking at the magnificently equipped mage before him. Detong withered with surprise and delight. The man had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a scruffy beard, radiating a rugged masculine charm. Detong Wuzue raised his hand and patted Jiang Bai's shoulder, laughing heartily. You supported me with so much top-tier equipment, so when my brother was in trouble, I naturally had to come and back you up. Well, Jiang Bai opened his mouth, feeling a warm current surge through his chest, and said modestly, to be honest, it was just a mutually beneficial exchange, hardly worth calling it a favor. No, 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 brother, don't say that. Detong Wuzue's tone grew serious. If I had put that equipment directly up for auction, not only would the prices be higher, but I might not even have been able to get it. You really helped me out big time, so this little favor was a must. Besides, we just finished a boss fight, and we're bored out of our minds anyway, so we just came over for a good fight, huh? With that, the great battle of the newbie village finally came to an end. The fate of the Yunqing and Xiaoyao guilds could be summed up in one word: crushing defeat. They had plotted for so long, thinking their plan was foolproof, only to come away empty-handed. They failed to steal the boss, failed to kill Jiang Bai, lost equipment and levels, and completely ruined their guild's reputations in the process. If you had to describe it, you could only say their losses were catastrophic. However, from another perspective, games never have permanent winners or losers. Dead characters can be revived, lost equipment can be farmed again, and dropped levels can be regained through practice. Jiang Bai knew full well that Yunqing Huangdi and Xiaoyao Qingfeng would definitely make a comeback. But that was exactly what made the game so appealing. What man doesn't dream of the thrilling world of martial arts where grudges are settled with swift justice? The only certainty was that for quite some time, these two guilds would have to lay low. Today's crushing defeat would cost them at least a third of their members. In contrast, the Xingqian Guild was celebrating wildly. They had bet on the right horse. Xingqian Zuan watched the flood of membership applications and was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. When the battle ended, the scattered equipment on the ground formed small mountains. Calling it worth millions was no exaggeration. To thank Xingqian Zuan and Detong Wuzue for their support, Jiang Bai took almost nothing, letting the two guilds freely loot the battlefield. He only picked up two fine-grade pieces of equipment dropped by Yunqing Huangdi and Xiaoyao Qingfeng. At least they could be sold for some money. He didn't even glance at the rest. Solo players had already suffered heavy losses and desperately needed this equipment to recover. Detong Wuzue had limited interest in this miscellaneous loot, so they generously gave most of the spoils to Xingqian Guild and the solo players. As a result, not only did they recover all their losses, but they also made a hefty profit. After the fierce battle, Jiang Bai, Detong Wuzue, Xingqian Zuan, and Xingqian Momo found a large tree and sat in its shade to chat. I really can't thank you all enough for today. Jiang Bai looked at the three people beside him and spoke sincerely. Although Xingqian Guild had their own agenda, Yunqing and Xiaoyao had primarily targeted him, so Xingqian's assistance had indeed been invaluable. Cut the sappy talk, just remember to give me good equipment when you find it. Detong Wuzue waved his hand dismissively, characteristically direct. Absolutely. Xingqian Zuan shook hands firmly with Jiang Bai, officially marking their proper introduction. I've been fed up with those two guilds for ages. If they hadn't pushed me today, I wouldn't have gone this big. When it came to Xingqian Momo, the girl was quietly lost in thought, only looking up with a smile when she felt Jiang Bai's gaze. That casual moment of stunning beauty seemed to dim all the light around them. Big brother, don't just say thanks, you should take me leveling when you have time. Her voice was soft and sweet, yet she made her request sound perfectly natural. Meanwhile, Detong Wuzue and Xingqian Zuan were also exchanging names. He had seen Zuan's fierce fighting during his live stream, and now gave him quite a high evaluation. I saw you during the stream, very brave. Hee, I hope you'll look after me in the future, brother Tang. Xingqian Zuan nervously rubbed his hands together, his bootlicking attitude completely exposed. After the pleasantries, Jiang Bai voiced the question that had been puzzling him. How did you guys get here? Can you actually teleport now? Yes, we can teleport. Detong Wuzue nodded. Once you clear the boss battle, the teleportation array opens up immediately. You can teleport from our location to the third-tier main city, and from there you can travel to any beginner settlement. You didn't know that? No idea. Jiang Bai smiled wryly and shrugged. We've been non-stop fighting since we finished the boss here. Haven't had time to visit the third-tier main city. After a pause, he couldn't help but ask, so how's it going? Have you experienced the second chapter content yet? Experienced my ass. Datang Wuzue mumbled through the grass stem hanging from his mouth. Right now the third-tier main city is just an empty shell. Only the teleportation arrays work, everything else is useless. The developers haven't had time to update it yet. Some settlements still haven't even finished their boss fights. Give it another half hour at most, and the whole server will need maintenance again. That's when the second chapter will actually go live. I heard all the leaderboards will launch together, and the developers will upload the second chapter materials to the official website at the same time. He gave a thumbs up while speaking. But I'll tell you what, after staying in that little beginner village for so long, stepping into the third-tier main city for the first time was pretty impressive. The city gates are 3 stories taller than these crappy wooden fences. No news about the second chapter at all. Jiang Bai felt inevitably disappointed. Nope. Datang Wuzue shook his head. Even the second-tier main cities are still empty shells, gotta wait for maintenance to finish. Though I did hear through the grapevine that they're adding new equipment slots, supposedly pretty powerful stuff. Nobody knows the specifics yet. While the two were talking, golden announcements scrolled across the system channel. Congratulations to Settlement 11241 for successfully killing Slaughterer Gonzalez and achieving victory in the Demon Invasion event. Congratulations to Settlement 83885 for successfully killing Slaughterer Gonzalez and achieving victory in the Demon Invasion event. One settlement after another erupted in cheers at the final moment, filling the entire channel with celebratory noise. As the dust settled, Datang Wuzue suddenly stared straight at Jiang Bai with the intensity of a starving wolf eyeing meat, making Jiang Bai's scalp tingle. Wait. Jiang Bai instinctively stepped back. Bro, why are you looking at me like that? Datang Wuzue kicked at him. Stop playing dumb. You know exactly why I'm here. Come on, bring out all the good stuff the boss dropped. In this boss battle, Jiang Bai was undoubtedly the biggest winner. 1. Kill reward. 2. Agility, 1 constitution. 2. Second kill bonus, 2 free attribute points. Getting 5 attribute points for free, Jiang Bai allocated both free points to agility. 3. Experience points shot him straight to level 11. 4. Datang Wuzue's timely arrival saved him from 1 death, preventing a level drop. The other players didn't do badly either. Everyone received 2 free attribute points and a kill reward package, with some even obtaining lucky strike treasure chests. But the real highlight was the boss loot that Jiang Bai claimed exclusively. He'd been too rushed when collecting the items to examine them carefully. Now he finally had time to open his inventory, and brilliant golden light practically overflowed from the slots. No wonder it's a siege boss. The drops are incredible. Jiang Bai gasped, his fingers sliding over each piece of equipment and item as his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and see what dropped. Datang Wuzue and Xingqian Zuan couldn't wait any longer and urged him on. The lucky treasure chests rewarded him with 2 items, while dealing the most damage earned him a supreme treasure chest. The final blow also granted Jiang Bai a new title, Last Hit Master. This freshly acquired Last Hit Master title came with the Ancient Constitution trait, boosting all 5 core attributes by 5. Strength, agility, intelligence, spirit, and even the rare Last Hit attribute were all enhanced. When a target's health dropped below 10, his damage would increase by an additional 5. Even more valuable was the second effect, Focus, which extended his attack range by a full 5 yards. Damn, it actually increases range. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. 5 yards might not sound intimidating, but in actual combat, it often meant the difference between being able to kite enemies or secure the first strike, literally a matter of life and death. As for that 5 execution damage bonus, while the numbers looked impressive on paper, he'd have to test it in battle to see the real benefits. Of course, this title wasn't unique to the entire server. Jiang Bai knew that the vast world of Genesis contained thousands upon thousands of hidden achievements, and what he'd obtained so far probably didn't even amount to 1% of the total. He recalled a recent system announcement: someone had miraculously survived a fatal fall and earned the accidental fall title. Even more absurd was a player who specifically slaughtered chickens in the newbie village, managing to kill exactly 1,000 to unlock the disturbingly named Chicken Slaughter Maniac achievement. The rewards were supposedly quite good, even including unexpected surprises, which made Jiang Bai's heart itch with curiosity, though he'd never found the time to try it himself. The system seemed to have no objection to such dark gameplay. Once the announcement went live, newbie villages worldwide instantly erupted into chaos. Sheep, pigs, cows, horses, whether they could fight back or not, players wiped them all out within 3 seconds. NPCs lived in constant fear, and the bloodstains at street corners never seemed to dry. Yet strangely, the achievement list only contained Chicken Slaughter Maniac, with no Cow Slaughter Maniac or Horse Slaughter Maniac. No one could explain why. The world of Genesis never lacked bizarre stories. One devastatingly handsome player actually managed to win over the village chief's granddaughter through sheer charisma, earning the Irresistible Charm title on the spot. This caused a global sensation, and the village chief's doorstep was nearly trampled by players seeking romance advice. This was precisely what made the game so captivating. After reviewing the title's attributes, Jiang Bai didn't rush to open the chests. Instead, he pulled out the boss's loot from his inventory. The first thing that caught his eye was the gold. He'd only had 7 coins before the fight, but now the number had jumped to 22, meaning the boss had dropped 15 gold coins alone. 150,000 credits. I've actually earned quite a bit since starting the game. My total earnings probably broke into 6 figures long ago. Jiang Bai mentally calculated, then immediately sighed. But he just couldn't save any money because his expenses were too high. The Genesis Heart's combined equipment is indeed powerful, but behind it lies the support of countless wealth and resources to obtain such items. As a solo player, Jiang Bai simply didn't have the financial power to compete head-to-head with major guilds, so whenever money could solve a problem, he never hesitated to spend it. At this moment, he opened his inventory to check the spoils of war. The first thing that caught his eye was the materials section. 1. Boss Soul Crystal 3. 2. Skill Enhancement Scroll 5. 3. Head of Slaughterer Gonzalez Quest Item. Triggers hidden quest upon use. Required level 15. Next, a row of gleaming golden new items stood out, particularly Magic Crystal or 15. Item description: Act 2 content material, currently unknown. Oh, making it so mysterious? Jiang Bai muttered to himself, shaking his head. Can't reveal it now? However, he quickly shifted his attention away. The large drop quantity clearly indicated it wasn't particularly rare. However, the next material was even more outrageous. Genesis Fragment. The item description was simply a string of... Good grief, this is even more mysterious than the Magic Crystal ore, and the name contains Genesis. Could it be related to the Genesis Heart? Jiang Bai scratched his head, unable to figure it out despite much thought, so he had to set it aside for now. He prepared to spend his reputation points first to upgrade the Genesis Heart. With his original 500 reputation points plus the 500 points rewarded for killing the boss, he had exactly 1,000 points, meeting the upgrade requirements. What will the fourth trait be? Full of anticipation, Jiang Bai clicked the upgrade button, and the system's cold prompt immediately popped up. Act 2 content not yet available. Genesis Heart cannot be upgraded. Damn it, Jiang Bai was stunned. Clearly, the Genesis Heart's fourth trait was tied to Act 2, but since that act wasn't open yet, he could only give up. With everyone constantly urging him, he had to shift his gaze to the 3 skill books lined up in his inventory. Strictly speaking, for books, but he had already learned Eagle Eye Shooting. The first book, Assassin, a rank AoE skill Blade Fan. Skill description: Instant cast, throws weapon at all targets within 8-yard radius, dealing 85 physical attack damage. Jiang Bai clicked his tongue in amazement. Same a rank AoE skill. Ours only has 80 bonus, but assassins get 85. If this isn't favoritism, what is? As he finished speaking, he tossed the skill book directly to Xingqian Zuan. Give this to your guild's assassin brothers as compensation. They died quite a bit today. The second book had a completely different cover. Color strength skill Hellfire. Class requirement: Mage class. Skill description: Summons Scorching Firewall, dealing 80 magic damage to all targets within 8-yard range, and applying a burning buff lasting 30 seconds, adding 2 of caster's spell attack damage per second. Passive attribute: Intelligence increased by 1. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. Holy cow, if a mage gets this skill, wouldn't they be able to destroy heaven and earth? +1 intelligence bonus, absolutely overpowered. With that said, he turned to look at Datong Wuzue with a mischievous grin. Jiang Bai directly posted the skill description for Hellfire. Bro, my dear bro. The moment the skill description appeared, Datong Wuzue pounced on Jiang Bai like a fierce tiger, excitedly patting his shoulders. Hurrah, I'll take it. Jiang Bai ignored his bear hug and casually tossed the strength skill book, which glowed with a dark red luster, onto the ground. What are you doing? Datong Wuzue was stunned. What's this about, brother? Giving it to you. Jiang Bai scratched his head, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. I'm leaving the skill here. Pick it up if you want it, or wait for the system to refresh it away. Holy crap, you. Datong Wuzue's shrewd mind quickly caught on to Jiang Bai's intention. If they used the trade system, he'd have to pay money, but once he offered payment, Kongsheng Juming Jiang Bai would definitely refuse, and the trade would be stuck. If they used mail instead, the same logic applied. Both gold and skills could be returned. He had just been calculating how to buy rather than freeload, but he never expected Jiang Bai to use the most straightforward method. Brother, this isn't appropriate. It's too valuable. What's inappropriate about it? Jiang Bai said calmly. Take it quickly. It's just game stuff, nothing compared to your support for me. Datong Wuzue wasn't one to be overly modest. Seeing Jiang Bai's firm attitude, he bent down to pick up the hefty skill book and waved it at Jiang Bai. Brother, I won't waste words with empty pleasantries. I'll remember this favor. Stop being so sentimental, bro. Jiang Bai glanced at him with disgust. This scene was witnessed entirely by Xingqian Zuan and Xingqian Momo. When Xingqian Zuan caught sight of that strength skill book, his eyes nearly bulged like copper bells. Seeing Jiang Bai casually give it away made his heart tremble. Holy shit. And shrank skill A. He never even seen one before, and he just gave it away. His gaze toward Jiang Bai immediately filled with more admiration. Definitely hadn't bet on the wrong person. Xingqian Momo, sitting obediently nearby, looked up with her bright, sparkling eyes full of appreciation. She blinked and pouted playfully. What about me? Big brother. I worked so hard healing you. Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Her voice stopped abruptly, and her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple as she quickly lowered her head. Here's this. Jiang Bai handed over another skill book. Sacred Word. When used on friendly targets, dispels all negative buffs on the target and restores 120 of spell attack as health. Healing can critically hit, and if a critical hit is triggered, the target recovers an additional 130 of spell attack as health. If it critically hits again, the target continues to recover 150 of spell attack as health, with a maximum of 3 bounces. When used against enemy targets, it deals 150 spell attack damage. If it critically hits, it deals an additional 160 spell damage. If it critically hits again, it continues to deal 180 spell damage, with a maximum of 3 bounces. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill passive, 1 spell critical hit rate. Reading the skill description, Xingqian Momo couldn't help but gape in amazement, first in shock, then in bewilderment. She shared the skill description and stood up, looking at Xingqian Zhuan with uncertainty, clearly unsure how to value such a precious item. Xingqian Zhuan licked his dry lips, seeing the desire hidden in his sister's eyes. This was simply the strongest single-target healing and damage skill for priests at this stage. The value of this skill book far exceeded that of the previous Hellfire tome. Maybe we shouldn't take this skill book? It's too valuable. It's not for you anyway, so don't flatter yourself, Jiang Bai said, handing the skill to Xingqian Momo. Thank you for the healing earlier. But Xingqian Momo firmly shook her little head. I can't take it. It's too valuable. Just pretend what I said earlier was a joke. I didn't say it was free. Name your price. Seeing Xingqian Momo's innocent demeanor, Jiang Bai found this girl absolutely adorable. We can't afford it. Our small guild doesn't have that much money. My brother and I together are only worth about 10 gold coins. You should put it up for auction. All right, deal. 10 gold coins it is. Huh. Xingqian Momo looked up, staring at Jiang Bai in surprise. This. Go ahead and learn it. Besides, I'm not letting you learn it for free. You'll have to heal me properly from now on. Ah. Xingqian Momo blushed again, but didn't avoid Jiang Bai's intense gaze. Instead, she met his eyes boldly, her bright eyes showing a hint of mischief. Brother, could you please not talk so crudely? The crude one isn't me, but your dirty minds, huh? Jiang Bai laughed. The skill was just an appetizer. The 3 pieces of equipment that followed were the main course. Sure enough, the event-level demon boss dropped an ancient-grade bow for Jiang Bai. Fallen One's reverse feather flame longbow ancient. Physical attack, 121. Agility, 18. Strength, 14. Attack damage, 3. Flame, fire attribute attacks deal an additional 5 physical attack fire damage to targets. Windbreaker. Each critical hit increases attack speed by 10 for 6 seconds, stackable up to 5 times. Looking at this longbow's attributes, Jiang Bai was practically drooling. This was a weapon with a completely different focus from his current longbow. The incredibly high stats went without saying. Unlike his current bow, this one leaned heavily toward offense. Whether it was the flame or windbreaker effects, both were highly aggressive. Flame basically offset cutting, while windbreaker couldn't be compared to frost since one was crowd control through slowing, and the other was attack speed stacking, both excellent attributes. It just depended on Jiang Bai's choice. The only regrettable thing was that this longbow had 3 attack damage rather than 3 critical hit rate. Since Jiang Bai planned to go with a critical build, switching to this longbow would make him miss that 3 critical rate dearly. If only these 2 longbow's attributes could be combined somehow. After much deliberation, Jiang Bai didn't equip this excellent longbow, but stored it in his warehouse instead. After all, there was no rush. He could study it more when he had time. Besides the ancient weapon, there were 2 epic-grade items, a cloth armor for mages and a knight's shield, both with excellent attributes. The shield naturally went to Xingqian Zhuan again, and the cloth armor went to Xingqian Momo. Looking at it this way, Jiang Bai barely gained anything from the entire boss fight. The items he gave away were worth at least 200 gold coins. But Jiang Bai felt he had gained something that money couldn't measure. Xingqian Zhuan had mobilized his entire guild strength, serving as a meat shield and providing cover regardless of losses. Xingqian Momo, the #1 priest of server 33856, had dropped from first place after dying 3 times. In the critical moment, Datong Wuzue had rushed thousands of miles to bring 5,000 brothers to help. These were things beyond repayment, things that couldn't be measured with money. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead, endless good equipment to obtain, and endless money to earn. The key was that when giving away these items, Jiang Bai felt inexplicably great, incredibly satisfied. And did Jiang Bai really gain nothing? Setting aside this ancient longbow for now, The final blow had directly given him 500 reputation points, bringing his total to 1,000 and allowing him to upgrade his Genesis heart again. Jiang Bai's gaze fell on the last item the boss had dropped in his inventory. It was a black envelope icon. Item name, Hidden Class Quest Clue Item. Item description, upon opening the envelope, you can randomly obtain a specialized clue for a hidden class. Jiang Bai held the envelope in his palm, weighing its significance in his mind. Though it was light as a feather, it was worth more than any ancient-grade equipment. Equipment would eventually become obsolete with new updates, but hidden classes would only grow stronger as the game progressed. The second act was about to begin, and the vast hidden class system was on the horizon. This thin envelope, more than any flashy weapon, would determine one's future potential. Even a fool could see that. He wasn't sure if every siege boss in the newbie settlements would drop this type of envelope. Even if it was a guaranteed drop, with billions of players worldwide, there were only tens of thousands of envelopes to fight over, meaning whoever got one would likely become among the first batch of hidden class players server-wide, with obvious glory and prestige. For this very reason, Xingqian Zhuan and Momo firmly refused to take the envelope. Both understood that their friendship with Jiang Bai couldn't yet bear such a precious gift. As for Datong Wuzue, he mysteriously told Jiang Bai that he had personally killed the boss in his village too, and it had also dropped the same envelope. So you're saying this thing is a guaranteed drop? Jiang Bai wondered. No. Datong Wuzue shook his head. From what I know, it only has a chance to drop. The probability isn't high, but it's definitely not low either. Just then, a system announcement popped up. Maintenance update in 10 minutes. All players will be forcibly logged off. The demon siege had completely ended, and the results were mixed. Surprisingly, a third of the newbie settlements had failed to defeat their bosses, an alarmingly high failure rate. Jiang Bai wasn't in a hurry to log off. He took out 2 lucky treasure chests. Lucky treasure chest gold coins. Item description, upon opening, randomly obtain 199 gold coins. Seeing this description, Jiang Bai shuddered. Anyone who had played games from that certain company understood the sinister meaning behind 199. 99.999 of the probability almost always pointed to 1. Was Genesis the same way? He clicked open, and a miniature lottery machine appeared before him. Numbers spun rapidly for a full 10 seconds before stopping at 28. Not bad, barely acceptable. Jiang Bai happily collected the 28 gold coins, instantly raising his wealth to 50 coins. The second chest was lucky treasure chest materials, which randomly dropped different types and quantities of materials. In the end, he only got a skill enhancement scroll. Sure enough, Lady Luck only smiled once. The 99.999 curse always lurked in the shadows. The main event was the Supreme Treasure Chest exclusive to the top damage dealer. No matter how stingy the system was, it couldn't make the first place reward fought for among tens of thousands of players disappointing. Jiang Bai took a deep breath and confirmed opening it. Congratulations on opening the Supreme Treasure Chest. You have obtained 8 gold coins, 4,883 copper coins converted based on damage, 1 damage 1 copper coin, and 1 random class appropriate level weapon treasure chest. Another treasure chest. Level 10 weapon chest. Supreme item description. Upon opening, randomly grants 1 level 10 epic to ancient grade weapon equipment. Holy crap, Jiang Bai stared at the screen, his heart pounding. Minimum epic, maximum ancient. This was pure profit. He took a deep breath and clicked open. Congratulations on opening level 10 weapon chest supreme grade. You have obtained ancient grade weapon flood dragon venomous sting ancient. Ancient grade. Jiang Bai nearly jumped out of his gaming pod. He immediately checked his character panel. Exactly 1,000 reputation points. Just needed to save up 1 more Genesis heart to craft legendary equipment genuine orange gear. The equipment stats popped up. Nether venomous sting ancient. Physical attack 127. Agility 18. Strength 16. Physical attack 2. Bleeding passive. 5 chance to trigger bleeding on attack. Target loses 2 of physical attack as health per second for 30 seconds. Backstab. 10 damage increase when attacking from behind. An assassin's dream weapon. Jiang Bai estimated in his mind. Market price conservatively starting at 50 gold coins. But he had no intention of selling after all. Crafting legendary equipment required at least 3 unknown. Keeping it was more worthwhile, he'd decide after maintenance ended. After organizing his inventory, he saw bright red countdown text appear on screen. System shutting down soon. With 2 minutes left, Jiang Bai hesitated briefly before clicking withdraw 18 gold coins, equivalent to 180,000 yuan. His bag still had 40 gold coins remaining. Though it hurt a bit, since it was all hard-earned money. Playing games to make money is for spending. After deducting the 1 transaction fee, his bank account notification showed 178,200 yuan deposited, balance instantly becoming 178,255.64 yuan. Damn, Jiang Bai looked at those numbers, feeling both helpless and amused. Yesterday his entire fortune was only 55 yuan. Logged off. The pod cover lifted. He climbed out and paced barefoot around the room. picking up his phone to settle accounts. Ant credit installment, 17,822 yuan paid off in full. WeBank loan, 9,544 yuan also cleared. 2. Payment successful, notifications popped up, the weight on his chest finally lifted. Next, he transferred 6,000 yuan to his landlord, settling a full year's rent at once. After finishing all this, Jiang Bai stretched and decided to get a good meal. 6 hours of maintenance meant the update would definitely be substantial. Meanwhile, at Muse Bar in S City, under dim lights and deafening music, men and women unleashed their hormones freely on the dance floor. In the corner booth, a man with slicked back hair kept his head low and eyes down, nodding and bowing throughout his conversation with a buzzcut man wearing earrings beside him. Getting excited in their chat, the earring man raised his hand to interrupt. You're certain his divine weapon can deal 5,000 damage? Absolutely. The slicked hair man's voice rose, spittle flying. There's video online, and our guild battle was live-streamed too. Didn't you watch it, brother you? Heh. The buzzcut man snorted lightly, exhaling smoke. I don't have time to watch players at your level. Only empty city old dreams is worth my attention. Give me details. The slicked hair man immediately launched into a vivid description while the buzzcut man maintained an air of indifference throughout. Only after hearing everything did he nod, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Fine. After server launch, merge your guild under our subsidiary. I want to personally meet this empty city old dreams. That divine weapon interests me greatly. Yes, yes. The slicked hair man nodded repeatedly, then whispered a reminder. Brother you, be careful. He has good relations with Great Tang. Great Tang? The buzzcut man's lips curved into a mocking smile. What kind of trash is Great Tang? Jiang Bai rented a place in the urban village just outside the school campus. This area, nestled right against the university, was a patchwork of buildings that somehow had everything you could need: convenience stores, internet cafes, and barbecue stalls all in one strip. When the neon lights came alive at night, it was even livelier than the campus itself. The summer evening air was thick with the scent of mosquito repellent and charcoal smoke, and there was nothing more satisfying than enjoying cold beer with grilled skewers, which was exactly Jiang Bai's plan for tonight. Walking along the street, almost everyone sitting on their little plastic stools was talking about Genesis. Yesterday, scientists from multiple countries had jointly released a report stating that logging into Genesis could invisibly enhance human potential and physical ability. Some people had even doubled their strength. I heard about this, and it's probably true. I can feel myself getting stronger. The government is encouraging everyone to play Genesis. Now there must be deeper reasons behind it. I heard there are even bigger secrets involved, but who knows? The chatter was constant, voices rising and falling in animated discussion. These conversations sounded particularly clear to Jiang Bai because he was experiencing these enhancements firsthand. Not only had his strength dramatically increased, but his speed perception was even more remarkable. In just 2 days, it felt like the world had been switched to slow motion: the flutter of insects' wings under streetlights, the swaying of pedestrians' sleeves, every detail seemed frozen in time. This disorienting sense of temporal displacement reminded him of the legendary cultivation stories. He strolled leisurely to his usual barbecue stall and chose a corner table. On the table sat cucumber salad and peanuts, with 2 bottles of ice-cold beer sweating condensation down their sides. He scratched his head and gave a self-deprecating smile. Eating barbecue alone, is this the highest level of loneliness? Yet this was one of the rare moments when he felt truly at ease. Around him, plastic cups clinked crisply, charcoal crackled and popped, and people laughed and chatted loudly. But in front of the young man, his beer sparkled with crystalline foam while his gaze grew increasingly contemplative. His thoughts churned, pulling him back 2 years. Back then, Jiang Bai had been a spirited freshman, full of hope for the future. His childhood friend and sweetheart, Jiang Weiwei, had entered this prestigious university with him, and he had dreamed of their college life together. But halfway through the first semester, the beautiful and outstanding Jiang Weiwei caught the attention of their classmate Wang Ku, the top student. Wang Ku pursued Jiang Weiwei openly while secretly targeting Jiang by intimidation, threats, bribes, every trick in the book, eventually escalating to public humiliation. Jiang Bai endured it all, but he never expected to be brought down by his most trusted roommates. Wang Ku had quietly slipped each roommate 10,000 yuan, and together they framed Jiang Bai for cheating during final exams. With ironclad evidence, the school issued an expulsion notice that very day. Destroying a college student's unlimited future potential had cost merely 10,000 per person. In that moment, Jiang Bai's world nearly collapsed. His mother always said, "Treat others with kindness, and good things will come back to you." So he had always been the most helpful and cheerful person in the dorm. But reality's dark side was colder than he had ever imagined. Even more crushing was learning later that Jiang Weiwei had been secretly involved with Wang Ko all along, had simply been an obstacle to be discarded. After being expelled, Jiang Bai was devastated but couldn't bring himself to go home. How could he face his parents after being kicked out? How could he possibly explain what had happened? Left with no choice, Jiang Bai rented a small room near the school, pretending he was still a student while living in darkness. During that period, he would leave every morning with his backpack, duck into an alley near campus, then circle back to his rental. He'd draw the tattered curtains, turn off his phone, and curl up in the corner of his bed that was despair, though even he couldn't fully explain it. Looking back now, Jiang Bai still couldn't completely let it go, but he sighed softly. Well, at least things are better now. The memories came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Bai looked up at the steaming dishes before him and smiled self-mockingly. My fate really was changed by Genesis. He had just picked up his chopsticks when his wrist froze midair. Two people walked into the small restaurant arm in arm Jiang Weiwei. Wang Ke. Jiang Bai's pupils contracted sharply, shock written all over his face. Jiang Weiwei clearly saw him too. This girl who had once been pursued by classmates for her beauty, and after just a few seconds of eye contact, she nervously turned her head away. Jiang Bai didn't greet them, and she had no intention of making small talk. After a brief silence, he put down his chopsticks and stood up. The past should remain buried. He now had something he truly wanted to protect. Just as he reached the door, a sharp voice exploded behind him. Well, if it isn't the stray dog. What a coincidence running into you. Wang Ku, with his donkey-like face, pulled Jiang Weiwei closer and deliberately tilted his head to examine Jiang Bai, his eyes full of mockery. Tisk, TSK, expelled from school over a year ago, and still hanging around? Too scared to go home? Really become a stray dog with no one to care for you? Hurrah! The already small restaurant fell silent instantly, with several student-looking diners quietly glancing over. Wang Ku's about to beat someone up again. That guy looks familiar. Seems like he's been beaten up by Brother Ku before. Jiang Bai lowered his eyes, his voice hoarse and cold. Get lost. What did you say? Wang Ke leaned his face close to his, pretending to clean his ears. I don't understand dog language. Say it again. The scattered murmurs around them drifted into Jiang Bai's ears. Rage boiled in his chest, but he only managed to say, You'd better show me some respect. Respect? A stray dog deserves my respect. Wang Ke laughed loudly, wrapping his arm around Jiang Weiwei's shoulder. Let me guess, you're hanging around school because you're still thinking about your dream girl? Come on, open your eyes wide and look, your dream girl is right here in my arms. Does it hurt? Does it make you miserable? Jiang Bai slowly raised his head, his morning cold eyes showing no emotion. I'll say this one last time, get lost. You think I'm giving you face or something? Bang. A fist slammed heavily into Wang Ke's face, the sound of bone meeting flesh like thunder. Wang Ke flew backward, blood spattering from his nose as he crashed to the ground. Enough was enough. Jiang Bai had given him too many chances. In his fury, he lunged toward Wang Ke, grabbed his collar with one hand, and threw another punch. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds, and the surrounding diners' faces went pale. Wang Ke was covered in blood, unconscious on the spot. Just as the 4th punch was about to land, a shrill female voice cut through the air. Jiang Bai, that's enough. Jiang Bai's body stiffened. He slowly stood up and turned to stare at her. Don't you think you're going too far? Those words were like a spark hitting an oil barrel, and Jiang Bai's emotions exploded instantly. Too far? You're telling me I'm going too far? His voice shot up in volume, his tone breaking. When he was calling me a stray dog just now, why didn't you say he was going too far? A year ago when he beat me half to death in front of you, why didn't you say he was going too far? When he framed me and got me expelled, why didn't you say he was going too far? Jiang Weiwei looked away, her voice weak. That's all in the past. Can't you be the bigger person? Screw the past. My future was destroyed by you people, and you want me to be the bigger person? Do you know how desperate I was during that time? You want me to be the bigger person? Have some shame. Get lost. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Jiang Bai felt an indescribable surge of satisfaction in his chest. The depression, confusion, and hatred that had weighed on his heart for an entire year seemed to be completely swept away by that explosive outburst. Since that accident, he had never felt as clear-headed and refreshed as he did today. On his way home, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and halfway through his journey, he couldn't help but laugh to himself, a laugh that seemed to declare that those unbearable years had been left completely behind, with a new and boundless path stretching ahead. Pushing open his front door, he rushed to his computer without even removing his jacket. The official website update had already been completed. As the webpage loaded, the content of Act 2 slowly appeared before all players. The first highlight was the much-discussed hidden classes. More precisely, Genesis called them free classes. They were completely open and entirely random, no longer limited to just a few types like other games, available only to a select few players. Genesis, with its vast continent and diverse history, had constructed an extremely rich free class system. Clues might be hidden in drops from hidden bosses, buried in the memories of NPCs at remote outposts, or sealed away in the coffins of ancient elders. The official website only threw out hidden classes as a teaser, leaving players to discover how to obtain them entirely on their own. The probability remained rare, so second-tier main cities still offered conventional class transfers for players who hadn't encountered special opportunities. The real difference lay in talents. Every hidden class, regardless of strength, came with unique inherent talents, while ordinary classes had none at all. The second highlight was the upcoming third-tier main cities and the four great alliances. The four alliances were Wanli Sha, Diwang Zhou, Yulong Yin, and Hanjiang Cheng, corresponding to the four major factions of the Chinese region, naturally opposed to each other. The four alliances collectively controlled 432 third-tier main cities, with 108 cities per alliance. Every player entering a third-tier main city had to bind themselves to one of these alliances, thus becoming affiliated with it. The same applied to major guilds. Once they entered a city, they automatically joined that city's alliance. Initially, alliance leaders would be managed by system NPCs until the first Deer Chase War, an internal guild battle within each alliance, concluded. The guild with the highest score would rise to become the alliance's premier guild, with its leader automatically inheriting the position of alliance master. Above the Deer Chase Wars was the Throne Contest War, representing the highest on Nora 4 alliance melee, where the victor would claim dominion over the Central Plains and enjoy supreme glory. Just reading these descriptions was enough to stir one's blood and ignite passionate excitement. It's clear that Act 2 will be a chaotic scene of rising powers and endless warfare. This massive battle won't begin until all players have fully developed their characters, so the real explosive moments are still brewing in the distance. In comparison, the third update announced by the developers, the Honor System, is the real bombshell that's about to ignite players' emotions right now. The Honor System, simply put, is Imperial City PvP, where the winner takes all. 1. Players earn honor points by killing members of opposing guilds. 2. Accumulated honor points can be exchanged for class emblems. The developers haven't revealed what attributes these class emblems possess, only stating they can be enhanced and upgraded. For any veteran player, the word enhancement is like a treasure map marked with skulls, tempting, yet capable of bankrupting you completely. The developers have only disclosed the enhancement rules for emblems so far. Enhancement requires coins and magic crystal ore, with costs increasing alongside equipment level, grade, and target enhancement level. Specific success rates haven't been announced, only the failure penalties. Enhancement 13 failure, only materials lost. Enhancement 46 failure, level drops by 1. Enhancement 79 failure, level randomly drops 13 levels. 9 to 10 failure, enhancement level resets to 0. 10 failure, emblem completely destroyed, player must exchange for a new one. Enhancement limit increases with player's current level. After reading through all these rules in one go, Jiang Bai couldn't help but curse. Holy crap. He then took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement surging in his chest. From group to individual play, two main storylines clearly emerged. Group gameplay: Imperial City PvP, guild warfare, destined to be bloody and brutal. Individual gameplay: beyond regular equipment, there are now class emblems that could determine one's fate. As for the emblem's final form, enhancement costs, and upgrade methods, the developers remain mysterious, leaving only Hansen testing to reveal the truth. Jiang Bai believed that after reading this update introduction, the vast majority of players would have sweaty palms, desperate to log into the server immediately. He was certainly no exception. But with over 4 hours until server launch and no trace of sleepiness, he simply dove into the game forums. The hottest posts on the forum homepage all revolved around the update. Imperial City PvP, winner takes all. Which of the 4 major guilds will you join? Hidden classes. Anyone with clues, report in. Class emblems, the divine tool for casual players' comeback. 8 theories about class emblems. Jiang Bai clicked on the last post about 8 theories, but closed the page with a dark expression after less than 2 minutes. Theories? Theory my ass. Pure marketing garbage without a single useful piece of information. Then he spotted a new buying post: unlimited purchase of hidden class clues server-wide. Offline trading. Name your price. Without a doubt, the hidden class clues dropped by major siege bosses before maintenance were currently the hottest commodity. Next came recruitment announcements from various guilds. Anyone who had watched the official preview understood that the core gameplay of the second phase would be PvP, and the foundation of PvP was population. Jiang Bai was about to close the forum page when a thread title caught his eye. Ultra-high gold exchange rate. Is everyone about to get rich? Inside the thread, players were discussing Genesis's gold exchange rate in bold, enlarged text. The developers seemed supremely confident, locking the rate at 1 copper coin 1 renminbi, as if telling everyone, as long as you dare to pick up money, cash is yours. With random equipment pieces worth thousands. Were the developers completely insane? The first comment came from a user named Monk Sucks Essence, with a slogan-like response. The devs are playing it this way? I'm about to strike it rich. Following that, teenager Robin chimed in. I don't care, Genesis is my daddy anyway. Since launch, I've only found 1 white equipment piece and 1 rank skill book, but that's already 10,000 yuan in my pocket. Tonight, I'm sending carnival gifts to my favorite female streamer. Little Wolf loves meat, interjected. I'm worried though, can this exchange rate really be sustained? A player with the ID, I don't like jungling, left just 2 words cash out, but immediately added, damn, my classmate is making bank, cashing out left and right. The first few pages of the thread were filled with screenshots showing successful withdrawals, until Jiang Bai scrolled to the very last post. Traveler 38. Haha. Let me be blunt, no matter how high the gold price is, anyone who cashes out is an idiot. Trust me, save your gold coins properly. Those who don't will be crying later. That's all I'll say. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't shouldn't bother asking me. Is this real or fake? Jiang Bai stared at those words, his brow furrowed. Could there be hidden consequences behind such an absurdly high exchange rate? The mysterious ID and the user's unervingly confident tone made him fall deep into thought. At that same moment, in a top-secret laboratory 1,000 meters underground somewhere in the world, lights blazed brightly. Before massive holographic screens stood the world's most brilliant scientists and several national leaders. How is the fusion progress? An elderly man with white hair looked up at the jumping data on the screen, his voice hoarse, yet carrying undeniable authority. An assistant immediately reported. Currently 64.11 of the global population has entered the game, with projections showing over 70 entry rate within a month. The fusion progress should be around 1.3 right now, but because some players triggered the Demon Siege early, the second phase content was released ahead of schedule. We estimate the progress could jump to 1.8, 2.0 after maintenance ends. The elder pondered for a moment, raising his hand to massage his temples, his expression filled with exhaustion and anxiety. We need to accelerate the timeline. Time won't wait for us. The faster we move, the greater our hope. After spending 4 hours watching a bunch of idiots argue on the forum, Jiang Bai finally reached the moment when the game servers opened. The moment the login button lit up, he clicked it immediately, but just as the loading bar started moving, someone overtook him. There were still people faster than him. When he entered the game, the beginner village that used to be packed with crowds now had only a few scattered figures, clearly showing that most players had already rushed to the distant level 3 main cities. Jiang Bai wasn't in a hurry. He raised his hand to open the character equipment interface and spotted a new empty slot in the bottom left corner, labeled Class Badge. The official website had already stated that only after completing class advancement and unlocking the honor system could players exchange for corresponding badges. This meant he needed to improve his efficiency as soon as possible. Casually switching to the top right corner of the system interface, he discovered that the ranking module had also been unlocked. Level rankings, guild rankings, and honor rankings, currently only tracking data from the China region. Jiang Bai's heart raced as he immediately opened the level rankings, scrolling from the first page all the way to the bottom, only to be stunned. Couldn't find his own name. What the hell? Not there? Not even in the top 100. He stared at the numbers, feeling like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over his head. The top player had already reached level 12 with 78 experience, while he was only at level 11 with 53. Don't underestimate this 1 level and 20 experience gap with a player base in the hundreds of millions. Even a 10 experience difference could push him down dozens or even hundreds of ranks. I thought no one could catch up to me with my solo grinding advantage, but I was too naive. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth silently. He hadn't encountered truly top-tier talented players yet, but this leaderboard clearly reminded him once those people appeared, their strength would be unimaginable. Not to mention others had guild resources backing them, while he was fighting alone. There's always someone better, always a higher mountain. Can't get carried away. The crisis brought by the cold ranking list made his palms slightly sweaty. He remembered Tang Wu Zue mentioning having a level 3 talent that permanently increased intelligence by 1. If level 3 was already this powerful, how terrifying would top-tier talents be? There was only one way to deal with this: continue leveling and squeeze into the first tier as quickly as possible. While staring at the rankings lost in thought, a 4-person group chat window suddenly popped up, hanging brightly in the center of his vision. The members were exactly Tang Wu Zue, Xing Chen Zuan, Xing Chen Momo, and himself, Kong Cheng Jiumeng. Xing Chen Zuan. Quick, tell us which alliance should we choose? Xing Chen Momo. I think Hanjiang City sounds pretty nice. Tang Wu Zue. I vote for Yulong Yin. Kong Cheng Jiumeng. I suggest drawing lots. Xing Chen Zuan. The 4 of them argued over this seemingly trivial name for several minutes until Tang Wu Zue made the final decision. Yulong Yin it is. Xing Chen Momo. The name's not bad anyway. Xing Chen Zuan 1. Kong Cheng Jiumeng 1. After settling on the alliance, next was choosing which level 3 main city to settle in. Yulong Yin had a total of 108 level 3 main cities, each with distinctive names and unique styles. After simple screening, they locked their target on Kunlun City. With the decision made, the group chat window minimized itself to a corner, and everyone went about their own business. Jiang Bai had plenty to do right now. He opened the world channel, and, sure enough, merchants everywhere were buying clues to hidden classes, and all kinds of hot materials. The text in the World channel was flying by like crazy. I'm just here to window shop, buying unlimited skill enhancement scrolls. Fair price, for gold each. Come quick if you want to save the fee. I'm just here to browse, buying unlimited hidden class clues. 100 gold each. Last chance before the price spikes. Sellers DM me. No scammers, no reporters. Top simp of Chingcheng #1 high. The two clowns above are shameless scalpers. Do you even know the current price? Still trying to lowball? You leeches will get what's coming. Only want to have kids with a ghost girl. Buying hidden class clues like crazy. Highest price on the server. Sellers come now. No scammers. Watching the lively channel, Jiang Bai chuckled softly. Players willing to pay top dollar usually head straight to the auction house. He opened the auction interface. Only 9 hidden class clues were listed, all on bid, with the floor already pushed to 220 gold and the top over 300. Just as he was thinking about how to properly sell his clue to Detong Wuzue, a trade window popped up from the other side. Cut the crap. Sell me the clue. 250 gold, not a coin more. Jiang Bai tossed the clue in and shot back. 200 gold, not a coin more. Anyone overhearing would be scratching their heads. Buyer raising the price, seller lowering it. Can't beat you. 200 it is, Detong Wuzue said, and promptly bought it, transferring 200 gold. With the gold in hand, Jiang Bai immediately spent 45 to snipe 9 boss soul crystals, then used 12 more to sweep up 24 level 10 white boots. With part 2 now open, these level 10 whites had crashed to bargain bin prices, perfect for bulk pickup. He used the boots to fuse an ancient tier piece. Stats didn't matter. He only wanted the ancient crystal from dismantling it. Ready to go, Jiang Bai set out for a tier 3 capital. Teleport Kunlun City. After a brief darkness, his vision lit up again. Even with mental prep, he was stunned. A white jade gate soared into the clouds, making him feel smaller than a single brick beneath it. A dragon was carved on each side, scales sharp and distinct, spiraling up to the top, where their heads lowered to gaze down with an authority that felt like it could pierce your soul. Good grief, Jiang Bai thought, left with just one word: magnificent. Inside, people streamed past. Most players were rushing between NPCs, faces full of urgency and excitement, while other sightseers and chill types wandered with photo stones, soaking in an experience no different from real travel. Following the map, he reached the blacksmith shop of Nock, the disassembly master, and handed over the freshly fused ancient boots. 1 gold, grunted Nock, a burly, butcher-like man, without even looking up. What the hell, did you just say 1 gold? 1 gold. Are you going to dismantle it or not? Knox's voice suddenly shot up, his fist slamming hard against the counter, making even the air tremble. Jiang Bai reluctantly swallowed his saliva, feeling extremely unwilling but still obediently handed over the gold coin. Fine, fine, dismantle it. He really wanted to complain. You could just rob me directly instead of putting on this act of helping me dismantle equipment. Just 30 seconds after the gold coin disappeared into the pocket, a thumb-sized, entirely pink crystal lay quietly in Jiang Bai's backpack, emanating a soft glow. Without time to admire the result, he turned and stepped onto the teleportation array. A flash of white light brought him back to newbie outpost number 33856. The dazzling system notification also deducted the teleportation fee, full 100 copper. Jiang Bai clicked his tongue. This operator is way too greedy. His footsteps echoed on the cobblestone road as he arrived once again at old blacksmith Brent's forge. The sparks on the anvil remained the same as always, but gone was the usual bustle of people queuing for metalwork. Only empty streets and howling wind remained. The stark contrast made Jiang Bai sigh softly. He laid out the materials he had prepared in advance piece by piece. Cold iron ingots, frost crystals, rare beast sinew, filling the entire workbench. Brent said nothing, his rough hands grabbing the hammer and getting straight to work. Molten iron bubbled, the hammer rose and fell, and after 5 minutes, the original level 5 frost longbow was reforged in the firelight, its attributes jumping to level 10. Jiang Bai's cost was that pile of materials plus 20 gold coins in crafting fees. Go forth, adventurer. Brent handed over the longbow with a solemn farewell. Jiang Bai hesitated to speak, and the old blacksmith saw right through him. The Dark Ranger Abital? I only know he's often active in the desolate swamps. You'll have to find his exact location yourself. All right. Jiang Bai nodded and stored the bow, making mental note of the clue. Leaving the forge, he immediately opened his reputation panel and spent a full 1,000 reputation points to upgrade the Heart of Creation. This was the truly exciting part. What would the 4th special effect be? Jiang Bai nervously rubbed his hands together, staring intently at the progress bar. After the lengthy loading finished, the Heart of Creation suddenly burst forth with brilliant 7-colored light. Success. Genesis Heart C grade. Advancement Effect 1. Unlimited storage. Effect 2. The holder possesses fusion skills, allowing them to merge 2 pieces of equipment of the same slot, quality, and level into higher quality gear. Fused equipment becomes bound and cannot be sold or traded. Current maximum fusion level is legendary. Fusing ancient grade or higher equipment requires 3 items. Effect 3. Player gains plunder ability. When killing targets of equal or higher level, there's an extremely low chance to gain 1 random attribute point. Killing Lord level or higher bosses guarantees 13 random attribute points. Effect 4. When enhancing items, players can consume triple materials to avoid failure penalties upon enhancement failure. Advancement requirements. 10,000 reputation. Genesis Quest First Ring. Kill 10,000 monsters of equal or higher level in solo mode 010,000. Note: unique system item. Cannot be destroyed, discarded, traded, or dropped upon death. After Genesis Heart reaches C grade, players must complete 10 rings of Genesis quests, or the Genesis Heart cannot advance further. Good grief, this quest is terrifying. Jiang Bai stared at the panel and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Indeed, nothing in this world comes free. This was clearly a long-term quest that would have to be tackled gradually. Taking a deep breath, he refocused his attention on the effects. It's actually enhancement-related effects. The power of Genesis Heart was undeniable, but he couldn't access profession emblems yet, so he couldn't determine what attributes this thing could actually boost. What excited him most right now was equipment fusion could actually craft legendary grade equipment directly. With this thought, he decisively retrieved the Fallen One's reverse flame longbow and nether venomous sting from storage, adding them to the level 10 weapon in his hands to make 3 pieces. Let's do this. His heart pounded like drums in his chest, hands trembling slightly. The server's first legendary weapon, Orange Gear. Jiang Bai carefully placed the longbow into the central main slot, then positioned the other 2 weapons in the left and right auxiliary slots. Go for it. The moment he pressed confirm, a crimson pillar of light shot skyward. The 3 weapons slowly melted within the radiance, finally condensing into a longbow that was blood red throughout, as if forged from crystal. Whoa! The instant he gripped the bow handle, tremendous power surged through his arm into his entire body, nearly causing Jiang Bai to lose his footing. The longbow's design was masterfully crafted. A blood-colored phoenix with spread wings formed the upper and lower limbs, while the central grip was the phoenix's raised head, with the arrow rest positioned at its half-open beak, where arrows would pierce through the air. A pale red aura surrounded the bow, proclaiming its grade. Designed in the form of a phoenix, this creation amazed Jiang Bai, and he couldn't put it down. It was absolutely exquisite. Frostfire Phoenix Feather Windbreaker Longbow. Legendary. Physical attack, 167. Agility, 28. Strength, 24. Physical critical, 4. Windbreaker. Upon attacking, each critical hit increases attack speed by 10 for 6 seconds, stackable up to 10 layers. Frost. When attacking, inflicts 25 slow on the target with a 2 chance to freeze the target for 2 seconds. On critical hits, the slow effect increases to 40 and lasts for 5 seconds. Slow duration can stack. Phoenix Feather. When attacking, there's a 0.5 chance to summon an Ice Crystal Phoenix. Centered on the attacker, it performs a Phoenix Feather attack within a 50 by 50 range, dealing 200 true damage. Equipment level, 10. This is freaking amazing, Jiang Bai exclaimed, dancing with excitement. They really added the wind-breaking attribute. And there's an incredibly powerful AoE skill too. 200 true damage. This could destroy anything. So worth it. Those 90 gold coins were totally worth it. After gradually calming his excitement, Jiang Bai equipped the legendary longbow. Sure enough, the surprise arrived as expected. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has become the first player server-wide to equip legendary gear. The Ancient Will title has been upgraded to Chosen 1. Chosen 1 Legendary. Achievement requirement. First player server-wide to possess legendary equipment. Achieved. Max health, 2. Attack power, 1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Lifesteal. When attacking, absorbs 8 of damage dealt and converts it to health. Rebirth. Upon death, the player can revive on the spot and recover 90 health. Cooldown, 12 hours. Protection, 10 damage reduction. While thrilled, Jiang Bai was also somewhat surprised. He looked at his title section and indeed found a new, Chosen 1 title, while his previous Ancient Will title had disappeared. This Chosen 1 title appeared to be an upgraded version of Ancient Will, with 2 additional percentage-based attributes. It was definitely much more powerful than before. However, his previous, I'm Strong title from the Epic equipment was still there. Could it be that future titles exist in an upgrade format rather than separately? What was going on? Jiang Bai opened the system assistant and voiced his confusion. The system's response was concise and clear. Equipment achievement titles at Epic level and below exist independently, while Ancient level and above titles upgrade through progression and do not exist separately. Well, Jiang Bai thought about it and realized it made sense. Ancient level titles and above each carried at least 2 special properties. If every title existed independently, from Ancient to Mythic would mean at least 10 properties, and players would probably become invincible just from the special effects alone. This system was indeed quite reasonable. The server-wide announcement for Chosen One once again caused a massive stir. Hun Dun Zhou Yu. Emperor, it looks like this guy you mentioned has evolved again. Yun Cheng Huangdi. Absolutely, Yuga? This guy has gotten legendary orange gear now. Think about it, his ancient weapon could deal 5,000 damage in one hit. With this legendary orange equipment. Yuga, don't you have any thoughts about this? Hun Dun Zhou Yu. Haha. Let's see which guild he joined. Yun Cheng Huangdi. According to the level rankings, he joined Yulong Yin, which isn't our guild, Yuga. Hun Dun Zhou Yu suddenly laughed. Haha, Yulong Yin? That makes things even easier. After completing everything, all the gains from the boss battle were reflected in Jiang Bai's overall attributes. Kong Cheng Jiumeng. Level, 11. Reputation, 0. Class, Archer. Race, Human. Health, 2,570-512. Energy, 660. Physical attack, 941-283. Magic attack, 32. Attack strength, 140. Defense, 254. Attributes, Constitution, 69. Spirit, 33. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 32. Agility, 137. Critical chance, 12. Attack range, 35. Skills, shock shot, aim shot, multi-shot, explosive shot 1, eagle eye shot. Titles, I'm Strong, Chosen One, First Blood, Demon Hunter, Last Hit Master. Jiang Bai had roughly 140 gold coins left in his bag, but after some thought, he decided not to use them for equipment upgrades. He browsed through the bustling trading plaza and eventually spent 60 gold coins in one go to purchase 12 pale golden skill enhancement scrolls. Combined with the 7 scrolls already in his inventory, he now had 19 in total. Since all his other equipment would soon be replaced when he reached level 15, it made more sense to invest in skills that would last a lifetime rather than waste coins on gear destined for replacement. Following this straightforward growth strategy, enhancing skills was clearly the most cost-effective choice. Back in the safe zone, Jiang Bai opened his translucent skill panel. The one next to burst shot stood out prominently. To upgrade it to 2, the system indicated he would need 7 scrolls with an 80 success rate. Even at a glance, the enhancement costs increased exponentially. Damn it. Even skill enhancement involved probability. Jiang Bai couldn't help but curse under his breath. While 80 seemed high, who could guarantee they wouldn't be part of that unlucky 20? One failure would mean 35 gold coins evaporating into thin air. He took a deep breath and placed his finger on the enhance button. Would you like to consume triple materials to avoid failure penalties? Hell no. Jiang Bai immediately clicked no. Unlike equipment enhancement, skill enhancement had no additional failure penalties, and scrolls were precious hard currency he couldn't afford to waste. After confirming, the scrolls dissolved into golden particles that flowed into the skill icon. Seconds later, the panel steadily displayed 2. Jiang Bai quietly sighed in relief. His luck wasn't that terrible after all. Burst shot S rank enhancement level 2. Skill description, fire 3 consecutive shots, dealing 130, 140, and 170 physical damage to the target. If the final shot critically hits, automatically trigger an additional attack, dealing 190 physical damage, 14-second cooldown. Passive attribute, critical hit rate 1. The first 2 shots each gained 5 damage, while the third shot, an additional attack, gained 10. The cooldown was also reduced by 0.5 seconds. Excellent value for the investment. Striking while the iron was hot, Jiang Bai pulled out 8 more scrolls, aiming to push straight to 3. The success rate on the panel dropped to just 60, and while he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was pounding. 8 scrolls represented a full 40 gold coins. Let's do this. The moment he confirmed, a brilliant golden flash erupted, followed by the system notification success. Jiang Bai nearly jumped out of his chair. Burst shot S rank enhancement level 3. Skill description, fire 3 consecutive shots, dealing 135, 145, and 180 physical damage to the target. If the final shot critically hits, automatically trigger an additional attack, dealing 200 physical damage, 13.5 second cooldown. Passive attribute, critical hit rate 2. Whoa, Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected 3 to grant an additional 1 critical hit rate. That was real numerical value. Could it be that reaching certain enhancement thresholds unlocked hidden bonuses? If he upgraded to 6, would he gain another one? Combined with his equipment and talents, his critical hit rate had now reached 13, absolutely terrifying for players of the same level. With everything prepared, Jiang Bai set off on his journey to the desolate swamp. The immediate priority is to change classes as soon as possible, and there's also a pet egg in his bag waiting to be hatched. The journey from Kunlun City to the desolate swamp is quite a distance. The guards of the 4 major cities only protect the small safe zones around their respective cities. Beyond that lies neutral territory, a lawless land that's essentially a PvP free-for-all. Looking at the entire world map, true safe zones are few and far between, with most areas classified as neutral territory. The desolate swamp that Jiang Bai is heading to is no exception. The route is packed with players, leveling up in safe zones, engaging in PvP in neutral areas, either fighting over territory or competing for monsters. Fortunately, Genesis has incredibly beautiful scenery, making the long journey somewhat bearable, though Jiang Bai can't help but mutter, when will they finally release mounts? The neutral zone's only city, Kanga, appears on the horizon. He enters the city first to activate the teleportation point. While the second expansion's core gameplay revolves around the four major cities, the towns and cities in neutral zones also provide teleportation and supply functions. Teleportation points are especially crucial otherwise. Having to travel everywhere on foot would make the gaming experience absolutely miserable. Leaving Kanga, Jiang Bai follows the Eastern Stone Path for another 15 minutes. The ground becomes increasingly muddy and slippery, with his quiver and armor splattered with fine mud droplets. The surrounding vegetation grows dense and oppressive. A system notification pops up. Congratulations! You have discovered a new map, Desolate Swamp. As the location name refreshes, the monster levels immediately jump to 1315. Swamp Crocodile. Level 13. HP 3000. Attack 180. Defense 170. Skill Bite. Swamp Treant. Level 14. HP 2700. Attack 210. Defense 130. Skill Root Attack. Jiang Bai clicks his tongue in amazement. Monster stats skyrocket way too fast after level 10. This level 13 common crocodile's stats completely outclass a level 10 elite. However, he has no interest in grinding monsters right now unless they provoke him first. He can't be bothered. He spends nearly an hour thoroughly searching the entire swamp, checking every nook and cranny, but still finds no trace of the Dark Ranger Abadal. Did that old blacksmith trick me? He mutters to himself. After thinking it over, he figures the blacksmith wouldn't lie. Perhaps Abadal is temporarily away and hasn't returned to the swamp yet. Since he can't be sure, he decides to stay and wait while leveling up. The Desolate Swamp has a high monster spawn density, and the open terrain is perfect for kiting. Crocodiles are naturally slow-moving, and combined with his crossbow's slowing effect, pulling monsters is effortless. Treants are ranged stationary types whose damage can't penetrate his defense, making them easy to handle in groups. Jiang Bai picks the most monster-dense muddy area, maintaining roughly 25 monsters per wave. Once their aggro stabilizes, he turns and unleashes a multi-shot. 767, 767, 1917. Rows of damage numbers explode upward. His critical hit rate is quite high now, and the first volley of arrows triggers several critical hits. As soon as multi-shot comes off cooldown, he fires a second round. After 2 critical barges, the crocodiles that took double damage collapse one after another. If many monsters remain, he continues kiting while waiting for his third skill cooldown. If he's lucky enough, 3 volleys can eliminate 2/3 of them, leaving the rest for casual auto attacks to finish off. This fighting style looks simple, but actually demands precise control and speed. Without his boot's movement speed bonus and weapon's built-in slow effect, he couldn't handle 25 monsters at once. Through this cycle, his experience points rise at a visible rate. Each monster here gives him around 130 experience points. He needs 80,000 to reach level 12, which means about 600 monsters. At his current efficiency, even accounting for respawn intervals, he's guaranteed at least 20,000 experience per hour, quite impressive leveling speed. Meanwhile, his Genesis quest progress slowly advances as well. He's definitely got to fight his way into the top 50 of the level rankings, otherwise he'd be doing a disservice to all this top-tier equipment. Things often move faster than expected, and after just 2 hours, Jiang Bai's experience bar had reached 98 of level 11, with a level up imminent. Today his plunder skill was unusually activating 2 hours of solo grinding through over 300 crocodiles. It triggered a full 8 times. With their high HP and low attack, the crocodiles were perfect for Jiang Bai to farm attributes. 7 triggers boosted his constitution by 1 point each, while the final one granted him a point of strength. When Jiang Bai finally took stock, his health had skyrocketed to an absurd 2800. With defense approaching 270, he was practically a top-tier tank. Solo grinding had another obvious advantage. All drops were his, with no one to compete for them. The skill enhancement scrolls dropped a pitiful single copy. The drop rate remained as abysmal as ever, seemingly controlled by some sadistic force. Magic crystal ore, however, sparkled across the ground in abundance. In just 2 short hours, he'd collected over 140 pieces. Jiang Bai checked the trading post and found they were worth only 10 copper each despite the high yield. The consumption rate must be even more staggering. The equipment drops were all excellent quality at best, worth only a few gold coins combined. The real surprise was a tattered purple diary. Holy crap, crocodiles keep diaries? This thing's definitely sketchy. What respectable crocodile writes in a diary? Jiang Bai muttered as he flipped the book right side up, only to realize how adorably stupid he was being. Abilda's research journal. Item description: contains Abilda's research findings. Opening it allows you to accept a quest from the Dark Ranger Abilda, so it belongs to my master. Jiang Bai's heart skipped a beat. Long considered the Dark Ranger Abilda as half a minter. Respectable people do keep diaries. He gently opened the cover. Page 1. I never imagined such a desolate swamp could harbor the aura of demons. I plan to investigate. Page 2. The situation is more serious than I thought. The creatures here have been infected with demonic energy. Page 3. If demonic energy has invaded this place, there must be a demon nest here. After reading through the dozen or so pages, the story became clear. Abilda had discovered during his travels that this area was contaminated by demons and decided to investigate further. The final page contained a single line. Need to collect 100 samples of contaminated crocodile blood. A system prompt appeared. Accept quest. Abilda's commission? Of course I accept. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate. He hadn't expected his connection with his master to unfold this way, but it was certainly intriguing. With the quest in hand, he immediately returned to battle. After testing the drop rate, he estimated contaminated crocodile blood dropped about 25 of the to meet this efficiency. 2 hours would be more than enough. The mass grinding process was exciting yet tedious. Skills thundering, crocodiles wailing, experience bars climbing frantically. But when a group of monsters crashed to the ground and the battlefield instantly lit up with loot, the sight of all those glittering treasures was absolutely thrilling. However, pulling monsters always made him feel utterly dejected. It was a technical skill, yet the most tedious one. As Jiang Bai shuttled back and forth through the desolate swamp, he couldn't help but regret his choice. If he had known how satisfying it would be to fight groups of monsters, he would have chosen to be a mage from the start. Without a doubt, mages were the kings of group combat, but ordinary mages didn't have his ability to fight groups of monsters regardless of level differences. Unfortunately, he was a hunter. Maybe once I can have a pet, I could let it pull and tank monsters. He calculated in his mind while his hands never stopped, drawing his bow, charging up, and releasing multi-shot with practiced rhythm. Following the usual routine, the arrow should have drawn the aggro of a large group of monsters again. But just as this volley was fired, Jiang Bai suddenly froze and a system notification popped up. You are under attack by player Chaos Xiaodong and have entered self-defense mode. A stun debuff instantly appeared. Damn it, another assassin? His heart sank. Being controlled in the wilderness could very well mean instant death. FCK? Can't I even level up in peace? Won't you even let me do quests? The sudden surge of anger in his chest made Jiang Bai feel both frustrated and helpless. He never provoked trouble or killed indiscriminately, yet there were always flies like these coming to annoy him. Leveling alone in the desolate swamp. Not bad at all. A familiar voice reached his ears as Xiaoyao Qingfeng appeared leisurely with a group of players. Jiang Bai was stunned but not silenced. Xiaoyao Qingfeng, can't you do something productive with your time? You're such an idiot. Ha! Xiaoyao Qingfeng threw his head back and laughed. Seeing his opponent furious but unable to move clearly pleased him greatly. I just love seeing you in this helpless rage. What's wrong? Got the guts to come at me? Looks like I haven't killed you enough, you bastard. As the stun effect ended and Jiang Bai could barely move, Xiaoyao Qingfeng signaled his subordinates to pause their kidney strikes, seemingly confident that he couldn't escape. It's simple if you don't want me bothering you. Xiaoyao Qingfeng pointed at Jiang Bai's equipment. Strip off that gear, and I guarantee no one in Genesis will dare mess with you again. Just then, a cold male voice spoke from behind Xiaoyao Qingfeng. So this is Kong Cheng Jiumeng? The speaker had pale skin, a sinister expression, and wore heavy armor, clearly a warrior class. He stepped forward slowly, his ID reading Chaos Zhouyu. His sharp gaze swept over Jiang Bai like a blade. You're Kong Cheng Jiumeng? After asking, Chaos Zhouyu added unhurriedly. You should have heard of the Chaos name, right? The Chaos Guild. In the freshly released guild rankings, it was listed among the top 100 in the China region, with terrifyingly impressive reputation. Jiang Bai's heart sank. Even Datang Wu Zue's Datang Guild couldn't make the list, let alone him as a solo hunter. Seeing Jiang Bai remain silent, Chaos Zhouyu continued expressionlessly, as if stating the most ordinary matter. I won't waste words. You know the consequences of opposing chaos. I'll give you 2 choices. First, strip your equipment yourself and name your price. Second, I kill you right now. And the result is you'll never have another chance to leave the safe zone. Jiang Bai burst out laughing. So you're like some kind of game GM, huh? Won't let me leave the safe zone. What kind of bullshit is that? You're asking for death. He raised an eyebrow mockingly, his tone like he was looking at an ant seeking its own demise. Hundun Zhouyu's face instantly darkened like a storm cloud. Looks like you really don't know the name of the Chaos Guild. Today I can give you a proper introduction. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand to signal, and a group of players filed out from behind him, just under 50 people, with tanks, warriors, priests, mages, rogues, and archers, covering almost every class. Earlier, Xiaoyao Qingfeng had advised Hundun Zhouyu to bring more people just in case, but Zhouyu stubbornly believed. Who could withstand the focused fire of 50 people? Especially when these 50 were core members of the Chaos Guild. Before Jiang Bai could make a move, a rogue who had been lurking suddenly appeared. Kidney strike. The short sword viciously stabbed into his side, and a stunned status instantly appeared above Jiang Bai's head. Immediately after, the rogue and the other 40-plus core members all attacked together. Clang clang crash, clang clang crash. Skills lit up the sky like exploding fireworks, dazzling to the eyes, but the damage numbers popping up above Jiang Bai's head left Hun Dun Zhou Yu completely stunned. 9-3. Miss. 33. You have to understand, this whole group was level 10 and above, with attack stats easily over 200, yet barely any of them could break through his defense. That's it. What the hell? Zhou Yu's heart sank hard. Dozens of people focusing fire, yet he could only watch Jiang Bai's ridiculously thick health bar slowly decrease. He almost questioned reality. This was supposed to be an archer class? At this moment, Zhou Yu regretted it so much his guts turned green. He hadn't brought enough people. But Jiang Bai gave him no room for regret. Multi-shot. With the explosive twang of a bowstring, a rain of arrows exploded among the enemy's squishy classes, instantly dropping 7 priests and mages. Especially those mages, who had put all their points into intelligence from level 1 to 10, sacrificing all defense for the guild. Their health didn't even break 1,000, barely reaching 500. How could they withstand Jiang Bai's burst damage? Even more insane was that he had an 8 lifesteal effect. The health recovered from 7 lives instantly boosted his health bar back up a notch. Hun Dun Zhou Yu was completely dumbfounded. He raised his hand and delivered a slap. Smack. Yuga? What the hell? Xiao Yaoqing foam covered his swollen face, turning back with tears in his voice. Yuga, why did you hit me? Damn it. I hit you on purpose. Zhou Yu delivered another slap. You're screwing me over, aren't you? Why didn't you tell me beforehand that this guy was so overpowered? Making me bring 50 people to their deaths? Are you a damn spy? Are you a mole? Holy shit, Yuga. Xiao Yaoqing foam was so wronged he felt like his balls were about to shatter, tears welling up in his eyes. Yuga, I did tell you, I really did. I said this guy was incredibly strong, that even 100 of us couldn't beat him, but you wouldn't listen. Bullshit. Zhou Yu delivered another slap. If you didn't say it, you didn't say it. Keep running your mouth and I'll. Before he could finish, both he and Xiao Yaoqing foam froze simultaneously. In just an instant, the dark, desolate swamp was swallowed by fiery red light, and the oppressive heat wave seemed to turn the very air into molten iron. The two stared up in shock as a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, accompanied by a clear phoenix cry, a phoenix with its left wing burning with fierce flames, and its right wing radiating extreme frost dove down from the heavens. Holy shit. Holy crap, that's terrifying. And absolutely incredible. Jiang Bai couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps, staring in stunned disbelief at the massive phoenix he had summoned. The entire forest seemed to explode as flames and frost claimed opposite halves of the sky. Those enormous wings, vast enough to blot out the sun, gleamed with crimson and icy white radiance, practically tearing the air itself apart. The phoenix's cry rang out again, making everyone's eardrums buzz. The phoenix dove down, its wingtips fluttering lightly. With Jiang Bai at the center, phoenix feathers suddenly began raining down within a 50-yard radius. Blazing red fire feathers carried scorching heat waves, while snow-white ice feathers brought bone-chilling cold. The two colors wove together into a dazzling curtain of light. 1948. 1948. 1948. System notifications flooded the screen. You killed player, Chaos Great Sage, gained 5 honor points. You killed player, Chaos Lightless, gained 5 honor points. You killed player, Chaos Black and Hard, gained 5 honor points. Holy cow, this is incredible. Triggering the 0.5 probability Phoenix Feather attack for the first time, Jiang Bai felt like every pore in his body had opened up. 200 true damage with no reduction whatsoever. Who could withstand that except tank defense classes that had dumped all their stats into Constitution? But that hardly mattered anymore. After one round of Phoenix Feathers, fewer than 10 people remained standing, all with critical health and scared out of their wits. Jiang Bai raised his hand for a quick barrage, casually finishing them all off and earning another 5 honor points. Legendary weapons are truly terrifying. Having never witnessed this skill before, he never imagined it could be this devastating. The Icefire Phoenix was absolutely stunning, with godlike range and damage that was more fantastical than any blockbuster movie. If he upgraded to the next tier, could Holy Great equipment really challenge a GM? However, one person on the battlefield remained alive. Chaos Zhou Yu. Jiang Bai was quite surprised. It wasn't that he had tanked the Phoenix Feathers, but rather at the crucial moment, he had hoisted Carefree Breeze overhead as a human shield to block the damage, then rolled out of the attack range during the opening. He was now crouched behind a large tree, clutching a return stone and holding his breath. Leaving so soon? Jiang Bai's casual voice drifted from behind him. Chaos Zhou Yu shuddered and looked up to see Jiang Bai wearing a harmless smile, though his heart went cold with fear. He still forced himself to stand, saying grimly, "Are you really going to take this to the extreme? If you kill me, you'd better think about the consequences." Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. "If I don't kill you, will your guild let me go?" That one sentence left Chaos Zhou Yu speechless. After a moment, he sneered coldly. Heh. Then prepare to face the wrath of the entire Chaos Guild. Jiang Bai drew his bow from behind his back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive shots enhanced 3 explosive shot. The arrow light exploded, and Chaos Zhouyu's health bar instantly hit 0. As the arrows whistled through the air, Jiang Bai added, before I face the Chaos Guild's wrath, I hope you're prepared to face mine first. The moment Chaos Zhouyu died, a system announcement made Jiang Bai's expression change dramatically. Congratulations to player Death Star God of Slaughter for successfully changing to the hidden class Shadow Attendant and obtaining the unique achievement title Shadow Assassin. The moment the announcement flashed across screens, players worldwide erupted in excitement. A hidden class had finally emerged, and the name Shadow Attendant sounded incredibly imposing. Everyone knew it came from the Death Star Guild, once again proving their formidable foundation. Players buzzed with speculation. After the class change, growth attributes would reset again, potentially pushing the total star rating beyond 15 stars. Just how terrifying would the Shadow Attendant's growth stats be? Outside Kunlun City, Jiang Bai also saw the announcement and couldn't help but sigh. Someone had beaten him to claiming a hidden class after all. Thinking about how he hadn't even encountered the NPC Shadow who could trigger the class change, he could only shrug. With billions of players across the server, how could anyone expect to be first in everything? Living a good, simple life was more practical. Putting aside these thoughts, he focused on clearing the battlefield and speeding up his quest progress. An hour and a half later, he had collected 100 blood samples and pushed his character level to 12 with 11 progress. Just as he caught his breath, the system chimed with a new notification. Kunlun City has reached 100,000 registered players. Level rankings, guild rankings, and honor rankings are now available. Jiang Bai immediately opened the level rankings. On the leaderboard, he ranked 13th finally, making a name for himself in Kunlun City. Considering the distribution across 432 main cities, this ranking wouldn't be embarrassing even in the entire Huaxiao region. With his quest still incomplete, he was wondering where to find Abidal when his quest log suddenly lit up. Head to the deepest part of the desolate swamp, where lotus flowers bloom. Abidal awaits you there. Jiang Bai smirked, making it all poetic like emerging pure from muddy waters. Yet he felt secretly grateful without stumbling upon that letter and accepting the prerequisite quest. He probably would never have found a trace of Abidal in his lifetime. Master, you certainly know how to hide. Following the guidance, he ventured deeper. The scenery grew increasingly dim with stagnant mud and monsters in groups, but he cleared them easily. 10 minutes later, a pristine white lotus bloomed quietly in the center of the pitch-black swamp, its pure white petals creating a stark, visually striking contrast against the surrounding filth. But the area around the lotus was completely empty, not even a decent structure in sight. Jiang Bai circled the lotus again and again, with only respawning monsters trailing behind him, but no sign of any person. Where is he? Where's the person who's supposed to be here? He paced frantically in circles. Then he noticed a towering ancient tree with a trunk nearly 2 meters in diameter, standing not far from the lotus. Scattered around its roots was a pile of cleanly gnawed crocodile bones. The crocodile bones suggested someone had been here and taken action. Could that person be Abidal? Right then, Jiang Bai noticed a large hole at the base of the tree, easily wide enough for a person to pass through, with crocodile bones piled up beneath the opening. Could it really be inside? He muttered under his breath, crouching down to peer into the pitch-black depths that seemed bottomless, though he could tell the hole went very deep. Let's go take a look. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth and crawled inside. The initial tree hollow was extremely narrow, with rough bark scraping against his back, nearly squeezing all the air from his lungs. Fortunately, the passage sloped downward, and after less than 10 meters, it gradually widened. His feet touched solid ground with crisp footsteps on slippery stone slabs that seemed deliberately laid. Well, this is quite the hidden world. Before him stretched an underground stone corridor barely over a meter high, with eternal torches mounted on both walls, their orange-red flames dancing across the stone surfaces. Jiang Bai crept forward in a crouch for about 20 meters until the corridor suddenly opened up into an extremely spacious chamber. In the center sat a rectangular table with peeling lacquer, its surface cluttered with miscellaneous items and unidentifiable beast organs that reeked so strongly of blood it made him wrinkle his nose. Across from the table, a middle-aged man worked intently. The man wore a black robe draped casually over his shoulders, with an ink-black longbow strapped across his back. His disheveled hair framed a square face covered in stubble. Deep-set eye sockets held 2 purple pupils that glowed eerily in the firelight, ruggedly handsome in their own way without a doubt. This was Abidal. As Jiang Bai studied him, Abidal looked up. How did you find this place? What's your purpose? The rapid-fire questions received no answer. Jiang Bai just stared at him blankly. Suddenly, Master! Jiang Bai's cry rang out, filled with longing and anguish, like a monkey trapped under 5 elements mountain for 500 years finally seeing Tang Sung. Master! Abidal raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Why do you call me master? Master, I'm the old dream from Daming Lake. Daming Lake. Abidal's frown deepened. Where's that? Jiang Bai sighed. All right, clearly you haven't watched Princess Pearl. Let's not joke around. I'm here to turn in a Quest 100 crocodile blood samples. He handed over the bag containing the blood. Also, you're the adventurer who found my journal. Abidal's face lit up with understanding as he accepted the blood bag. System notice. You have completed the quest, Abidal's Research Part 1, and received 16,000 experience points and 3,000 copper coins. What? There's a quest chain. Before Jiang Bai could process the rewards, a new notification appeared. You have triggered the quest, Abidal's Research Part 2. Do you accept? Accept. Though he said this, all he really wanted was to change classes. Jiang Bai pulled out the recommendation letter from Brent and waved it in front of Abidal. Master, you recognize this letter, right? Brent sent me to you for a class change. But Abidal didn't look up, still absorbed in studying the crocodile blood on the table. Master? Master? Jiang Bai called out twice. Adventurer, have you collected my blood samples? Abidal asked without lifting his head. No, I'm here for a class change. Jiang Bai frantically waved the recommendation letter again. Look at this, Master. Abidal continued to ignore him, only looking up to urge. Adventurer, please hurry and collect the blood samples for me. Damn it, Jiang Bai nearly cursed aloud, thinking that he had to complete the quest before anything else could happen. Reluctantly, he opened his quest panel. Quest description, please collect 200 samples of contaminated crocodile blood for Abidal. Seriously, are you drinking crocodile blood, Master? There's no way I need to complete this entire chain quest just to change classes, right? Jiang Bai crawled out of the dim tree hollow and let out a heavy sigh. With no other leads to follow, this chain quest had become his only breakthrough. But when he saw that line of text in his quest log, collect crocodile blood 200, his heart sank. Ugh, 200 units of crocodile blood. By any calculation, he'd need to kill 700 or 800 crocodiles. Wasn't this just deliberately torturing players? Congratulations to player De Jiang Air for successfully changing to the hidden class necromancer. The system announcement rang out sharp and piercing, like a death knell, making Jiang Bai's skin crawl. Hurry up and do the quest. Hurry up and change classes. Fine, fine, fine. I'll do it, okay. He grumbled as he left. Just as Jiang Bai's figure disappeared, Abidar at the outpost casually tossed his work materials onto the desk and crouched down to pull out a flashy novel from under the table, then leaned back in his chair to read. Damn it, these adventurers, every single one of them won't leave me alone. I have to put on a professional act to receive them, interrupting my reading and studying. The camera panned across the cover blurb of the book in his hands. Family banquet. Monthly salary of 50,000 sits at one table, 100,000 at another, 1 million at yet another. But the poor son-in-law asks, where does someone with 10 billion sit? Abidar read with burning intensity, completely ignoring the chaos around him. For Jiang Bai, the real hell was just beginning. A full 800 crocodiles, enough to drive anyone to mental exhaustion. At first, he still counted on his fingers, carefully tracking how many waves he'd cleared, but eventually he entered complete autopilot mode. Under the night sky, his eyes were vacant and his face rigid, with a string of snapping crocodiles trailing behind him. What should have been an exhilarating mob grind had become a monotonous assembly line. Pull mobs, AoE, attack, clear field, lie down, and wait for respawn, rinse and repeat. When dawn broke in the east, reeking of crocodile stench, he finally managed to collect all 200 units of blood. The haul was actually quite decent. A dozen or so white and green items, 2 blue pieces. He'd also taken down an elite crocodile along the way, though it didn't drop anything special, all just inventory for the trading market. Most useful to him were the skill enhancement scrolls, only a pitiful 3 dropped from over 800 crocodiles. He did get nearly 400 magic crystal, or plus 3 low-level skill books. Counting all the miscellaneous items, his wallet had grown considerably fatter, with his gold count breaking into triple digits at 108 coins. The progress bar for the first stage of the Genesis Heart main quest had also advanced 125510000, which was encouraging. His plunder skill had only triggered 11 times all night, but had netted him 3 points of agility, 4 points of constitution, and inexplicably, 4 points of intelligence. Is my intelligence really that low? Jiang Bai glanced at his character panel and let out a self-deprecating snort. His experience bar was still 14 short of reaching level 13. On the leaderboards, he'd finally broken into the top 10, 9th place on Kunlun City's level rankings. Among the top 8, 5 players had already completed their hidden class changes, and their leveling speed was visibly accelerating. If he hadn't been tied down by this chain quest, he would have headed to high-level zones to grind long ago. Why would he need to fight these crocodiles to the death? Inside Aberta's laboratory, Jiang Bai, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, wearily handed over the blood to Aberta, feeling an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Can we move on to the next stage now? He felt as if his bones had been drained, his entire body nearly collapsing to the ground. Thank you, adventurer. Alberta didn't look up, his voice still hoarse. As his words fell, a golden notification appeared before Jiang Bai's eyes. Again, the third stage of the quest had emerged. You have triggered the quest Alberta's Research Part 3. Do you accept? Just how many stages are there? Jiang Bai tapped accept with the resignation of someone who had lost all will to live. He had hoped for at least some variety, but the quest only made minor adjustments to the objective. Quest description. After research, crocodile blood appears to have little value. Alberta now plans to study crocodile hearts. Please collect 100 crocodile hearts. What the hell? You've got to be kidding me. He glared at Alberta, who remained buried in his work, his teeth grinding in frustration. Master, let's cut to the chase. How about I bring you 100 crocodile corpses and you dissect them yourself? Alberta finally stopped his work and turned around, looking puzzled. Is there some confusion, adventurer? No, there isn't, Jiang Bai said through gritted teeth. Grinding crocodiles had already made him sick to his stomach, and what made it worse was that the heart drop rate was even lower than blood. His frustration kept building with nowhere to vent, and he was certain that seeing crocodile-type monsters in the future would trigger a conditioned reflex to vomit. At 61 progress, he was completely burned out. During a monster respawn interval, he collapsed spread eagle on the grass, gasping heavily. Need a break, need a break. I'm human too, you know. He opened the virtual interface and logged into the game forum, hoping some funny posts might cool his temper. The top post was surprisingly substantial. Hidden class revealed. Shadow attendance growth attributes now public. The title was immediately intriguing. Jiang Bai clicked in immediately. This time it wasn't a marketing spam post, but genuine valuable content. The post straightforwardly presented the shadow attendant data. Class type, assassin-based tier 2 profession. Class rating, 2nd tier. Total star rating, 23. Growth attributes, health, energy, physical attack, magic attack, attack power, defense. Class talent, unknown. This is insanely powerful. 23-star growth with 8-star physical attack attributes was absolutely godlike. Jiang Bai stared at the stats, practically drooling. Even better, the post also listed data for most currently discovered hidden classes and provided analysis. 1. Hidden class ratings are generally divided into 3rd tier and 2nd tier. 3rd tier growth attributes range between 16-20 stars. 2nd tier ranges between 21-25 stars. 2. Most hidden classes currently are only 3rd tier, with only 3 reaching 2nd tier: Shadow Attendant, Necromancer, and Polar Swordsman, with Shadow Attendant leading at 23 stars. 3. Class talents vary by individual, with no official ranking system at all, depends on compatibility. The post ended with a question. Since there are 2nd and 3rd tiers, how could there not be 1st tier? What 1st tier hidden classes might look like remains unknown, but players across the server are eagerly anticipating them, Jiang Bai included. He thought of his own Dark Ranger, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I wonder what level my class will reach. I'm so excited. Just as he was getting absorbed in reading, someone kicked his shin twice. Hey kid, stop sleeping here. Find somewhere else to nap. Damn, who the hell kicked me? Jiang Bai, who had been absorbed in browsing the forum, was suddenly kicked several times. His recently improved mood instantly plummeted to 0. He irritably closed the interface and stood up with a frown. Before him stood a man about his age, ramrod straight, with a full beard covering half his face and an overall menacing appearance. The guy's ID, "Call me I bought a watch this year," was followed by a small green dragon emblem, clearly marking him as a member of Dragon's Roar. Behind him stood a woman and 2 men in a row, obviously part of the same group. You kicked me. Jiang Bai's voice was as cold as unmelted ice chips. So what if I kicked you? The bearded man glared back defiantly. Apologize to me now. You apologize to me. Jiang Bai shot back without backing down. Like hell. The man drew his sword from his waist, ready to fight at any moment. Hey, Zhang Bin, don't start a fight. The woman quickly stepped forward, reaching out to restrain the bearded man, then turned to Jiang Bai with an apologetic smile. We want to level up here. Could you please move somewhere else to hunt monsters? Jiang Bai looked her over. She was indeed beautiful with a soft, sweet voice, but her words were anything but pleasant. His quest wasn't finished, yet why should he move? After thinking for a moment, he decided to compromise and pointed to the nearby river. How about this, you take the other side of the river, and I'll take this smaller area by myself. Deal. The woman shook her head, refusing outright. I'm afraid that won't work. She maintained her gentle tone. Little brother, I've been very patient with you. You should really find somewhere else. Jiang Bai frowned. What about first come, first served? Why should I be the one to leave? Because we want to level up here, the woman said matter-of-factly. Do you own this swamp? Are these your pet crocodiles? You want to level up? Fine, but you need the whole place to yourselves? Do you need to strip naked while hunting monsters so no one can watch? Jiang Bai sneered. How can you be like this? The woman's tone suddenly turned sharp. Just because you're being nice, I'm supposed to act like a lapdog and do whatever you say? Jiang Bai retorted. How dare you talk to our Fei Fei like that? The bearded Zhang Bin and the other 2 male players suddenly surrounded him. The buzzcut guy pointed at Jiang Bai's nose. Men should be gentlemen toward women. Don't you know what chivalry means? Jiang Bai cursed his bad luck silently. He'd run into a pack of simps. The buzzcut guy lifted his chin proudly. Do you know who Fei Fei is? She's the campus beauty at our school. Countless guys would kill for a chance to talk to her. Fei Fei speaking to you so nicely is an honor. Jiang Bai laughed. What does her being campus beauty have to do with me? Is she going to sleep with me or something? Does being campus beauty mean the whole world has to cater to her? You pervert. The woman stamped her feet in anger, tears immediately welling up in her eyes, looking utterly wronged. Apologize to our Fei Fei right now. Get on your knees and apologize. Damn it, kill him. Hey, don't fight. Let's talk this out. The woman pretended to break up the fight while shooting Jiang by a smug look. But her intervention only made the men even angrier. I'm going to kill him today. The bearded man roared, drawing his sword. The blade flashed coldly as he slashed at Jiang Bai. The air seemed to split under the blade's edge, yet only a pitiful two appeared above Jiang Bai's head. What the hell? The bearded man stared at his sword, then at Jiang Bai, his entire worldview crumbling. You have been maliciously attacked by player. I bought a watch last year and have entered self-defense mode. Meanwhile, his two companions joined the assault. The mage launched a fireball, and the archer shot an arrow. 1-8. The damage numbers were pathetically low. The three players stared at each other in disbelief, as if they'd just crashed into an iron wall. After a moment of stunned confusion, panic crept across their faces. Unfortunately, by the time they realized their mistake, it was too late for regrets. The moment their names turned red in his vision, Jiang Bai didn't hesitate. He drew his longbow to full draw. One multi-shot, followed by explosive shot, then another round of multi-shot. Arrows rained down, and 3 health bars were instantly depleted. Ah, peace at last. Simps really don't deserve good endings. Jiang Bai lowered his bow with a sneer, finally understanding why such people were so annoying when their show-off attitude targeted him. Who could tolerate it? However, he didn't immediately let the woman go. What? What are you going to do? The female priest's face went pale, her legs trembling. Jiang Bai stepped closer, his voice low and menacing. Not all men are simps. I won't put up with your attitude. Before she could respond, his longbow erupted in flames, sending her back to the respawn point with a single arrow. Ah, so satisfying. After dealing with the 4 players, the frustration from the chain quest completely vanished. Jiang Bai bent down to pick up the sword the bearded man had dropped, casually tossed it into his inventory, and returned to grinding crocodiles. After a full 2 hours, Jiang Bai finally stood before the Dark Ranger Abyddal again, carrying 100 heavy crocodile hearts. His hand instinctively rested on the longbow at his waist as he silently swore. If this guy dared to ask him to collect more crocodile hearts, crocodile heads, or even crocodile, whatever, he'd immediately turn hostile. Even if it earned him the reputation of betraying his master, he'd take down this torturous NPC. I, Jiang Bai, have my dignity. I refuse to be driven to death by broken quests, he cursed internally. Abyddal examined the table full of bloody crocodile hearts, nodding with satisfaction. When he turned around, his face was beaming with smiles, completely oblivious to the murderous intent radiating from Jiang Bai. Well then, esteemed adventurer, if it's convenient for you, could you please help me collect 100 crocodile eyes? Whoosh-killing intent instantly filled the cramped chamber, and a chill ran down Jiang Bai's spine. His eyes turned bloodshot, as if he was about to draw his longbow the next second. Seeing Jiang Bai staring at him intently, Abyddal looked puzzled. Is there something troubling you, adventurer? Jiang Bai remained silent. The two faced off in tense confrontation. The atmosphere had reached its breaking point. Just as the atmosphere reached its most suffocating point, Jiang Bai's expression darkened abruptly, and he quipped casually. All right, master, let me go find those eyes for you right away, but he wasn't blind. The Abadar before him showed nothing but question marks for both level and health points. This guy could probably reduce him to dust with just a gentle breath. Fight him, heathen. What did they take him for, an idiot? While pulling monsters, he reviewed the entire quest chain. The mission was indeed tedious and lengthy, but Jiang Bai held firm to his belief that everything exists for a reason. Since the system had given him such an annoying task, the reward must be substantial. This thought became his only source of motivation. Fortunately, these eyes weren't particularly difficult to farm. When his experience bar hit level 13 with 9 progress, the last monster fell. Done. Jiang Bai glanced down at his experience bar and couldn't help but gasp. Holy cow, just changing class earned me 2 whole levels. He looked up to refresh the level rankings and saw his username had jumped to 8th place in Kunlun City. Going any higher would probably be impossible in the short term. Everyone else in the top 10 had already changed classes and completely outclassed him in attributes. He was still stuck grinding low-level monsters. Otherwise, he would have been pushing for level 15 and beyond already. Jiang Bai studied the leaderboard for quite a while. The rankings showed guild and alliance affiliations, with everyone unified under the Imperial Dragon's Roar Alliance, except for him who remained a lone wolf. The top player's ID was Legendary Conqueror, a rather old-school name. He casually opened the guild rankings. Sure enough, Kunlun City's top guild was Legendary Guild, followed by Tang Dynasty Innocent and Stellar Left Bank. He couldn't see himself anywhere in the top 10. Whatever, it's got nothing to do with me anyway. He closed all the miscellaneous interfaces and dove back into the tree hollow. This time, he fixed Abadar with a look that could kill. Finally, the NPC stopped extending that torturous quest chain and instead showed a gentle smile, looking like an actual person rather than a mechanical moron. Excellent, adventurer. You have passed my preliminary trial. Abadar extended his hand. Give me old Brent's letter of introduction. Holy shit. Jiang Bai let out a long breath, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and quickly handed over the letter. He couldn't help but grumble internally. So you knew about the letter all along, master? If you knew, why did you put me through all that torture? Abadar wagged his finger. Don't misunderstand, this was Brent's idea, not mine. Holy crap. I knew that old bastard was screwing with me. Jiang Bai's mind immediately conjured up Brent's smug, scheming face. If it had been my idea, the tasks would have been even harder and more tedious. You should thank him. As Abadar spoke, he picked up an ancient bronze key from the table and turned toward the depths of the chamber. Jiang Bai followed closely behind, his expression unchanged. Of course, I've always thought of Brent as a kind old man, gentle and caring. I really miss him. To be honest, you are the first adventurer in thousands of years to earn Brent's favor. It's clear he thinks very highly of you. Ha, master, you flatter me too much. Jiang Bai grinned from ear to ear, his 200-pound frame swaying back and forth like a child who had just received candy. Brent stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the stone wall at the far end of the chamber and suddenly asked, Do you know why I had you repeatedly collect those items? Before he finished speaking, the wall silently cracked open, sliding neatly to both sides. Behind the stone slabs, a square hidden door about 2 meters wide and 2 meters high was revealed, the heavy stone blocks grinding together with a deep, muffled hum. Jiang Bai stared at the dark entrance, his heart racing with excitement. There's actually a hidden world behind here. He scratched his head and flattered. Master, what a question to ask. If I knew the reason, I'd be a GM. Who is GM? Abadar turned around, his gaze serious. Oh, it's my little dog. He's always acting up, so I beat him every day. I see. Abadar nodded thoughtfully, then added with gravity. But you should still be kind to animals. The two stepped through the hidden door one after the other. Inside was a sloping staircase extending downward, seemingly bottomless. Abadar walked in front, and with each step he took, torches embedded in the stone walls automatically ignited, their flames forming a chain that drove away the thick darkness around them. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Bai estimated they had descended to a depth of 100 meters when the steps finally ended at a vast underground cavern. The place still retained its rough, primitive rock surfaces, uneven and bumpy, their footsteps echoing with small, scattered sounds. In the distance, an underground river gurgled with low, deep water sounds. In the center of the open space stood a quiet, oval sacrificial altar about 3 meters in diameter, its surface covered with intersecting symbols, deep grooves connecting each stroke into a unified whole. Abadar's face was grave as water as he slowly walked to the sacrificial altar and pulled out a transparent cylindrical glass vessel containing about 2.918332 4 milliliters of purple liquid that gleamed coldly in the firelight. For this, he slowly poured the liquid into the symbol grooves. Purple light spread rapidly along the fine channels like spider silk weaving, covering the entire pattern in an instant. Jiang Bai's eyes went wide. What is this? Demonic power. Abadar's answer was brief. The creatures in the barren swamp have been infected by demonic energy. To extract sufficiently pure demonic power requires the materials you collected earlier. Jiang Bai suddenly understood, secretly feeling that his errand-running tasks had been quite meaningful. He pointed at the sacrificial altar beneath his feet, about to ask a question, when the purple liquid had already flowed through all the symbols and met at the starting point. Whoosh! Purple light suddenly shot skyward, illuminating the entire cavern as bright as day. Immediately after, the grinding sound of cracking stone echoed as the sacrificial altar slowly split open from the center, and an oval purple portal appeared above it, like the eye of an abyss. Jiang Bai was dumbstruck, his mind churning with countless questions. But Abadar smiled as he gazed at the twisted light curtain, then turned to look at Jiang Bai, his voice clear and solemn. Adventurer, if you wish to become a true Dark Ranger, please accept Abadar's true trial. Ding. Do you accept the class change quest Abadar's ultimate trial? Kill Archimond? Accept. It's here. It's finally here. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate for a moment and opened the quest description. Abadar's ultimate trial, kill Archimond. Quest description. 100 years ago, the demon lord Archimond occupied the barren swamp, corrupting all creatures there. To this day, the barren swamp remains lifeless and desolate. To purify the demonic aura, Abadal once imprisoned Archimond, only to discover it was merely one of his avatars, practically worthless. Therefore, he left this avatar behind as the final trial. Please defeat Archimonde within 10 minutes, or the quest will be considered failed. Note: Archimonde's avatar possesses only 1/10 of the original's power. Players may attempt this challenge repeatedly until successful. Looks like I've got a boss fight ahead. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, calculating in his mind. I wonder what attributes this avatar has. If its level is comparable to mine, the solo boss difficulty shouldn't be too high. Previously, during the 4th ring quest, he had gone on a monster-killing spree, slaughtering exactly 337 crocodiles. His plunder talent triggered 6 times, forcibly adding 2 points to strength, 3 points to agility, and 1 point to constitution. Remembered these numbers so clearly thanks to the system statistics assistant. At this moment, his character panel displayed. Physical attack, 1062. Attack power, 152. Total attack, 1214. Compared to players of the same level who hadn't changed classes, these stats were absolutely monstrous. Based on a full set of level 10 blue equipment, a pure damage class would have around 320 attack, and with blue gear's low drop rate and high prices, very few players could afford a complete set. Jiang Bai looked at Abidal and tentatively asked, "So, should I go in and give it a try now? I can attempt it multiple times anyway. You may proceed." Abidal nodded with a smile. Jiang Bai stepped through the portal. After a brief moment of darkness, his vision opened up. Dramatically purple mist clouds drifted slowly around him, and the surroundings resembled the void of space. About 100 yards ahead, a massive beast lay sleeping. Its silhouette resembled a crocodile magnified dozens of times, yet also looked like a stegosaurus from the late Jurassic period. Thick, powerful limbs, heavy armor plating, a row of massive bone plates along its spine, pitch black all over, and utterly ferocious. Destroyer, Archimonde's avatar. Grade: Black Iron Demon Boss. Level: 15. Health: 90,000. Attack power: 600. Defense: 550. Skills: Wild Charge, Blade Bite, Spike Defense. Good grief. Jiang Bai nearly blacked out. This is supposed to be a boss I can defeat in 10 minutes? In solo mode, he could handle 600 attack power, but with 90,000 health and 550 defense, how long would it take to hack through that? 550 defense was way higher than those siege bosses from before. Jiang Bai didn't actually expect to clear it on his first attempt. That would make the challenge seem too easy. After adjusting his mindset, he decided to run a test round first to see exactly how much damage he could deal in 10 minutes. He retreated to 70 yards, drew his bowstring to full tension, and activated Eagle Eye Shot from his skill bar. This opening skill had limited damage and a long cast time, but it would serve as his starting signal. The Crimson Longbow released a sharp twang as a blood-red energy arrow materialized on the string, its tip gleaming with piercing light. Here we go. Whoosh. The light arrow cut through the air, following an elegant parabolic arc before striking Archimonde's back armor. 996. As the damage number appeared, a timer in the upper right corner jumped to 10 o'clock and began counting down rapidly. The previously insignificant digits now pulsed frantically, adding an oppressive weight to the moment. Roar. The slumbering Archimonde awakened with a furious bellow. The massive beast's eyes snapped open, the bony plates along its back rose like razor edges, its limbs bulged with muscle, and it launched itself toward Jiang Bai with a powerful leap. Damn, that's not slow at all. Jiang Bai was secretly alarmed despite the 25 speed reduction. This creature was nearly as fast as he was. Kiting tactics relied on speed advantage, but Archimonde, despite its bulky appearance, was surprisingly agile. 60 yards. 50 yards. The distance rapidly closed to 35 yards as Jiang Bai activated a series of skills simultaneously. Concussive shot. Another arrow pierced the air, striking Archimonde's head. 730. No stun triggered. Jiang Bai frowned slightly. Aim shot. 797. Explosive shot. 896. 962. 2,988. Critical hit. His spirits lifted. The final stage of explosive shot likely had a hidden critical bonus, otherwise the probability wouldn't be this high. The 180 attack power coefficient combined with a 2.5x critical multiplier delivered nearly 3,000 damage in a single hit. The fourth arrow whistled through to finish the sequence. 1,328. The complete explosive shot combo dealt 6,174 damage. Devastatingly powerful. Wind Force triggered. A Wind Force buff appeared in his status bar. As explosive shot concluded, only 15 yards remained between them. Taking advantage of the combined 20 attack speed boost from Wind Force and his equipment, he squeezed in a basic attack. 664. Then he shouldered his bow and retreated. The critical hit's enhanced frost effect provided a 40 slow, finally allowing him to create distance again. He followed up with basic attacks and multi-shot for a total of 1,195 damage. Still no critical. As the 6-second Wind Force effect expired before his eyes, he felt disappointed. My critical chance still isn't high enough. Total damage so far, 11,356, with exactly 1 minute elapsed. This bastard still has nearly 80,000 health left. While Explosive Shot had just scored a critical hit, who could count on crits every time? Without consistent critical strikes, his damage output would be cut in half after all. Most of his damage relied on Explosive Shot. And Archimon hadn't even used a single ability yet. While Jiang Bai was calculating his next move, Archmon's massive body suddenly accelerated, charging toward him like a landslide. In an instant, the enormous shadow loomed overhead, and Jiang Bai could clearly see every wrinkle on the creature's skin. Wild Charge. The system notification thundered as explosive force erupted, sending Jiang Bai flying through the air. 398. The wound wasn't fatal after all. He still had 3,000 health points, but being airborne left him completely unable to control his body, making the next attack impossible to dodge. Sure enough, Archmond opened its gaping maw, revealing fangs over a meter long that thrust upward toward Jiang Bai's rear. 626. Holy crap! Jiang Bai let out a pig-like squeal while suspended in midair. Though the game wasn't reality, it still carried pain sensations, not to mention the psychological trauma of this particular crisis. Just 2 hits had stripped away a full 1,000 health points, and that was with his chosen one passive absorbing 10 of incoming damage. The pain was very real. The moment he hit the ground, he quickly downed a potion that instantly restored 200 health while rolling right at maximum speed, barely avoiding the third combo attack, that massive, thick hoof. Boom. The hoof struck empty ground, leaving a crater. Jiang Bai rolled to his feet and immediately fired his fully cooled Explosive Shot. 896. 962. 1,195. Even without critical hit bonuses, this combo dealt 3,053 damage and healed him for 280 health. Only 8 minutes and 30 seconds remained on the battle timer. The lifesteal was still incredibly strong. While Archmond wasn't casting abilities, Jiang Bai retreated while shooting, barely maintaining his kiting strategy. Concussive Shot. 1,460. Critical hit. The 3-stun chance actually triggered, stacking the windbreak status. Taking advantage of the 2-second stun, he stood his ground and unleashed maximum damage with his 20 attack speed bonus, pushing his 3-second burst to the limit. 797. 664. 1,328. Another critical hit on his basic attack. The second windbreak stack applied, granting a total 30 attack speed bonus. He followed up with 2 more arrows. 664. 450. He even managed to trigger the 0.5 bleeding effect, though it had limited impact against a single boss. The fierce battle entered a deadlock. Archmond cast abilities extremely frequently, unleashing his knock-up bite combo almost every 30 seconds, dealing over 1,000 damage each time, with occasional critical hits. This sleazy combo is absolutely shameless. Jiang Bai complained while clutching his rear and maintaining his damage output. While dealing damage, Jiang Bai had to constantly reposition, as Archmond's charge ability combined with its high movement speed prevented him from maintaining a smooth kiting pattern. Jiang Bai's health was steadily dropping bit by bit. Ever since Archimon first landed that devastating combo on him, his health bar had never been completely full again. Every time he painstakingly recovered 500 or 600 health points, those crushing bone fists would slam down once more, wiping away what little recovery he'd managed. This vicious cycle left him barely able to catch his breath. With 5 minutes left on the timer, Archimon's health bar stubbornly remained at 62,000. Even worse, when the boss's health dropped below 50, it activated Spike Defense. Jiang Bai watched clearly as the bone plates on the boss's back crackled and shifted, instantly forming an impenetrable bone armor that wrapped Archimon completely. Though its speed decreased, this granted a full 30 seconds of 60 damage reduction, essentially grinding the player's damage output into the dirt. When the 10 minutes ended, Archimon on screen still tenaciously held onto 24,000 health. Jiang Bai looked at the combat log panel and reluctantly confirmed. With his current damage per second, forget 10 minutes, even another 10 minutes might not be enough to close this gap. If he hadn't triggered that one Phoenix Feather critical hit during the fight, that health bar would probably be even longer. No good, the gap's too wide. He sighed and exited the dungeon. He'd hoped that if he was only short a few thousand damage, running it a few more times might turn his bad luck around. But a gap of over 20,000 couldn't be bridged by some miraculous stroke of fortune. When he left the chamber, he found Abidal had already returned to the living room. The worn sofa had sunk into a deep depression, covered with a thin layer of dust. Abidal was half reclining there, holding up a grease-stained glass filled with pale red liquid that gave off the mellow aroma of wine. Seeing the dejected Jiang Bai, he squinted with a smile and swirled his glass. "Want a drink?" "No thanks, master." Jiang Bai waved him off. "I need to figure out how to deal with Archimon first, or I'll never get stronger." Abidal tilted his head back for a sip, exhaled contentedly, his voice tinged with alcohol. "Huh. Sometimes don't be in such a rush. I never expected you to beat Archimon on your first try anyway." Wanting to become a Dark Ranger means choosing a path harder than others. Where's the easy part in that? Jiang Bai's curiosity was piqued. Compared to other classes, are Dark Rangers more powerful? Abdul just shook his head, the wine in his glass swirling into a gleaming vortex. There are no more powerful classes, only more powerful practitioners. After leaving the chamber, Jiang Bai had made up his mind. These 90 gold coins in his possession would need to be spent completely if he wanted to get past Archimond. As he walked, he opened the trading market, pondering whether to socket gems into his equipment first or upgrade his skill books. Just then, chaotic footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Right here, boss. This is where that guy killed us. 4 of you against 1 person. You died, and you don't even know his name? Damn it, that bastard hid his ID. We couldn't see it. A group of people came chattering over. Jiang Bai immediately understood this was probably backup called in by those 3 lackeys from earlier, clearly coming for him. His quest had failed. He was already in a foul mood, and now these persistent flies were blocking him in the corridor, making his head nearly explode with frustration. You guys are really. He looked up, but his words died in his throat as he froze. The faces of the leaders across from him similarly went rigid, their eyes filled with shock. Clearly both groups had encountered something utterly unbelievable. The reason for the stunned silence was that Jiang Bai was very familiar with the 2 people leading the opposing group. Jiang Bai. Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei almost simultaneously widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. The lackey standing beside Wang Ku, who had been acting arrogantly just moments before, instantly froze as his confidence crumbled. His heart sank. If the boss knew the guy on the other side, wasn't he just asking for trouble? Jiang Bai was equally surprised running into this despicable pair in a game. What rotten luck. After a brief silence, Wang Ku's astonishment was consumed by rage, his features twisting almost beyond recognition. Jiang Bai, you son of a bitch. I've been searching everywhere for you, and you actually have the nerve to play games? You dare show your face in front of me? If I don't finish you off today, I don't deserve the name Wang. He waved his hand violently. Brothers, surround him. Pin him down tight. Wang Ku gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he wanted to tear Jiang Bai apart alive. Indeed, for a wealthy young master to be knocked unconscious on the street by Jiang Bai was the ultimate humiliation. However, Jiang Bai remained calm, his heart completely untroubled. Searching everywhere for me? After moving away from school, no one knew he was renting a place in the nearby urban village. Plus, spending all day holed up playing games. It would be a miracle if Wang Ku could find him. He looked at Wang Ku indifferently, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Does your face still hurt? Since you can still play games, it seems I went too easy on you that day. Haha, Jiang Bai, you still have the mood to play games here? Jiang Weiwei, standing beside Wang Ku, suddenly sneered, her tone dripping with mockery. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Jiang Weiwei shrugged, her expression contemptuous. Nothing much. I just think your disabled mother shouldn't be kept in the dark by her own son forever, right? For old time's sake, since we're from the same village, I spread the news about your expulsion back home. I bet it's caused quite a stir by now. Your mother must be going crazy with worry, and you're still in the mood to play games? What a filial sanaha. Well done, babe. Wang Ke wrapped his arms around Jiang Weiwei, his face twisted in a vicious grin. Jiang Weiwei's shrill laughter pierced through the air, revealing her malicious and vicious nature. Jiang Bai was stunned for half a second, then the rage in his chest exploded like a bomb. Jiang Weiwei, you fucking bitch. His eyes turned blood red, his voice hoarse. Are you even human? Forget about how my mother took care of you when we were kids. You know, she has a heart condition. I've been desperately hiding the fact that I was expelled because I didn't dare let her know. This is between us, so why did you have to drag my mother into this? Why? Jiang Weiwei shrugged, her tone cold. Huh. You got yourself expelled, and now you're blaming me. Staring at her, Jiang Bai felt a wave of disgust he'd never experienced. Befarito, think he had devoted years of his life to someone like this? He must have been blind. The image of his mother's graying hair and the wrinkles carved by time suddenly flashed through his mind. When she learned about his expulsion, she must have been at a complete loss, her heart racing frantically. For his mother, this news would be like the sky falling down. And for the entire village, Jiang Bai had transformed from their pride into their shame. The secret he had painstakingly hidden for an entire year was destroyed in an instant. At this thought, Jiang Bai's teeth ground together audibly. His furious gaze seemed tangible, as if he wanted to tear Jiang Weiwei into 1,000 pieces. Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Bai's voice was as cold as bone-chilling ice, sending shivers down one's spine. He spoke each word slowly, each syllable like ice. If anything happens to my mother, I, Jiang Bai, will kill your entire family. Go to hell. In his complete loss of reason, Jiang Bai no longer cared about his red name status. With a furious roar, the longbow in his hands erupted with flames of rage. Multi-shot. Explosive shot. All his skills poured out in an instant, and more than 10 players immediately fell before Jiang Bai. Quick! Get him! Kill him! Wang Ku began retreating while commanding his subordinates to surround Jiang Bai. Wang Ku had brought about 40 people, yet Jiang Bai had instantly killed more than 10 of them. This explosive damage left both Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei speechless with shock. But soon, the shock in their eyes turned to greed. This guy is top-tier equipment. The despicable pair exchanged glances and immediately became excited. Wang Ku shouted to his subordinates who were attacking Jiang Bai, "Damn it! Everyone give it your all. Make him drop his equipment for me. Whoever can make him drop it gets 10 gold directly. Don't be afraid to die pile on him if you have to. I'm calling all nearby guild members over for support right now." "I didn't expect him to be doing so well in the game," said Jiang Weiwei, standing beside Wang Ku, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Bai with a hint of disdain. "Haha, doing well." Wang Ku laughed loudly. "In 5 minutes, his equipment will be mine. Even if it doesn't drop, I'll camp his corpse until he quits the server." Meanwhile, Jiang Bai wielded his longbow, with almost every arrow taking a life. Honestly, the players under Wang Ku had terrible stats. Few could even break through his defense, and even fewer could withstand Jiang Bai's damage. Jiang Bai first targeted the ranged classes. With his massive 1200 attack power, those priests and mages couldn't survive even one of his basic attacks. When multi-shot came off cooldown, he would immediately use it on the melee classes in front of him. After at most 2 rounds of shooting, aside from pure tank classes, almost no one had any chance of survival. With his 15 movement speed bonus, he could quickly create distance between himself and the melee players, then use that gap to pick off the ranged classes. Following this pattern, the 30-plus players were completely helpless against Jiang Bai. His terrifying 8 lifesteal kept his health consistently above 80. In just 2 minutes, Wang Ku's 40-person team was reduced to only 12 or 13 players, all tanks with no real damage output. Only then did Wang Ku realize that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The smiles on his and Jiang Weiwei's faces gradually froze, then slowly disappeared, replaced by huge question marks. Isn't this a bit too overpowered? 40 people can't kill one person. Sensing that things were going badly, Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei began unconsciously backing away. After Jiang Bai killed the last assassin with a multi-shot attack, fury swept across the battlefield. His hand gripping the bow bulged with veins. His gaze locked onto Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei in the distance like a blade, his murderous intent so tangible it made breathing difficult for both of them. Holy shit, Wang Ku was terrified by that stare. Seeing things going south, he suddenly shoved Jiang Weiwei forward and bolted. "Damn it, Jiang Weiwei, don't drag me into the mess you caused with your slutty behavior. I just hit level 12, I don't want to lose levels. Honey, how can you abandon me?" Jiang Weiwei stared in disbelief at Wang Ku's retreating figure, her shock filled with disappointment. Jiang Bai sneered coldly. "Heh, Jiang Weiwei, this is the man worth betraying me for." He didn't bother chasing Wang Ku. That score would be settled eventually. Right now, he only wanted Jiang Weiwei to pay the price. "Jiang Bai, please listen to me, okay?" Seeing no escape, Jiang Weiwei's face went pale, her pleading voice breaking with tears. "Actually, that wasn't my idea, it was Wang Ku." Slap. A crisp slap landed on her face, stunning her completely. She covered her burning cheek and looked up, eyes full of disbelief. That slap was for my 3 years of wasted youth. Though damage was 0 in the game, the humiliation weighed heavily on Jiang Weiwei's heart. "Jiang Bai, you hit me?" Slap. The second slap was even harder, completely sobering Jiang Weiwei. "That slap was for my mother," Jiang Bai said coldly. "Jiang Weiwei, let me tell you, if anything happens to my mom, what I said before wasn't a joke. Get lost." He drew his longbow, the arrow gleaming with cold light, ready to blow Jiang Weiwei's head off at any moment. "Jiang Bai, come out and die?" "Grandpa's back." An arrogant roar interrupted the scene. Wang Ku had actually circled back, followed by a massive crowd of players, easily 100 strong. Wang Ku regained his swagger, pointing at Jiang Bai and screaming, "Weren't you so tough? Let's see how tough you are now. I've got 200 brothers who will overwhelm you with sheer numbers." Jiang Bai's gaze shifted to the players behind Wang Ku bearing the guild tag, Zhonghai University. That's right, Zhonghai University was his own school. "Isn't that Jiang Bai?" Voices immediately rose from the crowd. "The wild dog who opposed young Master Ko? Can't believe he's brought his death wish into the game. Didn't this wild dog drop out? How does he still have the nerve to play games?" Mockery and contempt erupted everywhere. Standing beside Wang Ku, a fat guy with the ID Zhonghai Zhang Chao stepped forward, pointing at Jiang Bai. "Looks like I went too easy on you when I beat you up before. You see our young Master Ku and don't kneel, but dare to fight back." "Don't waste words on this wild dog," another chimed in. "Young Master Ku said this dog somehow got lucky with his gear, pretty good stuff. Today we're not leaving until we make him drop it all." The group surrounded Jiang Bai in a crescent formation. The faces in the front row were all too familiar to Jiang Bai, Wang Ku's lackeys, the same ones who had bullied him on campus. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes, his voice low. "You bunch of trash." Though he appeared calm on the surface, the rage in his chest was rapidly expanding. He thought he had already said goodbye to the past, But as this group appeared before him again, and those harsh, ugly words reached his ears once more, he quickly came to understand that any harm a person experiences will forever become a glaring scar branded upon them, constantly serving as a reminder. Hatred thus lies dormant in the depths of one's heart, and the only way to release it is through revenge. I'm no saint, Jiang Bai roared, his eyes suddenly turning ice cold. All I want now is to kill these bastards. The crimson longbow gripped tightly in his hands seemed ignited by his blazing emotions, its frame humming and trembling incessantly. Then go to hell. His furious roar exploded through the air as the blood bow let out a piercing shriek toward the heavens. The arrow shot skyward, and immediately an angry phoenix cry echoed across the horizon, deep and ominous like death's bell tolling. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. The azure sky suddenly turned blood red. Do you feel my rage too, brother? Jiang Bai whispered in his heart. A phoenix of intertwined fire and ice emerged from the blood clouds in rebirth, gazing down upon all living beings like a supreme sovereign. Jiang Bai looked gratefully at the longbow in his handset had synchronized with his fighting spirit. The phoenix's appearance instantly petrified every player on the field. Before they could recover, countless phoenix feathers descended like a devastating storm, sweeping away everything. White damage numbers danced frantically across game screens within a 50 by 50-yard radius centered on Jiang Bai. Nothing survived. The lackeys in the front row who had been mocking most viciously still had smiles frozen on their faces when they were incinerated to ash by the searing heat the next second. Holy shit. Run. What the hell kind of godlike skill is this? Agonized screams rose one after another as the 200-person team instantly lost nearly 50 members. The survivors, terror-stricken, scattered in all directions. Afraid. Afraid my ass. Wang Ku, who had somehow retreated to the back of the crowd, cursed loudly to mask his terror. This is just one damn skill. Doesn't his skill have a cooldown? What are you scared of? As the ice-fire phoenix's form gradually faded, Wang Ku's eyes flashed with wild joy. Such an overpowered skill, he definitely can't use it many times. Everyone attack. Beat him to death. Anyone who dares run, I'll be the first to kick them from the guild and hunt them across every server until they quit. Wang Ku's roar had some effect. Seeing the phoenix disappear, everyone finally steadied their nerves and launched an assault on Jiang Bai. There are over 100 of you. What's there to fear? Even if each person just spat once, you could drown him. Jiang Weiwei also began stirring up trouble. At this moment, she despised Jiang Bai completely no matter what. She couldn't tolerate the loser she had discarded doing better than herself. We must kill him. Brothers, let's go. After instantly killing nearly 50 people with his opening move, Jiang Bai unleashed skill after skill. Multiple shots rained down continuously as he descended like the Grim Reaper, frantically harvesting players' lives. Whenever his arrows failed to critically hit, he specifically targeted those fragile classes with thin armor and low health, almost killing one with each arrow. Soon, nearly 30 more players instantly fell and became corpses. But at the same time, Jiang Bai's problems became glaringly obvious. This was extremely fatal for Jiang Bai. That meant no backup support. This wasn't the first time Jiang Bai had faced overwhelming odds during that previous boss battle. He had taken on over 200 players from the Yunqing and Xiaoyao guilds. But back then, his enemies were already battered and wounded with depleted skills, their attention divided by the boss, and his teammates constantly provided him with support, allowing him to fight with abandon. Now the situation was completely different. This 100-man squad was at full strength, with all their skills precisely targeting him alone. Jiang Bai's high defense made him unconcerned about pure damage skills, but the endless stream of crowd control effects gave him a headache. The purification ability from his metal could remove debuffs, but its cooldown was too long. Trying to dodge? That was a joke when facing area effect skills from 100 players. Worse still, several players on the opposing side had completed their second-class advancement, though they were all following standard paths. Their attributes and skills had been comprehensively enhanced, dealing damage in the dozens with each hit. Jiang Bai's health bar dropped at a visible rate. Even with his 3,000 total health, he couldn't withstand this group's ants-devouring and elephant-style assault. His measly 8 life steal could barely compensate for the losses. Wang Ke keenly noticed this and shouted loudly, "See that? This guy won't last much longer. He only has so much health. We can pile on the damage and overwhelm him." Almost every second, someone from Zhonghai University fell, while simultaneously Jiang Bai's health plummeted from 100 to 50 in just 20 seconds. The enemy numbers dropped below 100, but his health bar continued its rapid descent. 40, 30, 20. When only 10 remained, Wang Ku, who had been watching from a distance, charged in while attacking and screaming, "Brothers, hold back. I want to deliver the killing blow myself. I'll personally take down this mad dog for everyone's entertainment." As his health neared depletion, Jiang Bai's expression remained calm. There was only one reason: confidence. His calculations were precise. By the time he fell, at most 70 enemies would remain, and they had no idea he possessed a resurrection skill. After reviving, He would turn the tables and harvest those 70 lives. 5-3. Wang Ke was so excited his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Drop your equipment. Drop your equipment. The moment his health hit 1, Wang Ke unleashed all his skills while Jiang Bai fired off one final multi-shot before dying. Wang Ke's summoned massive fireball roared forward, mere inches from Jiang Bai. At this critical moment, just as Jiang Bai prepared to activate his resurrection time, suddenly froze. Skills hung suspended in midair. The blazing fireball stopped dead in front of Jiang Bai, unable to advance another inch. What? What the hell was happening? Holy crap. Instantly, all the players were stunned, completely unable to comprehend what had just occurred. From the hollow of a towering ancient tree behind Jiang Bai, a middle-aged man slowly emerged. He wore a tattered and stained black robe, with what appeared to be an ordinary wooden bow slung across his back. Greasy long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and unkempt stubble gave him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet it strangely complemented his handsome features, lazy and slovenly, but carrying an indescribable sense of weathered experience. His brown eyes swept over the crowd with a casual glance, making everyone feel as if they'd been touched by a cold wind. The man smiled faintly and raised his hand with a wave. All the skill effects hurtling toward Jiang Bai instantly vanished. What the hell? Who the fuck is this guy? Where are my skills? This has to be an NPC, right? The players' exclamations rose one after another, but received no response whatsoever. He simply looked at Jiang Bai and slowly shook his head. Adventurer, you're still far from becoming a true Dark Ranger. With that, without even lifting his half-lowered eyelids, he drew the wooden bow from his back. A great Dark Ranger wouldn't kill so clumsily as you do. The moment he drew the bowstring, the plain wooden bow erupted with inky black mist. Watch carefully. Whoosh. The bowstring sang softly, and an arrow formed of pure energy shot forth, instantly transforming into a massive 5-clawed dragon, black as ink, taking shape thunderously in the air. The dragon's roar was deafening as the great beast soared straight into the clouds. In the next breath, everything in the dragon's path was instantly annihilated. Wang Ke and hundreds of other players had no chance to struggle the moment the dragon's might covered them. They turned into streams of data and flew back to the respawn point. Holy shit. Jiang Bai stared in complete amazement. That was incredibly awesome. And the power was outrageous. This was clearly a superpowered area effect skill. Even more terrifying was that NPCs in the game could attack players at will. Did that mean players could also kill NPCs freely? His mind raced with uncertainty. Jiang Bai looked again at the man's nameplate, finally noticing that the name appeared in yellow, a neutral NPC. The developers had warned early on that most neutral NPCs were morally ambiguous, highly sophisticated in their AI, and could actively attack players. I've just latched onto an incredibly powerful ally. Jiang Bai rubbed his hands together excitedly. Master, was that move just now also a Dark Ranger skill? He asked cautiously. Of course. The man Abidalance word matter-of-factly. Can I learn it? Abidal turned around, revealing a meaningful smile. First, you need to become a Dark Ranger. That single sentence ignited Jiang Bai's fighting spirit, his eyes burning with determination. I must change my class to Dark Ranger, and I must learn that technique. At the respawn point, dozens of players materialized simultaneously in flashes of white light, looking at each other in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Everyone was completely bewildered. Wang Ke stamped his foot in frustration. The duck that was already cooked had flown away. Damn it. Even the NPCs are helping that wild dog. Fuck. Otherwise I would have killed him already. Shit. Did you catch that NPC's name and stats clearly? I didn't see the name completely. It was too fast, boss. Anyway, it was a neutral NPC, otherwise it wouldn't have attacked us. Zhang Chao stammered. I remember the location. Wang Ke sneered coldly. Damn it. That bastard NPC doesn't know his place, daring to mess with his daddy? Once I level up, I'll bring people to kill him sooner or later. And that wild dog Jiang Bai too. After finishing that fight, Jiang Bai logged off in a hurry without doing anything else. Before logging off, he casually tossed the worthless equipment dropped by Wang Ke and his crew into the trading market, too lazy to even calculate proper prices. His character's condition had already dropped below 5, and if it weren't for that intense head-to-head battle, he should have logged out to rest much earlier. All in all, he'd been in the game pod for nearly 9 straight hours since logging in. As the pod cover lifted, he sat up rubbing his temples and immediately reached for his phone on the nightstand. The screen lit up to reveal over a dozen red missed call notifications clustered at the top, all from the same person, his mother. The situation wasn't too serious yet, but if he delayed any longer, he was genuinely afraid his mom might call the police. Jiang Bai didn't call back immediately. Instead, he first opened his mobile banking app and transferred 100,000 yuan out of his account balance of over 100,000 to his mother's account. After confirming the transfer was successful, he took a deep breath and pressed the dial button. Hello, Mom. Son, what's going on with you? I called you so many times, and you didn't answer. I was worried sick. His mother unleashed her full fury on the other end. and Jiang Bai could only apologize repeatedly. 10 minutes later, he finally hung up and let out a long, weary sigh. To avoid his mother prying into his romantic troubles, he lied and claimed he'd already found a job. His mom was clearly unsatisfied with this explanation, but when she heard the bank notification and saw the 100,000 yuan deposit, her attitude immediately softened, though she then worried whether her son had gotten involved in something illegal. Jiang Bai quickly beat his chest in assurance. Mom, I'm young and would never turn to crime. After placating his mother, he didn't rush to log back online. He first took a hot shower to wash away his fatigue, then went out for a steaming bowl of beef noodles paired with an ice-cold beer, before leisurely returning home and climbing into the game pod to log in. Just as the login screen appeared, he was blocked by a massive server maintenance notice. Another maintenance? Didn't they just do maintenance? Jiang Bai sat stunned in his chair, immediately exited the pod, and opened the game's official forum. The post timestamp showed half an hour ago. Official announcement. Introducing a brand new life system. He scanned down through the notice. 1. Introducing hunger mechanics. Players can eat in-game to replenish. 2. Character condition can be restored through in-game sleep. 3. Players no longer need to frequently log off to handle real-world eating, drinking, and bodily functions. The game pod will handle these synchronously. 4. In conjunction with this, global dining, hotel, and food industry giants are collectively entering the game. Below was an entire page densely packed with brand names, thousands of logos filling the screen to bursting. Jiang Bai stared blankly at that scrolling sea of trademarks, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, with only one thought remaining in his mind. This is fucking a massive business opportunity. Jiang Bai stared in amazement, thinking the marketing team at Genesis was absolutely brilliant. They had somehow transformed a simple life system into a marketplace for real-world brands, bringing familiar names from Hilton, Marriott, and Four Seasons all the way down to budget chains like 7 Days Inn and Home and into the game. The massive business opportunities and explosive profits were practically visible to the naked eye. No wonder the developers dared to peg the game currency to real money with a fixed exchange rate. They had been laying the groundwork for this all along. He quickly scanned through the list of integrated brands. 1. Hotels from luxury to budget, covering the entire spectrum. 2. All players could either start their own businesses or work for these brands, earning salaries and commissions. This meant that beyond the combat-focused gameplay, lifestyle, players finally had their own path to success. At this thought, Jiang Bai felt a surge of anticipation. The maintenance would only take an hour, and then he could step into an even more realistic world. When maintenance ended, he logged back into the desolate swamp. In the dark chamber, a builder still lounged lazily on the tattered sofa, legs crossed high, twirling a stained wine glass between his fingers in what he probably thought was an elegant pose, but came across as rather tacky. Master, you really do love your wine, don't you? A builder glanced at him and sighed regretfully. Wine is a wonderful thing, but this place is too barren to produce good red wine. Well, you enjoy that. I need to go get some equipment. Jiang Bai waved and opened the auction house. The system announcement had just gone live, and a wave of class changes was sweeping across all servers. If he didn't pick up the pace, he'd soon be left behind. Scanning his inventory, what he needed most urgently were 2 level 10 rings pure attack gear for the fastest returns. As for armor, it wasn't a high priority given Akmon's overwhelming offensive power. He went into mindless shopping mode, snapping up 16 level 10 white quality rings in one go. As the majority of players leveled up, level 10 white gear had dropped below 1 gold coin. The really expensive items were those with special properties and higher grades. A level 10 green quality ring cost 3 times as much as white gear, and prices only got more ridiculous from there. High-quality accessories were already rare drops, and high-grade accessories were rarer still. After much searching, he finally settled on 2 level 10 ancient quality accessories. Eagle Eye of Lethality, Apocalypse Ring Ancient. Physical Attack 40. Agility 14. Strength 10. Critical Hit Chance 2. Additional Critical Hit Chance 3. Skill Eagle Eye. When activated, Critical Hit Chance 15 for 10 seconds, 120-second cooldown. Equipment level 10. Holy crap. Double critical hit properties plus an active skill. This is insanely powerful. Jiang Bai excitedly equipped it immediately. The 2 rings combined boosted his critical hit rate to 16. If he triggered Eagle Eye, it would instantly reach 31, absolutely terrifying. With the rings equipped, as his stats skyrocketed, a builder looked up with raised eyebrows, studying Jiang Bai with confusion. Strange, how did this adventurer's aura suddenly become so much stronger? The ring's enhancement was undoubtedly massive, but it still wasn't nearly enough to defeat Archimonde. Jiang Bai glanced at his character panel, watching the numbers dance beautifully, yet those empty skill slots mocked him like a taunt. His damage output was insufficient. He only had 96 gold coins left, with 8 skill enhancement scrolls weighing down his inventory, all painstakingly accumulated from slaughtering over 1,000 crocodiles. But to go head-to-head with Archimonde, these meager cards were nowhere near enough. I need to keep enhancing my skills. He immediately typed skill enhancement scroll into the auction house search bar, and the results left him stunned. 5.5 gold per scroll. 5.5 gold. Are you kidding me? What kind of insane pricing is this? Jiang Bai had assumed that as drops increased, these items would eventually crash in price, but instead they'd gone up. How could casual players possibly afford this? After thinking it through, the logic was actually simple beyond equipment. Skill enhancement was the core method for directly widening the gap between whales and casual players. The higher the level of big spenders and the better their skill quality, the greater their demand for enhancement scrolls, naturally driving prices through the roof. In other words, skill enhancement scrolls had become hard currency at this stage. While 5.5 gold was astronomical for ordinary players, it was pocket change for those whales who dropped tens of millions. Add in the countless global players, and supply shortages became the norm. There was even a trending forum post about some high roller who'd blown 5 million renminbi in one night buying over 100 enhancement scrolls, only managing to get his skill to 6 without even a peep of success. Those 3 words, bottomless pit, were practically written across every casual player's face. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Bai sent private messages to both Starry Left Bank and Tang Dynasty Innocent. Need a favor, bro? Could you help me collect some skill enhancement scrolls? I'll pay 5 gold each, and if I don't have enough money up front, I'll owe you and definitely pay back. After sending the messages, his palm grew slightly sweaty around the mouse. He'd rarely borrowed money before and had no idea if he could get any. 1 minute passed with no response in the chat window. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. He stared at the dark chat bar, his mind racing with doubts. After 5 minutes of radio silence, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking he should just forget about it. Just then, Tang Dynasty Innocent's trade window chimed open. This stuff's precious as gold right now. The whole guild only managed to scrape together 44 scrolls for you. Take them and use them. The other player didn't mention price at all. All right, I'll owe 220 gold. Thanks, bro. Jiang Bai clicked confirm without hesitation. Oh what? 7 of these are mine. The other 37 are from the brothers. We're all family here. I'll handle the money situation, don't worry about it. If you need help, just say the word. As soon as that trade window closed, Starry Left Bank's window popped up. Our small guild only dug up 22 scrolls. Hope that's not too few. If you try to talk money with me, I won't give these to you. I still have some say over the guild treasury. Warmth surged from his heart, and Jiang Bai said nothing more, gratefully accepting the 22 scrolls. Though both brothers had refused payment, Jiang Bai carefully recorded each scroll at 5 gold apiece in his mental ledger. When someone was willing to lend a helping hand during tough times, that was already an enormous favor. Not paying them back would be unconscionable. Jiang Bai knew all too well how precious skill enhancement scrolls were these days for anyone. This many scrolls would be their most treasured possessions. Just as he rolled up his sleeves to get started, a trade window from his friend Xingqian Momo popped up in his friends list. Big brother, here for skill enhancement? I secretly saved 2 more scrolls for you. The count instantly jumped from 66 to 68 scrolls. Jiang Bai's heart bloomed with joy as he clicked confirm and muttered under his breath. All right, let's do this. He took a deep breath and opened the skill enhancement interface, targeting explosive shot once again. Explosive shot 34. Cost, 89 scrolls. Success rate, 60-40. System, you're such a bloodsucker. Jiang Bai glanced at the market prices 9 scrolls worth 450,000 gold. Now he finally understood why failures didn't cause downgrades. Nobody could handle that kind of loss. Here we go. As his finger touched the screen, Jiang Bai simply covered the interface with his hand and held his breath. A few seconds later, golden light seeped through his fingers. Success. He slammed the table so hard that his teacup rattled loudly. Abidal beside him looked confused. What's gotten into you? Explosive shot strength enhancement 4. Skill effect. Fire 3 consecutive shots dealing 140, 150, and 190 damage respectively. If the final shot crits, it guarantees an additional 210 physical damage. 13-second cooldown. Passive, 2 critical hit rate. The numbers went up a bit. Probably adds 1 crit every 3 levels. Jiang Bai scanned the stats, his excitement settling down. Next came 45. Cost, 10 scrolls. Success rate, 30. Don't let that 30 fool you when this thing decides to screw you over. It's brutal. Jiang Bai calculated grimly. 10 scrolls per attempt, and with bad luck, 7 or 8 failures could bankrupt him. First attempt failure. Well, that's normal. Second attempt still failed. A vein bulged on his forehead. Third attempt failed again. Jiang Bai exploded. What the hell? He erupted on the spot with a string of curses. 30, and I fail 3 times in a row. System, are you doing this on purpose? Fury boiling over, he threw in another 10 scrolls. By the heavens above, I swear off gambling forever now, give me success. Whoosh golden light flashed. Success. For attempts to reach level 5. 40 scrolls, 2 million gold, what a loss. Jiang Bai slumped back in his chair, palms drenched in sweat. But when he saw the new skill description, his eyes lit up again. Wait, It can actually do that. The system truly was a master of crushing hopes and delivering surprises in equal measure. Jiang Bai had never imagined that skill mechanisms could actually be altered through enhancement. He sat upright at his desk, eyes locked onto the panel where Explosive Shot 5's rank glowed with a pale golden aura. The skill description appeared line by line before his eyes. 1. Fire 3 consecutive shots, dealing 145, 155, and 200 physical damage respectively. 2. If the third shot lands a critical hit, it triggers an additional attack, dealing 220 physical damage. 3. If the additional attack also crits, it triggers a second follow-up strike, dealing 230 physical damage. 4. Cooldown, 13 seconds. 5. Passive, 2 critical hit rate. 2 million well spent. Jiang Bai took a sharp breath, his eyes blazing with excitement. The numerical increases were just the surface. What was truly terrifying was this new chain critical mechanism. With enough luck, the damage could snowball exponentially. He quickly began calculating, using his base damage of 1,000 as an example. The third shot at 200 would deal 2,000. With a 2.5x critical multiplier, that becomes 5,000. The additional 220 attack deals 2,200. If it crits, that jumps to 5,500. The second follow-up at 230 reliably deals 2,300. Adding it all up, breaking 10,000 damage was easy. Instant annihilation, absolutely terrifying. Blood rushed to his head, but Jiang Bai forced himself to stay calm. All of this relied on the low probability of landing 2 consecutive critical hits. Critical builds were ultimately about luck. Not to mention the horrifying cost behind that 5 enhancement lay over 2 million in cash and 48 skill enhancement scrolls. What ordinary player could afford that? He glanced at his inventory, only 20 scrolls remaining. Going from 5 to 6 required 11 scrolls with a 20 success rate. Theoretically, Explosive Shot was already sufficient at its current level, but sufficient could never compete with a gambler's racing heartbeat. His breathing grew heavier, fingers trembling uncontrollably. When people hesitate, impulse often conquers reason. Damn it. Hesitation leads to defeat, but recklessness leads to ruin. He growled through gritted teeth, shoving all 11 enhancement scrolls into the enhancement slot. Go big or go home, 20 chance. Let's see if the heavens smile upon me. Do it. Whoosh. Golden light exploded, so brilliant it was blinding. His heart felt like it would burst from his chest, pounding wildly. Then, the detailed attributes of the enhanced skill appeared before Jiang Bai's eyes. Explosive Shot, rank enhancement level 6. Skill description, fire 3 consecutive shots, dealing 150, 160, and 210 physical damage to the target. The first 2 hits can no longer crit. If the third hit crits, it guarantees an extra strike for 230 physical damage. If that extra strike also crits, it adds a second extra strike for 240 physical damage. Cooldown, 12.5 seconds. Passive, 3 critical chance. Beautiful. As the skill panel refreshed, Jiang Bai shouted himself hoarse, nearly springing out of his chair. Abidal set down his goblet, jolted by the outburst, and eyed him suspiciously. I'm talking to you, conching old dream. What's got you so worked up? Say no more, master. I'm going back to farm Archimond again right now. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. Abidal tilted his head, thinking, then slowly stood. You sure about that, conching old dream? I'm sure, Jiang Bai said, firm and clear. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bai stood before Archimond again. The boss was still snoring. He took his usual spot at the 70-yard mark and opened with an eagle-eye shot. An arrow tore through the air and struck Archimond's skull at an angle. 1064. The safety of 70 yards gave Jiang Bai plenty of time to wind up. As Archimond roared and charged, the explosive shot icon lit up at once. Eagle-eye. As the skill activated, a 3-part volley ripped through the air, and his crit rate on the panel jumped to 32. 1064. 1134. 3545. Critical. The fourth follow-up landed immediately after. 4076. Another crit. The fifth arrow, at 240 damage, unfortunately didn't crit. 1701. One round of explosive shot shaved a brutal 11,520 HP off the boss. The 2 crits brought more than just damage. Tailwind stacked twice, attack speed 20. Boss movement speed 40. Jiang Bai still had plenty of kiting room. 305 yards of range is no joke, and Eagle I had 7 seconds left. He seized the moment and fired a shocking shot, aimed shot multi-shot combo. 780. 851. 1134, multi-shot crit, instantly resetting its cooldown, while shocking shot applied a stun. Again, 1134. After 2 crits in a row, Jiang Bai followed with a third multi-shot. 567. At this point, Tailwind hit 4 stacks. With gear bonuses, he commanded a full 50 attack speed, while the boss was still stuck in stun plus a 40 slow. Riding the advantage, his bowstring thrummed as arrows wove into a storm. 709. 709. 1418. Tailwind reached 5 stacks, and Eagle Eye's 10 seconds expired right then. The buffs were cracked, but the boss finally broke free of the stun and roared in with a charge bite combo. The distance was still too great, it whiffed. Kiting backward, Jiang Bai kept auto-firing. With a 60 attack speed boost, the bow sang as he landed another triple before the boss could close. 709, 709, 709. Without Eagle Eye, crits were noticeably rarer, but the results were already huge. 19, 177 HP deleted in under 20 seconds. The boss finally got close and lunged with a basic bite. Jiang Bai rolled to evade, loosed a casual auto shot, then kept retreating and pouring on the damage. Feeling that 60 attack speed for the first time, Jiang Bai had never been this smooth. The whole sequence felt like liftoff. Since his second basic attack still failed to trigger a critical hit, Jiang Bai's Windbreaker buff expired, leaving him somewhat disappointed. If only Windbreaker could stack all the way to 100, the burst damage would be absolutely insane, but that was just wishful thinking for now, as he needed to focus entirely on dealing with Archimonde before him. Just as his skills came off cooldown, the boss finished its charge bite combo. Jiang Bai rolled back to create distance and immediately unleashed a barrage of skills. His explosive shot didn't crit this time, but it triggered the Phoenix Feather effect. While Phoenix Feather was devastating in team fights, it only provided limited damage boost in unknown combat. The full skill rotation knocked nearly 8,000 off Archimonde's health bar. After entering the skill cooldown period, the battlefield became a prolonged game of cat and mouse. Jiang Bai had completely figured out the boss's basic attack pattern, could dodge 1 out of every 3 strikes. However, the dirty combo came with built-in knockup that left almost no room for counterplay, forcing him to take the hits. Fortunately, he could burst every 20 to 30 seconds, and his lifesteal attribute helped him recover some of the lost health, keeping his HP within the safe zone. After 2 minutes of this back and forth, Eagle Eye came off cooldown, and Archimonde had just over 49,000 health remaining. Faced the fury of the storm. With Eagle Eye activated, 3 consecutive explosive shots roared forth. Though only one triggered a critical hit, they were still devastating. Combined with his other skills, he dealt over 12,000 damage in 10 seconds, shaving off another chunk of the boss's health bar. Just missing that active skill. Jiang Bai sighed. His first failure had been due to insufficient damage output. While surviving was tight, having over 500 health left after 10 minutes of combat showed that staying alive wasn't the main issue. Now, with Archimonde's health pushed below 50 ahead of schedule, the boss immediately activated Spike Defense, trading mobility for massive damage reduction. Jiang Bai held his position steady, saving all his skills and watching intently for the moment Spike Defense would drop. The instant the defense faded, his torrential assault poured down, crushing the boss's health below 40,000. Only 3 minutes had passed. Won't need 10 minutes after all. Jiang Bai was confident now. The solo trial version of the boss had indeed been significantly weakened. If this were the full-strength version, the skills and intensity would never be this tame. The real challenge lay only in Archimonde's ridiculous health pool and defense, purely testing damage output. If the damage output was sufficient, Archimonde would be nothing more than a pushover. Looking at it this way, the nearly 3 million skill enhancement points were definitely worth it. The thought of soon becoming a Dark Ranger filled Jiang Bai with renewed energy. As the timer hit 5 minutes and 41 seconds, his Eagle Eye skill finished cooling down. He raised his bow and aimed at the still roaring Archimonde. His health had just dropped to 50, while the boss's health bar showed a pitiful 32,000 remaining. More importantly, his previous combo had managed to stack a 3-second freeze buff. Archimonde was locked in place like a living target. In those brief 3 seconds, Jiang Bai unleashed everything he had. Ice shards and arrow volleys intertwined as the boss's health instantly plummeted to 18,000. With over 5 minutes remaining, he had enough time. The boss's health bar steadily decreased, green numbers flickering constantly as victory became increasingly clear. This prolonged, high-intensity battle was rapidly honing Jiang Bai's positioning and combat awareness through real combat experience. At 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Archimonde had less than 4,000 health remaining when his spiked defense activated again, dark thorns bristling across his entire body. Jiang Bai stopped and lowered his bow, patiently waiting for the spike duration to end. At exactly 4 minutes, the thorns crumbled into fragments and Eagle Eye lit up for the 3rd time. He took a deep breath and unleashed 3 consecutive explosive shots, flames tearing through the air. Boom. Archimonde's massive form crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, his health bar reaching 0. The timer in the upper right corner permanently froze at 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the trial boss, Archimonde the Destroyer's avatar, and completed the quest, Abyddal's Trial. Beautiful. Jiang Bai weakly uttered those words, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Aside from that siege battle, this was undoubtedly his longest, most exhausting, and most focused fight yet. System notification: you will be automatically teleported from this space in 1 minute. Please collect all drops before then. Golden light covered the ground as coins, equipment, and materials gleamed blindingly. Time to reap the rewards. Though nominally a trial boss, The system explained that Archimonde's avatar was actually the hidden boss of the Desolate Swamp until someone completed the Dark Ranger class change quest series. No other bosses would spawn in the Desolate Swamp. In other words, before Jiang Bai appeared, this hidden boss could have belonged to any player. Now, it belonged exclusively to him. Only after he defeated the avatar would the swamp boss return to random spawning for all players to challenge. No wonder he had cleared out every crocodile in the area without ever encountering a boss. This was the missing piece of the puzzle. Guess I'm the savior of this little map, huh? Jiang Bai said with self-deprecating humor as he swept up all the loot. White light flashed, and he was transported out of the instance. Come on, master, crown me king. Oh, Abadul's eyes lit up seeing Jiang Bai still radiating battle intent. You defeated Archimonde so quickly? This truly exceeds my expectations. Ding. Accompanied by a pleasant system chime, brilliant golden light descended from above, completely enveloping Jiang Bai. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Abadul's ultimate trial, and successfully changed to the Archer hidden class Dark Ranger. At the same moment, a server-wide announcement in bold red letters flooded the screen. Congratulations to player Empty City, Old Dreams, for successfully changing to the hidden class Dark Ranger. Whoa. The instant the announcement appeared, the world chat channel exploded. To be honest, although Jiang Bai's class advancement progress was slow, most players in Kunlun City were still waiting for Kong Chung Jioming's advancement announcement, even though no one said it out loud. He had consistently remained in the top 10 of the level rankings, but had yet to advance his class. This blank space made his name stand out even more prominently on the leaderboards. Almost every popular video and livestream had been flooded with mentions of Kong Chung Jioming. While the officials never declared him the #1 god, players had elevated him to legendary status through clicks and comments, which only made them more curious. What exactly was he hiding? When the system broadcast exploded across the server, the global channel immediately erupted. World channel Yunli Wu Li. He advanced. Finally advanced. I was wondering why Kong Chung Jioming hadn't been trending lately. World channel Shihuan Rose Siwa. Holy cow. I just want to see what this Dark Ranger's growth attributes look like. World channel Ho Lu Bu Ming. Dude above, don't bother looking. No matter how good his stats are, they won't look as good as your stockings, huh? World channel Guai Ming Xiao Bai 2. I knew my big brother would eventually get a hidden class. Go big brother. I'm waiting for you to marry me. World channel Xiao Ao Jiao. Get lost. Kong Chung Jioming is my husband. World channel AI Hui Xiao Shirmi. He's my husband. Everyone above, get lost. Beyond the excitement, the major guilds were truly in an uproar. Hanjiang City's top power Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan Ziyin. Saint. Go check the Dark Ranger's class attributes and rating. Wang Chuanjiu Shasheng Nu. Boss, it's pointless. Hidden classes automatically update the official website as soon as they appear. The words Dark Ranger just showed up in the class overview a second ago. Wang Chuantian Mao. Given Kong Chung Jioming's previous trending speed, the fact that he waited this long to advance means this class is definitely not simple. Wang Chuanjiu Shasheng Nu. Class ratings are divided into 3 tiers. Given that guy's strength and style, which tier do you think it'll be in? Wang Chuantian Mao. Holy shit. Could it be first tier rating? I need to gather intel myself. Di Wang Zhou's Super Guild Desia. Desialong K finished scanning the official website list, closed the webpage, and sighed deeply. 80% chance it's a first tier class. Desiada Shanhe. Hard to say, but the possibility is high. Long K clenched his fists. No matter what, I have to complete my own advancement quest today. Chaos Guild. Zhou Yu, who was doing his advancement quest in a dungeon, saw the system announcement and his face immediately darkened. Damn it. That bastard actually beat me to it. Kong Chung Jioming, you just wait. Wan Lisha Alliance Long Yen. Long Yen #1. Oh? Kong Chung Jioming finally advanced. #2. Do you have any intel on Dark Rangers? Long Yen #2. Nothing yet, hee. Long Yen #1. Keep watching. This guy is talented. On the surface, the world channel was just buzzing with excitement. But within China's top-tier guilds, this advancement news was like a bombshell. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's friend list lit up. Xing Chen Zuan, Xing Chen Momo, and Datang Wuzui each sent congratulations. But at this moment, Jiang Bai had no time to respond to any message. He was completely absorbed in the Dark Ranger's growth attributes. Dark Ranger class path. Archer branch tier 2 profession. Class rating. First tier, 28 total stars. Class growth. Health growth aptitude. Energy growth aptitude. Physical attack growth aptitude. Magic attack growth aptitude. Attack power growth aptitude. Defense growth aptitude. Class talents. Eagle ILV1 passive. Every 50 points of strength increases attack range by 1 yard. Current cap, 10 yards. Windbreaker LV1 passive. Every 50 points of agility increases attack speed and movement speed by 1. Current cap, 10. Lethal LV1 passive. Every 100 points of agility and 100 points of strength increases critical hit chance by 1. Current cap, 5. Looking at the complete class panel, Jiang Bai nearly held his Brea the first-tier profession with 28 stars. He had simulated this moment countless times in his mind, but when it actually arrived, the dreamlike impact still felt unbelievable. Throughout the entire Genesis server, among hundreds of millions of players, those who had achieved first-tier ratings could be counted on one hand. Just days ago, before Genesis entered open beta, he was nothing more than a jobless Draputa complete nobody. After entering the game, he had no exclusive talent, yet through the heart of Genesis and this hidden profession, he had managed to completely reverse his fate. 10-star physical attack growth? That's absolutely insane. All 3 passive talents provided percentage bonuses. While the benefits weren't eye-catching with current low attributes, as the game progressed into late stages and attributes skyrocketed, the returns would explode exponentially. With this thought, he switched back to his character attribute panel. The transformation was earth-shattering. Empty City, Old Dreams. Level, 13. Reputation, 100. Class, Dark Ranger. Race, Human. Health, 470-0942. Energy, 1080. Physical attack, 187-1563. Magic attack, 37. Attack power, 400. Defense, 466. Attributes: Constitution, 88. Spirit, 36. Strength, 80. Intelligence, 37. Agility, 159. Critical hit chance, 17. Attack range, 306. Attack speed, 13. Movement speed, 18. Critical damage, 50. Titles: I'm Strong, Chosen One, First Blood, Demon Hunter, Last Hit Master. General skills: Shock Shot, Aim Shot, Multi-Shot, Explosive Shot 6, Eagle Eye Shot. Class exclusive skills: none. His defense had nearly doubled, health surged by 1.5 times, and physical attack approached 2,000. If he factored in attack power, his damage ceiling was pushing 2,500. Jiang Bai scrolled through the panel repeatedly, his emotions surging like a mortal who had cultivated for years before finally breaking through barriers. Undergoing complete transformation to ascend to a new realm of practitia, total upgrade from rags to riches. However, if 28 stars was only his current limit, could the true maximum be 30? Based on the data he possessed, third-tier ratings ranged from 16-20 stars, second-tier from 21-25 stars, so first-tier should logically fall between 26-30 stars. Since no one had achieved 29 stars yet, let alone 30, he could only keep this speculation to himself. Sigh, still short of perfect stars. While feeling slightly regretful, he also chuckled inwardly. Was he being too greedy? After all, based on current public information, his growth attributes were already at the ceiling. Those players only 1 or 2 points below him would also have monstrous attributes after class advancement. But what was truly terrifying were those 3 passives. As long as attributes were high enough, their enhancement had no upper limit. If attributes were poor, they would become useless. Fortunately, he still had the Plunder passive. Though its trigger rate was extremely low, it could theoretically stack attributes infinitely. The future looked promising. The only question remained: how could these class passives be upgraded? Ding. Just as Jiang Bai stared blankly at the attribute panel, the system notification sounded once again. You have successfully changed your class and gained a skill adjustment opportunity. Players may selectively forget previously learned general skills. Please make your selection. Only then did Jiang Bai realize what was happening. The skill slot shortage after class change issue mentioned on the forums had actually happened to him. In Genesis, players retained both skill systems after changing classes' general skills and class exclusive skills. However, both systems share the same skill slots, so players who maxed out their skills before changing classes often faced difficult choices due to insufficient slots. The system therefore provides a one-time forget opportunity, allowing players to reallocate their precious skill slots. Skill slots become especially scarce in the late game. After level 10, only 1 additional slot is added every 5 levels. This perfectly demonstrates Genesis's high degree of freedom. Changing classes doesn't cut off the general skill tree, and high-intensity general skills will continue to be available in the future. Players can continue learning them at any time, ensuring a minimum combat effectiveness baseline. In contrast, obtaining class-exclusive skills is extremely random. 1. Deep interaction with NPCs to trigger hidden quests. 2. Completing achievements with specific conditions. 3. Extremely low drop rates from wild monsters. 4. Treasure hunting or other bizarre methods. As long as players can think of it, the system can almost always make it happen, making exclusive skills rarer and more valuable. Some players on the forums have already tested the waters. One veteran successfully obtained their first exclusive skill by bribing their class instructor with a massive amount of gold coins, while other copycats who didn't understand their instructor's temperament blindly offered money or even attempted seduction, only to anger their instructors and get completely ignored. Jiang Bai now stood at the same crossroads. After much hesitation, he finally only forgot Aim Shot, a useless skill with no special effects and low damage. After freeing up one skill slot, a new problem arose. How to obtain his first Dark Ranger exclusive skill. The first thing that came to mind was Abadul's incredibly cool Black Dragon attack. That dark shadow soared into the air, dragon wings wrapped in thick, dark flames, striking down as if it could turn the entire grassland into scorched earth. Jiang Bai's eyes practically sparkled with stars. If he could learn this move, he'd practically own the Genesis continent. Master, I was wondering. In the abandoned warehouse, Abadul was smiling as he watched his disciple, and Jiang Bai spoke up with great anticipation. As the great inheritor of the Dark Ranger legacy, in order to restore the glory of Dark Rangers and return to the Genesis continent with a strong presence, could you perhaps teach me a few professional skills so your disciple can conquer the world sooner? Ha ha ha. Abadul chuckled coldly, as if he had seen right through Jiang Bai's scheme. He turned back to that worn-out sofa, raised his greasy wine cup. Not to be harsh, Kong Chung Jioming, but with your current strength, I'm afraid you can't exactly be strong. Just try not to embarrass the Dark Rangers. What the hell? Jiang Bai nearly choked and stumbled, his chest heaving. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his money pouch, jingling it in his palm. Master, I have 100 gold coins here you. But Abadul merely waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent with a hint of mockery. Kong Chung Jioming, do I look like someone who's short on money? Jiang Bai really wanted to say something about this shabby sofa, dirty wine glass, and cramped little black room it looked like. Before he could finish his thought, his eyes rolled cunningly as he sidled up to Abadul with a sleazy grin. Master, I know there's this new bar that just opened in our area, and the girls there are absolutely stunning. How about tonight we? Abadul simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively, not saying a single word. What? What's that supposed to mean, master? Are you blind or something? Do you think someone with my looks needs to worry about such things? Abadul swirled the wine in his glass, his tone casual. Jiang Bai was completely speechless, left staring at that grimy cup. The liquid in the glass rippled in circles as Abadul gently swirled his wrist, making Jiang Bai dizzy and nauseous. Wanted nothing more than to smash the damn thing. A wine glass. Suddenly, a phrase bubbled up from the depths of his memory. Wine is a wonderful thing, but this place is too barren to produce decent red wine. Wine? This old geezer likes wine. Jiang Bai had a flash of inspiration and immediately pulled out his return scroll. Master, I'm going home for a bit. This was his first time returning to Kunlun City since entering the desolate swamp. In just a day or two, the main city had been completely transformed. The life system had gone online, lighting up the entire city. The once deserted streets were now packed with mobile vendors. Someone had set up a stall selling ancestral braised meat, stewing various game meats until they were fragrant and savory. Elderly players had opened cigarette stands with coolers full of cold drinks, actually managing to sell real cigarettes. Empty buildings along the streets had been painted and renovated, transformed into restaurants, shops, and even luxury hotels. Players could recover fatigue points just by staying there. Job advertisements were everywhere. Big Hammer Bar was hiring dancers, bartenders, and resident singers, starting at 1 gold minimum, special customer requests negotiated separately. Cloud Water Cuisine Foot Spa was recruiting technicians with a base salary of 1 gold plus commission, easily earning 2 gold per month. Holy shit! Jiang Bai's eyes turned red with envy, and he almost dove straight into a bathhouse. Fighting monsters, then soaking in a hot bath followed by a time as pure heaven. This was what a perfect game world should be. Of course, Genesis bringing half of reality into the game also brought real-world inflation. Redley cigarettes that cost 15 yuan in reality now cost 30 copper coins in the game. Jiang Bai still gritted his teeth and bought several packs, along with a bunch of snacks for supplies and to satisfy his cravings. Next, he pushed open the door of what looked like a professional wine shop. Welcome, brave adventurer. What kind of wine are you looking for? A cute girl working part-time as a sales assistant greeted him enthusiastically. Jiang Bai slammed his longbow on the counter with swagger. Wine. Red wine. Give me your cheapest stuff. The salesgirl was stunned. His equipment was gleaming. He looked like a perfect mark, and she was ready to fleece him good. 5 minutes later, Jiang Bai walked out contentedly carrying 2 bottles of red wine, heading straight for the desolate swamp. In the desolate swamp, inside Abadul's little hut, Jiang Bai pushed through the door, carrying 2 bottles of red wine with their labels torn off. Before the wooden door had even closed, Abadul's eyes were already glued to the bottles, and he hurried forward with such delight that he almost reached out to grab them. What's this? Whoa, 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 master. You can't be this materialistic. Jiang Bai grumbled while raising the bottles high and dodging backward. You've never been this enthusiastic to see me, but the sight of wine makes you lose your mind. Abadul's old face flushed slightly as he smiled sheepishly. Hey, don't say that. It's just been way too long since I've had good wine. You know this is my only weakness. Jiang Bai set the wine on the table and held up 1 bottle, giving it a shake. Here we got finest red wine from where I come from. 1982 Lafite. You know it, right? 1982 Lafite. Abadul frowned in thought, then slowly shook his head. Never heard of it. Master, you're such a country bumpkin. Jiang Bai pulled out a corkscrew and began making up a story as he twisted it open. 1982 Lafite is legendary where I'm from. The story goes that there was once a master vintner named Lafite who, on a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, suddenly found inspiration and began brewing a batch of wine. He aged it for a full 82 years. When it finally emerged, its quality and taste were unmatched in the world, and thus the name 1982 Lafite was born. Master, I went through hell and back to get these 2 bottles. I see. Abidal nodded seriously, believing every word. The bottle opened, wine poured, and the deep red liquid released its rich aroma. Abidal's eyes lit up after the first sip, and he couldn't stop praising it. Watching his slightly intoxicated expression, Jiang Bai felt a pang of sympathy. This guy probably really has never had good wine. In truth, this wine was from the cheapest tier at the wine shop, but because it was a solid brand with guaranteed quality standards, the 2 bottles had still cost Jiang Bai nearly 1,000 copper coins, several hundred per bottle, so naturally, it didn't taste bad. Poor master. I'll consider this my filial duty to him. I should buy him more good wine in the future, he muttered to himself. Abidal continued sipping for quite a while before reluctantly setting down his glass, his cheeks flushed and slightly tipsy. He cleared his throat, his eyes regaining their clarity having drunk someone's wine. He had to get down to business. He knew perfectly well why Kong Chung Jiomeng had come. Kong Chung Jiomeng, Abidal said seriously. There's something you must understand. Please tell me, master. Jiang Bai perked up, knowing the good stuff was coming. The Dark Ranger is the greatest profession in the Genesis continent, bar none. You completed an almost impossible trial to become a Dark Ranger. You should understand its value and glory. I understand that, master. Jiang Bai nodded repeatedly. Indeed, given the current progress, there were probably very few people in the world who could clear it like he had. No, you don't understand. Abidal suddenly raised his voice. The Dark Ranger is a genuine 30-star top-tier profession. Huh? Jiang Bai scratched his head and asked in confusion. How should I interpret that? Abidal smiled gently and lightly tapped Jiang Bai's forehead. In the next second, a faint light burst from his fingertip, and Jiang Bai felt as if some new power had been injected into his body. Now, you are a complete Dark Ranger, Abidal said. As soon as his words fell, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! You have mastered the Dark Ranger exclusive skill blood contract. Holy shit! Jiang Bai's chest trembled violently. His heartbeat skyrocketing. His first profession-exclusive skill had finally appeared. With trembling hands, he opened the skill interface. Blood Contract SSS Enhancement Level 0. Skill Description. After mastering Blood Contract, players can choose to sign a blood pact with one pet. Once the blood pact is successfully signed, the pet will accompany the player for life and cannot be replaced, dismissed, or released. TSS. Jiang Bai read the lines several times, his gaze repeatedly scanning from the skill description to the rating, then looking up at Abidal with confusion, his mouth agape. What did SSS mean? In Genesis, it was a mythical level skill that was incredibly rare, but the description in his hands was pitifully short, looking like it was only worth in a level basic skill. Even the beast taming skills you could randomly buy with money in the market had more detailed descriptions. Master, how? How is this SSS? Abidal laughed heartily and patted Jiang Bai's shoulder. Dark Ranger is indeed a 30-star profession, but 2 of those stars belong to your companion. These 2 stars will be the most important 2 stars in your career. As for Blood Contract, it's not only truly SSS, but also the core of the Dark Ranger. Remember, once signed, you will unconditionally become one. You are it. And it is you. This is what makes a true Dark Ranger. After speaking, he casually grabbed the wine bottle from the table and strode away, leaving Jiang Bai standing there completely bewildered. Jiang Bai had long planned to buy a beast taming skill from the trading house. It was just an A-level skill that simply gave players the qualification to summon pets, nothing fancy. But Abidal had directly given him a blood contract with the same effect, but rated SSS. System error? Or an unexpected surprise? Jiang Bai couldn't figure it out. His first SSS wasn't a combat skill, but what seemed like a support contract skill. The disappointment was overwhelming. However, Genesis had always been rigorous in its mechanics, so SSS must have its reasons. Perhaps the true strength needed to be developed step by step, rather than the system serving up a ready-made meal. The more he thought about it, the more his lips curved upward. This was more interesting. Jiang Bai looked toward the pet egg that had been lying in his storage for many days. Before that, Jiang Bai decided to sort through Archimonde's drops first. He'd been so busy dealing with Abidal's situation that he hadn't had time to check his inventory, so now was the perfect opportunity to lay out all the loot in front of him. The regular drops held no surprises: 1 boss soul crystal and 1 skill enhancement scroll, as usual. The real novelties were 2 types of fragments. 1. Lucky fragment item description. Collect 10 pieces to craft a basic lucky charm. 2. Protection charm fragment item description. Collect 10 pieces to craft a basic protection charm. He had no clue what these could be crafted into and would have to wait until he collected enough to find out. Next, he dug through the drop pile and found today's biggest priciest skill book emanating a pale blue glow. Frost Rain. Grade. S-Class Restricted Frost Guardian. Effect. Instant cast. Summons Frost Rain in a fixed 1,515-yard area, dealing 85 magic damage per second to all hostile targets within range for 5 seconds. Applies 50 area slow, 15 chance to freeze targets for 3 seconds. Frozen targets guaranteed critical hit. 45-second cooldown. After reading the stats, Jiang Bai was completely stunned. The coverage area was ridiculous, the control was solid, and it came with guaranteed crits. This was practically a team battle artifact. Tisk, mages really are the developer's favorite class, he muttered to himself. Though the damage was only 85, his own A-grade multi-shot was only 80, and the key difference was this massive range and control mechanism that left no room for complaint. He quickly switched to the game interface and opened the official website's hidden class overview to confirm Frost Guardian was indeed a mage second-class advancement, rated as only second tier, but this skill could turn the tide in anyone's hands. Jiang Bai began calculating the price. Ordinary grade universal skills started at 100 gold. This one was stronger, so adding 50 gold wouldn't be unreasonable, considering it was exclusive extremely low drop rate random acquisition. Conservatively doubling the price made sense. Moreover, exclusive skills often meant missing one chance meant missing it forever, so if he really wanted to sell, he could absolutely name his price. With this realization, he immediately stored the book safely away. The inventory continued. Another skill book with a pale golden cover was prominently displayed. Divine Radiance. Grade. A grade Knight Universal. Market value. At least 30 gold. If it were a mage or assassin skill, it would start at 50 gold, but unfortunately few people played tanks, so this price was about as good as it gets. The equipment section didn't yield any ancient items, but one level 15 epic weapon dropped, also for mages. Charged Archmage Staff Epic. Spell attack 122. Intelligence 18. Spirit 14. Charging. The weapon automatically charges once every 120 seconds. When progress reaches 100, the next attack deals an additional 150 damage. Jiang Bai looked up thoughtfully. So basically a 1.5x attack every 2 minutes? If timed properly, charging up and then unleashing the strongest attack skill would definitely boost damage output to the next level. A true treasure for mages. Jiang Bai casually opened the trading market. As expected, given Genesis's ridiculously low drop rates, there were only a dozen or so level 15 epic mage weapons in the entire auction house, with even the cheapest one already driven up to over 150 gold coins. Thinking about how he was about to fully equip a premium spellcaster, he couldn't help but sigh softly. He kept the staff and Frost Rain for himself, putting the remaining A-grade skill book, 2 rare items, and 1 green level 15 piece of equipment, all up for auction. Finally, he tossed that highly sought-after hidden class clue into the market as well. Let them fight over it themselves. At this point, the main player base was generally approaching level 15, making colored level 15 equipment the most coveted items, with prices competing to reach new heights. About an hour later, system notifications began popping up continuously. Knight skill sold for 39 gold. Rare equipment, 214 gold. Green equipment, 2 gold. After fees, total received, 50 gold exactly. Don't underestimate those 50 gold coins converted to real money. That was a full 500,000. Combined with the gold dropped by the previous boss, his account balance returned to 155 gold. More importantly, that hidden class clue had already been bid up to 120 gold and was still climbing. Roughly calculating, the 300 plus gold he had invested in enhancing explosive shot was about to be fully recovered. Closing the auction page, Jiang Bai noticed a square slot had appeared in the bottom right corner of his personal equipment Penella class emblem slot. He immediately opened the honor shop, which only became available after job advancement. The shop currently contained only one item, class emblem, priced at 1,000 honor points. The attribute panel was straightforward. Class emblem, quality, common white. Enhancement level, 0. Constitution 0. Spirit 0. Agility 0. Strength 0. Intelligence 0. Clearly, this item was meant to boost the 5 core attributes. But how much would each enhancement add? What would higher qualities offer? These questions would need to be explored gradually. His current honor points totaled just over 200, still far from the exchange requirement. This thing is almost certainly a money pit designed to drain wallets. Jiang Bai closed the shop, mentally calculating that the class emblem system would widen the gap between wealthy players and casual ones. Lucky players were another story. Entirely enhancement systems had always been about luck. Next, he copied the complete skill details for Frost Rain and posted them in World Chat. Since this skill had limited applications, directly listing it in the auction house would reach fewer informed buyers. Posting the information first, then listing it, would drive up the price. The moment his message appeared, private chat windows began flashing frantically. Name your price, brother. I'll take it. Let's talk numbers. I want this skill. Don't treat it like treasure, bro. Not many can use it. I'll kindly offer 10 gold, message me if interested. It seemed there were quite a few players of this class after all. Jiang Bai was about to ignore them entirely, but then one particular private message caught his attention. Fengyan Tianxia, brother, I want that skill. 300 gold. If it's not enough, I'll add more. I always pay the highest price. Well, damn, that's generous. Jiang Bai glanced at the private message and sighed inwardly. Fengyun Tianxiath, top player on Kunlun City's level rankings and guild leader of the strongest guild in the city, Fengyun Guild. He'd certainly heard of this name before. Originally, he'd planned to put the skill book up for auction in the trading house, but this guy directly offered 300 gold and claimed he'd pay the highest price. That definitely carried weight. Besides, the trading house would charge a 30 gold transaction fee alone, making a direct trade much more profitable. Almost simultaneously, a private message from Datong Wuzue popped up. Boss, Fengyun Tianxiao messaged you, right? Yeah, you know him? Jiang Bai replied. Of course I know him, we re guilds in the same city. Fengyun is backed by Tianyu Group, a publicly listed company ranked in the world's top 300. Solid foundation. The guy's also honorable. He's been wanting to connect with you for a while. This could be a good chance to chat. Oh, so you're getting into the matchmaking business now? Jiang Bai immediately teased. Go to hell. I'm just making introductions. Whether you want to connect is up to you. Also, I failed my class change quest twice in a row. Got time to help me out in the next couple days? No problem. I'll come over once I finish dealing with things here. After ending the conversation, Jiang Bai didn't rush to reply to Fengyun Tianxia. Instead, he continued scrolling through his private messages. Someone made an offer almost every few seconds, most hovering around 200 gold. Only one person offered 250 gold, and only Fengyun Tianxia offered 300. The price was indeed beautiful. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Are you an Ice Guardian class? Fengyun Tianxia replied almost instantly. My brother is, so this skill book is very important to me. Then take a look at this and see if you need it. Jiang Bai sent over the attributes of the charged Archmage staff. About 10 seconds later, the reply came. Staff plus skill book for 150 gold total. How about it? Deal. The price was exactly what Jiang Bai wanted, even slightly exceeding his expectations. Level 15 epic weapons were already rare, and not many actually sold for 1.5 million. Plus, he'd save 45 gold in transaction fees. Why wouldn't he take it? Just as Jiang Bai was about to initiate the remote trade, Fengyun Tianxia sent another message. Brother, if you have time, let's meet face to face. Find a restaurant in the game and sit down. Consider it getting acquainted. Datong Wuzue probably mentioned it to you. You pick the time, I'll handle everything else. For the top guild leader in Kunlun City to lower his stance like this showed sufficient sincerity. Sure thing, brother. I'm free anytime you pick the place. Jiang Bai replied readily. The customer is king. After all, what's wrong with meeting face to face? Fengyun Tianxiao Zhizai closed the ledger casually and glanced at his subordinate with a half smile. Is that all the money you can see? Do you know how many guilds have been asking me about him these past few days? He's the only top player on Kunlun City's leaderboard without a guild. Forget a 50 gold markup. Guilds willing to offer him tens of millions in annual salary are lining up. So what are you thinking, boss? Tianxiao Zhizai rubbed his hands together. What else? We're going to recruit him, of course. Fengyun Tianxia's tone was confident. At 7 in the evening, at Yulong Yin's main city's top hotel, Taiji Hotel, golden revolving doors stood open, jade floors spotless, and the Jiangshan private room waited quietly. Only 5 people were inside. Jiang Bai, Datong Wuzue, Fengyun Tianxia, and Fengyun Tianxia's 2 subordinates Fengyun Tianxiao Zhizai and Fengyun Yibu Guisu. Dishes steamed hot, while wine fragrance filled the entire room. Jiang Bai, never good at handling such occasions, could only raise his glass and make small talk. The system transaction was already complete. For 150 gold received, plus that hidden profession clue sold for 170 gold, netting 153 gold after fees. This single boss had brought him over 600 gold in profit. As the wine flowed, Fengyun Tianxia set down his glass and changed the subject. Brother, how about considering the vice president position? 20 million annual salary. If this were before, 20 million would have been an unimaginable figure for Jiang Bai. But today, just this one boss had netted him over 6 million, and his future prospects were limitless. He politely declined with a smile. Fengyun Tianxia was tactful seeing this. He said no more, only raising his glass in toast. Even if we can't work together, I'm determined to have you as a friend. If you need anything, come find me. And remember to sell me the good equipment first. After seeing everyone off, Jiang Bai looked at his backpack's balance of over 700 gold and immediately repaid his old debts through the mailbox. 100 gold to Xingchen's 1, 200 gold to Datong Wuzue system, mail couldn't be refused. Even so, he still had over 400 gold left, equivalent to over 4 million in cash. Slightly tipsy, he simply booked a luxury room at Taiji Hotel with a 4-digit price tag, planning to eliminate his character's fatigue value while he was at it. At Fengyun Guild headquarters, Tianxiao Zhizai still couldn't calm down. Boss, That guy is too powerful, right? He really has no background and still managed to reach this level? Which current big shot doesn't have financial conglomerates backing them? Feng Yun Tianxia took a bite of food and mumbled. That's exactly what makes him impressive. 20 million isn't much to him. We'll take it slow. Late at night, in the hotel suite's soft lighting, Jiang Bai was preparing to rest when a bright red system announcement suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to player Hundun Zhouyu for successfully changing to the hidden profession demon swordsman. Oh, that idiot changed professions too? Jiang Bai sneered. He'd better come find me soon, I could use some honor points. With that, having just finished his shower and wrapped in a bathrobe, Jiang Bai sat on the sofa and solemnly opened his inventory, taking out that snow-white pet egg. The blood contract functions essentially the same as beast taming gets used to domesticate pets. As Jiang Bai focused his thoughts, a crimson contract seal appeared on his palm and merged into the pet egg that had been dormant for days. A faint blood-red glow seeped along the shell's patterns, followed by tiny cracks spreading from the top like a spider web. Within moments, the entire shell was covered in fractures, and with a crisp crack, a snow-white, fluffy little head poked out. Two large, watery eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings, taking in the world for the first time. Well, well. Jiang Bai leaned down with an adoring expression, his gaze fixed on the soft white fur. If it isn't the Ice Wolf King's son. He remembered clearly that this egg was the spoils of war dropped after defeating the Ice Wolf King. He had suspected it might contain a wolf pup, and now his theory was confirmed. Chirp! The little snow wolf let out a delicate, bell-like whimper as it wobbled out of the shell. About the size of a palm, its body was pure white except for its jet-black nose tip. It looked exactly like a miniature husky. Jiang Bai couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. The soft, fluffy fur was irresistible. This little one's looks were no less impressive than its majestic Wolf King father's, and once fully grown, it would surely become a dominant force on the frozen plains. The system panel immediately appeared before Jiang Bai. Rare mutant snow wolf, growth stage, juvenile. Hunger level, 50. Level 1. Growth potential, it ranks 7 stars. Refinement progress 0. Life growth potential. Physical attack growth potential. Speed growth potential. Magic attack growth potential. Defense growth potential. Initial stats. Health 20. Attack 10. Defense 1. Speed 1. Magic attack 1. Critical hit rate 15. Base attribute points. Constitution 1 affects health, defense. Strength 1 affects attack. Agility 1 affects speed, critical hit rate. Intelligence 1 affects magic attack. Spirit 1 affects energy. Skills, none. Talents. 1. Greed gains 2 additional free attribute points per level. 2. Power Strike permanently increases attack damage by 10. 3. Rampage increases critical hit rate by 5. Critical hits unconditionally trigger an additional attack, can chain consecutively. As Jiang Bai reviewed the panel, he couldn't suppress his grin. While all pets start with an rank evaluation and potential ranging from 57 stars, this little wolf had maxed out at 7 stars, an extremely rare occurrence. Moreover, the greed talent essentially doubled the benefits of leveling up. Power Strike provided a permanent 10 attack boost, and Rampage was devastatingly powerful. 5 additional critical rate plus chain attacks was a passive ability he'd never seen before. With such configuration, its late-game potential was terrifying. The training direction should be related to refinement progress. I'll need to figure that out gradually. Jiang Bai mused to himself, though he was already ecstatic inside. He minimized the system panel and looked back at the little creature, nodding with satisfaction. The wolf pup seemed to sense its master's approval and began enthusiastically licking Jiang Bai's right hand with its wet little tongue. Yeah, looks like I've got myself a loyal companion now, huh? Come on, let's get you something to eat, then daddy will take you leveling. Jiang Bai gently stroked the newly hatched snow-white wolf pup in his arms, his face beaming with joy. The system had granted him one name change opportunity, but since he couldn't think of a good name at the moment, he decided to save it for later. The interface clearly indicated that pet hunger levels range from 0 to 100, with higher numbers meaning greater hunger. At 50, movement would be restricted, at 60, attributes would decline, at 90, the pet would be barely clinging to life, and at 100, it would starve to death. Remembering this cold warning, Jiang Bai immediately took the little wolf out to find food. The aroma of roasted chicken wafted from a street corner, so he cheerfully bought a whole one. He had assumed the newborn wolf could only drink milk, but it pounced on the chicken immediately, crunching through the crispy skin with a satisfying crunch as its hunger level rapidly dropped below 5. Relieved, Jiang Bai patted its little head and let it out of the main city. About 10 minutes later, the pair arrived at the level 14-15 Borman territory under the cover of night dew. The monsters here came in 3 types: warriors, archers, and mages. Jiang Bai was currently level 13 with 71 experience, and after several hours without leveling, he had dropped to 6th place on the leaderboard. This pig den was perfect for catching up. For the first wave of monsters, he didn't let the little wolf fight, only allowing it to gain experience. The wolf stats were too low, one hit might kill it instantly. The boarmen traveled in groups of 3. Warriors had 3,500 HP, archers had 3,000, and mages had 2,500, but their attacks couldn't even break through Jiang Bai's defense. Jiang Bai drew his bow, his 2,000 attack power striking the pig hide. Even after accounting for defense, it still dealt 1,800 damage, taking down each monster with just 2 arrows before they could even get close. Ding! You have killed a boarman warrior, gaining 140 experience points. Your pet mutant snow wolf has gained 140 experience points. Ding! You have killed a boarman mage, gaining 140 experience points. Your pet mutant snow wolf has gained 140 experience points. Ding! You have killed a boarman archer, gaining 140 experience points. Your pet mutant snow wolf has gained 140 experience points. His experience bar jumped to 106, 500,150,000, still needing 45,000 more, roughly 300 more boars. The little wolf gained 2 levels, reaching level 3, earning 8 free attribute points. Jiang Bai distributed them in a 211 ratio, 4 points to vitality, 2 to agility, and 2 to strength. What he lacked wasn't damage output, but a reliable tank that could hold aggro. Once the snow wolf matured, he could just stand still and deal damage without having to kite. The thought alone was exhilarating. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, chaotic sounds of battle suddenly erupted in the distance, rapidly approaching. Jiang Bai quickly recalled the little wolf into his pet. Space bets could lose levels when they died, and he wasn't willing to risk it. In the darkness, 8 or 9 players were engaged in combat, clearly a 5 versus 4 situation. The outnumbered group was retreating toward Jiang Bai's direction. You bastards better keep chasing if you've got the guts. The Yulongyin main city is just ahead. I'll make sure you never make it back. Fuck you. Stealing our elite monster. I'll hunt you garbage down even if I have to go to the GM. Damn it, they're from Zhonghai University. Curses flew back and forth. The larger group bore an unfamiliar guild emblem, while the smaller group displayed the familiar Zhonghai tag, the campus guild that Wang Ke had built. Zhonghai had clearly stolen the monster first and deserved the pursuit, but thinking of Wang Ke, Jiang Bai didn't mind picking up a few kills along the way. He leisurely watched the show, but those Zhonghai players noticed him too. One of them shouted while casting skills, "Brother, we're all from Kunlun's server, help us out and take down these outsiders." The voice sounded familiar. Jiang Bai squinted and zoomed in his view. At that moment, the speaker turned around in panic, and their gazes met directly. Both of them froze instantly. "Su Qinghai, Jiang Bai." The two shouted in unison, and the other 3 turned their heads as well. The moment they saw Jiang Bai, they looked as if they'd seen a ghost. All 4 had their names floating above their heads, but Jiang Bai's ID was nowhere to be seen. Yet they recognized that familiar face instantly. It was their old dorm mate, Blockhead, from back in the day. These 4 had been the ones bought off by Wang Ke, working together to push Jiang Bai toward expulsion. Now, meeting on this narrow path, the air seemed to be sucked out instantly. All 5 stood speechless, each holding back a torrent of words that none could voice. Jiang Bai felt awkward too, never expecting to run into this bunch in a dungeon. Vengeful fury ignited instantly as he cursed inwardly. These damn idiots. The others clearly still saw Jiang Bai as the old pushover from years past. They exchanged glances, assuming he remained oblivious to the truth of what had happened back then. Su Qinghai was first to compose himself. After the shock faded, his face actually lit up with delight. "No wonder we haven't heard from you in ages. Turns out you're playing Genesis too." Fan Wei's voice cracked with urgency as he raised his blade to fend off players from the Imperial State, shouting at Jiang Bai. "What are you standing there for, Blockhead? Get over here and help us fight. Damn it." The other 2 chimed in frantically. "Blockhead, hurry up. Come on." The tone, the nicknamite, was exactly how they used to boss Jiang Bai around in the dorm. Jiang Bai didn't move. He raised an eyebrow, watching their pathetic performance with an almost smile. A quick glance revealed that Su Qinghai and Fan Wei's names glowed blood-red clearly. They'd been killing and looting so ruthlessly that the system had marked them as severely red-named. No wonder they were so desperately calling for help. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, his expression growing as cold as frost, then slowly uttered 2 words, in himself. "What the hell? What did you say? Are you fucking crazy, Blockhead?" All 4 looked up in shock, staring at Jiang Bai in disbelief. In that moment of distraction, their health bars dropped another notch. Fan Wei was first to explode in rage. "You think I'm giving you face here, Blockhead? Think just because you got kicked out of school I can't touch you?" If he hadn't been pinned down by the Imperial State players, he would have charged over with his blade already. Su Qinghai frowned and tried to reason. "Blockhead, what's gotten into you? Sure, you're not part of the school anymore, but we were dorm mates. You're really going to just watch us die? That's cold, brother." Jiang Bai's voice was low and steady. "And when you took Wang Ke's money back then, did you think about how cold I felt? Who exactly was it that planted those exam answers in my desk?" The words hit like a thunderbolt, and all 4 faces went deathly pale. "What the hell are you talking about? That was a misunderstanding, Blockhead." Su Qinghai forced a laugh as he tried to explain. But Fan Wei revealed his true thoughts directly. He drove back an enemy and threatened with a dark expression. Jiang Bai, fine if you won't help, but don't think I can't touch you outside of school. As long as you're playing this game. If I could make you drop out of school, I can make you delete your account and quit Genesis. You better fucking wait for it. Breathing heavily, he added, if you crawl over here right now and take a few hits for me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you join our guild, give you some backing. With that, Fan Wei spat contemptuously on the ground. He pointed at Jiang Bai with disdain written all over his face. Look at yourself. What a pathetic mess. You're already over level 10 and still no guild wants you. It's embarrassing for all of us from Zhonghai. And you even hide your ID, what's the point? Think covering it up will hide the fact that you're a complete loser? TSK, TSK, tisk. Jiang Bai seemed unfazed by these crude words and replied calmly. Zhonghai is such an elite guild. I'm afraid I wouldn't qualify anyway. Hearing this, Fan Wei looked even more smug, glancing at him sideways. Don't worry, I'm at least a hall master in the guild. Come over here, kiss my ass properly, then apologize to young Master Ko, and I'll let you in. At this point, the several players from Emperor State who had been chasing Fan Wei's group were growing impatient. Their leader stared at Jiang Bai with irritation. Hey buddy, are you gonna fight or not? If not, stop chattering with them, will you? It's annoying as hell. The reason the Emperor State players spoke up was because Jiang Bai's sudden appearance had disrupted their rhythm. If they attacked rashly, their original 5 versus for advantage would become 5 versus 5, and since this was Dragon's Roar territory, a prolonged battle would work against them. Jiang Bai looked up and replied casually. No worries, you guys do your thing. I'm just here to handle some business. Before he finished speaking, he slowly drew his longbow from his back. The soft trembling sound of the bowstring reached the Emperor State players' ears, and their faces changed simultaneously. This was clearly the stance of someone about to join the fight. Fan Wei, however, still thought the man before him was pathetic and continued his mocking laughter. Damn, what a complete loser. Even after dropping out for a year, you're still such a coward. His speech quickened, as if eager to flaunt his superiority in front of everyone. Blockhead, you really are an obedient little dog. Once you join the guild, I'll definitely give you a title. Before he could finish, a crimson arrow whistled through the air. The terror in Fan Wei's eyes hadn't even had time to focus before his body stiffened, as if struck by a massive hammer. Thud! The arrowhead pierced through his chest without pause, blood spattering everywhere, leaving a fist-sized hole that was particularly gruesome. Fan Wei, who had only half his health remaining, was instantly killed without even managing a scream, his corpse crashing heavily to the ground. In that instant, the entire battlefield seemed frozen. Blockhead, you're fucking insane. Su Qinghai was the first to snap back to reality, roaring at the top of his lungs. That was Fan Wei. I think you don't want to survive in this game anymore. The Emperor State players on the opposite side were also stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment, none daring to make a move. Fan Wei's rage could only be expressed through furious typing on his screen. Blockhead, fuck you. Just wait. I'm gonna make you delete your account and quit the server. Having died with a red name status, he had dropped equipment all over the ground, and his level was bound to decrease. Jiang Bai didn't even glance at the dropped equipment, simply put away his longbow, and said lightly, I'll be waiting for you to make me delete my account and quit the server. With that, he flashed a faint smile at the stunned Emperor State players. You guys carry on, I'm done here. At the respawn point, Fan Wei and his 3 companions stood with dark expressions, having been killed and their equipment scattered everywhere. The gray-white resurrection crystal emanated a cold light, and passing players gave them a wide berth, as if they could smell the stench of defeat. After a long silence, Fan Wei finally stuck a cigarette between his lips and lit it with a sharp click. Thick smoke obscured half his face as he spoke in a sinister tone. Who the hell leaked our plan to frame Jiang Bai? Not me. Su Qinghai shrugged with an innocent expression. I never thought that idiot would figure it out. He usually acts like a complete moron, but apparently he's got some brains after all. Damn it. Fan Wei crushed his cigarette, but all the weapons I looted, plus my own gear, everything's gone. Why doesn't the kill notification show the player's name? Did they use some special item to hide their ID? Nearby, Wang Guodong, Jiang Bai's former roommate, slapped his thigh in frustration. It's all that bastard's fault. If he had just listened back then, we wouldn't have died. I should have taken him out when we were still roommates. So what's the plan now, Brother Wei? Su Qinghai rubbed his nose and lit a cigarette. What else can we do? You think this kid's gonna survive? Fan Wei left the respawn point and crouched against a wall, squinting as he calculated. Remember how this little punk crossed young Master Ke recently? Didn't you see the pinned message in Ke's guild? 10 gold reward for anyone who finds Jiang Bai's coordinates. We'll go straight to young Master Ke. Tell him Jiang Bai killed us, and have Ke bring dozens of people to camp him until he's stripped clean. Even as he spoke, he shook his head regretfully. Originally, I thought if the kid would help us, we'd keep him around after the fight, then secretly tip off young Master Ke and hand him over for the reward. Now we have to do the legwork ourselves. What a loss. Su Qinghai hesitantly scratched the back of his head. Brother Wei, isn't this a bit too harsh? Isn't this biting the hand that feeds us? Stop pretending to be the good guy. Fan Wei slapped him. I was the one who took the heat just now. Wasn't it you who planted that cheat sheet back then? Guodong stopped spacing out. He crushed his cigarette butt and called to the others. You and Xiaohei go find Jiang Bai. Looks like he's grinding and questing in that area, so he won't be leaving anytime soon. Have Xiaohei use stealth to avoid detection, and message me the coordinates immediately once you find him. He pointed at Su Qinghai. Come with me to see young Master Ko. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai had no intention of changing his grinding spot because of a few ants. After Fan Wei's group died, the players from Emperor State cursed as they picked up the dropped loot and retreated in disgrace. As the smoke of battle cleared, Jiang Bai leaned against a boulder and lit a cigarette. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he turned back to continue clearing monsters. Killing those guys had definitely improved his mood. What had been mechanical, tedious grinding suddenly became exciting and passionate, doubling his efficiency as experience points surged upward. The little snow wolf was summoned again, lying obediently at Jiang Bai's feet, excitedly bouncing at the sight of corpses scattered everywhere. Woof! Woof woof woof! Stop barking like that. Jiang Bai smacked the wolf's head twice. You're a wolf, not a dog. Howl properly for me. A woo. The little snow wolf finally remembered its identity and lifted its head to let out a proper howl. That's more like it. After about an hour of grinding, the little wolf had reached level 7. Even with 28 free attribute points allocated, honestly, it still looked pretty pathetic. The growth potential was just too low. All those points only resulted in a measly 420 health and 28 attack power. The gap was still enormous. How exactly do I increase this tempering progress? Jiang Bai stopped grinding monsters and crouched down to study the little wolf for a long while, frowning as he scoured the forums from top to bottom. Strange, there were hardly any guides available. Could he really be the first player to own a pet? Unwilling to give up, he continued digging for relevant information. In the hotel suite that served as Zhonghai Guild's headquarters, Wang Ke lounged comfortably on the plush sofa, looking completely at ease. Beside him, Fan Wei and Su Qinghai stood with fawning expressions, bowing obsequiously. Jiang Weiwei had simply plopped herself down on Wang Ke's lap, having stripped off all her equipment, wearing nothing but a semi-transparent black lace nightgown. Her long, pale legs swaying back and forth left all 3 men in the room feeling parched. Did you guys see Jiang Bai? Wang Ke stroked Jiang Weiwei's thigh, though his voice carried a cold edge. We saw him. Fan Wei's voice was tight, his eyes still glued to those legs. He's grinding in the pigment territory, probably hasn't left yet. I've already sent Xiaohei and the others to look for him. Good. Wang Ke suddenly slapped Jiang Weiwei's thigh with a sharp smack and sat up straight. That punk got away last time. This time he's going to pay. Jiang Weiwei's face showed concern. Honey, I'm worried our guild doesn't have enough people. We only have 30-something second-tier players, and most of them are common classes. We only have 2 with hidden classes. Can we really take that guy down? Heh. Wang Ke sneered, standing up step by step, his eyes gleaming with malice. Zhonghai might just be a mid-tier guild in Kunlun City, but you're forgetting whose subsidiary we are. I've already talked to the boss upstairs. Once we find him, he'll personally back me up. My husband is the best. Jiang Weiwei pressed close, her fragrance filling the air as she practically hung off Wang Ke. After searching for about another half hour, Jiang Bai finally found a clue. He quickly closed the forum and casually grabbed a pigman warrior. After some thought, he deliberately removed a piece of equipment, leaving just enough power to bring the monster down to a few dozen health points with 2 arrows. Then he stopped attacking, letting the pigman warrior clang away at him with its attacks. Switching the little wolf status from rest to combat, Jiang Bai pointed at the pigman warrior in front of him. Go get him, kiddo. Woof. The little wolf let out a low growl and pounced forward eagerly. Its tiny puppy teeth clinked against the pigman's heavy iron armor with a clang. The scene was absolutely ridiculous. The first hit was a big fat miss. But the one damage that followed gave Jiang Bai hope. At least the force damage could slowly wear the monster down. The pigman warrior's wooden club hammered down on Jiang Bai repeatedly, the metallic impacts creating a continuous rhythm. Jiang Bai tanked the damage while the little wolf nibbled away bit by bit. It took over a full minute before the little wolf finally scraped away the pigman warrior's last health point. A woo. The monster collapsed, and the little wolf proudly lifted its tiny head, strutting back to its master with an arrogant waddle on its stubby legs. It rubbed its fluffy head vigorously against Jiang Bai's shin, as if showing off. See? Aren't I awesome? Jiang Bai opened the pet attribute panel. Focusing on the tempering progress section, the number had finally moved, changing from 0 to 7. I knew it. Jiang Bai excitedly pumped his fist. As the little wolf's tempering progress finally showed some change, Jiang Bai perked up with renewed enthusiasm. He stopped hunting monsters altogether and just waited for the little wolf to land the finishing blows. Soon he discovered that finishing moves weren't even necessary as long as the little wolf participated in combat. Even just a single scratch would earn tempering experience. On average, Only about 1 in 3 monsters would trigger experience gain. Jiang Bai couldn't figure out how this broken system determined the rewards no matter how hard he racked his brain, so he simply stopped worrying about it. He pulled another wave of monsters, and in less than 10 minutes, the little wolf's tempering progress shot up to 100. However, the progress bar didn't level up as he expected. Instead, it stayed put, and a new line of text suddenly appeared below: breakthrough progress 0. What the hell? Jiang Bai stared at the interface, feeling like he'd underestimated just how low the Genesis developers could sink. Breaking through a pet was even more tedious than leveling up a character? An aptitude breakthrough button appeared below the progress bar. When he clicked it, the system prompted: missing material Earth Spirit Pill. Earth Spirit Pill? Jiang Bai opened the trading market with a confused expression, thinking this must be some rare item. Instead, the listings were packed densely together, all priced at exactly 1 gold each, arranged as uniformly as soldiers in formation. Huh. He stared at the screen full of Earth Spirit Pills, lost in thought. If they were this cheap, the drop rate should be pretty high, so why had he never seen one before? With a learning mindset, Jiang Bai bought a pack of 10. Once the items arrived in his inventory, he checked the details and suddenly understood. Earth Spirit Pills were crafted by alchemists using monster drops like hide, meat, sinew, bone, and essence cores. Alchemist was a lifestyle profession that had nothing to do with pure combat players like him. No wonder he'd never paid attention. The creator field showed Yimeng Shirhan, quite an elegant name. So those junk materials actually have a use. Jiang Bai thought about the mountain of low-value miscellaneous items piled up in his warehouse that he'd been too lazy to deal with, and felt a spark of interest. He grabbed an Earth Spirit Pill and fed it to the little wolf, waiting to witness the birth of a drank rating. The system coldly displayed a notification: breakthrough progress 1. From 0 to 1. Jiang Bai froze for 3 seconds, then took a deep breath and clicked the small question mark next to the progress bar. The official explanation was crystal clear. 1. Each time a certain quantity of Earth Spirit Pills is consumed, there's a chance for direct breakthrough. 2. If failed, breakthrough progress randomly increases by 13. 3. Higher progress equals higher success rate. 4. After reaching 100 progress, the next attempt is guaranteed to succeed. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth. System, screw you. Could you possibly think of an even more shameless money-grabbing scheme? Jiang Bai caught a whiff of something ominous in the air. Forget it. With my luck, there's no point gambling on those odds. Better to just grind it out the steady way. Jiang Bai muttered to himself as he waved his hand and slapped down payment for 10 packs, a full set of 100 Earth Spirit Pills. With money to burn, he couldn't be bothered to feel bad about the expense. Focused entirely on researching pet skills, he failed to notice 2 figures in the distance, keeping a subtle tail on him. As night fell over Kunlun City, a formidable procession of over 30 players streamed out through the main gate. The lead player's ID bore the prefix Fengyun, and he strode at the front, clearly the center of attention. Behind him, Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei followed with ingratiating smiles, flanked by elite members of the Fengyun Guild. Tell me, Wang Ku, how come I've never heard of this guy in Kunlun City? Someone who can take on dozens of you and walk away unscathed. The leader turned his head curiously. Hey, bro, you don't know the half of it. Wang Ku lowered his voice. That bastard's probably hit his 2nd-class advancement, and his gear is ridiculously good. That's why he's so overpowered. 2nd advancement is possible, the man mused thoughtfully. Wang Ku's eyes gleamed as he leaned closer to whisper. Bro, word is this guy's got top-tier equipment. If our 30-plus elite players take him down, we'll make a killing. Before he could finish, the man's expression darkened. What the hell are you talking about? I'm with Fengyun Guild. You think I'd pull that kind of dishonorable crap? Don't even think about it, or I'll boot you from our subsidiary guild first. I wouldn't dare. Bro, I absolutely wouldn't dare. Wang Ku's face went pale as he waved his hands frantically. The man squinted at him suspiciously. Did dozens of you gang up on him only to get wiped instead, and now you're coming to me? How could that be, bro? Wang Ku looked like he'd been gravely wronged. We were fighting a boss fair and square when this punk swooped in and kill-stole us at the last second. Stealing the boss was bad enough, but then he killed dozens of our brothers who lost equipment and levels. Plus he goes to our school in real life and got expelled for being such trash. Bro, please don't wrongly accuse me. I hope that's the case. The man waved dismissively in irritation. If the boss hadn't told me to check this out, I wouldn't bother with this mess. The group pressed forward rapidly. After more than 10 minutes, 2 scout players who'd been moving like ghosts in the night returned to Wang Ku's side. 500 meters ahead, young Master Ku. Bro, he's right there. Wang Ku quickly reported to the leader. 2 minutes later, they reached the wild boar territory. The grassland was littered with carnage and corpses. Jiang Bai crouched in the center of a pile of bodies, surrounded by 1 person and 1 wolf, busy with something. That's the guy. The leader raised an eyebrow. That's him. Wang Ku nodded vigorously. No mistake, bro. The man's gaze sharpened. Behind him, over 20 players split into left and right flanks, slowly encircling their target. 7 assassins simultaneously entered stealth mode, vanishing into the night. He then led Wang Ku, Jiang Weiwei, and Jiang Bai's former roommates Su Qinghai and Fan Wei straight forward. Seeing his revenge within reach, Wang Ku trembled with excitement and screamed at Jiang Bai's back. Jiang Bai? Prepare to die. Jiang Bai. FCKU. I'm here to make good on my promise to make you delete your account and quit. Fan Wei piled on, emboldened by the backup. Jiang Weiwei sneered coldly. Huh. Jiang Bai, you're really dead this time. She was already imagining how Jiang Bai would face the mockery of everyone back home. Jiang Bai had heard the commotion long ago. He stood up and turned around with an indifferent expression. Having his research interrupted again put him in a foul mood, but when his gaze fell on the lead player, his expression shifted slightly. He recognized that Yuzukai, though most people called him Scholar because the name was so long. Just a few hours ago, they'd been drinking and chatting at the dinner table. How had he ended up leading a team to hunt him down? The moment Scholar saw Jiang Bai clearly, his smile froze and his expression changed several times before settling into forced calm. He stepped aside and cut off Wang Ku's shouting. Hold on, are you absolutely sure your enemy is him? You didn't get the wrong person, did you? Yeah, Brother Xiao. That's him. Wang Ku stood with his hands on his hips, looking like a kid who'd just had his candy stolen, pointing at Jiang Bai while whining. It's this bastard, Brother Xiao? He killed us and stole our loot. Damn it, he straight up robbed the epic staff we worked so hard to get. Exactly. Su Qinghai and the others immediately chimed in, adding fuel to the fire as if worried their story wasn't convincing enough. Brother Xiao, we used to be roommates with him. After he got expelled from school, he's been holding a grudge. We were just peacefully leveling up when he charged over and slaughtered us all. In the center of the crowd, Jiang Bai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expression calm and a faint smile playing at his lips as he watched their theatrical performance. Xiaocai slowly shifted his gaze away from Jiang Bai, and after listening to their sob story, raised an eyebrow with an intriguing expression. Wang Ku, I'm asking you one last time. Are you sure it was him? Are you sure he stole your monsters? Wang Ku thought Xiaocai was being unusually talkative today, but still nodded earnestly with wide eyes. Yes, Brother Xiao. I swear I'm not lying. You better not be lying. If I'm lying, then I'm not my father's biological son. May lightning strike me down. May I get hit by a truck the moment I step outside. He pointed 2 fingers toward the sky with a righteous expression. Just as his oath finished. Crash. A thick bolt of lightning struck right beside his feet, leaving the ground charred and smoking. Holy shit. Wang Ku was so startled he fell on his butt. One of his lackeys quickly jumped out from behind, raising his hands in surrender. Sorry, young Master Ku. I just learned lightning spell and accidentally slipped. Son of a bitch. Be more careful. Wang Ku was so angry his eyes turned red. This scene even amused Xiaocai, who walked over to Wang Ku with his hands behind his back, smiling meaningfully. No, Wang Ku, there's something I don't quite understand. What don't you understand, Brother Xiao? I just don't get why he would bother robbing your equipment. What do you mean? Wang Ku was stunned, clearly not catching the implication. Brother Xiao, that's really what happened. Jiang Weiwei, afraid their lie would be exposed, quickly stepped forward, wringing her skirt with both hands and putting on a pitiful expression. To be honest, Brother Xiao, young Master Ku and I are childhood sweethearts. This guy pursued me for a whole year in college and failed, so he's been holding a grudge against us ever since. Oh my god, Jiang Bai nearly threw up last night's dinner, rolling his eyes in disgust. He was about to speak up in his defense when Xiaocai shot him an ambiguous look that stopped him in his tracks, so he kept quiet and watched the show continue. Xiaocai spread his hands with a helpless yet playful tone. Honestly, I don't mean to insult you guys. He pointed at Jiang Bai with one hand while gesturing with the other. If you all stripped off your equipment and threw it on the ground, I doubt he'd even glance at it, let alone bother stealing it. But Wang Ku was completely confused, his brow furrowed so tight it could crush a fly. Brother Xiao, we're all brothers here. You can't look down on us like that. Fan Wei also stubbornly added. Yeah, Brother Xiao. Heh. Xiaocai let out a cold laugh, his smile instantly vanishing. He turned to face Jiang Bai, his tone noticeably lower than before. I say, boss, you've had enough fun messing with these kids. They probably still don't know who you are. Wang Ku sensed something was wrong and immediately jumped up shouting. He's Jiang Bai? The real deal Jiang Bai, Brother Xiao. He's from our school. It can't be that Brother Xiao got the wrong person, right? Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Weiwei also awkwardly chimed in. However, Xiaocai didn't spare her even a glance. He turned directly toward Jiang Bai, bowing slightly with a tone infinitely softer than before. I'm terribly sorry, boss. Let me apologize first and explain the situation to you. What? Xiaocai's words struck like thunder in everyone's minds. Wang Ku, Jiang Weiwei, Fan Wei, and the others instantly froze like wooden chickens. The second-in-command of Storm World was apologizing to this guy? What exactly was Jiang Bai's background? Several pairs of eyes clashed in the air with almost audible intensity, yet their minds went completely blank. Xiao Cai paused briefly before continuing. This kid belongs to a subsidiary guild under our Storm Guild. Technically, we do have an obligation to protect them. Besides, his father has some business dealings with my brother's family, which is why we took them in. Earlier, they came crying about being bullied, having their equipment stolen, and being killed and robbed. My brother sent me with some people to investigate. If someone really dared to make moves under our noses, we naturally couldn't ignore it. Who would have thought it was our own people kicking down our own door? Boss, if it's convenient, could you reveal your ID? Otherwise, I really can't continue this investigation. As his words settled, Wang Ku and the others' faces turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. After hearing this, Jiang Bai felt relieved. Since entering the game, he had kept his ID hidden. His top 10 ranking fame and countless server-wide announcements had thrust the four characters, Kong Chung Jiomeng, into the spotlight of major factions. Without hiding it, the game would hardly be peaceful. But today, having been cornered by Storm Guild, without a clear resolution, things would only get more troublesome. With this in mind, he simply disabled the hiding function. The next second, Xiao Cai pointed at the ID above Jiang Bai's head and lazily instructed Wang Ku. Come on, brother, read these four characters for me. Without thinking much, Wang Ku followed the pointing finger and read aloud. Kong, Chung, Jiomeng. At the end, confusion still lingered on his face. But in less than half a second, that confusion was torn apart by shock, and he froze like he'd been struck by lightning. Kong Chung Jiomeng. He stared at Jiang Bai, then at Xiao Cai, his voice rising and trembling. Kong Chung Jiomeng. Jiang Bai's Kong Chung Jiomeng. The sixth-ranked Kong Chung Jiomeng. Fan Wei, Su Qinghai, and the others behind Wang Ke instantly turned ashen, their breathing becoming labored. No, no. Jiang Weiwei covered her mouth, her eyes glued to Jiang Bai, shaking her head desperately, lacking even the courage to believe. Who else did you think it was? Xiao Cai casually dropped this line, his expression unreadable. No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible, Brother Xiao. Wang Ke was nearly in tears. Brother Xiao, could it be the same name? Just someone with the same name. Xiao Cai narrowed his eyes, his smile turning cold. What do you think? Is that possible? This is insane. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, Brother Xiao. Wang Ke was like a crazed rabbit, grabbing Xiao Cai's arm and shaking frantically. He's not Kong Chung Jiomeng. He's just Jiang Bai. That loser from our school. How could such a waste possibly be a top-ranking god? Get lost. The previously polite Xiao Cai's expression turned ice cold as he kicked Wang Ke aside, then walked steadily toward Jiang Bai, his attitude returning to respectful. I'm truly sorry, boss, this whole mess. Boom. The moment Xiao Cai and Jiang Bai shook hands, the world of Wang Ku, Jiang Weiwei, Fan Wei, and the others completely shattered in an instant. Brother, we're all brothers here. No need for the boss title. Jiang Bai wasn't quite comfortable with that form of address. He waved his hand with a smile, but before he could explain, he saw Wang Ku's previously arrogant posture collapse as if his spine had been yanked out, and he dropped to the ground with a thud. Wang Ku stared blankly ahead, his mind filled with only 3 words. I'm screwed. He's Kong Chung Jiomeng? He's actually Kong Chung Jiomeng? At this moment, the most desperate person was undoubtedly Wang Ku, while the one with the most complicated feelings was none other than Jiang Weiwei. This man she had once despised as being worse than a dog was now the big shot who ruled Kunlun City, someone who could make Wang Ku want to kneel and call him daddy. What made it even more ironic was that during this whole time, she had been constantly provoking and antagonizing Jiang Bai. Most disgusting of all, to curry favor with Wang Ku, she had chosen to betray Jiang Bai and even humiliated him in every way possible. Jiang Weiwei, you're such an idiot. A complete and utter moron. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, but could only curse herself silently. On the other side, Jiang Bai's roommates Fan Wei, Su Qinghai, and Wang Guodong exchanged glances and immediately shrank back into the crowd with guilty consciences. Damn, Fan Wei stomped his foot hard, his guts twisted with regret. Son of a bitch. He's actually Kong Chung Jiomeng. I regret this, bro. Su Qinghai, more pragmatic than anyone, pulled out a cigarette, lit it forcefully, and took a deep drag. You think if we hadn't betrayed Jiang Bai back then, we'd be living the high life with him now? That's 6th on the Kunlun rankings, absolute top tier. How the hell did this guy become so badass? Wang Guodong stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Young Master Ku is such a damn fool. Stop your damn confessions, will you? Fan Wei growled, throwing his half-smoked cigarette on the ground and crushing it viciously. What's the point of saying all this? Think about how we're gonna survive. With all the disgusting stuff we did before, plus today's incident, you think Jiang Bai will spare us? Damn it. Fan Wei's chest heaved violently. Filled with frustration, what really stung him was the regret, though he couldn't show it in front of Su Qinghai and the others. The atmosphere in the scene instantly became tense. Xiao Cai didn't need much explanation from Jiang Bai. Just hearing those 4 words, Kong Chung Jiomeng, made him understand that Wang Ku's motives were definitely not simple revenge. Wang Ku, Xiaocai's previously jovial expression darkened as he spun around and shouted sternly. I'm giving you one more chance to come clean and tell me exactly what happened. I. Wang Ke looked up in despair, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word, his mouth filled with the bitter taste of rust. At that moment, a subordinate ran up to Xiaocai, panting heavily, with the Zhonghai Guild insignia above his head. Clearly, he and Xiaocai had a good private relationship. The subordinate quickly recounted the whole story. Wang Ke had schemed to provoke trouble, luring Xiaocai to stand up for him, while secretly planning to use him as a weapon. Xiaocai's expression grew darker and darker, like frost settling over his face. 2 minutes later, Xiaocai's face was cold as ice. He walked slowly up to Wang Ke and began slapping him, the sharp smack-smack sounds piercing the air. Wang Ke, what did I tell you before we came? When you became our Fengyun subsidiary guild, what did the boss tell you? Did you forget? Or did you never take it to heart? Xiaocai delivered several more slaps, his tone ice-cold. Seems like your Zhonghai guild has been pulling this disgusting crap quite often. If I didn't know Brother Kong Cheng, you would have used me as your weapon today, right? He turned his head to scan the other side, his voice suddenly rising. And those guys who share a dorm with Brother Kong Cheng, get your asses out here. The scholar stood up and roared at the crowd. The crowd fell silent instantly. Fan Wei and several others, their faces pale as death, reluctantly squeezed their way out with heads hanging so low they nearly touched their chests. Did Storm Guild make you feel invincible? Taking the initiative to steal kills and murder players in Emperor Continent? Trying to start a guild war? Disgusting. His words hammered down like rapid gunfire, leaving Fan Wei's group speechless. After venting his anger, the scholar pulled out his communicator, switched to Storm World's private channel, and frantically tapped on the virtual interface. 5 minutes later, he closed the screen and fixed his cold gaze on Wang Ke. I'm delivering a message from our leader. Zhonghai Guild has violated guild regulations and is hereby permanently expelled from the Storm affiliate system and designated as a hostile guild. We'll let you off today, but from now on, we'll kill you every time we see you. Boom. Wang Ke's mind felt like it had been struck by thunder, his face turning deathly pale instantly. After a moment of stunned silence, he dropped to his knees beside the scholar, tears and snot streaming down his face. Brother Xiao, I was wrong. Please put in a good word for me with the leader. I can't be kicked out of the guild, I can't. Get lost. The scholar kicked him away. You're pathetic to look at. I was wrong. I was so wrong, Brother Xiao. Don't abandon me. Wang Ke had completely lost his former arrogance, desperately clinging to the scholar's leg. Brother Xiao, you don't understand me. Family's business depends entirely on young Master Kuen's family support. My father finally managed to pull strings to get Kuen's Storm Guild to accept my guild. If we're kicked out, our family business is finished, and my father will kill me. He understood better than anyone that this game was far more than entertainment for them. Major corporations were moving their business chains into Genesis, especially Tianyu Group behind Storm World. His family's small enterprise survived by feeding off Tianyu's downstream chain. Just days ago, his father had begged connections to get into Storm Guild, only for him to cause this disaster. If things truly soured, their funding chain would collapse within a month. The scholar sneered. Now you know to keep your tail between your legs? Too late. This is beyond my control. He stepped forward, shaking off Wang Ke's grip. Seeing the scholar wouldn't budge, Wang Ke bit his lip until it bled, steeled himself, and knelt before Jiang Bai without hesitation. I'm sorry. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Before finishing his words, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face, then another, alternating left and right. Brother, I was wrong. I was deceived by that bitch Jiang Wei into targeting you. I'll kowtow to you. Bang, bang, bang. His forehead struck the floor repeatedly. Please, brother, say a few good words for me to young Master Kuen. Save me. Jiang Bai simply stared at him coldly, saying nothing. Wang Ke jumped up in desperation, grabbed Jiang Wei behind him, and frantically slapped her face. Jiang Wei fell into complete despair. She had thought latching onto Wang Ke was a shortcut, only to discover it was a dead end. She understood clearly Wang Ke only valued her body, while she only valued Wang Ke's money. Such a union would crumble at the first sign of trouble, even turning hostile. She had no one to blame but herself for this outcome. Brother, I was wrong. I'll beat this bitch to death right now, and Fan Wei too. I'll kill them until they quit the server. Holy shit. Young Master Ke, you can't. You were the one who asked us to do this. Fan Wei and the others cried out in terror, but Wang Ke didn't even get the chance to act. The scholar raised his hand slightly. The next second, countless skill beams crashed down, instantly killing Fan Wei and his companions. He then whispered to his subordinates. Camp their respawn points until they quit the server. After giving his orders, the scholar turned back to Jiang Bai and cupped his fists. Brother, today we had a case of friendly fire. My sincere apologies. Storm Guild failed in discipline. His gaze swept over Wang Ke, still kneeling on the ground. I won't interfere with the remaining family matters. Handle them as you see fit. Let my elder brother host a banquet to apologize another day. With that, the scholar tactfully led his forces away. Jiang Bai, I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you. Put in a good word for me with young Master Kun. Jiang Weiwei cowered to the side, her face covered in blood, her trembling voice mixing with the cold forest wind. Wang Ke had just beaten her black and blue, then turned around and dropped to his knees at Jiang Bai's feet with a thud, crying like a dying dog. Jiang Bai looked down, his eyes devoid of any mercy. Pitiful people must have detestable qualities. The arrogance and swagger Wang Ke had shown when he forced Jiang Bai to drop out of school had now been replaced entirely by wretchedness and panic. Jiang Bai had fantasized about this scene countless sleepless nights, and now that he was actually witnessing it, he felt one word: satisfaction. Absolutely exhilarating. He even wanted to cut off Wang Ke's manhood and feed it to the dogs. Thinking of the despicable things Wang Ke had done, Jiang Bai lifted his right foot. Wang Ke was stunned and looked up with tears in his voice. Jiang Bai, what's this? You want to be brothers with me? Like sworn brothers? His eyes flashed with almost maniacal joy. Jiang Bai calmly uttered one word: lick. Wang Ke was completely dumbfounded and stammered. Jiang Bai, you've gone too far. Yeah, you don't have to lick it. Jiang Bai said, raising the longbow in his hand, the bowstring already drawn to full moon. You mentioned the consequences yourself just now. Think it through and stand up and walk away, no one's stopping you. I. A flash of malice crossed Wang Ke's eyes, but he had no choice but to continue begging. Jiang Bai, I'm begging you really. Shut up. Jiang Bai waved his hand to interrupt, impatience showing between his brows. Say one more word, and I'll send you off right now. There's no medicine for regret in this world, and you understand that. As his words fell, he turned to leave. The little wolf was about to level up, but these flies had disrupted everything, filling Jiang Bai with irritation. Behind him, the kneeling Wang Ke saw no way out, and venom suddenly surged within him, his voice hoarse and shrill. Jiang Bai, show some mercy. If you push me to the brink, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Jiang Bai was amused by his anger and turned around again. I'm pushing you? Isn't all this your own doing? Did I tell you to bring Scholar here for revenge tonight? When you forced me to drop out back then, I taught you the phrase, show some mercy, and now you're using it to threaten me? Wang Ke was left speechless by the retort, but he forced himself to stand up, his face twisted with ferocity. Jiang Bai, no matter how awesome you are in the game, you're still just a loser in reality. I, Wang Ke, FCK your mother. Idiot. Jiang Bai was too lazy to listen anymore. The bowstring vibrated, the arrow cut through the wind, and Wang Ke instantly turned into particles of light, sent back to the respawn point. After Wang Ke disappeared, Jiang Weiwei seemed to wake up somewhat from her daze. She stared at Jiang Bai with complex emotions, bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly rushed toward him. Jiang Bai, let me explain, I actually still love. Idiot. Get lost. Jiang Bai raised his hand and shot another arrow, sending her back to the respawn point as well. Instantly, under the broken moonlight in the forest, everything returned to tranquility. Finally some peace and quiet. Jiang Bai let out a long, weary sigh and pulled the little snow wolf out of his backpack. The little guy shook his round, fluffy head, his bright, watery eyes full of confusion as he whimpered softly. What exactly are you trying to do? One moment you're stuffing me away, the next you're letting me out. Don't look at me like that. Jiang Bai grabbed the furry little head with one hand and pulled out a still warm earth spirit pill from his pocket with the other. Come on, Dalong, time for your medicine. At the respawn point, Fan Wei and his crew had been camped 3 times in a row, brutally losing 3 full levels. Their equipment had been scattered to the winds, a truly pitiful sight. Fan Wei irritably lit a cigarette. Damn it, nobody leaves. That scholar won't stop camping us until we're down to level 5. What kind of mess is this? Su Qinghai slumped on the ground, his face ashen. That's Kong Chung Jiao Ming, the 6th ranked player on the entire server. And I was just shouting about taking him down? I'm a complete idiot, a genuine, 100 pure moron. I regret it too. Wang Guodong muttered under his breath. If we hadn't listened to the boss back then and taken that 10,000 from Wang Ke, we wouldn't be in this mess. Fan Wei suddenly shoved him away. What the hell do you mean? You were grinning even wider than me when we took that money. Hey, stop fighting. Xiao He tried to break them up, but all 4 instantly devolved into chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai was still locked in battle with the little snow wolf. After stuffing the 50th Earth Spirit pill down its throat, he completely abandoned any notion that the Genesis system was generous. By the 70th pill, he was rolling up his sleeves, ready to unleash a torrent of curses at the GM's entire family tree. Finally, just as the 79th Earth Spirit pill dissolved, a brilliant white light shot skyward. Ding! Your pet, mutant snow wolf, has improved in aptitude. Rating, drank 1 star. Jiang Bai breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt no joy whatsoever. 79 pills had only pushed the total star rating from 7 to 8, and that single extra star had only boosted strength. I was wrong. Equipment enhancement is a bottomless pit, and so is pet training. This little ancestor is practically a money-eating beast. After a whole night of this ordeal, he decided to stop wasting pills and dragged his exhausted body straight to the hotel. He grabbed a quick bite and collapsed into bed. The night was deep, and moonlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows across his body. The little snow wolf curled up beside his pillow, its round belly rising and falling rhythmically with Jiang Bai's breathing. The sleeping Jiang Bai didn't notice that his private message interface was flashing frantically. Urgent beeping sounds rang out. Someone was bombarding him with messages. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in as Jiang Bai opened his drowsy eyes. So comfortable. You have to admit, this luxury hotel is way better than those budget motels. Having money is really nice. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Bai ordered breakfast and shuffled over to the bed in his boxers. A patch of snow-white fur caught his eye. The chubby little wolf seemed to be having some kind of spring dream, judging by its rather lewd expression. Oh, my adorable little snow wolf. Jiang Bai gazed at the wolf with pure affection. Then he delivered a swift slap. Still sleeping? Come on, kiddo, time for morning training with daddy. Oh woo. The little snow wolf, smacked from one end of the bed to the other by Jiang Bai, growled at him indignantly with its cute, childish voice, but was quickly silenced by a piece of fresh meat Jiang Bai tossed over. It began devouring the food eagerly. Jiang Bai checked the level rankings just one night without much grinding, and he dropped from 9th to 10th place. Moreover, the 11th place player was only 2 experience behind him, so catching up wouldn't take long. Damn, don't these hardcore players ever sleep? Seeing his fatigue meter was fully restored, Jiang Bai decided to spend the next few days doing nothing but grinding levels like crazy with his little wolf. There was also another matter helping Datong Wuzue with his class change quest, though that guy said he was still in the preparation phase and would call when ready. After closing the level rankings, Jiang Bai noticed the private message channel in the bottom right corner was flashing frantically. From the urgent frequency of the flashing, it seemed a large number of private messages had accumulated. Who could this be? Messaging me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. Jiang Bai opened the chat interface and was immediately spammed by someone named Weiwei Qingqing. This is... Jiang Bai thought for a moment, wasn't this Jiang Weiwei's game ID? Weiwei Qingqing. Jiang Bai, I know you must hate me and find me disgusting right now, but I really can't help wanting to explain to you. Weiwei Qingqing. I'm sorry, Jiang Bai, truly sorry. If you're willing, I'll come find you right now. You can hit me however you want, as long as you'll accept my apology. Weiwei Qingqing. Because, deep in my heart, I've always truly loved you. I was coerced by Wang Ku. Ugh. Reading this line, Jiang Bai immediately spat out the chicken leg he'd just eaten. Jiang Weiwei's shamelessness had completely shattered Jiang Bai's worldview. Could there really be such a brazenly shameless woman in this world? Weiwei Qingqing. Really, I was always being coerced by Wang Ku. The reason I treated you that way was because I loved you too much. Love turned to hate, which made me do so many irrational things. Can you understand me, Jiang Bai? Ugh. Even last night's dinner came up. Weiwei Qingqing. Jiang Bai, I really, really love you so much. Please, just reply to me once, okay? I'm begging you, even if you just curse at me. The next message came about 10 minutes later, probably after Jiang Weiwei realized she wouldn't get a response from Jiang Bai, so she continued her persistent harassment. Weiwei Qingqing. Jiang Bai, considering we've been friends since childhood, are you really going to be this heartless? Won't you even say one word to me? Weiwei Qingqing. I know I was wrong, and I know you still love me, right? Haven't you always wanted to do that thing with me? I promise you right now, just say the word, and I'll appear before you instantly. I can fulfill any need you have. On her phone screen, Jiang Weiwei's voice-to-text text converted her words line by line as her fingers flew across the keyboard. Weiwei loves Qingqing. I secretly went through your phone and know you love uniforms and stockings. I bought several sets: black, white, yellow, green stockings, some with openings and some without. Really, Jiang Bai, please just give me a chance. After sending the message, she practically buried her head in the screen, her heart pounding like a drum. Not far away, Jiang Bai had just woken up and saw this long string of messages, his face immediately darkening. What the hell? Am I really that perverted? Damn, this is bullshit. I like that stuff? Huh, even dogs wouldn't believe that. She's completely shameless. He muttered angrily while covering his face with his hands, veins bulging at his temples as his good mood was instantly ruined. Then he grabbed his phone and typed back a few short words. F off. Get lost, idiot. Disgusting. The moment he hit send, his appetite vanished completely. Staring at the steaming breakfast on the table, he couldn't even bear to look at it. He shoved his phone in his pocket and called to his pet wolf companion. Come on, let's go level up. Meanwhile, Jiang Weiwei had been guarding her phone by the bedside all night, her eyes red and swollen as she nodded off drowsily. Suddenly, a ding notification startled her bolt upright. He replied to me. Opening the chat window, Jiang Bai's message, F off. Get lost, idiot. Disgusting, appeared before her eyes, complete with 3 exclamation marks that stabbed into her like knives. Her excitement instantly froze, and tears dimmed her eyes. Slap. She struck herself hard across the face with a crisp, loud sound. Jiang Weiwei, what have you done? How did you get so bewitched that you went along with Wang Ke's scheme? Jiang Bai is Kong Chung Jiomeng, someone who chats casually with Feng Yun Kuan Xiao and others. Now Wang Ke has dumped you too. What exactly have you been doing? I regret this so much. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as she buried her head in her knees and sobbed. But she didn't cry for long before suddenly looking up, roughly wiping her tears as if instantly energized. He must still care about me. Look, he replied to my message. Even though he's cursing at me, it shows he still has feelings for me, otherwise why would he be so angry? He even used 3 exclamation marks, so his feelings must run deep. I can't give up. Once his anger subsides, he'll definitely come around. To focus on leveling, Jiang Bai chose a remote area, the territory of level 17 title Murlocs. The monsters here were mostly warriors and assassins, all melee fighters. He just needed to pull aggro, kite them, and use multi-shot in a clean, efficient routine. The title Murlocs had about 4,000 HP each, but against Jiang Bai's explosive double-crit multi-shot attacks, they couldn't last more than a few seconds. Their measly 300 attack barely scratched his 460 defense. Due to the high level requirement, few players came here, making the entire beach practically his private leveling ground. After about an hour and a half, he had cleared roughly 400 Murlocs, and his experience bar shot up to level 14. His plunder skill also brought pleasant surprises: 2 intelligence, 1 stamina, and 3 agility, a total of 6 attribute points gained, which wasn't spectacular but certainly decent. His wolf companion also reached level 10. Jiang Bai discovered that as the little wolf's aptitude rating improved, the difficulty of tempering progress increased accordingly. Last night, a single wild monster could contribute a full 7 to the little wolf's tempering progress, but after breaking through to rank 1 star, each fishman could only provide a measly 34. What made it even more frustrating was that not every fishman was effective. He had to kill roughly 3 of them to get 1 progress increase. So after completing the upgrade, Jiang Bai slaughtered over 10 more fishmen, finally bringing the little wolf's tempering progress to 100, with a new tribulation about to descend. Seeing the familiar breakthrough progress indicator flashing on the panel again, Jiang Bai's scalp tingled. 1 tribulation cost over 100 gold coins. Who could afford that? He reached out and poked the little wolf's fluffy head, grumbling with frustration. You're nothing but a money pit. A complete and utter money pit. With only 21 Earth Spirit pills left in his bag, Jiang Bai decided to set aside this expensive matter for now. To speed up his leveling, he decided to boost his damage output first by enhancing multiple shot. His current backpack contained 26 skill enhancement scrolls, and according to the rules, upgrading a rank multiple shot from 0 to 1 required 5 scrolls. Fortunately, the success rate for the first 3 levels was decent, with the first 2 enhancements succeeding directly. Using a total of 11 scrolls, the skill's base damage increased from 80 to 90, and the cooldown was reduced by a full second. The effect was immediate. Just as Jiang Bai pulled out the remaining 7 enhancement scrolls, preparing to strike while the iron was hot, and upgrade multiple shot to level 3, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the only 3S mythic skill in his skill bar, Blood Contract. Being a top-tier 3S skill, he would always take an extra look at it whenever he opened the panel, afraid of missing any hidden information. Wait. A bold idea exploded in his mind. The skill description clearly stated that Blood Contract could also be enhanced. Since the system allowed it, it must be reasonable. If this support type 3S skill could be successfully enhanced, what kind of effects would it produce? Damn, time to get to work. 4th 3S level skill enhancement. Upgrading from 0 to 1 requires 10 scroll stats, already double what the S-level burst shot skill needs. Damn it. Jiang Bai stared at the meager gold coins left in his inventory, his heart bleeding. According to the established rules, skills below S-level only require 1 additional scroll per upgrade, while S-level and above require 2. A rough calculation showed this would cost him a solid 50 gold, pushing him straight into poverty. Despite his complaints, his hands didn't stop moving as he decisively clicked Enhance. The 0-1 upgrade had a 100 success rate, so he didn't hesitate at all. After the 3-second loading bar finished, a new notification popped up on his interface. Blood Contract SSS. Enhancement Level 1. Skill Description. After mastering Blood Contract, players can choose to form a blood pact with 1 pet. Once formed, the pet will accompany the player for life and cannot be replaced, dismissed, or released. Growth LV1. All 5 growth attributes of the pet 1 star. Jiang Bai stared blankly at the line Growth LV1. Adding 1 star to each of the 5 attributes might seem modest on the surface, but together, that's a whopping 5 points of growth potential. My first-rate Dark Ranger only has 28 stars total, and just 1 enhancement level added 5-star stats. Absolutely insane. His throat went dry and his heart raced as he finally understood why this skill was rated 3S. The Blood Contract panel still glowed with a faint red aura, as if silently taunting him. Jiang Bai completely lost his composure, throwing all thoughts of multi-shot to the back of his mind as he immediately opened the trading market and bought 6 more skill enhancement scrolls. 11 scrolls with an 80 success rate going for 2 isn't unreasonable, right? He happily clicked enhance, only to suddenly see required scrolls 13 displayed. Crap, 3S skills require 3 scrolls per level. Jiang Bai nearly cracked his mouse. This consumption rate was absolutely ridiculous. But unwilling to give up, he gritted his teeth and bought 2 more scrolls to reach the required 13. The progress bar flowed again, and the 80 success rate didn't let him down. Blood Contract SSS. Enhancement level 2. Skill description. After mastering Blood Contract, players can choose to form a blood pact with one pet. Once formed, the pet will accompany the player for life and cannot be replaced, dismissed, or released. Growth LV1. All 5 growth attributes of the pet 1 star. Fusion LV1. Active skill. The pet can fuse with its master. After fusion, you can choose to appear in either pet or character form, retaining only the current form's class and skills. Fusion panel attributes 100 master attributes, 50 pet attributes, lasts 300 seconds, can be manually cancelled, 6-hour cooldown. Whoa, Jiang Bai sucked in a sharp breath. Simply put, this was like giving himself a super buff lasting 5 minutes with an additional 50 of his pet's attributes. The pet's attributes were low now, so the impact wasn't obvious. But if the pet eventually had 1000 attack power, that would literally add 500 attack power to himself for 5 whole minutes. Of course, there was much more to it than that. The game had 2 attribute systems, panel and base. What players commonly referred to as the 5 core stat strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and intelligence were base attributes. Meanwhile, health, physical attack, magic attack, defense, and attack power were panel attributes. In other words, after fusion, he would gain a 50 boost to all 5 of his pet's attributes. With this mechanism, Jiang Bai could transform into a human archer or instantly shift into a melee wolf form, essentially experiencing 2 classes simultaneously. For 5 minutes, he would become a walking humanoid boss, not just capable of devastating destruction, but something far more terrifying provided his pet's attributes were hardcore enough. Let's do this. Let's go. Keep getting stronger. With his emotions completely ignited, Jiang Bai had only one thought in mind. Enhance Blood Contract to 3. He threw down 88 gold, getting 16 skill enhancement scrolls in hand, with a 60 success rate that seemed decent enough. However, as the golden light faded, for blood-red words enhancement failed mercilessly appeared, like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. Jiang Bai stared blankly at Blood Contract stuck at 2, then glanced at his bag, showing only 275 gold remaining, his heart bleeding. Damn it, I was too impulsive. 80 gold just went down the drain. He wanted to cry but couldn't shed a tear. Only now did he truly understand the terrifying cost of skill enhancement. Calming down, Jiang Bai quietly concluded, at this stage, going for 3S enhancement was beyond his financial means. It should be saved for later. His current funds should prioritize equipment, low-level skill enhancements, pet aptitude, and the Suntober released emblem system. His level was about to reach 15, at which point not only could his equipment continue upgrading, but the medals he wore could also increase in level and grade all money-devouring beasts. After figuring this out, Jiang Bai stopped lamenting over those 80 gold and continued his frenzied monster grinding cycle. Going from level 14 to 15 required a full 200,000 experience points, but each fishman only gave 180 points. She needed to kill at least 1,100 of them. So the entire morning, Jiang Bai did nothing but specifically target fishmen for slaughter. His level 2 multi-shot cleared the way, and 5 waves of monster spawns couldn't stop him. The map was quickly swept clean, leaving him to wait over 10 minutes for the next wave. By noon, his experience bar had only crawled to 14th level 76. The biggest beneficiary was actually Little Snow Wolf. Its level rose to 12th level 82, and under Jiang Bai's gold bombardment, its aptitude broke through to rank 2 star, even learning a new skill, bleeding. Bleeding a rank, devour progress 0. Skill description, when attacking enemies, there's a 3 chance to inflict bleeding status on the target, dealing damage equal to 5 of the pet's physical attack per second for 30 seconds. During bleeding, both pet and master deal 5 increased damage to the target. The negative debuff, combined with damage amplification, made that 5 damage increase quite considerable. But what Jiang Bai truly focused on wasn't the skill itself, but that line reading, devour progress. He had originally thought equipment enhancement was a big pit, skill enhancement was a deep pit, and pet improvement was a bottomless hole. Now, as the game's content gradually unveiled itself, he finally understood the system was full of pits everywhere. The pet skill system in Genesis differs from the character system. Character class skills come with fixed ratings from E to SSS, while pet skills all start locked at a rank. The only way to upgrade them is through devouring, feeding skill books of the same or lower rank to accumulate experience. Only when the experience bar fills completely does the skill advance 1 rank, with no shortcuts for enhancement whatsoever. The consumption is truly a bottomless pit. As soon as the little snow wolf learned bleeding, Jiang Bai stuffed all 4 rank skill books he'd just obtained into its mouth. Yet the progress bar only increased by a pitiful 3. He glanced at his inventory. After a morning of drops, he only had around 180 gold coins left. Not only had he failed to profit, but his funds had actually shrunk, all because of upgrading the little snow wolf's attributes. Advancing a pet from rank 1 star to rank 2 star required 2 earth spirit pills per attempt, doubling the cost directly. Jiang Bai's luck was decent, he succeeded after 60-some attempts. But now the little snow wolf's refinement had reached 100 again, requiring more money burning, and still 2 pills per attempt. Skills cost money, refinement cost money, everything cost money. He really couldn't afford to keep this up. Even though the surge in lifestyle players had driven earth spirit pill prices down to 8,000 copper coins each, this massive consumption still made his scalp tingle. By this calculation, crank pet breakthroughs would require 3 pills, rank 4 pills, and higher qualities would reach astronomical figures. Ding! Just as Jiang Bai was tearfully preparing to continue grinding monsters, his private message window suddenly flashed frantically. It was Jiang Weiwei again. That woman had probably woken up and resumed spamming. Weiwei Qingqing, Jiang Bai, what are you doing? I miss you so much. Weiwei Qingqing, Jiang Bai, are you still angry? Please come find me. Weiwei Qingqing, Jiang Bai, I was wrong, isn't that enough? Line after line of messages drove Jiang Bai's mentality to explode. Already depressed, he couldn't help but curse. Jiang Bai, FCK off, you BTCH. Can you stop harassing me? Weiwei Qingqing, Jiang Bai, you actually replied to me. I knew you couldn't bear to. Jiang Bai couldn't stand to read the rest. His face darkened as he directly blacklisted Jiang Weiwei, and the world instantly became peaceful. He clicked his tongue. How had he never noticed this woman was so stupid before? After blocking her, he buried himself in grinding monsters again. 2 hours passed. Whoosh. Golden light descended as Jiang Bai reached level 15. He immediately opened the level rankings, his name shooting directly to 4th place. Among the top 3, even 1st place only had 17 more experience. Catching up shouldn't be a problem. The little wolf had also reached level 13, almost 14, and after half a day of intense monster grinding, Jiang Bai's hunger and fatigue levels had skyrocketed. He casually pulled out some instant food he'd brought along and began eating. The campfire crackled in front of him as the hard compressed biscuits crumbled between his teeth, their salty flavor and faint wheat aroma helping him recover some stamina. Honestly, he should find time to learn cooking skills, that way he wouldn't have to go hungry in the wilderness. While eating, Jiang Bai began tallying up his half-day's haul. The inventory panel displayed a long string of jumping numbers that made him whistle in amazement. Over 1,000 monsters killed, with his plunder ability triggering 15 times, netting him 6 agility points, 3 intelligence points, 4 constitution points, 1 strength point, and 1 spirit point. He honestly couldn't understand why these fishmen boosted intelligence so much. Were they actually that smart? He'd looted over a dozen skill books, though most were just rank and drank. The only crank book he'd tossed into the auction house for 15 gold, while keeping all the lower tier skills for the little wolf to absorb. Equipment-wise, he'd gotten 9 pieces of level 15 white gear and 3 green pieces. The 2 elite monsters he'd casually taken down had contributed 2 blue items, but he hadn't seen anything of higher quality beyond that. Now more financially conscious, Jiang Bai didn't rashly sell everything. He sold off the blue and green equipment together for a total of 48 gold, while storing the 9 white pieces in his warehouse for future synthesis. After all, level 15 was a major equipment threshold. His strategy of selling blue and green while keeping white made sense given the current aggressive market prices. 1 green piece was worth 35 white pieces of the same level, and 1 blue piece equaled 46 green pieces. Since Jiang Bai could synthesize 1 blue piece using just 2 green pieces, selling blue and green while keeping white was clearly the most profitable approach. Skill enhancement scrolls remained ridiculously rare, only 8 drops from 1,000 monsters, though that was still better than before. Over 2,000 magic crystal ore sat in his inventory, not immediately useful. He sold off most of the other miscellaneous materials he couldn't use for about 10 gold coins. Surprisingly, he'd gotten 2 lucky charm fragments and 2 protection charm fragments each. After checking market prices, Jiang Bai discovered these broken trinkets were worth 10 gold apiece, not cheap at all. After some consideration, he kept the lucky charm fragments and immediately listed the 3 protection charm fragments on the trading post, instantly earning 30 gold. All told, Jiang Bai had made roughly 90 gold and half a die, a terrifying profit margin. Of course, whenever he earned money, he'd send a portion home to his family. Even though his mom couldn't spend it all, he was saving up to get married, Other ordinary players simply didn't have the ability to solo farm groups of monsters, let alone maintain such an insane grinding pace. Level 15 now, time to head back to town for some upgrades. Before leaving, Jiang Bai contentedly reviewed both his own character stats and the little wolf's attributes. Character profile. Empty City Old Dreams level 15, reputation 100, class, Dark Ranger, race, human, Health, 5,100 1,022. Energy, 1,170. Physical attack, 2,176 53. Magic attack, 43. Attack power, for 25. Defense, for 194. Attributes, Constitution 96, Spirit 39, Strength 85, Intelligence 43, Agility 173, Critical hit rate 17, Attack range 306, Attack speed 13, Movement speed 18, Critical damage 50. Titles: I'm Strong, Chosen 1, First Blood, Demon Hunter, Last Hit Master. General skills: Shock Shot, Multi-Shot 2, Explosive Shot 6, Eagle Eye Shot. Class exclusive skills: Blood Pact 2, Mutant Snow Wolf Rare Variant. Hunger level 9, Refinement progress 100, level 13, Growth potential D class 2 star 95 star. Health growth potential, Physical attack growth potential, Energy, Magic attack growth potential, Defense growth potential. Attributes: Health 1560, Energy 260, Attack 104, Defense 78, Magic attack 13, Critical hit rate 15, Constitution 39, Strength 26, Agility 26, Intelligence 13, Spirit 13. Skills: Bleeding. Talent: Greed gains 2 additional free attribute points per level. Power Strike increases attack damage by an additional 10. Berserk, critical hit rate 5. Each critical hit triggers a follow-up attack, and consecutive critical hits will continuously refresh the follow-up attacks. Despite the dramatic transformation in the Little Wolf's attributes, Jiang Bai could only shake his head after reviewing them. Still not quite there yet. The path of pet cultivation was clearly going to be a long one. He closed the pet attribute panel and prepared to shut his inventory while using a return scroll. Just as his finger was about to tap the close button, something in his peripheral vision caught his attention: an unfamiliar item that had appeared in his bag. Huh? What's this? In the bottom right corner of his inventory's first page lay an inconspicuous parchment scroll. He hadn't noticed it before at all. When did this thing show up? He muttered, picking up the scroll between his fingers and trying to recall his recent looting activities. It must have been something he'd grabbed during the chaos. Perhaps he hadn't paid attention while collecting items. Jiang Bai picked up the mysterious parchment scroll, and immediately a description slowly appeared. Hidden Map Underground Dragon City Entry Ticket. Upon use, the player will be teleported to the hidden map Underground Dragon City. Holy crap! Before Jiang Bai could even process this line of text, the cold system notification blared again. Ding! You have triggered a hidden event, Underground Dragon City Lament of the Widow. Do you wish to activate this event? Huh? An event? Jiang Bai was stunned. He instinctively compared event with the familiar quest, but couldn't make heads or tails of it. Though confused, he still clicked yes. Ding! You have accepted the hidden event Underground Dragon City, Lament of the Widow. Now initiating Phase 1 mission, enter the Underground Dragon City. The system has automatically accepted this for you. Well, this seems way more complex than regular quests. Jiang Bai immediately opened his quest panel. Sure enough, there was now an additional subpage at the bottom, clearly titled Event Underground Dragon City, Lament of the Widow. Event description: as a small tribe of the Genesis continent, the Dragonborn were peace-loving and justice-seeking people who thrived for generations in Borealis, where they established their own kingdom. They were an indispensable part of the Genesis continent. However, during the Genesis War, when demons invaded, the Dragonborn who possessed the unique power of the heavenly dragon mysteriously vanished. The once prosperous Borealis became desolate overnight, with no one knowing what befell them or where the Dragonborn went. The once glorious Dragonborn palace also disappeared in a single night. Now, great adventurer, please unravel this mystery. Mission progress: enter the Underground Dragon City incomplete, entry not permitted. Entry requirements: level 18 or above. Well, I'll be damned. Jiang Bai's heart began racing with excitement. This thing was even more complex than hidden quests. He quickly switched to the official forum and searched for Underground Dragon City, but found absolutely nothing. It seemed he'd have to figure this out on his own through good old-fashioned exploration. After staring at the event panel for a full minute, Jiang Bai reluctantly closed it. To uncover the truth, he first needed to reach level 18. Anything connected to the Genesis continent's main storyline was bound to have incredibly generous rewards. Time to wrap up what I'm doing and focus on leveling, he encouraged himself, then returned to Kunlun City. First order of business: learning the life skill cooking. For a lone wolf adventurer, supplies were absolutely crucial. Genesis's freedom was evident in every aspect, cooking included. Jiang Bai had assumed it would be like other games, learn the skill and unlock a bunch of fixed recipes to follow step by step. Instead, the system only granted him the ability to use cooking tools, with no ready-made recipes whatsoever. From the moment he became a novice cook, all ingredient combinations were left entirely to the player's experimentation. You could randomly toss meat chunks, mushrooms, and wild vegetables into a pot, or try bizarre combinations, but whether the final product was edible or provided any buffs was purely a matter of luck. with the system taking no responsibility for the outcome. The quality of cooked food naturally varies, and after players successfully cook, the system automatically generates exclusive recipes for that food, functioning similarly to self-created skills, which Jiang Bai found quite interesting. With this in mind, he simply swept the trading house for a complete set of cooking utensils and various ingredients. After all, the infinite backpack could hold as much as he wanted to stuff in it. After handling these trivial matters, Jiang Bai entered the city and found a hotel to book a room. The real main event ahead was crafting equipment. According to the game settings, every 5 levels marked an equipment tier, and all his current gear was level 10, so it was indeed time for a complete upgrade. Currently, Jiang Bai had accumulated over 280 gold coins, and based on market prices, getting a full set of level 15 ancient equipment shouldn't be a problem. The prices for level 15 white equipment had now become reasonable. Weapons and armor were stable at 1.52 gold, while other pieces only cost around 5,000 copper. After a quick calculation, he first picked out the scattered equipment he had obtained from his backpack, then instantly bought 20 level 15 white armor pieces combined with what he already had. That made 24 pieces total. Amid the clanging sounds of forging, a piece of level 15 ancient leather armor radiating blue-gold luster dropped into his backpack. Furious Wind Sacred Guard Leather Armor Ancient. Defense. 46 Constitution, 16 Agility, 12 Constitution. Furious Wind, attack speed 15. Sacred Guard, when attacked, absorbs 60 fixed damage. The attributes were decent, offering 5 more attack speed than his old armor, and the double Constitution was quite practical. The original health regeneration buff was gone, replaced by fixed damage absorption, which was acceptable. Jiang Bai didn't rush to equip it but continued shopping, targeting necklaces, leg guards, and boots. This process wasn't easy, and after about 10 minutes, 3 gleaming golden ancient equipment pieces were generated one by one, lying quietly in his backpack. 1. Savage Damage Reflection Leg Guards Ancient. Defense. 34 Constitution, 14 Agility. Maximum Health 600. Savage. 2 Chance to trigger Savage Strike when attacking, dealing 1.5x damage. Damage Reflection. Reflects 10 of received damage. Seeing the damage reflection, affix, Jiang Bai felt somewhat amused with his high defense. He barely took much damage anyway, so the damage reflection benefit was bound to be limited. But the attributes were good, so he decided to equip them for now. 2. Swift Shadowless Leather Boots Ancient. Defense. 32 Constitution, 15 Agility. Movement Speed 10. Swift, when actively triggered, movement speed 80 for 10 seconds, 300-second cooldown. Shadowless, when affected by slowing effects, effect reduced by 30. The 80 burst movement speed was enough to save his life, and Jiang Bai's eyes immediately lit up. 3. Lethal Judgment Sacred Chain Ancient. Physical Attack. 47 Agility, 18 Strength, 14 Agility. Lethal, critical rate 4. Judgment, critical hits apply judgment, buff to target, increasing their next damage taken from any source by 30. This necklace left Jiang Bai slightly puzzled. His previous one had 5 total critical rate, while this one had 1 less critical rate, but double agility, and the judgment buff's benefit was hard to quantify for now, having both advantages and disadvantages compared to the previous 50 critical damage bonus. He'd use it for now. Overall, it looked decent. With all 4 pieces of equipment completed, the total cost was 117 gold. At current market prices, a single level 15 ancient defensive piece would start at 200 gold and might not even be available, while Jiang Bai had assembled 4 pieces for just over 100 gold coins. Definitely a huge profit. As for rings, he couldn't bear to change them. The Eagle Eye buff was too powerful, and no one could guarantee the next one would have the same affix, so he'd keep it for now since the attributes were similar enough. After equipping everything, his character panel attributes instantly skyrocketed. Jiang Bai raised his hand and clenched his fist, secretly pleased. He'd never been this strong before. However, just as he put on the last piece of ancient equipment, ding! A server-wide announcement suddenly appeared before all players' eyes. Player Kong Chung Jiomeng became the first player server-wide to achieve ancient grade equipment or higher across all gear slots, earning the achievement, Boundless Future, and the unique title, Boundless Future. World announcement GM Shi Huan Gupai Bao. Holy crap! Shui Bu Guo Wu Miao. What? What did the system just say? All equipment ancient grade. Bi Shua Hua Wenwa. This is insane. xin1. Big news. Kong Chung Jiomeng always makes big news. Kandao with Tushang to 666 Sierra Leonean Leon Zemo. I'm crying. Full ancient gear. I only have 2 green pieces, and I'm the best in my class. Are we even playing the same game? Sha Zhu Kuang Imo. Full ancient gear. Damn. Zhen Shi Shao Dao La Pai Gu. This really opened my eyes. Yi Dao can see Xiao Shui Shang. No surprise, Kong Chung Jiomeng's gear is definitely server first now, right? This announcement instantly ignited the entire server, with countless players expressing amazement, while jealousy spread like wildfire. Feng Yun Tian Xia. who was grinding levels, stared at the announcement in contemplation for a long moment, then turned to Feng Yun Shoukai beside him with a bitter smile. See that? This is why he doesn't even care about a 20 million salary. In some corner, Yun Cheng Huangdi had been focused on farming monsters when the announcement hit him like a brick, leaving him stunned before he clenched his fists and roared like a madman. Mine. It's all mine. This should all be mine. In Han Dun Zhouyu's party, Xiao Yao Qingfeng's expression changed drastically as he leaned close to whisper. Boss, we can't let him keep developing like this. But Han Dun Zhouyu merely sneered coldly, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. No rush, let the bullet fly a little longer. What's his will eventually be mine. The most devastated was Jiang Wei from Wei Qingcheng's guild. Thinking of how Jiang Bai was now at the height of his power, she beat her chest in regret while swearing venomously at a wild toad. Jiang Bai, I will win you back. Even if it's just as your mistress, you belong to me. Jiang Wei. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai himself was caught completely off guard by this achievement. Beyond the pleasant surprise, he felt more annoyed. Damn it. This announcement is basically telling the whole world to come kill me for my gear. He could imagine that from this moment on, the number of players wanting to kill him in the wild would increase exponentially. He opened the title interface, and the attributes of his new title jumped into view. Boundless Future Unique. Ancient Health 1. Physical Attack 1. Defense 1. Final Damage 2. Holy shit. All 3 main attributes 1, plus 2 final damage. Jiang Bai felt a surge of ecstasy. The later the game progressed, the more terrifying percentage bonuses became. This title was practically priceless. After marveling at it, he didn't forget his main business. 2 bottles of premium Baijiu cost him a full gold coin. Looking at the remaining 160 plus gold coins in his bag, he stepped onto the teleportation array. Destination: Newbie Village 33856. Under the blazing sunlight, the old blacksmith at the center of the Newbie Village was still hammering away. His bronze-colored muscles bulged with each strike, sweat flowing down the grooves like streams. The pungent smell of sweat hit your nostrils from several meters away. Jiang Bai called out with a grin. Old man, that smell is really something. How many days since your last bath? The old blacksmith stopped his work and looked up. The moment he saw Jiang Bai, his weathered eyes filled with a mix of surprise and complex emotions. Yeah, you never visit unless you need something. Here to upgrade your weapon, I bet. The old blacksmith set down his hammer, raising an eyebrow with a tone full of mockery, looking every bit like someone thinking, you only remember me when you need something. Not at all. Jiang Bai quickly waved his hands, smoothly placing 2 bottles of finely packaged liquor on the small table nearby. I specifically brought you some good wine. The table was an old wooden one that had sat permanently by the smithy entrance, its surface weathered but spotlessly clean. Jiang Bai gently pushed the bottles forward, the glass making a crisp clink against the wood. Even though he was just an NPC, the advanced AI of Genesis made the old blacksmith seem completely real. His burly arms, graying stubble, and the red glow of the forge reflected in his pupils all made Jiang Bai feel strangely nostalgic. After all, this was where his journey had begun, and seeing him again after so long stirred up emotions. The old blacksmith didn't stand on ceremony, tearing off the seal and unscrewing the cap. He lifted it to give it a gentle swirl before bringing it to his nose for a deep inhale. The rich aroma hit him immediately, and his eyes lit up with delight. Good stuff. At least you've got some conscience, kid. Before he'd even finished speaking, he flipped his palm and extended his rough hand toward Jiang Bai. Hand over the goods. Jiang Bai immediately unstrapped the phoenix feather longbow from his back and handed over 15 boss soul crystals along with 1 legendary crystal. These materials had cost him exactly 220 gold coins. Besides his own remaining 2 boss crystals, he'd bought 13 more for 65 gold. That level 15 legendary crystal was even more expensive. Jiang Bai had to synthesize 3 level 15 ancient crystals to get it. For this, he dismantled all his previously discarded epic and ancient equipment into crystals, and when that wasn't enough, he'd bought cheap junk equipment to dismantle, barely managing to meet the 3-to-1 synthesis requirements. That step alone had devoured 90 gold. Over 100 gold just to upgrade 1 weapon. Jiang Bai calculated silently. Just 2 days ago he'd been a millionaire, worth over 4 million, but now he had barely 10 gold left in his pocket. Still, reforging a level 15 legendary bow with the same attributes would cost nearly 200 gold, and the stats might not even be satisfactory. All things considered, upgrading was still the optimal choice. The old blacksmith took the materials and turned toward the forge. Flames roared and danced with the bellows, casting his sturdy silhouette in red. Clank-clank rhythmic hammering rang out amid the dim firelight and flying sparks, while Jiang Bai leaned against the doorframe, thinking wryly to himself, money really can't buy everything you want. After about 5 minutes, the hammering suddenly stopped. The old blacksmith handed back a gleaming new longbow. Frostfire Phoenix, Feather God-slaying Gale Force Longbow Legendary. Physical Attack, 244. Agility, 38. Strength, 34. Physical critical. 4. Gale force. On attack, each critical hit increases attack speed by 10 for 6 seconds. Stackable. Frostfire. On attack, inflicts 25 slow on target. 2 chance to freeze for 2 seconds. Critical hits increase slow to 40 for 5 seconds. Stackable. Phoenix Feather. On attack, 1 chance to summon a Frostfire Phoenix centered on self, dealing 220 true damage in a 3,232 area. Equipment level, 15. Jiang Bai carefully reviewed the stats. Since this was an upgrade, the mechanics remained unchanged, but all base stats had improved across the board, and the Phoenix Feather damage had increased significantly more than satisfactory. He knocked the bowstring, and ice blue light patterns emerged along the arrow rest, flowing across his palm like a cold current. After equipping the weapon, Jiang Bai's attributes underwent another dramatic transformation. His attack power shot straight through 2,500, and with an additional 475 attack strength, Jiang Bai now wielded nearly 3,000 points of terrifying damage. His health reached 6,700, approaching the 7,000 milestone. Most impressive was his defense after changing classes. His defensive capabilities had undergone a qualitative transformation, reaching a horrifying 650. Even though other players also gained significant attack boosts after their class changes, breaking through Jiang Bai's level of defense would be genuinely challenging for most second-tier classes. All of this stemmed from his complete set of ancient equipment. Just looking at his attribute panel made Jiang Bai feel like he was dreaming. As he savored studying the stats he'd accumulated, a message popped up in his friend's channel. "Boss, you're already decked out in full ancient gear, huh?" The sender was Tang Dynasty Innocent, and his tone was dripping with envy. Jiang Bai was in a great mood and immediately replied, "Hee hee, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Forget sometime, are you free tonight? Come help me with my class change quest. I've already completed all the prerequisites." "Sure thing." Jiang Bai agreed without hesitation. "All right then, 7:30 tonight. Let's meet at the North City Gate." After typing the last letter, Jiang Bai was about to close the chat window when something felt off. Where was Starry Left Bank? Logically speaking, those two, Starry Left Bank and Starry Mama, were always the first to send congratulations. But today he hadn't seen hide nor hair of them. He casually opened his friends list. Huh? Not online. The system notification clearly stated, last online over 18 hours ago. Jiang Bai's brow furrowed. Those two had always been online almost daily. How could they suddenly disappear for so long? What puzzled him even more was that their levels in the list were still stuck at level 11. What the hell? Only level 11. From what he remembered, their leveling speed had always been decent. How had they suddenly fallen so far behind the main group? Jiang Bai couldn't help but wonder, had he remembered wrong? Or perhaps, something had come up at home, keeping them away from the game? At 7:30 p.m. sharp, Jiang Bai arrived at the north gate of the city. From a distance, he spotted the 4 members of Tang Dynasty Innocent, waiting in the shadows beneath the city wall. With a standard party consisting of 5 players, their group of 4 plus Jiang Bai would make the perfect number. Tang Dynasty Qinhuai was the first to speak. This female rogue, dressed in a short leather skirt armor and thigh-high boots, juggled a pair of dark daggers in her hands while looking up and asking, "Boss, are you confident about this run?" The game's art design was still top-notch. The form-fitting leather armor accentuated Qinhuai's stunning figure while adding a touch of deadly menace. Tang Dynasty Innocent looked spirited and declared with absolute certainty, "We'll definitely clear it." Really that confident? Qinhuai raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "Which legendary player did you recruit this time to make you so sure?" "It's a secret." Innocent deliberately kept them in suspense, smiling mysteriously. "You'll find out when they arrive." Nearby, a man holding a blue-green staff and wearing purple robes smiled and chimed in. "I'm guessing it's someone from the Fengyun Guild." His demeanor was scholarly and refined, which seemed completely at odds with his ID. Tang Dynasty Lingyunzi. The only one among the 4 who seemed like an outsider was Wei Yu Ping Fan, protected by bronze chain mail. His expression was serious, and he wasn't much of a talker, but he had been quietly following along. Qinhuai continued studying their leader. "Boss, if your class advancement quest is this difficult, the system better give you a first-tier hidden class, or it wouldn't make sense." She twirled her daggers casually as she spoke. Innocent shook his head with a bitter smile. "In your dreams. There are only 47 first-tier rated classes in the entire server, 47 players, chosen from hundreds of millions. Who would dare hope for that?" But his tone shifted. "Today I might actually let you meet a possible first-tier player. Though I can't be certain, since he's never revealed his class attributes." "Holy shit. That awesome." Lingyunzi couldn't help but step forward. Wei Yu Ping Fan also looked up upon hearing first-tier rating, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. As the group chatted, Innocent's gaze suddenly fixed on something, his eyes lighting up. "He's here." Everyone followed his line of sight and saw someone with a hidden ID, wearing seemingly ordinary equipment, waving at Innocent like an old friend. "That's the guy the boss mentioned?" Qinhuai's eyes widened. "A first-tier hidden class? He looks so ordinary. And hiding his ID to hats he trying to prove?" Acting like some celebrity, Ling Yunzi complained. Wei Yuping fan squinted thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Qin Huai pouted and muttered. In the entire server, probably only those super whales in the top 10 of the level rankings have any right to hide their IDs. What's everyone else hiding? Persecution complex? I swear. Before she could finish her sentence, the moment that person joined their party, his ID appeared on the system panel. The girl's mouth immediately formed an O shape, her pupils dilating rapidly, shock written all across her face. Kong. Kong Qingjiumeng? Holy shit. It's really Kong Qingjiumeng? Fourth on the leaderboard. The only player in the entire server with a full set of ancient equipment, a true legend. Datong Wuzue turned to face the two new members with a grin. So, what do you think now? Still believe he's just showing off with that hidden ID? We wouldn't dare think that. The two quickly waved their hands in denial. He gestured dismissively. You joined the guild late, so you might not know. Back in the first phase, our Datong guild faced off against this master in Kongqing Jiuming's newbie village. Datong Wuzue then introduced each member to Jiang Bai. For this trial, he had invested heavily bringing only second-tier hidden class players. 1. Datong Qin Huai, level 14 assassin advanced to 1000 shadows, second-tier class rating. 2. Datong Lingyunzi, level 14 priest advanced to divine sacred light, third-tier class rating. 3. Wei Yuping fan, level 14 warrior advanced to berserker, third-tier class rating, serving as the team's main tank. Don't underestimate Ling Yunzi and Wei Yuping fan for being third tier. The official rankings showed only 47 first-tier players and just over 1,000 second-tier ones. Most hidden classes fell into the third tier, and obtaining any hidden class was already incredibly rare. Hey, Master, can this girl take a peek at your Dark Ranger's growth stats? As they left the camp, Qin Huai practically pressed against Jiang Bai, firing questions like a machine gun. Her tight leather armor accentuated her stunning curves, and her long pale legs combined with the tantalizing glimpses of fair skin at her chest left the socially inexperienced Jiang Bai unsure where to look. Is this really appropriate in public? Datong Wuzue coughed, interrupting Qin Huai. Oh please, what's the big deal? Qin Huai rolled her eyes before fixing her gaze back on Jiang Bai with a mischievous smile. Master, you look so young. Are you even legal? Are you 20 yet? Close enough, but not quite. Jiang Bai stammered, feeling overwhelmed. TSK, such a puppy. Qin Huai smiled with alluring charm. Jiang Bai protested. I'm not that young. Not young, huh? Just how big are you then? Why don't you whip it out and show everyone? Qin Huai's tone turned suggestive. It took Jiang Bai half a second to realize she was being provocative. Thinking to himself that there were actually female drivers like this, he decided to play along. Looking isn't an option, but if you want to try it, sister, I could offer a free trial. Go to hell. Qin Huai glared with seductive eyes, half annoyed and half amused, nearly stealing Jiang Bai's soul. He muttered internally. Women really are all troublemakers. After their playful banter, the five arrived at their destination, Night Fiend Cave. Dark winds howled from the entrance, and the words, Night Fiend Cave, were carved ominously into the stone. The cave was filled with level 20 elite monsters, and deep within, a blue glowing teleportation array marked the entrance to their final trial dungeon. The dungeon only allowed 5 players to enter simultaneously. All the minions were level 20 elites, and the final boss was a terrifying level 25. Datong Wuzue had already been wiped out 4 times inside, consistently failing due to insufficient damage output. With no other options left, he had called upon Jiang Bai. Upon entering the dungeon, they were immediately hit by rolling waves of scorching heat. The blazing air struck them like an invisible wall as they found themselves standing at the base of a volcanic eruption. Beneath their feet lay only a narrow path constructed from black stone, with fist-sized cracks glowing crimson red. On either side of the path, red-hot lava flowed like rivers, with bubbling magma occasionally spitting sparks that bathed everyone's faces in a deep red glow. It's so hot. After just a short while, Datong Qin Huai, who always cared about her appearance, was already drenched in sweat, with damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks from the steam. The environmental attributes were obviously fire-based. Jiang Bai scanned ahead and saw that the area was crawling with stone creatures formed from solidified lava. Fire danced through the cracks on their surfaces, and their every movement resembled walking furnaces. They looked absolutely ferocious. 1. Lava Vanguard Elite Level, 20 HP, 8800 Attack, 580 Defense, 260 Skill, Lava Meteor. 2. Lava Roarer Elite Level, 20 HP, 9400 Attack, 500 Defense, 300 Skill, Lava Stomp. 3. Lava Summoner Elite Level, 20 HP, 7900 Attack, 590 Defense, 210 Skill, Flame Mind. These were roughly the 3 types of monsters they faced. For their all-elite team composition, the first 2 types weren't particularly troublesome. The only real problem was the Lava Summoner. Its Flame Mind ability was a targeted control skill. Once marked, the target would be hit with a fear debuff after 2 seconds, lasting 3 seconds, enough to completely disrupt their rhythm. Ping Fan, engage the monsters first. Qinhuai, start your damage output after 3 seconds. Lingji, keep Ping Fan's health stable. We've already run through this twice, I don't need to repeat the details, right? Detang Wuzue commanded while observing the battlefield, his voice crisp and decisive. He glanced back at Jiang Bai with a grin. As for you, just follow along and deal damage as you feel like it. These small fries won't give you any trouble. Jiang Bai had chosen the Berserker Warrior class. This profession was quite remarkable, capable of both tanking and dealing damage, with its core mechanic being the actively triggered rage buff. Loses a fixed amount of health per second, which can be converted into 2 forms. Damage reduction. The lower the health, the higher the damage reduction. Attack. Similarly, the lower the health, the more extreme the attack speed and damage become, with a portion of damage dealt converted back into health. Therefore, the healer had to time everything perfectly. Too much healing meant no damage reduction, too little meant risking death. It demanded precise healing techniques. Fortunately, Lingji had steady reflexes, and his casting frequency perfectly matched Ping Fan's health fluctuations. The two had long since developed perfect coordination. Qinhuai's Thousand Shadows class was equally impressive. She spread her arms wide, and 2 dark shadows instantly darted out from behind her, attacking alongside her main body. Her main body dealt around 300 damage per hit, while the shadows dealt around 200, still formidable despite being weakened. That's some serious attack power. Jiang Bai thought to himself in amazement. From this, he calculated that Qinhuai's attack stat was at least 600, which was top tier even among post-advancement classes. Qinhuai handled everything with ease, turning back with a brilliant smile. Hey there, little archer, why aren't you shooting? Let your big sister see just how powerful this dark ranger of yours really is. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of provocation. Holy crap, Jiang Bai was nearly thrown off by this sudden innuendo. All right then, big sister, I'll shoot for you to see. He drew his bow and released an arrow, sending a crimson energy projectile whistling through the air. Whoosh! The arrow grazed Qinhuai's shoulder, leaving a trail of scorching heat. In the next instant, the projectile buried itself completely into the lava roarer's molten shell, and a massive red number flashed in the air. 2711. The lava roarer, left with only a quarter of its health, collapsed instantly as molten lava splattered in all directions. What the hell? De Tang Ling Yunji's eyes bulged so wide they nearly popped out of their sockets. His legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. 2,700? Is that even humanly possible damage? I'm starting to question reality. He muttered to himself, though his mind quickly reached a conclusion. This Dark Ranger must be a top-tier profession, possibly even maxed out at 30 stars. Wei Yuping Fan, usually a man of few words, found his brain completely frozen by that single arrow, his blade suspended midair, unable to complete its swing. The sultry beauty Qinhuai swallowed hard, forcing herself to maintain composure as she shot Jiang Bai a machinoid glance. You really scared me there, little guy. You'll get used to it, sis. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow slightly, unable to hide his smugness. The Tang Wuzue couldn't help but touch his own equipment. Bro, is a full set of ancient gear really that overpowered? I'll pay 10 million yuan. Can you get me a full ancient set? Afraid that's not happening, man. Jiang Bai replied with a smile. With Jiang Bai's buffs, the remaining elite monsters became sitting ducks. What normally took 40 minutes to reach the boss door was completed in just 15 minutes, this time an efficiency so terrifying it sent chills down their spines. The final boss appeared, a towering lava giant lord reaching incredible heights. Its entire body was wreathed in dark red flames, with magma flowing between its joints. Looking up, Jiang Bai could barely make out its ankles, the massive size creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lava Giant Lord. Level, 25. HP, 130,000. Attack, 900. Defense, 400. Skills, Meteor Rain, Lava Eruption, Meteor Crash, Earth Shatter. Not as strong as I imagined. Jiang Bai quickly assessed. Compared to Akmond, whom he had solo killed with 90,000 HP, this 130,000 HP lava giant wasn't particularly frightening. But this single boss had given Detang Wuzue's top-tier team endless headaches, while soloing Akmond within the time limit was definitely several times more difficult than facing the lava giant. It was precisely because of his abnormal stats that the Akmond battle had been successful, otherwise it would have been an impossible mission. This also explained why Jiang Bai's total star rating of 28 remained the highest on the server among the 47 top-tier professions listed on the official website. The highest was only 27 stars and the lowest 26 stars, with no one reaching 28. Let me break down the strategy. Detang Wuzue took a breath and began. The lava giant has 3 phases. P1. It summons 4 small fire elementals. We must clear all 4 simultaneously while bringing the boss down to 70. Not a big problem. P2. Tests our healing and tanking. It stacks damage increasing buffs on the tank. The longer it goes, the higher the damage. But it also gets a 10 damage taken debuff. We need to quickly bring it down to 30, or the tank will definitely fall. We've barely managed this phase before. P3, the real killer. It casts screen-wide meteor rain that can't be dodged, with continuously increasing damage. I've calculated that if we can't finish off the last 39,000 HP within 3 minutes, the meteor damage will spike to 5,000 per second, instantly vaporizing the entire team. Our best previous attempt only managed to deal 25,000 damage, way short. He paused here, his gaze settling on Jiang Bai with a tone both serious and hopeful. But with your terrifying damage output, I bet this boss is going to be calling us daddy today. Jiang Bai found this quite fascinating. After all, the Archimond he had previously challenged was a system default solo boss with simple, brutal mechanics that only tested damage output. But this team boss clearly had much more complex mechanics. As character levels increased, such intricate mechanics would only become more common in the future, which made Jiang Bai both curious and a little excited. Everyone took their positions. The Tang Wuzue raised his staff and issued commands while Wei Yuping Fan held his heavy shield horizontally and charged forward fiercely, successfully pulling the lava giant out of its dormant state. Jiang Bai remained restrained, drawing his longbow to full capacity but hesitating to release the arrow as damage was frighteningly high. And if he burst too early, he might very well pull aggro. If the boss turned to attack him instead of the tank, the situation would spiral out of control instantly, and the risk of a team wipe would skyrocket. About 15 seconds later, the lava giant roared and struck the lava pool, summoning 4 small fire elementals. The Tang Wuzue continued his damage output while commanding, shouting loudly, "Take him down, Kong Chang." With Jiang Bai's burst damage taking over the boss's health, the Tang Wuzue and Qin Huai could free up their hands to deal with the small fire elementals. They believed that as long as Jiang Bai went all out, the boss's health would definitely drop to 70 in a short time. The core mechanics of Phase 1 were quite harsh. 1. 4 fire elementals appear on the field. 2. After the first elemental is killed, the second must be killed within 10 seconds, or the slain elemental will instantly revive. This pattern continues until the fourth one. 3. Within 10 seconds after the fourth one falls, if the boss's health hasn't been reduced to below 70, the lava giant will directly split into 8 new small elementals, creating an endless cycle with unimaginable consequences. Therefore, the strategy was quickly decided. Wei Yuping Fan would tank the boss plus 2 of the small elementals, while the Tang Wuzhe and the Tang Qin Huai would each focus fire on the remaining 2. After reducing these 2 to low health, they would all switch targets to focus on Wei Yuping Fan's targets. Qin Huai, watch your damage. Kong Cheng fighting the boss alone might not be that fast. If it doesn't work out, just slow down the pace. The Tang Wuzue reminded them worriedly after casting a lightning spell as thick as an arm. I understand. Qin Huai replied with a steady gaze, his hands moving rapidly as he cast spells as fast as playing piano. However, everyone still underestimated the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds approached from afar, followed by 3 blood-gleaming arrows that embedded into the lava giant's knee like steel nails. 3,977, 4,242, 5,567. The 6 enhanced explosive shot bloomed with explosive force, dealing a combined total of 13,786 points of terrifying damage, forcibly removing 1/10 of the boss's health. All 4 players looked up in unison, their gazes locked onto the 3 arrows deeply embedded in the rocky skin, stunned for a long moment. The Tang Lingji swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Look at that, someone really broke the game. The Tang Wuzue finally couldn't contain his emotions, slapping his thigh in amazement. Good lord, if he shot an arrow at the sky, even heaven would get pregnant, and with twins. Bullshit, Qin Huai immediately retorted. Obviously, it would be fraternal twins. Holy shit. Lingji cursed even more colorfully. While everyone was still half shocked and half laughing, a sudden outburst of profanity exploded, yanking everyone back to reality from their amazement. Wei Yuping Fan could be seen with a darkened face, roaring at the Tang Lingji behind him. What the hell are you looking at? I'm about to die, damn it. Heal me. I take back what I said. Jiang Bai's explosive damage output was like a blinding beam of light, instantly igniting the entire team's morale. The Tang Wuzue seemed like someone had injected him with 2 tons of adrenaline, spinning around to roar at Detang Qinhuai. Damn it. Qinhuai, give it everything you've got. This Kongcheng is too fierce, we can't fall behind. You got it, boss. Qinhuai's response was still echoing in the air when his 2 clones suddenly expanded into 4. No one could see exactly what skill he had activated, but those 4 clones moved like phantoms through the small fire elemental's body, instantly bursting out damage numbers of 1,000. Pretty fierce indeed. Detang Wuzue thought to himself in amazement. Jiang Bai had originally worried that his damage output would steal aggro from Wei Yuping Fan, but after 3 arrows the boss remained firmly locked in place, which finally put his mind at ease. That explosive shot earlier had nearly caused the boss to switch targets. But at the crucial moment, Wei Yu Pingfan precisely threw out a death grip, slamming it hard onto the boss's fingernail and instantly pulling all the aggro back. This move was officially known in the skill panel as the Warrior's Divine Technique for forcibly maxing out aggro instantly. After stabilizing the aggro, Jiang Bai immediately switched back to his rotation of basic attacks mixed with skills. With a tank holding aggro and a healer providing support, he could go all out with stationary damage dealing. As for his summoned wolf companion, he didn't dare release it yet, afraid the boss would stomp it to death in one hit. So he planned to save it for the final phase. The first phase quickly approached its end. All 4 fire elementals were at low health, and the boss's HP had been reduced to 92500. Only 1 arrow away from the 70 threshold. Jiang Bai smoothly followed up with a basic attack, dropping the health to 91,000. Datang Qinhuai, follow my lead. Target number 1. Datang Wuzue commanded. Both players struck simultaneously, and the number 1 fire elemental collapsed on the spot. Switch targets. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Jiang Bai maintained full firepower throughout, his arrows flying like they cost nothing, and the boss's health bar visibly dropped. Got it. As Datang Wuzue and Qinhuai's skills exploded simultaneously, 3 arrows tore through the air, whistling toward their target. The number 4 fire elemental fell with a crash, and the 2 players instinctively looked up, only to be completely stunned by the red damage numbers that appeared the next second. 3,977, 4,242, 11,134. 1 arrow broke 10,000. In that instant, even Jiang Bai himself was startled. The third stage of explosive shot already had a 200 attack power bonus, and with a critical hit on top of that, it became quadruple damage. Holy shit, that's insane. Before the shock could fade, an even thicker, more powerful arrow shot through the air. 8,323. Not only were Datang Wuzue and Qinhuai stunned speechless, even the boss froze like a statue. Hiss. There's actually a follow-up? Nearly 10,000 damage again. Datang Qinhuai, who had been trying to stay cool this whole time, finally couldn't hold it together anymore, his eyes widening. Am I seeing things? This has to be a GM, right boss? Datang Wuzue's face was expressionless, but his mind had already gone numb. Honestly, I'm completely numb at this point. Jiang Bai's blood was boiling. While explosive shots damage was certainly terrifying, he truly hadn't expected it to produce such ridiculous numbers. He quickly calculated in his head. The 6 enhanced explosive shots first stage had a 230 bonus after critical hit, then stacked with the ancient necklaces, judgment, affix 1.3x extra damage on the next hit. After a critical, the already terrifying damage was pushed to an absolutely broken level. I'm just now realizing that this judgment affix synergizes perfectly with my explosive shot. What was even more deadly was that his decisive eagle eye buff hadn't been activated yet, was saving that for the final phase. A single explosive shot dealt over 27,000 damage to the boss, instantly draining 1/5 of its health bar and leaving it with less than 75,000 HP remaining. Don't just stand there, guys. We're in phase 2 now. Ramp up the damage. The boss has 10 damage boost and 10 vulnerability. Datang Wuzue shouted. Jiang Bai noticed the damage buff on the boss was rapidly stacking at 1 every 4 seconds, 15 in 1 minute, reaching a terrifying 75 after 5 minutes, equivalent to 1.75 times damage. Not only would Wei Yu Pingfan be unable to tank it, but even the healer wouldn't be able to keep up. Meanwhile, the 10 vulnerability meant the boss took an additional 10 damage, making Jiang Bai's already devastating firepower even more fearsome. Under his 2,500 basic attack combo, the boss's health plummeted from 75,000 to 39,000. Then another explosive shot thundered out, pushing the team directly into Phase 3. Holy crap! Phase 3 already. Datang Lingji couldn't help but curse. It's been less than 6 minutes. That's insanely fast. Boss, in our previous attempts, where were we at the 5-minute mark? He asked. We'd barely entered Phase 2 at best, Datang Wuzue replied with a bitter smile, thinking the gap between people was wider than the gap between people and dogs. This is incredible. What a rush. Datang Qinhuai exclaimed sincerely, her gaze toward Jiang Bai growing more enchanted. Little brother, sister loves a strong man, and you're the strongest I've ever seen in this game. Could you please stop calling me little brother? Jiang Bai said helplessly. Those 3 innocent words took on a completely different flavor when they came from Qinhuai's mouth. Qinhuai giggled sweetly, her tone both sugary and flirtatious. The Phase 3 battlefield immediately became spectacular. As the boss's health dropped below 30, the sky suddenly rained down fire fist-sized fireballs, trailing blazing tails crashed thunderously to the ground in an indiscriminate bombardment that left the entire team with nowhere to hide. When the fire rain first began, the hits on Jiang Bai were merely scratches. With his high defense, each fireball dealt only single-digit damage. However, when they struck the squishier players like Datang Wuzue and Datang Qinhuai, each hit took away 200 health, instantly making the situation tense. Push harder on the damage. Datang Wuzue shouted while dodging, but he missed a crucial detail. During the continuous fire rain, the casting boss remained stationary but gained a transparent shield that unconditionally absorbed 20 of all damage. After 30 seconds, the fireballs grew more powerful, and Jiang Bai began taking 50 damage per hit, while Datang Wuzui, with only 1,700 health, lost a quarter of his health bar from each graze. In this critical moment, he activated his purple mage shield, converting 50 of incoming damage into equivalent mana, barely managing to survive. In comparison, Datang Qinhuai fared slightly better, being a second-tier class with higher growth stats. At this point, it was truly a test of output, but more importantly, it tested the healer's skills. The P3 phase involved area effect attacks that required the healer to multitask, keeping the tank alive, while also healing other classes. Fortunately, tanks in the third phase had strong damage mitigation, so they weren't much of a problem. The key thing was that Lingji's mana remained frighteningly stable. Healers were the most mana-intensive class in Genesis, and whether a healer was skilled or not could be instantly judged by their technique, and mana management. Lingji's performance was definitely above professional level. In a normal team, 30 seconds would at best bring the boss down to around 10,000 HP, making it pointless to compete for damage output, while the fire rain's damage kept increasing. But this time was different. Jiang Bai was here. In just 30 seconds, he fired 2 consecutive explosive shots. Despite the Eagle Eye's 31 critical hit bonus, neither shot landed a critical hit, making even him question his luck. Cast Tranquility. With Tang Wuzui's command, Tang Lingji raised his hand, and Azure Light instantly enveloped the entire team. Tranquility activated. For 5 seconds, all team members would recover health equal to 100 of the caster's spell power every second. This top-tier strength group heal lived up to its reputation. Jiang Bai seized the opportunity to summon his wolf. Quick, little wolf, go touch it. He timed the final approach perfectly as his third explosive shot landed. 3,181. 1. 3,393. 8,907. A critical hit finally appeared, but before he could charge his fourth arrow, the massive lava giant's body came crashing down. Bioumth cave shook 3 times. That pitiful 1-point finishing blow damage came from the little wolf, who now had barely a sliver of health, left less than 100 HP. The poor thing looked genuinely terrified. Ding. You have slain the Lord Boss Lava Giant and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. Your pet has slain the Lord Boss Lava Giant and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. Your pet has reached level 14. Split 5 ways. This experience was quite substantial. Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction. As soon as the battle ended, Tang Qinhuai's sharp eyes immediately spotted the little snow wolf. She rushed over and scooped it up in her arms. Wow, is this your pet? It's so cute, she said, nuzzling it against her chest. Watching the wolf's almost lecherous expression of enjoyment, Jiang Bai felt his scalp tingle. Sometimes the gap between humans and dogs was even greater than between different people. The boss's loot was quite generous. A pile of miscellaneous materials, over 10 gold coins, plus 1 level 15 epic item, 2 level 15 rare equipment pieces, and in a rank skill book. Tang Wuzui waved them all away, letting everyone split them equally. Jiang Bai also declined when brothers help each other out. Why talk about compensation? Tang Wuzui had never asked for anything when he lent a hand before. After dividing the spoils, the group walked out of the cave, chatting and laughing. Tang Wuzui's class change NPC was nearby, and everyone unanimously decided to accompany him to see what class he would choose. Jiang Bai was naturally curious too, but they hadn't gone far when commotion erupted ahead. Groups of players were rushing toward the other side, excitedly discussing. Quick, quick, quick! There's another fight up ahead. Small group battle. Let's go fish in troubled waters for equipment. Why do people from Emperor State keep coming to Imperial Dragon Chant to cause trouble lately? I heard it's people from Emperor State's Chaos Guild, specifically targeting players from a guild called Stellar in Imperial Dragon Chant. The reason's unclear. Stellar? Never heard of them. Must be a small guild. How dare such a small guild provoke chaos? Who knows? Let's go check it out first. Upon hearing Chaos and Stellar, Jiang Bai's expression instantly darkened. Chaos and Stellar? Moonlight Grove, a prime leveling spot for players between levels 11-13, was now completely surrounded by spectators packed so tightly that not even water could seep through. Tree shadows intertwined with silver moonbeams, while the crowd formed a buzzing wall, leaving an open space in the center for the standoff. Several players from Kunlun City were encircled by members of Emperor Continent, tensions running high. Upon closer inspection, both sides were mostly familiar faces to Jiang Bai. On Kunlun City's side stood Xingqian Zuan, Xingqian Momo, along with 7 or 8 members of the Xingqian Guild. On Emperor Continent's side, Xiaoyao Qingfeng, Hundun Zhouyu, and numerous skilled members of the Hundun Guild were positioned. Time rewinds to the night when Hundun Zhouyu completed his class change. The radiance from the class change hall had barely faded when Zhouyu was already brimming with confidence. The second-tier rating of his demon swordsman class had inflated his ego tremendously, making him eager to settle old scores with Jiang Bai. Congratulations, boss. Xiao Yao Qingfeng, who had accompanied him throughout the class change process, wore a fawning expression. Second tier rating it puts you at the top of the food chain. Zhou Yu raised his hand, and the epic longsword he'd purchased for 210 gold gleamed coldly in the light, flames of vengeance burning red in his eyes. How does that Kongqing Jiuming's Dark Ranger compare to my demon swordsman? Definitely not a good class, Xiao Yao Qingfeng replied confidently. He's just a solo player who got lucky with some equipment drops. Class change without guild support? Getting a high rating? That's pure fantasy. Boss, don't forget the resources our guild invested and the experts we hired for your demon swordsman class were no small matter. He elevated the topic further. Besides, boss, your class has 23 total star rating. Worldwide, those who can reach 23 stars can be counted on one hand. This strategic advisor analysis sounded convincing and completely ignored Jiang Bai's uniqueness, but the rarity of a 23-star rating did give them sufficient confidence. So you're saying, Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes and raised his sword. I can solo kill Kongqing Jiming now. Shouldn't be a problem, boss. Xiao Yao Qingfeng nodded without hesitation. What about with all that ancient equipment of his? Then it's even less of a problem. Xiao Yao Qingfeng paused slightly but still reminded him. It's just that he's an archer class, so you probably can't wear his equipment. Zhou Yu shot him an impatient glare, sheathed his sword, and said coldly, business first. How's the search for Kongqing Jiuming's whereabouts going? Well, it's hard to track him down, boss. Xiao Yao Qingfeng frowned as he explained. That guy has hidden his ID, his armor covers his face so we can't see his appearance clearly, and he changes equipment frequently. The game doesn't have a location feature either, and since we're not from Kunlun City, we can't even get into the city. I want results, not excuses. Zhou Yu's brow furrowed sharply, his tone carrying an oppressive weight. Xiao Yao Qingfeng quickly forced a smile. Don't worry, boss, there's definitely a way. As he spoke, a flash of malice crossed the depths of Xiao Yao Qingfeng's eyes. Boss, here's my thinking. That empty city old dream had a few close friends back in the newbie village. One is Datong from the Datong Guild. Another is Xingchen Zuan, who leads the small Xingchen Guild. And there's also a girl named Xingchen Momo. Xiao Yao Qingfeng bent down and leaned close to Hundun Zhou Yu, his voice barely a whisper, yet unable to hide his excitement. The Datong Guild has deep pockets, so let's leave them alone for now. Xingchen has no backing. We'll start with them. We'll slaughter them mercilessly. Even though we're not killing empty city old dream directly, attacking his friends will still help you vent your anger, boss. Besides, that girl and empty city old dream seem pretty close. Hundun Zhou Yu remained expressionless, listening quietly. We'll just keep killing them. I don't believe empty city old dream can stand it. Although the game doesn't have a location tracking feature, once you're friends with someone, you can see their current location in the status bar. We'll force Xingchen Zuan to reveal empty city old dream's real-time location, then organize our forces for a surprise attack. We'll catch him completely off guard, killing two birds with one stone. Interesting. Hundun Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully, then asked, if empty city old dream is hard to find, are Xingchen's people any easier? Absolutely. Xiao Yao Qingfeng rubbed his hands together, speaking rapidly. Empty city old dream hides his ID, but Xingchen Guild has thousands of players, all using the same prefix. Where can they run? I'm also from server 33856, so I know some people there. What does Xingchen Momo look like? Hundun Zhou Yu suddenly looked up. She's gorgeous, absolutely stunning. Xiao Yao Qingfeng immediately caught on, flashing a lecherous grin. If you could get your hands on empty city old dream's little girlfriend, boss, that would be perfect. Hee. Back to the present, Moonlight Grove. The night was pitch black. Torches flickered beside the respawn point, illuminating Xiao Yao Qingfeng's smug face. He paced back and forth in front of Xingchen Zuan. What's the matter? Thought logging off for half the day and coming back online tonight would stop us from camping you? Haha. TSK. You've already died down to level 11. I heard you came to do your class change quest? Too bad we at Hundun won't allow it, brother. Xingchen Zuan's face was ashen, his fists clenched at his sides, trembling slightly with rage. Before his eyes flashed images of his sister repeatedly running back to the respawn point, and the guild statistics panel showing their membership plummeting from thousands to less than 1,000 in just 1 hour. That was his life's work, his home, destroyed and scattered in mere hours. This is what I swore to protect for life. The fury in his chest had nowhere to go, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. This was already the 4th time they'd been camped today. After dropping 3 levels, he'd wanted to log off with Xingchen Momo to avoid the storm, but Hundun Guild stuck to them like glue. The moment he left the city, he was ambushed. Even more terrifying was that almost every player in Xingchen Guild was being targeted by Hundun simultaneously, causing their numbers to plummet in just a few hours. Xiao Yao Qingfeng stopped pacing and looked down at Xingchen Zuan. Brother, I'm giving you a chance right now. Just do as I say, and no one in the entire Imperial continent will dare touch Xingchen again. Xingchen Zuan's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth, speaking each word deliberately. Xiao Yao Qingfeng, you'd better finish me off in one blow. Otherwise, if Xingqian Zhuan ever gets the chance, I'll repay you 100-fold. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yaoqing foamed through back his head and laughed wildly. You think you still have a chance for a comeback? Look at your guild numbers. Do you even have 2,000 people left? I told you long ago not to mess with me, but you insisted on siding with Empty City Old Dream and opposing us. You're digging your own grave. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Xingqian Zhuan's ear. Really? Just cooperate with me, and I guarantee your safety. Bah! Xingqian Zhuan suddenly spat. Slap! As soon as Xingqian Zhuan finished speaking, Handan Zhouyu slapped him hard across the face, his expression dark and menacing, his voice dripping with impatience. Trash, don't be ungrateful. I don't have time to waste on you. Just report Kongqing Jiuming's coordinates from your friend list whenever we ask, and I'll let you go right now. And you too, he said, turning his lecherous gaze toward Xingqian Momo. You'd better come whenever I call. With that, Handan Zhouyu lewdly reached out to touch Momo's chin, though he could only gesture through the air since the game prevented actual inappropriate contact without player consent. Still, it was disgusting enough. Momo recoiled in disgust, stepping backward. Get away from me, she shouted. You filthy bitch. Don't you dare refuse me. I'm doing you a favor by showing interest. In an instant, Handan Zhouyu's expression turned vicious as he raised his hand to strike. Since the system registered this as an attack action, the slap actually connected with Momo, even causing her to lose health points. Tears immediately welled up in the young girl's eyes. Handan Zhouyu, you bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Xingqian Zhuan's eyes blazed red with fury. Momo was his little sister, his most precious person. In his mind, even if the emperor himself tried to harm Momo, he would risk his life without hesitation to protect her. Seeking death, Handan Zhouyu sneered. But before Xingqian Zhuan could charge forward more than a few steps, several assassins behind him used kidney strikes to completely immobilize him. I'm giving you one last chance. Report Kongqing Jiuming's coordinates, or today I'll destroy your Xingqian guild completely. I'll send you siblings back to the newbie village. Handan Zhouyu threatened once more. In your dreams. Xingqian Zhuan replied through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Handan Zhouyu, you'll never get any valuable information from me. Never. Haha. Handan Zhouyu let out a cold laugh. Then take one last look at your Xingqian guild. Ha, threatening me? Xingqian Zhuan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. He turned his head to look at his beloved sister with infinite tenderness, then smiled. The moment Handan Zhouyu had made his demands, Xingqian Momo had sent him a private message. Brother, we can't do this. Kongqing Jiuming has really helped us a lot. We can't do something so ungrateful. Xingqian Zhuan felt deeply comforted, proud that his sister shared his sense of integrity. At least that was enough. The guild was important, his sister was important, and his career mattered too. But Xingqian Zhuan had one absolute principle. No matter what he did, he would never compromise his values. Since the second phase began, though Kongqing Jiuming rarely contacted them directly, both Xingqian Zhuan and Xingqian Momo's mailboxes would mysteriously receive packages containing various equipment and skills, all sent by Kongqing Jiuming. Most of the Xingqian Guild's growth and success in the second phase was thanks to his help. Xingqian Zhuan couldn't and wouldn't betray someone who had shown them such kindness. A career could be rebuilt from scratch, but once a person's character was corrupted, it was nearly impossible to restore. After all, this was just a game. Besides, things had reached this point where Handan had already forced Xingqian into a hollow shell of its former self. What was the point of continuing to resist? The guild would eventually be reduced to just him and Momo anyway. It's better to start over from scratch. So, this tough, iron-willed man's voice suddenly choked up. Momo, I'm sorry. I'm going to let you down. Brothers, I'm sorry. His hoarse cry was like a cuckoo's mournful call, instantly pouring out endless sorrow. Crystal tears rolled down his cheeks as Xingqian Momo had already cried her makeup away. She stared intently at Xingqian Zhuan, shaking her head continuously, her lips moving but only silent sobs escaping, her eyes filled with heartache. With just one look, the sister understood what her brother was about to do. In this world, only she knew best what the Xingqian Guild meant to Xingqian Zhuan. Although Genesis had only been online for a few short days, before this, Xingqian had followed Xingqian Zhuan through battles in no fewer than 10 games. Countless sleepless nights, countless people pouring their hearts and souls into it, had brought them to today's modest success. For Xingqian Zhuan, it was his life, and even more so, it was the siblings' last hope for a comeback. However, today, this guild he had built with his own hands would be destroyed by those same hands. Brother, I'm sorry, it's my fault for being useless. Xingqian Momo sobbed uncontrollably. She knew better than anyone that at this moment, Xingqian Zhuan's pain cut deeper than any blade. Xingqian Zhuan wiped away his tears and forced a strong smile for his sister. In that smile, hot tears burned since he could remember, he had rarely shed tears. After countless moments of hesitation, he finally selected yes on the disband guild option. Ding. Your guild Xingqian has been disbanded. You may choose a new guild after 24 hours. The cold system notification became the final straw that broke Xingqian Zhuan. Hot tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Under everyone's gaze, this usually cold and tough man cried like a child. His sobs were filled with heart-wrenching despair. Years of effort had turned to nothing in an instant. At the same time, the loyal followers who had stood behind Xingqian Momo and Xingqian Zuan for years all froze. Boss! Brother! The Xingqian Guild emblem above their heads quickly dimmed. Brother! Xingqian Momo's voice was hoarse, tears streaming like rain. Tisk, TSK, TSK, truly touching. Xiaoyao Qingfeng watched as the guild emblem above Xingqian Zuan's head gradually faded, his face full of mockery. Though he was secretly shocked, he truly hadn't expected Xingqian Zuan to persist to this extent. Is it really necessary? I mean, brother, is it really necessary to go this far? Xiaoyao Qingfeng looked down, staring at Xingqian Zuan with confusion. Heh. Xingqian Zuan smiled faintly, his eyes full of disdain. From your worldview, your perspective, it's indeed unnecessary. Come on. He shrugged and fearlessly closed his eyes. I have nothing left to fear. This thing you want me to do, I won't do it. This? Boss. Xiaoyao Qingfeng turned to Hundun Zhouyu, somewhat at a loss. He hadn't expected Xingqian Zuan to be so absolute. Heh. Hundun Zhouyu lowered his head and chuckled coldly, waving his hand casually. Kill them all. From now on, have people watch these two siblings. Kill them on sight until they quit the server. Whoosh. Just as the dust was about to settle, a piercing arrow shot through the air. The fiery arrow light tore through the sky like a blade cutting through the abyss, igniting the night. Thud! Xiaoyao Qingfeng's chest was pierced by the arrow, his body exploding like paper. The red damage number, 3066, slowly floated up as his health bar instantly emptied. You're finished, Zhouyu. Chaos Zhouyu stared at the chain mail that had dropped to the ground beside Xiaoyao Qingfeng's corpse, his eye twitching violently. A single arrow had instantly killed Xiaoyao Qingfeng. His thoughts froze like ice water, leaving him momentarily petrified. He had just completed his second-class advancement and felt confident he could match Kong Chung Jiomeng in battle. Yet the harsh reality gaped before him like a chasm. Forget one strike. Even if he unleashed 2 consecutive attacks, he could never achieve the feat of one-shotting Xiaoyao Qingfeng with an arrow. After a brief silence, as the lingering sound of the arrow cutting through air faded, the surrounding players turned their heads in unison to locate its source. At the edge of their vision, Kong Chung Jiomeng appeared with 3 other teammates, walking steadily forward. The moment the 4 emerged, the crowd erupted into chaos. Holy shit! Kong Chung Jiomeng, a true legend. The leaderboard boss. Yulong Yin's top expert. Look at that full ancient gear set. Absolutely insane. Voices rose and fell in discussion as many players' gazes fixed on the prominent ID floating above Jiang Bai's head this time. He hadn't hidden his name. Kong Chung Jiomeng. Jiang Bai's name seemed to transform into a blazing torch in the arena, drawing every eye like a magnet. Xingqian Zuan's expression grew incredibly complex, his heart a tangle of emotions. Kong Chung Jiomeng's arrival meant little to him. The Xingqian Guild was already a shell of its former self, and the best outcome would simply be avoiding another pointless death. But in this game, when a small guild caught the attention of a major one, destruction was virtually inevitable. No matter how powerful an individual might be, they couldn't single-handedly resist the oppression of the Chaos Guild, and the instigator of all this trouble was none other than Xiaoyao Qingfeng, who had just been killed. Meanwhile, Xingqian Momo's gaze hadn't shifted away from Jiang Bai since the moment he appeared. Are you looking for me? Jiang Bai's expression remained impassive as his sharp gaze fell upon Chaos Zhouyu like a mountain pressing down. Chaos Zhouyu unconsciously stepped back, an inexplicable fear rising in his chest. After witnessing Jiang Bai's one-shot kill of Xiaoyao Qingfeng, he couldn't control his terror. This was Yulong Yin's territory, far from the Chaos Guild's sphere of influence. To intercept Xingqian, he had only brought a few hundred men, scattered widely across the area, with merely 60 or 70 nearby. Kong Chung Jiomeng's bold appearance in broad daylight completely derailed his plans. He had originally intended to secretly pinpoint Kong Chung Jiomeng's location, then mobilize over 1,000 guild members for an instant siege only. Then would he have confidence in taking down Kong Chung Jiomeng? Now with his strategy in ruins, panic gripped his heart. Speak. Jiang Bai's gaze pressed down like a tangible force. You're looking for me, aren't you? Damn it. All that hard-earned experience and my fresh class advancement. Chaos Zhouyu gritted his teeth, unwilling to lose levels for nothing. In the guild channel, he roared. Where is everyone? Get over here. All members within Yulong Yin's territory who are closest to me, move out now. Only a few sparse replies of arriving in 10 minutes answered him at most. He could gather a few hundred more. Kong Chung Jiomeng. To save face, Chaos Zhouyu put on a bold front, though his loud voice betrayed his inner weakness. What's your game? You'd better stay out of this, or you'll learn what happens to those who oppose chaos. I have no idea what fate awaits me. Jiang Bai simply shook his head slowly. Then his tone suddenly shifted, cold as a blade's edge. But do you know what happens when you anger me? As soon as he finished speaking, figures surged around them. Hundreds of members from the Tang Dynasty Guild arrived and positioned themselves behind Jiang Bai and his team, their collective killing intent almost tangible in the air. Cut the damn chatter and kill them all. Tang Wuzue from the front row roared furiously. These bastards from Emperor State dare to come to Dragon's Roar, seeking death, send them all back to the respawn point. Brothers, charge. With Tang Wuzue's bloodthirsty command, hundreds of guild members surged forward like a tide. Simultaneously, Jiang Bai raised his phoenix feather longbow, the bowstring trembling as a rain of arrows cascaded down upon the team behind Hun Dun, Zhou Yu like a waterfall. 2 volleys later, dozens fell instantly, creating a vast, empty zone in an instant. Leave Hun Dun Zhou Yu to me. Kill the rest, Jiang Bai said calmly in the team channel. Only now did Hun Dun Zhou Yu realize his miscalculation in such a vast world. He had stumbled upon Kong Chung Jiomeng in the wilderness, and worse, they had brought reinforcements. That curvaceous female assassin claimed several lives with each shadow dash, while the blood-red berserker warrior was like a human tank, entering berserk mode and single-handedly withstanding multiple attackers. With high attack and speed, growing fiercer with each strike, plus life steal and continuous healing from their priest, he was practically an immortal monster. Cover me. Let me escape first. Seeing his side's inevitable defeat, Hun Dun Zhou Yu screamed at newly arrived guild members. But who dared approach him when Jiang Bai could kill with a single arrow? Except for tank classes, almost no one could survive 2 shots. A death zone of empty space constantly surrounded Zhou Yu. Worse still, he was poisoned and in combat status, making both teleportation scrolls and forced logout useless. Was trapped. Kong Chung Jiomeng. Damn you. Just finish me off and send me back. Hun Dun Zhou Yu cursed desperately, fear and helplessness overwhelming him. Jiang Bai sneered, no rush. Weren't you eager to find me? Well, here I am. When Zhou Yu saw Jiang Bai casually one-shot a main tank with nearly 2,000 damage from a basic attack, chills ran down his spine. This wasn't the kind of stats that should exist in the current version. His own second-tier class with full premium gear barely reached 700 attack. Just how high was that guy's attack power? Damn it. Kong Chung Jiomeng, I suspect you're cheating. I'm reporting you. Go ahead and report me, Jiang Bai replied, drawing his bow again. The arrow streaked through the night trailing flames, and the next second, the dark sky was consumed by fire. Flames shot skyward, burning the heavens as darkness instantly turned crimson. Everyone froze, looking up at the phenomenon. A resonant phoenix cry pierced the clouds, and a massive ice-fire phoenix dove down, blotting out the sky. Those eyes gazing down upon all living beings radiated supreme authority. Holy shit, what kind of skill is that? Absolutely incredible. An ice-fire phoenix. Quick, record this. It'll go viral. I'm gonna be internet famous. Death spread among the countless phoenix feathers. Crimson feather blades fell from the sky, each splash of blood claiming a life. 5,667. 5,667. 5,667. The 220 true damage bonus combined with Jiang Bai's 2,576 attack power made each phoenix feather deal over 5,600 damage. Defense and damage reduction were meaningless against true damaging this moment. All were equal. Jiang Bai whispered to Tang Lingyunzi behind him. Keep that Hun Dun Zhou Yu healed. Don't let him die. To be honest, even Jiang Bai himself felt terrified looking at the phoenix feather now. Back when his attack power was only a few hundred points, the 200 true damage was merely icing on the cake. But now with his panel attack soaring to 2,500, doubling that would be earth-shattering unless someone had a 7-star or higher health growth aptitude and stack 5 to 6,000 HP as a tank, anyone else would be instantly killed. The sky-filling crimson feather blades whistled down, not only stunning the Chaos Guild into silence, but also petrifying the Tang Dynasty players and spectators almost simultaneously. This was what a 3S skill looked like, right? So he hadn't been using his full power when fighting bosses before? Tang Wuzue, Wei Yuping fan, and Tang Lingji exchanged glances, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. Chaos Zhou Yu watched as guild members fell one after another, his rage consumed by despair with the strength Kong Chung Jiomeng was displaying now. Forget one of him, even 10 wouldn't be enough. Meanwhile, players streamed the scene live, causing online viewership to instantly surge past 500,000. Major guilds seized this rare material, frantically analyzing every detail of Kong Chung Jiomeng. Longyan number 1, what do you think? Can you make out the general picture? Longyan number 2 stared at the video in contemplation for several seconds before giving a definitive answer. Definitely a first-tier Dark Ranger rating, though I'm uncertain about the star level. This skill's intensity clearly exceeds the current stage. The possibility of it being a scroll is very slim. Then what do you think it is? Longyan number 1 asked, crossing her legs. He's wearing a complete set of ancient equipment. I'm inclined to think it's a skill that comes with the set effect. Longyan number 1 lowered her head in thought, then looked up again. Have we sent someone to contact him yet? It's being handled. The short-haired beauty Long Yin number 2's lips curved into a slight smile. Meanwhile, at the Death Star Guild headquarters, the leader Hades stared intently at the live stream, fists clenched tight, veins bulging on his forehead. Bang! The desk shook as he growled hoarsely. Get Shadow Attendant over here. 5 minutes later, a shadow silently appeared behind him. Hades pointed at Jiang Bai on the screen. Investigate his background. Understood. Shadow Attendant responded, then vanished into darkness along with the simple phone character ID above his head. In Moonlight Grove, corpses and equipment littered the ground, leaving only Chaos Zhouyu from the Chaos Guild. Tang Wuzue followed suit, using Kidney Strike to pin him in place. Xingqian Momo stood beside Jiang Bai with red, swollen eyes. Slap him. Jiang Bai raised his hand, pointing at Chaos Zhouyu with a calm tone. Huh. Xingqian Momo stared wide-eyed at Jiang Bai, her voice trembling. I don't know how to hit people. Just slap him. Jiang Bai's expression was ice cold, his tone brooking no argument. Get your revenge for what just happened. Recalling the earlier conflict, Xingqian Momo indeed felt anger burning in her chest, but her raised hand couldn't bring itself to strike. I can't do it. She looked at Jiang Bai apologetically. If you want me to use skills to kill him, I could do that. Pinned to the ground, Handan Zhouyu decided to go all out, hurling curses at Jiang Bai. Kong Chung Jiomeng, FCKU. If you dare touch a hair on my head today, I'll make sure you die horribly. Do you even know who I am? I'm not someone you can mess with. Go to hell. Shut up. Jiang Bai slapped him across the face and grabbed Handan Zhouyu by the jaw. Weren't you the one looking for me? What are you whining about now? Xingqian Zuan stepped forward, radiating killing intent as he positioned himself in front of Handan Zhouyu. Let me handle this. While in-game damage couldn't hurt real people, the venting was very real. A full day's worth of suppressed rage poured out as punches and kicks rained down continuously, creating an extremely ugly scene. With Handan Zhouyu's health bar reduced to a sliver, Xingqian Zuan's eyes were bloodshot as he leaned down and spat on his opponent's chest, speaking clearly. I told you before you go back and give Xiaoyao Qingfeng a message. You destroyed my Xingqian guild, but as long as you can't crush me completely, Xingqian Zuan, will repay you 100-fold. I'll make sure you all pay the price. The dying Handan Zhouyu's eyes were narrow slits filled with venomous hatred. This farcical small-scale battle had come to an end, and the person who suffered the greatest loss was undoubtedly Xingqian Zuan. His carefully built Xingqian guild, cultivated over many years, had been forced to disband. That moment seemed impulsive, but was actually well considered. Xingqian had already been crushed by Handan, and even without disbanding, the veteran members would lose their gaming experience due to continued harassment. Disbanding was the only way he could think of to protect everyone. After the battle, Jiang Bai looked at the disheveled siblings, his anger still burning. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tell you for what? Xingqian Zuan brushed the dirt off his hands, pretending nonchalance. This is a personal grudge between Xiaoyao Qingfeng and me. He just wants revenge. Nonsense. Jiang Bai frowned. Targeting you this specifically revenge is just the surface. He's trying to extract information about me. Do you think if I had revealed your information, Xingqian would have been left in peace? Xingqian Zuan looked up to meet his gaze, then patted his shoulder heavily. Brother, you're thinking too simply about him. Meanwhile, the Tang Wuzue was seeing off the external support Wei Yuping fan. Wei Yuping fan didn't belong to the Detang Guild, and his figure gradually faded from view. Detang Ling Yunji watched his retreating form and couldn't help muttering. Boss, that tank is really good. Why don't we try to get him to stay? Detang Wuzue shook his head with a helpless, bitter smile. Don't even think about it. We can't keep him. After the brief conversation ended, Jiang Bai turned back to look at Xingqian Momo, whose eyes were red-rimmed. The girl looked like a little sprite as she wiped her nose, forcing her lips to curve upward. Don't say anything more. If you really feel guilty, then help me level up. Level up? A cold glint flashed through Jiang Bai's eyes as he suddenly smiled coldly. Before that, we're going hunting. Hunting? You want to catch pets? Looking at Jiang Bai's team invitation, Xingqian Momo's eyes were full of confusion. Not catching pets, killing players. Jiang Bai set the tone with a single sentence. Detang Wuzue was busy with his class change, and Xingqian Zuan had to deal with the mess left after the guild's dissolution. So Jiang Bai took the healer Xingqian Momo with him, and the two headed straight for Emperor State. Through the teleportation array, they first landed at the nearest Tier 3 main city under Yulong Yin's control. Quanglan City then entered the Emperor State territory. The territories of the four major alliances were like four countries, with each Tier 3 main city having its own domain. To reach another alliance's territory, one had to cross vast neutral zones and city defense lines. Fortunately, Tier 3 main cities within the same alliance could teleport to each other. Otherwise, crossing the entire continent map would take a full day. Handan Zhouyu had forced Xingqian Zuan to disband his guild, so this grudge certainly couldn't be left unsettled. The Chaos Guild's headquarters, the Tier 3 main city Lulan, was conveniently located at the border between Emperor State and Yulongyin, making it a clear target. The moment they stepped into Lulan territory, Jiang Bai was like a hunting dog catching the scent of blood, leading Momo to instantly kill any Chaos player they encountered, without any negotiation. The Chaos players who were leveling mostly operated in groups of 3 to 5, giving them no chance to react against Jiang Bai's stealth ambushes. With Momo's continuous healing chain, Jiang Bai was practically immortal. Big brother, isn't this a bit too crazy? Just the two of us running around Emperor State killing people. Momo voiced her concern, but her round eyes sparkled with excitement as her honor points kept climbing and over a dozen pieces of dropped equipment glowed in her backpack. Exciting, isn't it? Jiang Bai laughed heartily. He knew that two people couldn't deal any substantial damage to Chaos's tens of thousands of players, but this was about making a statement telling Hundun Zhouyu that Kongqing Jiuming was not to be trifled with. I'm going to become the nightmare of Xiaoyao Qing Feng and Hundun Zhouyu. In less than an hour, Jiang Bai's honor points had skyrocketed from over 200 to breaking 400. I'll probably be able to exchange for the professional nameplate today. At this moment, he stared at a 5-person Chaos team slowly clearing monsters 50 yards ahead, licking his slightly dry lips, his entire posture resembling that of a lurking predator. Meanwhile, tensions were running high at the dungeon entrance. Hey Chaos people, you're going way too far. The leader of a casual player team, a player with the ID Xiaoxiaxiaco, glared reedied at the 3 Chaos members in front of him. This is what you call going too far. The Chaos leader, Hundun Jieshao, casually swung his weapon. As casual players in Lulan, you should know to give way when you see us Chaos members. Without even this basic awareness, what's the point of playing this game? But we're the ones who fought this elite monster. Behind Xiaoxiaxiaco, a female player with mediocre equipment was on the verge of tears, stamping her feet in frustration, but feeling completely helpless. Since the monster's final blow was stolen by these Chaos players, they could only watch helplessly as the Chaos members leisurely collected the drops, which clearly included a skill enhancement scroll worth 5 gold coins. Yours? Did you write your names on it? Coveting this enhancement scroll, are you? The solo team captain, Xiao, questioned through gritted teeth. Chaos Jie Xiao lifted his foot and casually stepped to the right, his toe landing precisely on the glowing scroll. His tone was lazy yet provocative. Come on, pick it up if you dare. It's right under my foot. The Chaos player behind him darkened his expression, stepped forward, and spoke in a low voice. Be smart and get lost immediately. Jie Xiao is in a good mood today, otherwise this wouldn't just be about kill stealing. I bet none of you want to lose levels, right? Damn! Xiao Zhao's eyes turned red, his fingers trembling slightly with rage. For casual players, an enhancement scroll might not be seen for days, and if they could actually sell it, who wouldn't be envious of splitting tens of thousands among themselves? Chaos Guild, you'll get your comeuppance eventually. He pointed at Chaos Jie Xiao and cursed angrily. You rely on Xiao's protection to run rampant in Di Wangzhou, killing and robbing, forcing solo players to join guilds. You bastards deserve to die. Chaos Jie Xiao's smile gradually faded as he drew his long blade, cold light flashing. Just for those words, prepare to delete your character. Brothers kill them all. Before his words finished, his charge skill activated, and he transformed into a gust of wind rushing straight at Xiao. However, at that very instant, a whistling sound cut through the air as a blood-red arrow streaked across everyone's vision. Thud! Chaos Jie Xiao's form instantly stiffened, his health bar immediately emptying. 4,887. The massive damage number exploded in the air, leaving everyone stunned. Forget 4,800. They hadn't even seen 2,000 before. What the hell? Who? The 4 Chaos players cried out in shock and rage. 50 yards away, in waist-high grass, Jiang Bai lowered his bow and stood up, a smirk playing at his lips, satisfying. The instant kill from Eagle Eye Shot's critical hit left him extremely pleased. Beside him, Xingchen Mo quietly followed. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, the two crept through the grass, gradually closing the distance to 36 yards. Over here, it's... A Chaos mage had just opened his mouth when Jiang Bai raised his hand. Concussion shot flashed with blood-red light, and the fragile mage instantly dropped to 0. Before the remaining 3 could react, they saw Jiang Bai rise from the grass, his bowstring vibrating continuously. 3 arrows fired simultaneously multi-shot. The priest was instantly killed, while both the knight and warrior's health dropped to less than 1/3. Jiang Bai followed up with 2 basic attacks, arrows piercing through consecutively, and both health bars simultaneously hit 0. From first kill to team wipe, only 10 seconds. All 5 Chaos Guild members lay dead on the ground. Even in death, they never figured out who had killed them. From start to finish, every skill connected seamlessly in one fluid motion, the entire process flowing like water, with damage calculations precisely on point. It was exactly this mastery that allowed Jiang Bai to complete such a clean team wipe in the blink of an eye. Not bad, not bad, he muttered with satisfaction, surveying the battlefield. The few pieces of common equipment scattered on the ground looked utterly unremarkable in the cold light, neither valuable nor rare. He couldn't even be bothered to give them a second glance, simply beckoning to Momo before turning to leave in search of their next prey. Jiang Bai felt virtually no guilt about killing this group of players. Before entering Lulan City, he had harbored some hesitation, but the moment he stepped through the city gates, he witnessed firsthand the behavior of Chaos Guild members and their leader Chaos bullying the weak while fearing the strong, throwing their weight around, and treating murder and robbery as standard operating procedure for every member. Momo had scoured the forums thoroughly, listing out the Chaos Guild's misdeeds one by one for him to hear. Within Lulan City, virtually every decent leveling spot had been monopolized by Chaos. Whenever elite-level monsters or higher appeared, they would immediately swoop in to steal them, targeting only solo players and small guild members. Chaos could act with such impunity for two reasons. First, they were genuinely top-tier in skill, ranking #1 in Lulan City, which only fed Chaos Zhouyu's arrogance. Second, the desperate solo players who were repeatedly robbed and killed eventually had no choice but to join Chaos, creating a vicious cycle. After learning these inside details, the last trace of hesitation in Jiang Bai's heart completely vanished, turning his hunting operation into a righteous, clean-up mission. Back at the previous leveling area, Xiao and the others still stood frozen in place. The battle had ended so quickly that they hadn't even processed what had happened. Did you guys see that clearly? After a long moment, Xiao turned to his teammates with a bewildered expression. It was a GM. The mage with the ID, Weiyuan, suddenly became so excited that spittle flew from his mouth. Damn it. It had to be a GM who couldn't stand watching anymore and came down to deal with those chaos bastards. You saw it, right? One arrow, one kill. Who else but a GM could pull that off? A GM. Xiao frowned. Are you brain dead? Since when do GMs interfere in stuff like this? I saw the ID clearly. The beautiful healer, Mingzi Wei Dushu Zhuren, who had been staring blankly, fixed her wide eyes on the direction where Jiang Bai had disappeared and parted her red lips softly. It was Kongqing Jimength, legendary player from Kunlun Kongqing Jiuming. At the Chaos Guild headquarters. Fuck. At the respawn point, Chaos Jeshiao roared in the guild channel. Was that really Kongqing Jiuming just now? Are people from Yulong Yin coming to Diwang province now? He opened the system log, and when he saw the line, "You were killed by player Kongqing Jiuming," his eye began to twitch uncontrollably. What? Kongqing Jiuming? That legendary player who's always trending. Someone in the channel exclaimed. What the hell? Shouldn't Diwang province clean up its act? No matter how skilled he is, he can't just come to our territory and start killing people. Chaos along, don't talk like that, another person reminded him. From what I understand, our boss has been leading people to kill in Kunlun City. Kunlun City. Chaos Jeshiao stared down at the pair of green boots he had dropped, veins bulging at his temples. Damn it, has Kunlun's Kongqing Jiuming lost his mind? Coming to our Lulan to cause trouble? Empty city old dreams came here to kill us. Professional drain cleaner 20 years. Holy crap. I just got killed too, didn't even see who did it. It's definitely this empty city old dreams guy, his damage is insane. King of Lace. Holy crap, me too. Sheep is dead. Could it be that he killed me earlier too? One arrow and I was done. Professional drain cleaner 20 years. Holy crap, this seems more complicated than we thought. Is this empty city old dreams specifically targeting us? Sheep is dead. We need to tell the boss right away. That was so cool just now, big brother. Beside Jiang Bai, Xingqian Momo lifted her chin, her sparkling eyes filled with little hearts as she stared at him intently. Jiang Bai silently complained to himself. Has she fallen for me? Those guys from Tang Dynasty Qin Huai must have corrupted her. Now she's starting to talk flirtatiously too. He tested the waters, half joking, half serious. What if there really are some feelings involved? Momo's pretty face instantly flushed red, but she didn't look away. Instead, she blinked and met his gaze. What if there really are some feelings involved? Ahem. Jiang Bai hadn't expected the girl to be so bold. Momentarily speechless, he could only put on a mature act. You're still young. You should focus on your studies, Momo. A gentle mountain breeze swept through his hair as Jiang Bai visualized the map in his mind. Most of the level 15-17 monsters in Lulan were concentrated at Eagle's Cliff, which had always been considered a prime leveling spot in the suburbs, and Chaos Zhouyu often monopolized it. Jiang Bai decided to try his luck and see if he could find his target there. Eagle's Cliff wasn't far from their base, but the terrain of Emperor State was dominated by mountains and basins, with steep cliffs and continuous precipices everywhere, quite reminiscent of the treacherous landscape of Sichuan in ancient China. The two had no shortcuts and could only wind their way up the mountain path. Along the way, they killed any monsters they encountered and attacked any players they met, which was quite enjoyable. When they climbed near the summit, the surroundings were unexpectedly empty. This area should have been crawling with level 15-17 monsters, but now they couldn't even see a single mob, which could only mean someone had cleared them all out and the respawn hadn't begun yet. Anyone capable of clearing this area so quickly while fighting above their level was definitely not some ordinary scattered team. Jiang Bai and Xingqian Momo concealed themselves behind dense vegetation. crouching and sneaking forward for over 100 yards before finally spotting their target. A 15-person squad, all wearing Chaos Guild tags. Outside the group, one person stood out particularly: Chaos Zhouyu. Xiao Qingfeng was also there, though he was mixed in among the 15 players. Only now did Jiang Bai witness the luxury of how big shots leveled up. Chaos Zhouyu wasn't in the party, while the 15 others were responsible for endlessly pulling and grinding monster groups. Each monster was beaten down to its last sliver of health before the entire team stopped attacking and switched targets, leaving the finishing blow to Zhouyu. This way, all the experience was monopolized by Zhouyu, flowing into him like an endless torrent. The finishing blow was much easier than direct combat, yet his experience bar kept climbing rapidly. Holy crap, what luxury, getting so many people to work for just him. Jiang Bai cursed inwardly. No wonder the level rankings are always so close. This method is way faster than my group grinding. And easier too. At that moment, Zhouyu from Chaos Guild, who was deeply immersed in his frantic leveling session, noticed the guild platform exploding with messages and froze for a second. Damn it. After figuring out what was happening, he slammed the blue glowing blade in his hand to the ground, veins bulging instantly on his forehead. Kong Chung Jiomeng had actually dared to invade Emperor Continent and publicly slaughter their Chaos Guild members? What made it even more infuriating was that he had just been killed by this same guy earlier, and he hadn't even recovered the levels he'd lost. At this thought, Zhouyu felt like someone had punched him twice in the chest, rage shooting straight to the top of his head. This is actually good news, boss. Just as Zhouyu's anger was boiling over, Xiao Qingfeng dusted himself off and approached with a fawning expression. What good news? Zhouyu put his hands on his hips and glared up at his scheming advisor. This is absolutely fantastic news. Xiao Qingfeng grinned sinisterly. As long as Kong Chung Jiomeng stays holed up in Kunlun, we can't touch him. We can't transport 20 or 30,000 brothers over there. But he's arrogant enough to come to Emperor Continent alone, right under our noses, to kill people. How much trouble could he possibly cause? Go on. Zhouyu's eyes lit up as he began working his not particularly developed brain. It's simple. Xiao Qingfeng pointed his finger in the air. We let our brothers continue leveling scattered around, waiting for Kong Chung Jiomeng to show himself. As soon as someone reports his coordinates, we'll reel him in like a fish. When tens of thousands of our brothers surround him, they refuse to believe Kong Chung Jiomeng can escape from our encirclement of tens of thousands. Thwack! Before he could finish, a black-feathered arrow shot through the air and pierced straight through Xiao Qingfeng's chest. His sinister smile froze instantly as he looked down at the arrow that had penetrated his heart, his eyes nearly bulging out. Kong Chung Jiomeng, screw you. With those words, he dissolved into white light, his level dropping to 11. This scene left the surrounding Chaos players stunned for a full 2 or 3 seconds. Then Zhouyu's face went pale as he retreated while screaming, "Damn it! Kong Chung Jiomeng is here. Everyone protect me. I can't die again. Priests, cast sanctuary on me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive arrows rained down from the treetops, striking Zhouyu with perfect accuracy. His health bar emptied instantly, and his experience bar dropped from level 13 back to level 12. Damn it! Kill him. Kill him dead. Hold him there. I'm sending reinforcements immediately. The Gray Spirit shouted in the guild channel after death. Everyone, get to Eagle's Cliff now. Whoever kills Kong Chung Jiomeng gets 100 gold reward. Only then did the remaining 14 elite players snap out of their daze, each activating stealth abilities and trying to locate Jiang Bai among the winding rock faces and forest. The distance between them was only 36 yards, but the terrain was treacherous. Every protruding rock and ancient tree could block their line of sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai had no intention of prolonging the fight. He wasn't an idiot. While he and Xing Chen Mo together could probably take out these 14 second-tier elite players, it would be troublesome. Once they got bogged down and Chaos Guild's main force kept pouring in, they'd likely end up respawning on the spot. So the second after his sneak attack succeeded, Jiang Bai grabbed Mo and quickly retreated along the escape route he'd scouted earlier, without a moment's hesitation. The 36-yard ultra-long attack range now proved its worth. According to Genesis's default rules, normal players had a maximum attack range of 30 yards, with only a few mage skills reaching 35 yards. This meant that even if enemies spotted Jiang Bai immediately, they couldn't reach his 36-yard range to drag him into combat. Sure enough, just seconds after Jiang Bai started moving, Sharpie players caught sight of him, but all their skills missed their mark, leaving them to grit their teeth and give chase. This is freaking thrilling. Time to bounce. Jiang Bai muttered under his breath as he picked up speed. The 18 movement speed bonus made his escape effortless, and even while carrying Xingqian Momo on his back, he moved with ease. The distance between them and their pursuers grew wider, and the rugged terrain and waist-high bushes quickly broke the line of sight, forcing the chasers to stomp their feet in frustration. The moment they were completely out of sight, Jiang Bai suddenly turned and ducked into a hidden cave he had scouted earlier. The cave entrance was concealed by scattered rocks and vines, nearly impossible to detect without getting close. Here, he and Momo could safely channel their return scrolls. Let's go. Both pulled out their teleportation items simultaneously. The channeling took a full 8 seconds, each one stretching like a rubber band. Only when the timer hit 7 seconds did Jiang Bai breathe a little easier. Even if discovered now, there wouldn't be enough time to interrupt them. But right at the final second, his screen flashed violently. Ding. You have been attacked by a follower of hacker and entered combat state. The cold system notification stunned Jiang Bai as he watched his channeling get forcibly interrupted. What the hell? He could only watch as Xingqian Momo's teleportation completed, her figure dissolving into points of light. His health bar instantly dropped by 23 points, indicating the attacker had nearly 700 attack power. Jiang Bai spun around to see a serpent-headed humanoid creature covered in green slime, reeking with a nauseating stench. Its vertical pupils locked onto him as dark purple magic energy swirled between its claws. Follower of Hacker Elite. Level 22. Health 14,000. Attack 730. Defense 380. Skills Shadow Magic, Summon Succubus. What the hell? A level 22 elite monster. Confirming it wasn't a player, Jiang Bai actually felt relieved. He raised his longbow, not giving the creature a second chance to strike, and fired an enhanced 6 explosive shot. 3,977. 4,242. 5,567. The triple damage instantly wiped out most of the monster's health, leaving only a few hundred points. Jiang Bai finished it off with a basic attack. Ding. You have slain follower of Hacker Elite and gained 1,540 experience points. Damn, that's some serious experience. Jiang Bai marveled silently as he bent down to collect the loot. Several hundred copper coins, a green equipment piece, a skill enhancement scroll, plus various materials, quite a generous haul. Just as he was about to pack everything up, he discovered a strangely shaped key beneath the pile of coins. Looking at this oddly shaped key he'd found under the coin pile, his brow furrowed slightly. The item description for the Upper Hakka Temple key states, it can open the Gate of Hakka. The Gate of Hakka? What the heck is that? Since no one had spotted Jiang Bai yet, he weighed the strange key in his hand and decided to stick around and observe a bit longer. Maybe he'd discover something new. During his earlier reconnaissance, he hadn't ventured deep into the cave, but now, gazing at the dark, yawning entrance, he simply stepped inside. The cave was heavy with moisture, water droplets occasionally falling from the stone walls with clear echoes reverberating through the narrow passage. Jiang Bai crept forward stealthily, quietly dispatching 2 more Hakka cultists along the way. After covering barely 40 yards, he found his path blocked by a rock wall. Sure enough, there really was a door. It was a massive black stone gate, its surface covered in thick dust, with moss growing at the base from years of dampness. An inexplicable sense of oppression washed over him. Jiang Bai reached out and wiped clean a section in the center of the door, quickly discovering a relief carving of a winged wind serpent with a keyhole clearly visible at the snake's mouth. He inserted the key he'd just obtained and turned it halfway. Click. The sound of mechanisms engaging accompanied the stone door's slow movement as dust accumulated over thousands of years cascaded down, nearly burying Jiang Bai completely. Beyond the stone door lay a vast space. An enormous ancient temple stretched out in a rectangular layout, its dark yellow stone floor covering at least the size of a football field, with a domed ceiling rising at least 10 meters high. Jiang Bai caught sight of the interface in the upper right corner of the map. Name had updated to Hakka Temple Antechamber. Looking up, he saw the temple teeming with monsters, one type being the elite Hakka cultists he'd encountered before, and another being wind serpents hovering in midair, each about 2 meters in length. Hakka Wind Serpent Elite. Level 22. HP 15,000. Attack 650. Defense 420. Skill Venom Attack. Holy cow, they're all elite monsters. Jiang Bai stared at this sea of monsters in amazement. In his eyes, these weren't just monsters, they were walking pieces of equipment and massive experience points. In the center of the temple stood a 5-meter giant serpent statue, with an oval purple portal floating beneath it. To reach the portal, he'd have to carve a path straight through the monster horde. Given this density, it definitely wouldn't be a quick job. No point leaving now, might as well farm here for a while. Rarely encountering such a perfect grinding spot, Jiang Bai didn't hesitate to get started. The level 22 elite monsters had a whopping 15,000 HP, and his multi-shot could only deal around 2,400 damage per hit. If he pulled too many, he definitely couldn't handle them, so he could only clear them gradually while testing his limits. For the first wave, he only pulled 5 wind serpents and 5 Hakka cultists. Each cultist had a wind serpent following behind, making it impossible to pull them individually. The monsters were so densely packed that there was no room for Jiang Bai to kite them, forcing him to stand his ground and fight defensively. Ignoring the melee wind serpents for now, since they couldn't break through his defense, Jiang Bai first targeted the hacker devotees positioned about 20 yards away. Drawing his bow and raising his arm, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 arrows exploded in a burst of petals multi-shot. 2,404, 2,404, 4,808. Critical hit numbers flashed in bright red. Riding the hot streak, he unleashed 2 more multi-shots in succession. After 3 volleys of arrows, the hacker devotee's health dropped below 10,000, while Jiang Bai's health bar barely trembled thanks to his 8-life steal, remaining frighteningly stable. With multi-shot on cooldown, he switched to basic attacks and other skills, mentally calculating. This approach wasn't efficient enough. Once multi-shot went on cooldown, he had to resort to single target attacks until the CD refreshed for another area clear. If only he had another AoE skill, at least he could form a simple rotation. Level 15 had given him an additional skill slot he needed to reorganize his skill loadout soon. If others knew about his current troubles, they'd probably curse on the spot. Level 22 elite monsters at this stage. Forget soloing them. Even a full party of 5 level 22 players would barely manage. Yet here he was, pulling entire groups, and still complaining about his damage rotation not being smooth enough. Was he some kind of death god? As soon as the cooldown refreshed, he didn't rush into another AoE round. Instead, he finished off the last hacker devotee with basic attacks, then switched targets to the melee wind serpents. He maintained the same rhythm of 2 multi-shots plus single target cleanup. Though slightly slower, his health never dropped below 90, and high survivability meant he could pull even larger groups. When the first wind serpent crashed to the ground, the system notification chimed clearly. Ding! You have slain hacker wind serpent elite, gaining 1540 experience points. Ding! You have slain hacker wind serpent elite, triggering plunder skill, gaining 1 agility. 10 monsters yielded 15,400 experience total, while leveling from 15 to 16 only required 195,000. 1 wave represented nearly 1/10 of the progress needed. His experience bar surged dramatically, and Jiang Bai burst into ecstatic laughter. This leveling speed was like riding a rocket. After collecting the glittering gold coins and materials from the ground, he pulled the second wave wind serpents plus devotees, 14 monsters total. The process flowed just as smoothly, taking only 1 minute longer than the previous wave, netting another 20,000 experience. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. His technique grew more refined with practice, and his aggro range expanded progressively. To maximize damage output, he incorporated his Windbreaker skill every 2 minutes. The Windbreaker cooldown synced almost seamlessly with his pulling rhythm. The occasional few-second delay was negligible. Once Windbreaker activated, Jiang Bai's monster-killing efficiency improved dramatically. Each wave started at 20 monsters minimum. 20 monsters combined with his 31 critical rate meant nearly every multi-shot triggered critical hit yellow numbers, with triple crits becoming the norm. The scene was devastatingly brutal as arrow storms swept through. Massive chunks of health bars evaporated in waves. Jiang Bai's experience bar shot upward like a rocket taking flight. What drove Jiang Bai even more wild was that elite monsters not only provided massive experience points, but their equipment and material drop rates were far superior to regular monsters, and the chance of triggering plunder was significantly higher as well. Such advantages could no longer be described as merely terrifying. Jiang Bai wielded his weapon, dancing through the monster horde with blood and mana bars working in near-perfect harmony, each strike unleashing cascades of damage numbers. He had never experienced such exhilarating grinding. The more he fought, the more excited he became, the more energized he felt. Before this grinding session, having wasted half the day fighting other players, his level ranking had plummeted rapidly. Those top players leveled at speeds that seemed like cheating, and in just half a day, Jiang Bai had dropped from 4th place to 10th, on the verge of falling out of the top 10 on the leaderboard. But once he hit his grinding rhythm, the situation reversed instantly. Initially, not many players in Kunlun City noticed his transformation. As time passed, some players who habitually monitored the level rankings detected something unusual. The leaderboard updated in real time, and while normal players' experience bars moved by mere decimal points each time, Jiang Bai with the ID Empty City Old Dreams was jumping in increments of 10. The first person to witness this was completely stunned. Crazy licking basketball shoes. Holy crap. Check the leaderboard. Guys, check the level rankings. On screen, level 1513. Level 1527. Level 1544. The numbers swelled almost every few minutes, with his experience bar surging by massive chunks. Left Eye as Ghost. What kind of monsters are these? How can they give such insane experience? The previously calm Kunlun City channel instantly erupted into chaos, with messages flooding the screen at lightning speed. Let me dig a bit. Guys, something huge is happening. Go check the level rankings. I love eating poop. Holy shit. Is Empty City Old Dreams ascending to godhood, or something? Funny not lonely, huh? My husband is charging straight for 1st place. Professional plumber 20 years. Hey miss above, I want to. Messages never stopped, with emojis and question marks flooding the channel. Guild leaders receiving reports from their subordinates all dropped whatever they were doing and clicked open the level rankings. More and more eyes locked onto those 4 words, Empty City Old Dreams. They held their breath, hearts racing along with each jump of the experience bar. Every time the experience bar climbed, Jiang Bai's ranking shot up another position. Ninth, 8th, 7th, 6th. Simple numbers, yet they made hearts pound and blood surge with excitement. Nobody had ever witnessed such a spectacle. Damn it. Watching his rank drop again, Chaos Zhou was absolutely furious. Seeing his name sliding down the leaderboard line by line, he felt his dignity being torn to shreds. When his subordinate reported that Jiang Bai was leveling up like crazy, his chest tightened and he nearly coughed up blood. Bang! He grabbed a treasured bottle of 1982 Coke and smashed it hard on the ground. Brown liquid splattered everywhere as glass shards clinked and scattered. Wasn't this bastard supposed to be killing people here? How did he suddenly run off to level up? Zhou voice was like a broken saw blade, one curse word following another. Xiao Qingfeng stood nearby, stunned and at a loss. After a long pause, he awkwardly spoke up. Boss, maybe he just teleported back to level up. Useless. All of you are absolutely useless. Chaos Zhou roared, kicking Xiao Qingfeng so hard, he slammed into the wall with a dull thud. Are you telling me that our 20,000 Chaos Guild members couldn't block one lousy player? We just let him slip away right under our noses. Don't be angry, boss. Xiao Qingfeng rubbed his stomach, his eyes darting around before suddenly coming up with an idea. This is actually good news. If he's leveling this fast, he must have found some amazing grinding spot. We can't let him go now. If we force him to reveal the location, you'll reach the top of Lolon's level rankings in no time. Zhou narrowed his eyes. Got a specific plan? Boss, listen to me. Xiao Qingfeng whispered in his ear, spilling out all the details of his scheme. When he finished, he brushed off his clothes with a confident smile spreading across his face. But before the smile could fully form, slap. The crisp sound of the blow echoed through the room. Go to hell. Zhou slap was powerful enough to knock Xiao Qingfeng to the ground, seeing stars. Boss, what was that for? He covered his face, looking terrified and confused. Zhou leaned down, pointing at him and cursing. Every damn time you give me these stupid ideas, and every time we get our asses kicked by Kong Chengjioming. Tell me the truth, are you a spy sent by Kong Chengjioming? At this point, Zhou suddenly sneered. Do you know a certain song? What song, boss? Xiao Qingfeng looked puzzled. Listen up. Thank you. Because of you, your daddy gets screwed over every single time. Zhou sang mockingly. I'm innocent, boss. Just trust me this once. It'll definitely work. Xiao Qingfeng wailed pitifully, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's crazy leveling spree continued. His experience bar shot up rapidly, and when he reached level 15 with 95 experience, his name had climbed to second place on Kunlun City's level rankings. The top player, Feng Yuntianxia, was only ahead by 2 experience. He's about to hit first place. First place. The chat channels exploded. Holy crap. Feng Yuntianxia has always been number 1. Is he really going to lose his crown today? Feng Yuntianxia himself, along with Feng Yun Xiukai and several other teammates, stared grimly at the 4 characters, Kong Chengjioming, their clenched fists showing bulging veins. Everyone watching held their breath, waiting for that moment to arrive, swallowing nervously. 2 minutes later, Kong Chengjioming broke through to level 16, with his experience bar sitting at 16 level 4. The leaderboard instantly refreshed. Kong Chengjioming had claimed the top spot on Kunlun City's level rankings. Awesome. The master is incredible. Kong Chengjioming is number 1 in the world. Holy shit. Screams, cheers, and awe erupted simultaneously as the name at the very top of the leaderboard stood like a banner, flying high. This is absolutely insane. The moment Kong Chengjioming reached the top, the entire Kunlun City erupted like oil hitting a blazing fire, instantly boiling over. Cheers and shouts merged into an ocean of sound, with millions of solo players who had been fighting alone and members of small guilds struggling to survive in the cracks, all celebrating. Kong Chengjioming's miracle was the first time these players, who had been stuck at the bottom of the game for years, saw hope for a comeback look. A solo player without a guild could claim the number 1 spot. This was the greatest significance of Kong Chengjioming's rise to the top. A solo player reaching first place would be a miracle in any game. And at this moment, Kong Chengjioming had become an idol to most casual players. The Kunlun City channel instantly flooded with messages, the chat box flashing continuously. Kudang Songlei. I say we all call out Kong Chengjioming daddy. Anyone here have a problem with that? Tianxia Dijio. I have a problem with it. I don't want such an idiot for a grandson. D. E. Bai Ling, ECI Lu Guan. You're asking for death. How dare you insult my idol? I'll bring people to cut you down right now. Guai Xiao Xiao Tu Tu. Kong Chengjioming. Do you still remember me? I begged you all over the map to carry me in the newbie village, but you've never responded even once. I'm so heartbroken. Sob sob sob. Gai by C. Miss above, do you still remember me? I begged you all over the map in the newbie village to let me worship you, but you've never responded even once. I'm also so heartbroken. Sob, sob, sob. The heated messages kept coming one after another, and the channel's activity showed no signs of cooling down. Meanwhile, in the voice channel of the Feng Yun Guild's leadership, after a moment of silence, Feng Yun Tianxia let out a long sigh. What do we do? Boss, the #1 spot means too much to us. It's Feng Yun's signature. Are we just going to lose it like this? Feng Yun Xiu Kai's brow furrowed into a tight knot as he grabbed a cigarette from the table, lit it with a snap, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Feng Yun Tianxia said helplessly, too bad I only have a first-tier talent. If I had a top-tier talent, maybe I could catch up. As for Kong Chung Jiuming, what kind of talent does he have to be this strong? The madness in Kunlun City continued, while at this moment in the Great Hall of Hakka Temple in Emperor State, Jiang Bai had transformed into a relentless harvesting machine. As the last wave of monsters fell, he looked up and scanned around. Half the monsters in the hall were still roaring. Damn, he growled low, his steps quickening. After finding his rhythm, he began pulling monsters along the walls, creating kiting circles. As the number of monsters kept stacking up, his grinding efficiency visibly skyrocketed. Jiang Bai roughly estimated that clearing everything here would definitely get him to level 17. The 240,000 experience bar slowly climbed on his interface. For a full 4 hours, he hadn't rested for even a second. When the last monster crashed to the ground, the young gaming addict collapsed on the spot, drenched in sweat, chest heaving violently, but his eyes blazed with intense light. Level 17 with 16 experience. This trip to Emperor State's greatest gain wasn't taking down Hundun Zhouyu, but Hakka Temple itself. His luck had been absolutely explosive. He sneakily glanced at the level ranking sheet, was sitting at #1, with a full level gap between him and second place Feng Yun Tianxia. Feng Yun Tianxia was only at level 16 with 5 experience. Switching to the China region's overall rankings, his name still wasn't in the top 100, but the gap was now within reach. Jiang Bai grinned, his fingers still trembling slightly. Of course, level was just the tip of the iceberg. On another note, the gains from over 400 elite monsters were unimaginably massive. Normally, players would be grinning from ear to ear if they encountered just 2 or 3 elite monsters while exploring a small map. But Jiang Bai had been slaying elite monsters for half a day straight. What kind of concept was that? Jiang Bai crushed fallen branches and withered leaves beneath his feet. From dawn until the setting sun painted the horizon crimson red, and his blade never fully returned to its sheath. In just half a day, the elite monsters he had slain piled up into a small mound, collected 26 gold coins alone, jingling as he dumped them all into his infinite storage bag. In his inventory interface, level 20 equipment icons filled the screen densely. 37 white items, which Jiang Bai kept entirely for future synthesis into higher quality gear. 18 green items and 9 blue items, which he packaged and sold directly to Tang Wuzhe and Feng Yun Tianxia, with both players splitting the payment and immediately producing 150 gold. Among the 400-plus elite monsters, he finally discovered a pair of epic leather boots shimmering with purple light, perfectly level 20 as well. The previous forum speculation about whether elite monsters can drop purple equipment was confirmed by Jiang Bai's own hands. At this moment they could drop it, but the probability was pitifully low. He locked the boots in his inventory first, planning to keep them as his trump card. 9 skill enhancement scrolls dropped, twice the publicly known drop rate. Skill books filled the entire third row. 33 E-rank books, 17 Drank books, 3 Crank books, and 1 Brank book. Jiang Bai didn't sell a single one, storing them all for Little Snow Wolf. At this point, Little Snow Wolf had reached level 15 through the bloody battles, with its experience bar approaching level 16, and its refinement progress had long been maxed out. But due to Jiang Bai's tight finances, he temporarily hadn't upgraded its aptitude. The plunder effect inherent to elite monsters proved truly powerful, triggering 21 times among the 400 monsters, forcibly extracting 6 points of agility, 4 points of constitution, 4 points of strength, 3 points of spirit, and 4 points of intelligence for Jiang Bai, causing his character stats to surge once again. The Genesis Heart Quest progress reached 451310000, advancing quite rapidly. Jiang Bai's frenzied leveling spree couldn't possibly continue indefinitely. Elite monsters had extremely long respawn time. She remembered they started at a minimum of 6 hours, with some taking even longer. The empty Snake Valley showed no signs of new monsters, and if he waited around, what if the next wave took 12 hours? He'd be standing there like a statue. Even more troublesome were the fatigue and hunger values on his character panel, which were creeping dangerously close to the warning line, rising tick by tick. Fatigue couldn't be recovered in the wilderness, not even by logging off. The current version of Genesis pursued realism. Players had to keep their characters in designated safe zones to slowly recover health, mana, and fatigue. The system did offer a compromise solution, portable tents. But even the cheapest one started at 5 gold coins and charged by the hour. Jiang Bai, acutely aware of his poverty, hadn't given it much thought initially, but now he realized how much more comfortable he'd be with a tent. His hunger value sat at 66. Once it broke through 70, all his attributes would be temporarily weakened. Jiang Bai had originally planned to teleport back to town to rest, but as his eyes swept over the wind snake corpses scattered everywhere, he remembered the basic cooking skill he'd just learned. Why not use what was available? Without hesitation, he opened his backpack. When learning that skill, he'd spent a full 5 gold coins on a complete set of basic cooking utensils: steamer, soup pot, frying pan, and grill, everything he needed. He crouched beside a wind snake corpse, pondered for a few seconds, then pulled out a simple grill. Basic grill white. Usage requirements: basic cook or higher. Item description: an unremarkable grill that can be used for roasting meat. Extremely low chance of producing high-quality food. So much unnecessary text, Jiang Bai muttered, setting up the grill and lighting the fire. He quickly skinned the snake, cut it into sections, and placed them on the metal grate. The sizzling sound immediately filled the air with the aroma of cooking meat. Next, he pulled out the generic seasoning pack that came with the system: basic salt, basic chili powder, and so on. The tiny text covering the packages made his head spin. Even salt has different grades. Grilled meat was supposedly the simplest beginner recipe. Though Jiang Bai had no cooking experience, he'd at least watched barbecue vendors at work. He mimicked their movements, sprinkling salt and rubbing on spices, flipping the meat and seasoning again, secretly hoping the system would give him a pleasant surprise. 15 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations on creating the food item burnt wind snake grilled meat, poor quality. Cooking experience gained 0. What the hell? Why is it 0? Jiang Bai held the blackened, finished product up to his eyes. A portion of burnt wind snake grilled meat, poor quality. Item description: a piece of charred wind snake meat with terrible taste. Eating it has almost no effect and may cause food poisoning. Item effect: hunger 1, but 25 chance of gaining negative buff explosive diarrhea. Explosive diarrhea grants the player the projectile skill for the next 6 hours, activating at random times beyond player control, and reduces all attributes by 10-30 depending on severity. Oh, for crying out loud. Jiang Bai couldn't help but laugh at the system's twisted sense of humor. He certainly wouldn't dare eat this meat, given that explosive diarrhea would directly reduce his attributes. Fortunately, with snake meat scattered all over the ground, Jiang Bai could continue experimenting. Another 15 minutes passed. Ding. Congratulations on creating overly salty wind serpent roast, poor quality. Cooking experience 0. A line of bright red text popped up on the system panel. Jiang Bai looked down and saw overly salty wind serpent roast, poor quality. Item description: ridiculously oversalted, barely edible, but non-toxic. May make you thirsty. Item effect: hunger 1 when consumed. He took a small bite and immediately threw the meat into the campfire with disgust. Damn it, even dogs wouldn't eat this. But oddly enough, this cooking thing was actually kind of interesting. As the flames danced and the fat sizzled, Jiang Bai's curiosity was piqued, and he decided to keep grilling. Since the system gave ratings, there had to be higher tiers, right? What would higher quality food taste like? It made him curious. Another 15 minutes passed. Ding. Congratulations on creating bland wind serpent roast, common quality. Cooking experience 1. Bland wind serpent roast, common. Item description: average taste, barely edible. Item effect: hunger 5 when consumed. Better fill my stomach first. He tore the roast in half and shared it with the little wolf, bite by bite, but his hands kept working. He could return to the city anytime. But this grilling was like opening mystery boxes. The more he cooked, the more addicted he became. Over the next dozen or so skewers, he gradually figured out the pattern. 1. Cooking skills probably had beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. 2. Different levels allowed use of different quality tools. 3. Higher quality tools increased the probability of creating high-quality food. 4. The exact probability? The system didn't specify, players had to figure it out themselves. His current beginner grill had a system note of extremely low probability. Practice proved this. 8 out of 10 pieces were poor quality, some even poisonous. Beginner tools could mostly only produce common quality food. To go higher, he'd need to upgrade his skills and get better equipment. Jiang Bai was thinking of grilling one more piece before packing up when the system surprised him. Ding. Your cooking skill triggered a critical hit. Congratulations on creating pretty tasty wind serpent roast, high quality. Cooking experience 10. His eyes lit up as he quickly checked the details. Pretty delicious wind serpent roast, high quality. Item description: has touched the threshold of delicious. Taste is quite good. Item effect: hunger 10 when consumed, with a 0.1 chance to permanently increase the consumer's attack power by 1 point. If this food has already provided an attack boost to this player, the effect will not trigger again. Well. Jiang Bai held the meat like a precious treasure, examining it carefully. A permanent 1 attack boost sounded impressive, but the 0.1 probability was ridiculously low. Plus the system restriction: each player could only trigger it once. Eating 1,000 or 10,000 pieces would be pointless. It was reasonable, but it really got people's hopes up. He savored his personally grilled, high-quality delicacy bite by bite, then casually opened the official streaming platform, wanting to learn some techniques while eating. As soon as the page refreshed, he was hit with a screen full of pale thighs and colorful stockings, with titles too vulgar to bear. Wearing stockings to hunt wild dogs, 1 vote. 1 hit. 1 pair of sunglasses for 100 hits. No weapons, just thighs to squeeze rabbits, brothers. Count how many squeezes it takes to kill one. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Jiang Bai cursed and clicked close. Even dogs wouldn't watch this garbage. But his mouse didn't obey, and the page jumped into the stockings rabbit squeezing stream. Damn it. Did my hand slip? Crappy mouse. I absolutely will not watch this trashy stream. Despite his angry shouting, the screen had already finished loading. Fine, fine, let me see how these awful female streamers squeeze monsters. He sat down, consoling himself. 3 minutes later, Jiang Bai contentedly pulled up his pants and exited the stream, then immediately reported it. Wasn't that just perfect? Jiang Bai happily devoured the grilled meat, only to find out he wasn't the chosen one after all. That 0.1 probability simply didn't trigger. Before leaving, he circled the dark purple teleportation array 3 times, trying to figure out where exactly this thing would transport people. Unfortunately, after 3 consecutive attempts, the system blocked him each time with the cold message. Your level is too low to enter. The icy prompt left Jiang Bai with no choice but to give up. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent system notification sound interrupted his thoughts. A private chat window flashed in the bottom right corner of his interface, with Xingqian Momo's avatar bouncing nonstop. Jiang Bai immediately clicked it open. Xingqian Momo. Hey, that's so unfair. You had such a great leveling spot, and you tricked me into leaving first. How mean. Jiang Bai quickly typed back. I'm innocent, I swear. I really didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea at first either. My return scroll got interrupted by monsters right as I was about to teleport back to town, so I was forced to stay. That's how I accidentally discovered this place. It all happened in like 0.1 seconds. Pure coincidence. Xingqian Momo. Who are you calling big sister? An angry emoji popped up in the window. Jiang Bai scratched his head. Then auntie? Ma'am. Xingqian Momo. You're so annoying. Jiang Bai chuckled. Just kidding. You're the purest and cutest. I promise I'll bring you here to level up next time. Xingqian Momo. Humph, that's more like it. Let me show you something cool. As soon as she said that, a line of bright green equipment information popped up. Professional emblem, Moonlight Guardian. Quality, white common. Enhancement level, 3. Vitality, 0. Strength, 1. Agility, 0. Spirit, 1. Intelligence, 1. Holy crap. Jiang Bai stared at the beautifully crafted emblem for a long time before exclaiming. You actually exchanged for this thing? Awesome. I thought you didn't have enough honor points. Thinking about it, he glanced at his own honor points, 745, still short of the 1,000 point exchange threshold. Where did Xingqian Momo get the points? Xingqian Momo replied. Of course I had enough. The Chaos Guild kept picking fights with us before, and we couldn't just take it lying down, so we killed quite a few of them and accumulated some honor points. After going to Emperor Continent with you for that run, I had enough honor points, so I went ahead and exchanged for it. Not bad at all. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up with envy. Just from the emblem's appearance, he could tell this was profession-specific. Moonlight Guardian was exactly Xingqian Momo's second-tier profession, a 19-star third-tier hidden profession, the cream of the crop among high-end healers. He stared at the attribute panel and suddenly paused. Wait, aren't you a priest? Why did you put points into strength? Xingqian Momo replied irritably. You think I wanted to? The mechanism works that way, genius. Jiang Bai perked up. Tell me more, what mechanism? Xingqian Momo paused for a while before typing the information. It's pretty complicated. When you first get the emblem, it's at 0 enhancement, common quality, with all 5 attributes at 0. It can't be upgraded, only enhanced. Common quality gives 1 random attribute point per successful enhancement. Green quality gives 2 points each time. Forum experts speculate that for each quality tier higher, the enhancement reward increases by 1 point. The highest quality emblem seen on the forums so far is green quality, enhanced to 9, nothing beyond that. Moreover, the nameplate's maximum enhancement level cannot exceed the player's own level. This is an official rule that's been clearly established. Holy crap, upgrading quality is that difficult? With so many players across the entire server, not a single one has achieved blue quality. Jiang Bai couldn't help but press for more details. It's incredibly hard, big brother. You'll understand once you try to exchange for one yourself. Xingqian Momo replied helplessly in the private chat channel, throwing up her hands in resignation. With their conversation over, Jiang Bai stared at his 79 fatigue value, lost in thought. Theoretically, he could still use another 10, and he was only just over 200 honor points away from reaching 1,000. Why not head back to Emperor State and take down a few more players? After all, it had been quite some time now. Surely the Chaos Guild wouldn't still be conducting carpet searches for him. People had to get on with their lives, right? Having made up his mind, he crawled out of the cave and greedily gulped down several breaths of crisp, fresh air. He felt like he'd been rolling around in a snake pit. His entire body reeked of that foul stench. Without Xingqian Momo by his side this time, he'd need to be doubly careful. Emperor State had returned to its peaceful state. The bloodbath from 7 hours earlier had dissipated like mist blown away by the wind everywhere you looked. Chaos Guild players were grinding monsters and leveling up. Jiang Bai specifically targeted teams of 5 or fewer players. At level 17, he could clear them out effortlessly. As he made his way through the area, the Chaos players monopolized spawns, stole kills, and forced others into PK mode. They were up to every dirty trick in the book, so he felt no guilt whatsoever about killing them. 255 honor points meant 51 players had fallen, plus the additional red name bonuses. In just 30 minutes, Jiang Bai's honor broke through the 1,000 threshold. The official stance was crystal clear. They encouraged cross-guild PK. Killing players from your own guild would mark you as a criminal with red name status, but killing enemy guild members carried no such penalty. Their position couldn't be more obvious. From Eagle's Cliff all the way to Mirror Lake shore, once his honor reached the target, Jiang Bai had originally planned to return to the city immediately. However, in the territory of the level 18 monsters called Raging Zebras, he encountered Chaos Zhou Yu once again. At first, no one believed that empty city old dream had actually returned. What the hell? How did I die again? That empty city old dream is back. I just got one-shotted too. This is impossible. Wasn't he grinding levels like crazy in Dragon's Roar? There's no way he could make it to Emperor State in just a few minutes. Who knows? Today's been cursed. Either that, or it's someone impersonating empty city old dream. Everyone, including Chaos Zhou Yu, was convinced it was impossible timing-wise who would go level up in enemy guild territory. What a load of bullshit. Zhou Yu slapped the messenger, Xiao Qing Feng, across the face. Did empty city old dream scare you so badly you pissed yourself? Use that underdeveloped brain of yours and think, could he possibly make it from Dragon's Roar to Emperor State in time? After finishing his tirade, he turned to deliver a finishing blow, but just as he took his third step, whoosh, a sharp whistling sound cut through the sky as a cloud-piercing arrow dove down from above. No one had time to react. They could only watch helplessly as the arrow embedded itself in Chaos Zhou Yu's skull. 6,282. Critical hit. Chaos Zhou Yu was instantly killed once again. You have been attacked by player Kong Cheng Jiomeng, taking 6,282 damage. You have died. Level 1. As the white light from the respawn point gradually faded, Hundun Zhou Yu stood frozen in place, staring at the blood-red notification for a full 30 seconds. Looking down, he saw his level had dropped from 13 to 12. His chest tightened with suffocating pressure, and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a puff. Kong Cheng Jiomeng, damn you! His roar pierced the silence. Thus fell Hundun Zhou Yu. In the wilderness, by Mirror Lake. The group of underlings who had been leveling with Hundun Zhou Yu had no idea what was happening. When the death notification appeared, everyone was stunned. It was so sudden. Xiao Qing Feng reacted fastest. Seeing his boss collapse on the spot, his face turned deathly pale as he scrambled to hide behind the crowd. Holy crap! Kong Cheng Jiomeng, it's really Kong Cheng Jiomeng again. The crowd was on high alert, frantically searching around to find their attacker. But with a 72-yard doubled eagle-eye range, where could they possibly look? By this time, Jiang Bai had already put away his bow and left the scene. With his eagle-eye buff activated, his range doubled and critical hit rate increased by 1/3. As long as he landed a critical hit, Hundun Zhou Yu was guaranteed to die. Was the calculated result. A few seconds later, as his teleportation casting reached 2/3 completion, the system notification appeared. Honor points 5. Jiang Bai grinned, feeling nothing but satisfaction. Back in Kunlun City, Jiang Bai did nothing else but rent a room and immediately fell into bed. The city's hotels now offered a monthly rental mode, with ridiculous price differences. Lowest tier, 8-person bunk beds, 1 bed per person, monthly rent around 1 gold coin. Highest tier, presidential suites, monthly rent dozens of gold coins. The real-world system had been transplanted into the game unchanged. Before sleeping, Jiang Bai casually bought a few tents from the general store and stuffed them into his backpack, in case he needed to camp while traveling or grinding in the wilderness. Although the virtual world operated on a 1-to-1 time ratio with reality, sleep requirements weren't as demanding. Ordinary beds could fully restore fatigue in 46 hours, with higher-grade rooms offering faster recovery. Everything ultimately came down to money. Commoners spent 100 copper coins on small inns while the wealthy paid dozens of gold for luxury suites. The only difference was fatigue recovery speed, and fatigue determined leveling duration. This brutal reality was identical to the real world. After waking up, Jiang Bai took a shower and sold off several pieces of equipment he hadn't yet disposed of, bringing his wallet back up to over 200 gold coins. To improve his Snow Wolf's aptitude, he ruthlessly spent 122 gold coins on 61 attempts, raising the pet's aptitude to Drank 3-star, just one step away from Crank. Drank 3-star growth had 10 stars total, and combined with the Blood Contract's 5-star passive bonus, the Snow Wolf's total aptitude reached 15 stars, finally giving it respectable combat power. After feeding it dozens of skill books, the Snow Wolf's bleeding skill advanced from E to D rank, with 41 experience remaining on the progress bar. After the skill upgrade, the bleeding trigger rate increased from 3 to 3.5, and the damage per second rose from 5 of attack power to 6, a visible numerical improvement. Next came the main event. Jiang Bai carefully exchanged 1,000 honor points for one profession emblem. Class nameplate Dark Ranger, white quality, normal enhancement level, 0 constitution, 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 spirit, 0 intelligence. Only after obtaining the nameplate did Jiang Bai finally understand why players had only managed to upgrade this item to green quality. At most, so far the advancement requirements were simply too harsh. Opening the advancement interface made everything crystal clear. To upgrade a white nameplate to green, you first needed 3 nameplates of the same quality for synthesized, 3 unknown requirement. This single hurdle alone meant Jiang Bai would need to farm another 2,000 honor points, equivalent to killing 400 more players. The auxiliary materials were equally heartbreaking. One excellent crystal obtainable by dismantling green equipment wasn't too problematic, but you also needed 10 boss soul crystals and 5 gold coins. While this was still manageable for a player of Jiang Bai's caliber, it was already astronomical for ordinary players. By this logic, upgrading from green to blue would require 3 green nameplates, equivalent to 9,000 honor points, virtually impossible for anyone to farm at this stage. Now Jiang Bai finally understood why the World Channel was constantly filled with people shouting to form honor farming teams. This was the root cause. Looking at enhancement, the system followed the same pattern as most games, friendly in the early stages, hellish later on. The system only recognized 2 materials, magic crystal, ore, and gold coins. While the specific consumption rates weren't publicly disclosed, they inevitably increased. Enhancing from 0 to 1 required 1 magic crystal, or plus 1,000 copper coins with a 100 success rate. By the time Jiang Bai reached 4, the success rate had already dropped to a terrifying 40. The penalty system was also clearly laid out. Levels 13, no penalty for failure. Levels 46, failure reduces level by 1. Levels 79, failure randomly reduces level by 13. Level 9 to 10, failure resets enhancement level to 0. However, players didn't need to worry about losing attributes when upgrading quality. For example, if both a white nameplate and green nameplate at 0 were enhanced to 10, the white would have 10 total attribute points while the green would have 20. If the white 10 was then advanced to green, the system would recalculate and convert the enhancement level to 5, rounding down any decimals fair and reasonable. Jiang Bai didn't dwell too long on the nameplate. After about half an hour of alternating successes and failures, he managed to push the enhancement to 5, having consumed over 4 gold coins. As for the Heart of Creation's special effect that consumed triple materials but guaranteed no level reduction on enhancement failure, now was far from the right time to use it. It would probably only be cost-effective when attempting to reach level 10 or higher. Otherwise, the value proposition was poor. Profession Badge Dark Ranger, white quality, normal enhancement level, 5 constitution, 1 strength, 1 agility, 2 spirit, 1 intelligence, 0. Overall, the attribute distribution was decent enough. Jiang Bai had mentioned before that the enhancement system would definitely be a money pit, and now it seemed even more terrifying than he had anticipated. He repeatedly checked the panel data. All attributes were randomly allocated by the system, with players having no control over the distribution. The only option was to use attribute rerolling to completely redistribute all allocated points until a satisfactory combination appeared. Each reroll consumed gold equal to equipment's current enhancement level equipment tier coefficient. The tier coefficient was represented numerically. Common white was 1, excellent green was 2, and each higher tier added another 1. The more Jiang Bai calculated, the more alarmed he became. Enhancement was just the appetizer. Rerolling was the real money sink. Each reroll would completely redistribute all attributes randomly, with theoretically unlimited consumption. Take his current badge, for example. To get all 5 attribute points allocated to agility would require countless completely random redistributions, and even 100 attempts might not succeed. In the future, when badges reached higher enhancement levels and tiers, with dozens or hundreds of attribute points being re-rolled simultaneously, the probability of having all attributes land on the primary stat would be virtually 0, absolutely impossible. In practice, players could only settle for good enough and couldn't realistically expect absolute perfection. This was precisely why re-rolling was the true, gold-devouring black hole. In conclusion, profession badges at the current stage could basically be set aside for now. Jiang Bai stared at the panel for a long time, unable to hide his disappointment. This system wasn't worth investing too much effort into at the moment. The honor value requirement alone was astronomical, easily reaching thousands or tens of thousands. Based on current gameplay, a player only earned 5 honor points per kill, and accounting for respawn intervals, gathering 10,000 honor would take several days of grinding at minimum. Add in other material and gold costs, and the current economic environment simply couldn't support it. He judged that the system would inevitably introduce new PvP modes to complement this badge system, but they weren't online yet. When PvP gameplay emerged, that would be the real time to develop profession badges. With this thought, Jiang Bai equipped the badge and prepared to head out for leveling. But just as he was stuffing those magic crystal ores back into his inventory, his gaze suddenly stopped on a slot in the upper right corner of his bag. Jiang Bai's eye twitched sharply. Am I forgetting something? He had obtained it during the demon invasion event in the newbie village. The head of Slaughterer Gonzalez lay quietly at the bottom of his inventory, with its item description clearly stating, players can unlock a hidden main quest after reaching level 18. Due to the passage of time, Jiang Bai had almost forgotten about its existence. Realizing this, he cursed under his breath and immediately clicked use. A halo of light enveloped him, and in the next second, he was pulled into an illusory world. The first thing that came into view was a peaceful primordial land. Endless green grass, gentle breezes, and various races including humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes working by the riverside, while children chased each other under the shade of trees in a scene of prosperity. However, the scene suddenly shifted. Thundering cavalry and war drums filled the air as the prolonged war between the Genesis continent and the demons unfolded before his eyes. From massive legion clashes involving tens of thousands to the ultimate battle where gods soared through the sky and collided, with flames and smoke consuming every inch of land. At that moment, the system narrator's voice boomed. The power of the demon legions is beyond question. They command darkness and corruption, vowing to burn the azure sky to ash. Yet few know why they suddenly invaded the Genesis continent. During the War of Gods, the 12 holy apostles sacrificed their lives to awaken divine power and seal the demon lord Farian, a seal that should have lasted for eternity. However, 100 years ago, the seal began to weaken, and Farian along with his 10 commanders are gradually awakening. A new catastrophe is inevitable, and you, great adventurers, shall be the hope of the Genesis continent. The majestic narration gradually faded away, and the images dissolved as if nothing had ever happened. Finally, a line of text floated before Jiang Bai. Perhaps you could take Gonzalez's head and seek the remnant spirit of the great Archmage Martin, who will guide your path forward. Ding hidden main quest seek Archmage Martin triggered. Do you accept? Jiang Bai clicked accept without hesitation. Archmage Martin. This name was known to almost every player of Genesis, one of the 12 holy apostles who had long since fallen in battle, yet left his consciousness in the mage sanctum within the main city district. Legend had it that some players had become his disciples and obtained powerful hidden classes, though the truth remained unconfirmed. After quickly organizing his gear, Jiang Bai pushed open the inn door and followed the road signs at a brisk pace. The main city district was vast and complex, divided into 6 major functional areas: the Warrior District, Mage District, Priest District, Archer District, Assassin District, and Knight District, plus 3 public areas: the Trading District, Market District, and Residential District. If further subdivided by race, there were also branch areas like the Dwarf Quarter, Elf Quarter, and Gnome Quarter, with crisscrossing streets and bustling crowds. Jiang Bai hurried through the throngs of people along the stone path paved with magical reliefs and turned into the Mage District. At the center of the district stood the imposing Mage Sanctum, Snow White palace-like building from which one could feel the surging magical power even while standing outside. The Holy Archmage spent his days in the library of the Mage Sanctum, and as Jiang Bai walked through the corridors, feeling the dense magical energy around him, he felt considerably more invigorated. He wondered how the Archer District was faring these days, making a mental note to visit when he had the chance. Pushing open the mahogany door, he was stunned by the sight before him. Rows of ebony bookshelves towering over 5 meters high stood in perfect order, with magical light flowing through the gaps between them. Beside the shelves hovered a translucent old man, his silver-white hair draped over his shoulders, a thick beard half a meter long swaying gently with his spectral form. Wire-rimmed half-moon glasses perched on his hooked nose, and glowing words floated above his head. Holy Archmage Martin. Jiang Bai hesitated, awkwardly raising his hand in greeting like someone caught in an embarrassing late-night encounter. Hi there, Master Martin? The old man looked up, his expression clearly saying seriously, Master Martin? Jiang Bai steeled himself and took a couple steps closer, lifting the bloody severed head of Gang Saliais with one hand. The GM told me to bring this to you. GM? Who's that? Martin raised an eyebrow, having to crane his neck to look up at Jiang Bai. He adjusted his glasses and shifted his gaze to the severed head. He's my mentor, Jiang Bai explained with a smile. Your mentor isn't that Abadal? At the mention of Abadal, the old man's interest seemed piqued. He looked Jiang Bai up and down through his spectacles. Honestly, I'm surprised Idiri actually Abadal's first disciple. Though that fellow is still the same as always, completely irresponsible, barely taught you anything. He withdrew his gaze. Even though you killed Gang Saliais, before the real mission begins, I suggest you go find Abadal again. With your current abilities, you're still not quite ready. Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, Find the Holy Archmage, gaining 500 experience and 100 copper coins. Low reward prerequisite fetch quests were always like this. The next task would be go find Abadal. After leaving the Mage Sanctum, Jiang Bai stopped to buy 2 bottles of fine wine before hurrying toward the misty swamp. It was the same familiar little cabin. The windows were cracked, dampness filled the air, and a drunk Abadal was sprawled on the worn sofa, the dirty little wine glass on the side table completely empty. Compared to last time, his master looked even more disheveled. His beard was longer, and his greasy hair hung in matted strands against his neck. Oh, my dear Kong Chung Jiomeng. Upon seeing Jiang Bai, Abadal's eyes immediately locked onto the 2 bottles of red wine in his hands. I thought you'd never come back. Honestly, ever since I finished the wine you brought last time, I haven't tasted anything this good. Well, I've been working to save up money to honor you, master. Jiang Bai uncorked a bottle and filled Abadal's glass. Abadal lifted it to his lips and drained it in one gulp. A excellent wine, he sighed contentedly. When the mood was right, Jiang Bai got straight to the point. Master, this time it was Holy Archmage Martin who sent me to find you. Martin. Abadal set down his wine glass, belched satisfyingly, but his eyebrows rose. How did you end up meeting him? I delivered the head of Gang Saliice the Slaughterer to him, and he told me to come back and find you. He said I still need to improve myself under your guidance. Haha, that old fellow. Abadal laughed, but a barely perceptible emotion flashed in his eyes. He turned to examine Jiang Bai carefully, looking him over from head to toe, finally nodding. You've indeed made rapid progress. I think Archimonde can't wait to meet you. What? Archimonde? Jiang Bai was stunned. Hadn't he just killed that guy recently? That was merely a sealed fragment of him, child. How should I put this, master? Could you elaborate? Jiang Bai scooted his stool closer, curiosity sparkling in his eyes from what he was hearing. This hidden quest seemed to be connected to Archimonde the Defiler somehow. No rush. Abadal rose from the old sofa, clasping his hands behind his back as he paced back and forth in the cramped wooden cabin that could barely fit 2 people side by side. The floorboards creaked under his heavy boots as he spoke slowly. The demon lord Farian commands 10 great generals. You've already encountered Gonzalez the Slaughterer, and you even brought back his head. Ranked second is Archimonde the Defiler. Then there's Thuga the Necromancer, Karsus the Patricide, and others. There's no point telling you too much, right? No, you'll meet them one by one eventually. Halfway through his explanation, Abadal suddenly chuckled. That old fool Martin, dumping this mess on me. I'll have to have a word with him later. Hey, don't get sidetracked. Jiang Bai was listening intently, and quickly pressed on when his master's attention wandered. Please finish what you were saying. There's nothing more to say. Abadal stopped pacing, turned to face him with a slight smile. Adventurer, empty city, old dreams. If you want to proceed further, first bring me 100 corrupted magic crystals. Ding. System notification. You have triggered the hidden main quest, collect corrupted magic crystals. Do you accept? Accept. Jiang Bai instinctively clicked confirm, then immediately opened his quest panel. Quest name. Collect corrupted magic crystals. Quest description. Corrupted magic crystals are special energy cores found within every member of the Demon Legion, serving as their power source and containing pure demonic energy. Quest objective. Collect 100 corrupted magic crystals. Can be dropped by Demon Legion monsters, no lower than your current level. With the quest accepted, he pushed through the door and descended the moss-covered stone steps, his mind racing as he planned his next grinding location. Must be demon monsters. Regular wild creatures don't drop magic crystals, he confirmed to himself. The monsters in Genesis continent were clearly divided into 2 categories. 1. Native wild creatures born from the continent itself, containing no demonic energy and naturally not part of the Demon Legion. 2. Demonti P, including invading Demon Legion forces and native creatures infected by demonic aura. For bosses, the former were marked as Lord class, Overlord class, or Domain Master class, while the latter showed Bronze class, Silver class, etc. The distinction was quite obvious. Should I make another trip to Hacker Temple? Jiang Bai checked the system time on his wrist. It had only been about 7 hours since he left the temple, and he couldn't guarantee the elite monsters had respawned. Logically, with a 624-hour random respawn timer, it would be ridiculous if Hacker Temple's numerous elites respawned every 6 hours without fail. He was more worried about making a wasted trip. Traveling from Kunlun in the Dragon's Hem region to Lulan in the Imperial Province took nearly an hour each way, and entirely on foot, which was exhausting. Damn it. Can't the system hurry up and unlock the mount feature? I'd pay 100 gold for it. After weighing his options, he decided to temporarily abandon Hacker Temple. First, the respawn timing was uncertain, and if he came up empty, it would be a complete loss. Second, there were considerable risks involved. He planned to wait another 12 hours when the respawn probability would be higher before trying his luck. With this in mind, Jiang Bai opened the Kunlun regional map and began searching for alternative grinding spots. As a Tier 3 regional main city, Kunlun had an extensive network of surrounding areas. Jiang Bai's gaze gradually focused on an eastern region called Longjia Basin, which had originally been Kunlun's largest mining site. Later, it was invaded by demonic energy, and all the miners became members of the Demon Legion. According to official data, the monsters here were generally around level 20, which perfectly matched his current strength. In contrast, the Misty Swamp's level was now too low to interest him. After confirming his target, he jogged along the map route and reached the edge of Longjia Basin within 10 minutes. Damn it, running on foot feels terrible. Jiang Bai cursed as he ran, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Along the way, couples kept stopping to take photos and being sickeningly affectionate. He wished he could shoot them all back to the city with 2 arrows, but he could only keep running with his head down, feeling more and more like an idiot. Just as he was complaining enthusiastically, the system channel was suddenly flooded with a line of bright red text. Genesis nonstop online maintenance has been completed. Players can now enjoy the game content with confidence. For detailed update information, please visit the official website. What the hell? Nonstop updates? When did this happen? I had no idea. Jiang Bai stood frozen in place and quickly opened the system log. It turned out the maintenance had started while he was sleeping and had just finished. The update content wasn't particularly relevant to combat players, focusing mainly on lifestyle system optimization with a new feature called transmutation. Simply put, any equipment appearance a player had worn would be recorded and could be used to transmute current equipment into those looks. Alternatively, players could find advanced tailors to create unique custom styles, though the prices were naturally frightening. This was clearly a benefit for tailors. Flashy nonsense, pointless, and it costs money too. Jiang Bai muttered, but still opened the transmutation interface. Different appearances had varying costs, with the cheapest piece requiring 1 gold. He was about to close it directly, but stopped when he saw the blood-red longbow wreathed in flames in his hands. This bow was too conspicuous, and veteran players would immediately recognize it as the signature equipment of the legendary player, Kong Chengjiomeng. Better keep a low profile for safety. He decided to transmute the bow along with his clothes, leg guards, and boots into the most ordinary newbie skins, spending a total of 3 gold, but feeling much more at ease. 10 minutes later, he safely entered the core area of Longjia Basin. The scorched, cracked earth beneath his feet still carried the lingering smell of sulfur. The mine entrance ahead was half collapsed, with torches flickering on the walls, their dim yellow light barely illuminating the depths. Jiang Bai peered inside and spotted 3 types of monsters within his line of sight. 1. Mine workers, level 20. 2. Mine squad leaders, level 21. 3. Mine giant rats, level 19. All were melee fighters, differing only in their attack power. For a ranged archer, this was practically a natural grinding paradise. Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile as he raised his bow, feeling completely confident the favorite pastime of ranged classes was kiting melee enemies. Level 20 regular monsters pale in comparison to level 20 elites, falling far short of the elite creatures in Hacker's Temple in terms of both strength and loot drops. At the mine entrance, Jiang Bai raised his hand and pulled the entire first wave of monsters toward him. Over 30 creatures including rats, miners, and squad leaders, all mixed together. The dense swarm of monsters closed in, their pickaxes, claws, and short swords clattering against his armor with metallic rings, yet they couldn't even drop his health bar by a single point. He had memorized these monsters' stats long ago. Rats had 6,500 HP, miners had 6,800, and squad leaders had 7,200. With critical hits, 2 multi-shot attacks could take down any of them. His current 17 critical rate, combined with multi-shot's broken mechanic of stronger with more enemies, meant almost every shot triggered a critical hit. Add his 24 movement speed bonus, and even with the weapon's passive 25 speed reduction, the net gain was enough to kite these slow-moving melee mobs. The only disappointing aspect was the drop rate of the quest item, Corrupted Magic Crystal. It took an average of 5 to 7 kills to get one. Fortunately, the mine was packed with monsters. Jiang Bai sprinted through the tunnels with a dense train of creatures trailing behind him. When he judged the numbers had reached multi-shot's limit, he immediately turned and raised his bow. 2,691, 2,728, 5,407. Damage numbers exploded across the screen in a satisfying display. As soon as the cooldown reset, he fired another multi-shot. By the time the monsters managed to shuffle within reach, 2/3 were already down. His ring's judgment effect gave the next attack after a critical hit an additional 1.3x damage multiplier, applying to both single target and area attacks. The remaining low-health squad leaders fell to a few casual basic attacks, leaving him virtually unscathed throughout the entire encounter. With such efficiency, Little Snow Wolf couldn't even contribute and could only leech experience from the rear. As Jiang Bai ventured deeper, the mine spawned a 4th type of monster mine overseer. Elite, level 21, 12,500 HP, 670 attack, 390 defense, skill, heavy pickaxe strike. Overseers were rare, usually only one mixed in with each group of regular mobs. But heavy pickaxe strike had a high chance of stunning for 3 seconds. The first time Jiang Bai encountered this without understanding, he got stunned and took a beating from over 30 monsters, nearly giving him a stroke. However, the overall threat was manageable, and once he adapted to the rhythm, he kited them just as effectively. When his experience bar reached 47 into level 17, Jiang Bai arrived at the deepest part of the mine. By rough calculation, he had killed nearly 300 monsters, but only collected 46 corrupted magic crystals, still short of the quest requirement of 51. However, Jiang Bai unexpectedly discovered a boss. Mine Lord level boss, level 21, HP, 68,000, attack, 1,250, defense, 650. Skills, flesh slam, devastating strike, thick hide, blood rage frenzy. Jiang Bai stared at these stats, eyeing the creature before him that stood 3 meters tall, round as a meatball, resembling a walking mountain of flesh. It dragged a massive iron ball wrapped in chains. 4 elite-level mine overseers flanked it closely. The formation alone revealed the difficulty of this battle. Thick hide sounded comical, but it was undeniably a god-tier damage reduction skill, unconditional 25 damage reduction, a typical tank-type boss. Fortunately, such bosses were usually clumsy, making their attack patterns relatively predictable. Damn, it's been ages since I fought a boss, Jiang Bai thought to himself with satisfaction. Since entering the second phase, he'd barely encountered any decent leaders, and this, Meat Mountain, was too good an opportunity to pass up. After a moment's consideration, he decided to open with multi-shot, prioritizing the elimination of the 4 mine overseers. The distance was perfectly positioned at 37 yards, and all his skills were off cooldown. He took a deep breath and unleashed his attack multi-shot. 2,600, 2,600, 3,499. The critical hit landed on the mine lord. The sudden pain instantly enraged the leader, who swung his iron ball and roared, "Vile adventurer! How dare you trespass in my mine? Brothers, attack! Seize him!" The 4 mine overseers charged first, while the massive lord lagged behind. Already sluggish in movement, the 40 slow effect from the critical hit made it crawl across the ground like a wounded beast. Perfect! Jiang Bai loved these lumbering enemies. His second multi-shot landed, instantly dropping the overseer's health to 2/3. He immediately began kiting, running while weaving in auto-attacks, ensuring the slow debuff remained on every monster while waiting for skill cooldowns. Soon, all 4 overseers were at critical health, while the lord had lost over 5,000 HP and could only curse helplessly. When his third multi-shot came off cooldown, the arrow rain fell again, and all 4 overseers collapsed without exception. Jiang Bai's damage calculations were precise the moment multi-shot ended. He seamlessly followed up with explosive shot. 2,967, 3,165, 8,309. Among the 3 damage instances, the third stage with 210 attack power scaling scored a critical hit reaching 8,300. Without the Lord's built-in damage reduction, the numbers would have been even more impressive. Jiang Bai suspected the third stage of explosive shot had hidden critical hit chance, as it would be disadvantageous if only the first 2 stages could crit. Indeed, the third stage's critical rate seemed higher than his average. He watched the 4th arrow fly, hoping to experience the 5-stage output of a double critical. But the 6,172 damage left him slightly disappointed even with the 1.3x judgment multiplier. This was the limit. Since upgrading explosive shot to level 6, he still hadn't triggered the 5th stage. Nevertheless, this single skill had dealt 20,613 damage to the Lord, truly devastating power. With his health dropped to 43,000, the Mine Lord immediately went berserk. He frantically swung his massive iron ball, and in a moment that caught Jiang Bai completely off guard, the flesh mountain of a body suddenly launched itself like a cannonball straight at him. Holy crap! Jiang Bai's heart lurched violently. That massive, bloated form nearly filling the entire mine shaft was charging at him like a living mountain of flesh. Just imagining being crushed by that thing, he could already picture the gruesome state he'd be flattened into. The mine tunnel was narrow and cramped, without even a crack to squeeze into sideways. The only safe spot was overhead, but unfortunately, he couldn't fly. With nowhere to hide, he could only grit his teeth and trigger his boots' active skill sprint. His movement speed instantly increased by 80, his body launching forward like a compressed spring, leaving a faint afterimage trailing behind. However, even with nearly double the speed, the Mine Lord's body slam still caught up to him. Bang! The thunderous crash erupted as rock fragments scattered everywhere, the entire mine shaft shuddering violently. Jiang Bai's slender frame was sent flying solidly, bright red numbers floating in midair, 894. Unable to perform any actions while airborne, he could only watch helplessly as the Lord swung its half-human-sized iron ball, spinning and charging up before precisely smashing toward his chest. Good Lord! It didn't hurt much. The game's sensory intensity was limited, but the visual impact was disturbingly realistic. The massive iron ball rapidly expanded in his field of vision before colliding head-on with his chest the next second. 1,453. In just one combo sequence, with Jiang Bai's total health barely over 7,000, he'd instantly lost more than 2,300 points. Considering his current defensive stats rivaled those of top-tier tanks, and players with 129 constitution points were virtually non-existent at this stage, this was absolutely insane. Rolling upon landing, just as he tried to steady himself, he noticed a bright red debuff icon. Coughing blood after receiving a heavy blow. Cough up blood every 3 seconds, losing 1.5 health for 20 seconds. Jiang Bai couldn't help but curse, immediately retaliating with an eagle eye shot, the highest single-target damage skill aside from multi-shot. The emerald arrow pierced through the darkness. 2,967. After a series of attacks, the Mine Lord entered what was called board mode, its movement frequency noticeably slowing as Jiang Bai resumed kiting it. In normal design, such bosses should have tanks absorbing damage up front, but with his long range, high mobility, and explosive damage output, he could single-handedly turn opponents into sitting ducks through sheer personal skill. Of course, not all bosses could be handled this way. When helping Tang Wuzue with the lava boss, they'd encountered team mechanics that made solo kiting impossible. Looks like I need to completely overhaul my skill system. Jiang Bai fired a concussive shot to interrupt the Lord's wind-up, his mind rapidly organizing. Essential skills like explosive shot and multi-shot couldn't be dropped. Eagle Eye shot had to stay for specific scenarios, and the remaining slots needed filling quickly, or his combo chains would break. Using his kiting abilities, Jiang Bai gradually recovered his health bit by bit. As the boss's health dropped below 34,000, the Blood Rage Fury skill activated instantly. The Mine Lord was immediately enveloped in thick, crimson light, causing 4 attributes to surge dramatically: attack power 10, attack range 20, attack speed 10, and damage reduction increased by another 5. This brought its total damage reduction to a staggering 30, making it a veritable mobile fortress. The enraged boss charged toward Jiang Bai with thunderous steps, chains clanking as the iron ball whistled down. Enhanced by the 20 attack range boost, the iron ball grazed Jiang Bai's abdomen. 520. Jiang Bai smirked slightly and quipped, "Nice number, but you're confessing to the wrong person." Without hesitation, he activated Super Buff, Eagle Eye, his eyes instantly locking onto the target. Using a backward leap to create safe distance, he waited for explosive shot to finish cooling down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp whistles tore through the air as 3 arrow segments fell like meteors. 2,780, 2,954, 7,755. Critical hit. Even with the 3rd segment landing a critical hit, the terrifying 30 damage reduction meant it only dealt 7,755 damage, the lowest he'd ever seen. Jiang Bai frowned, but didn't stop. The Eagle Eye enhancement was still active, and the 4th arrow segment followed immediately. 11,041. Critical hit again, finally breaking 5 digits. Seeing the long-awaited 5-digit damage appear, Jiang Bai felt a surge of excitement. The 5th arrow segment followed close behind. 6,362. No critical hit this time, which was slightly disappointing. The 5-hit combo dealt a total of 30,892 damage, nearly emptying the Mine Lord's remaining health bar. Jiang Bai marveled silently. The same skill at high enhancement versus low enhancement was like night and day. The difference wasn't just in damage, but in the mechanics themselves. Players across the entire server who could upgrade and strength skill to 6 could be counted on one hand. No wonder the effects were so outrageous. The Mine Lord now had just over 3,000 health remaining and posed no further threat. Jiang Bai raised his hand for 2 basic attacks. Brilliant numbers flashing, the boss crashed to the ground. Ding! You have slain the Lord-class boss Mine Lord, gaining 38,000 experience points. Ding! Your pet mutant Snow Wolf has slain the Lord-class boss Mine Lord, gaining 38,000 experience points. Jiang Bai's experience bar shot up significantly, while the little Snow Wolf leveled straight up to 16. Immediately after, a server-wide announcement blazed across screens in glaring red text. Ding! Player Kong Chung Jiomeng has become the first player server-wide to slay the Lord-class boss Mine Lord, earning the first kill reward. A long-awaited first kill with server-wide recognition. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, feeling absolutely exhilarated. In his inventory, the first kill reward maintained its familiar configuration: 1 skill grand roulette and 10 gold coins. The roulette lay quietly in his bag slot, waiting for him to activate it later. Let me see what good stuff dropped on the ground first. Jiang Bai looked toward the boss's corpse. Most eye-catching was that massive iron ball radiating purple light, incredibly intimidating and apparently dropped for Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai examined the massive iron orb's attributes with great interest. The purple epic equipment name, Mine Lord's Earthshaker, gleamed brilliantly on the panel, with attributes scrolling one by one: attack power, 174 strength, 28 stamina, plus 22 heavy strike. The most striking feature was its active skill Tremor, which, when activated, dealt 140 tremor damage to all hostile targets within a 55-yard radius centered on the user, with a 10 chance to knock enemies airborne for 2 seconds. Equipment level requirement: 20, restricted to Knight class professions only. A standard tank weapon. Jiang Bai nodded approvingly. The Mine Lord was indeed a tank-type boss, so this weapon drop made perfect sense. While tank weapons were typically cheaper than those for damage dealers, this quality could easily sell for at least 50 gold, especially with such solid stats and useful skills. After confirming the weapon, he opened the skill wheel. Since all players server-wide had completed their class changes, this luminous wheel was packed with skills of every color. Icons from 6 basic classes and countless specialized branches crowded together like a honeycomb, with occasional glimpses of obscure classes that couldn't even be found on forums. Jiang Bai searched through the dense array of icons for quite some time before finally targeting and shrank area attack skill from the archer tree. The wheel slowly came to a stop, but the cursor landed right next to his target, and a golden light orb bounced into his inventory. System notification: congratulations. You have obtained a rank skill Blood Slaughter. Skill description: launch an attack on the target's vital points. This attack is guaranteed to critical hit, deals an additional 10 damage, and has a 33 chance to inflict bleeding status on the target. While bleeding, the target loses health equal to 5 of the attacker's physical attack power per second for 10 seconds. Must be in stealth mode before casting. Applicable classes: assassin-related professions. Jiang Bai grimaced, but remained satisfied. This skill was powerful, worth at least 25 gold coins. If restricted to second-tier hidden classes, doubling the price wouldn't be surprising. After finishing the appraisal, he gathered up the remaining boss drops. 1 blue equipment piece and several rare materials: the bloody Mine Lord's eyeball, the Mine Lord's vertebra, with its dark red patterns, and so forth. Since the life skill system went online, every production line blacksmithing, tailoring, cooking, alchemy consumed vast amounts of monster materials, driving market demand sky-high, with boss-exclusive materials being especially sought after. Rough calculations showed this run netted at least 100 gold. Of course, that was with Jiang Bai's solo farming efficiency. Ordinary players would probably need a 15-person team to take down the Mine Lord, leaving each member with just a few measly gold coins. With his inventory stuffed full of loot, Jiang Bai couldn't help but sigh. This game was truly profitable. With fixed gold exchange rates in place, as long as luck held out, the earning potential was terrifying. But, thinking of that post from Transmigrator number 38 on the forums, Jiang Bai's chest still tightened. That person's tone was far too certain, as if hinting at something. Could it be that in the game's later stages, this gold would have some other tremendous value? These values are far beyond what real currency could ever measure. Perhaps this was an opportunity, or maybe a trap. Jiang Bai decided not to overthink it, and simply wait to see how things unfolded. After killing the Lord, he sat down right where he was, lit a torch, and cut off a hind leg from one of the giant mine rats to roast over the fire. The fat sizzled and popped as the aroma of meat mixed with a gamey smell filled the dark cave. It didn't taste particularly good, but it was quite chewy. After resting for 15 minutes, the small monsters respawned. Jiang Bai picked up his longbow and cleared his way from the deepest part of the cave all the way to the entrance. By the end of the second run, he had collected 91 corrupted magic crystals and reached level 17 with 88 experience. But the mine had only been cleared twice, still short of his target. For an ordinary player, gathering 100 magic crystals would probably take 3 to 5 days. On the third run, he spent another 40+ minutes and had only cleared a quarter of the monsters before collecting all 100 magic crystals. In total, the entire quest took him over 4 hours. After killing the last rat-like creature, he rushed out of the mine without looking back, afraid that staying any longer would give him claustrophobia. This cold, damp environment really wasn't suitable for extended stays. Almost level 18. I'll probably ding once I turn in the quest. On his way back, he tallied his gains. Besides the equipment and materials dropped by the boss, the scattered drops from small monsters had netted him nearly 20 gold coins. His total gold now reached 287, just 13 coins away from the 300 gold milestone. However, this money probably wouldn't last long. His level 16 Snow Wolf Cub had already reached 100 refinement and was eagerly waiting for enhancement potions to advance from rank 3 star to crank 1 star. Just thinking about it made his wallet bleed. You're a real money-devouring beast, Jiang Bai muttered irritably, glancing at the little snow wolf frolicking beside him. His plunder talent had performed poorly this trip, triggering only 7 times and giving him just 3 constitution points, 3 strength points, and 1 agility point, arguably his worst record ever. Back at the small cabin, his mentor Abidal looked up with slight surprise. Honestly, your monster clearing speed exceeds my understanding. As far as I know, corrupted magic crystals aren't easy to find. Hey, just look whose student I am, the inheritor of the great Dark Ranger legacy. It'd be hard not to be awesome. Jiang Bai declared proudly, pouring all 100 corrupted magic crystals onto the mahogany table with a satisfying clatter. A pleasant system notification chimed. Ding! You have completed the hidden main quest search for corrupted magic crystals. You gained 60,000 experience, 5 gold coins, and 200 reputation. The second part of the quest journey to Moonlight Highlands has been triggered. Do you accept? Of course I accept. Bathed in the glow of leveling up, Jiang Bai successfully reached level 18 and accepted the new quest. Abidal fingered the magic crystals on the table and asked sideways, "Do you know where Moonlight Highlands is?" Jiang Bai honestly shook his head. "I don't think I've heard of it, but I can check the map. I'm afraid it'll take some effort," Abidal said with a knowing smile. "That's Null territory, located in the northern mountains. Once you get there, you'll naturally know what to do next." "Got it, master." Jiang Bai was energized as intuition told him this chain of hidden quests would net him at least one skill. Given Abidal's personality, he definitely wouldn't be stingy. He immediately consulted the official map and forum guides, finally determining that Moonlight Highlands was located in the neutral zone between northern Dragon's Hymn and southern Endless Sands. Neutral zones were essentially PK playgrounds and hotbeds for murder and robbery, with people dying every moment. As compensation, the system provided an additional 5 experience bonus. Along the way, Jiang Bai continued complaining about the developer's delay in opening the mount system. Just as he was suffering through the long journey on foot, while passing through a dense forest, he suddenly caught the sound of something strange. "Can we fire now, big brother?" "Wait a little longer, just hold on a bit more." "Then, can we go inside, big brother?" "No problem, trust me, we definitely can." "Ugh, let's just fire quickly, big brother. I'm so tired, I can barely take it anymore." Hearing this ambiguous conversation that made his skin crawl, Jiang Bai froze on the spot. No way. This can't be happening. When did this game add such features? How could something this explicit pass censorship? Disgusting. I must condemn this, strongly condemn it. TSK, TSK, TSK. These young people nowadays have no shame, doing such things in broad daylight in the wilderness. Aren't they afraid wild monsters will rush out and bite these shameless lovers to death? The world is going to hell, absolutely revolting. Jiang Bai, struck by this critical hit of 10,000 points of damage, turned and walked away, preferring to take a detour of a whole mile rather than let such filthy language pollute his ears. He spat out a glob of phlegm viciously, demonstrating his disgust. 20 seconds later, the dense grove rustled softly as a few leaves were quietly pushed aside, and a shameless eyeball peeked out, gazing longingly at the young couple. Damn it! After getting a clear view, Jiang Bai was stunned for 3 seconds, then felt disappointed and wanted to cover his face, but defensively retorted, "Bullshit. How could I be disappointed? I'm clearly relieved." His face flushed red as he angrily emerged from the grove. It turned out to be just a couple of players. The female archer was either terrible at the game or deliberately pretending to be bad, while the male archer held her hands to teach her archery. Even more ridiculous, the man had carved a small hole in an old tree 10 meters ahead for the woman to practice shooting arrows into for accuracy. Just like that, Jiang Bai was caught off guard by this display of affection. I knew it. Young people nowadays still have some decency. How could they possibly do such things in broad daylight? Now I can rest easy. This old man is very relieved, he said, though his face clearly displayed 4 big words. Dad is very disappointed. Don't you think so, little wolf? Are you as relieved as I am? Jiang Bai patted the little snow wolf trotting beside him. The little snow wolf tilted its head, glanced at him, and snorted, making it impossible to tell whether it was agreeing or disagreeing. With the little episode over, the man and wolf continued their journey. The longer the road, the more curious incidents naturally occurred. Just after leaving the grove, urgent female voices suddenly erupted ahead. "Help! Help! Are there any strong guys or girls who can save us?" Jiang Bai stopped and looked ahead, seeing 3 attractive female players desperately fleeing in the distance to his left. Behind them, a level 16 elite Monstera red-bellied king cobra was chasing them closely with its mouth open, hissing. Its health bar showed just over 4,000 remaining from its original 8,000 plus HP, while the 3 level 15 players were already at critical health, ready to be forced offline and sent back to town with just 1 snake bite. By sheer coincidence, they spotted Jiang Bai and rushed toward him as if he were their lifeline. However, as they drew closer and noticed that Jiang Bai was wearing what appeared to be complete newbie gear, the leading girl suddenly started waving frantically at him. "Run, little brother. How did someone at your level even get here? The monsters in this area will one-shot you." She shouted herself hoarse, but her feet never stopped moving as she continued dragging her 2 gasping teammates forward in their escape. The other 2 female players, who had initially thought they'd found their savior, both showed disappointment on their faces after getting a clear look at Jiang Bai's newbie equipment. "We're done for, guild leader. We're definitely going to lose levels today." It never occurred to them to consider Transmogwo would spend several gold coins to make high-level gear look like newbie templates. So all 3 instinctively categorized Jiang Bai as a complete newcomer. Behind them, the massive king cobra hissed menacingly, its tail sweeping across the ground and carving a deep furrow in the mud. Just as it caught up to the three female players, its enormous shadow completely engulfed them. At this moment of certain death, the leading girl suddenly spun around and shielded Jiang Bai behind her. Little brother, run. You don't have any aggro, so it won't chase you. Before she finished speaking, the other two female players also stopped, gripping their weapons that were nearly broken from overuse, preparing to face death. However, the expected snake bite never came. Bang, bang, bang. Three whooshing sounds cut through the air as three arrows flew over Xiang Mei's head, piercing through the king cobra's thick scales like nails driven into steel. The moment the arrows struck, half of the boss's health bar instantly evaporated, with blood-red damage numbers exploding in brilliant crimson light. The massive creature convulsed and staggered back 2 steps before its enormous body crashed to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. It wasn't until the snake's body slumped lifelessly at their feet that the three girls snapped back to reality. Master player? After staring in shock for quite some time, the leading girl, whose ID was Xiang Mei back for revenge, finally turned her gaze to Jiang Bai and stammered out her question. Hey, just lending a hand. Jiang Bai sheathed his bow, but his attention was caught by the guild information floating above their heads. Mom said the longer the guild name, the cooler it is, so our guild name is really long, ha. Seriously? Genesis doesn't have a character limit for guild IDs. He scratched his head, encountering such an absurd naming convention for the first time. As for his reason for intervening, 99% came from his principle of helping those in need. It was fundamental to how he navigated the world. The remaining 1%. Well, he had to admit, Xiang Mei was quite pretty. Wow, big brother, you're so amazing. Are you really that strong? With the crisis resolved, the three female players immediately circled around Jiang Bai, examining him like they discovered a new species. Want to add each other as friends? Yeah. Big brother, why are you hiding your ID? You don't even have a guild yet? As if they'd struck treasure, Xiang Mei's eyes lit up frighteningly bright as she directly sent out a guild invitation. Big brother, join our guild. We're all female players here. That's right. You'd be our only male member. Her two teammates also enthusiastically pitched in, even deliberately brushing against Jiang Bai as they spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Bai's body trembled as he immediately refused, instantly channeling his inner edgelord. Women only affect the accuracy of my archery. I'll pass. Hey master, don't go. I just bought some new lingerie today, and I don't really know how to put it on. Could you teach me how to wear it? Jiang Bai quickened his pace, not looking back as he disappeared in a flash. Behind him, three gorgeous women with stunning figures stood there, watching his retreating form with disappointment written all over their faces. What's he pretending for? One of them muttered under her breath. So many people want to join our beauty guild, and we can't even be bothered with most of them. The more unattainable he seemed, the more frustrated she became. She pouted angrily, glaring at Jiang Bai's back. Exactly. Does he think he's the legendary player Kong Chengjiumeng? Acting all high and mighty by not joining any guild, another immediately chimed in. Don't talk nonsense. The guild leader grabbed her companion's arm, though her gaze never left that figure growing smaller in the distance. He just saved us and didn't even bother picking up the loot. Her voice was so gentle it seemed like honey could drip from it, with ripples of emotion flickering in her eyes. After running for about another half hour, while traveling, Jiang Bai kept his eyes glued to the world chat channel, finding this game increasingly entertaining. Chujiu Dao here. Come take a look. The server's first divine elixir, a cup of poison, is now available. 1 gold per cup, or get 10 cups for just 9 gold. Limited quantity, first come first served. This line of emerald green text caught Jiang Bai's attention, and he casually clicked on the item details. A cup of poison premium. Item description: heaven in your left hand, hell in your right. This is a cup of poison, but also a divine elixir. Do you dare to gamble? Item effect: upon consumption, 50 chance to permanently increase a random attribute by 1 point, 50 chance to permanently decrease a random attribute by 1 point. Usage limit: 0-10. Item source: alchemical product. Creator: Chujiu Dao. There's actually something this insane? Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. This was basically the ultimate test of luck with a limit of 10 bottles, meaning regardless of gains or losses, each character could only drink it 10 times maximum. In the world chat, Chujiu Dao continued his sales pitch. Take a gamble. Turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Go all in. Turn your motorcycle into a luxury car. Brothers, 50 chance to max out 10 attribute points. Aren't you tempted? Shui Shenggan Bu immediately replied. Put it on the market. Right now? I'll take however many you have. Dalan and Ida Shizeo Pen remained skeptical. I'll wait and see how the big shots experiments turn out. Honestly, Jiang Bai was tempted too. Most players would find it hard to resist that little devil inside when faced with such a luck-based gamble. Just as he was hesitating whether to buy a set first, a wave of test results flooded the chat. Wajia sa mo yi huai lu de zhong. Amazing. 8 successes out of 10. Only 2 failures. Net gain of 6 attribute points. Master is incredible. De Xiong DB Mo. The guy above must be a shill, right? Shills deserve to die? I only succeeded 3 times and lost 4 strength points for nothing. Sob sob sob. Nei ku yu jian huang. Damn it. Give me my money back. I only succeeded once and lost 8 attribute points. I'm going crazy. Wasia mian gay and I chi. Haha. I feel bad for the guy above. My luck has always been terrible, so I won't buy any. Ni xia mian gay with chi. Same here, feeling sorry for him. Watching everyone experience these dramatic ups and downs with their attributes, Jiang Bai's hand still impulsively purchased a set. I'm practically the GM's favorite child, how bad could my luck be? He muttered to himself. Then without further hesitation, tilted his head back. With that, Jiang Bai didn't think twice and chugged all 10 bottles of the potion in one go. Wow, this stuff actually tastes pretty good sweet. Jiang Bai savored the flavor, but his heart was racing with dread as he quickly maximized the system notifications. Cold text lines flooded his screen. You have consumed 1 cup of poison, triggering 50 chance, intelligence 1. You have consumed 1 cup of poison, triggering 50 chance, strength 1. You have consumed 1 cup of poison, triggering 50 chance, constitution 1. After reading through everything, Jiang Bai raised his hand and gave himself a resounding slap. Damn it, I want my money back. To be honest, his luck wasn't terrible today. Out of 10 potions, 7 succeeded and 3 failed, netting him a total of 4 attribute points. But those 4 points were 3 intelligence and 1 spirit, practically useless for his current combat power. What a scam. Still, a mere 4 attribute points were just a minor episode for him. The terrain beneath his feet suddenly rose sharply, transforming the previously flat path into a winding mountain slope. Jiang Bai looked up, his heart sinking. The system notification showed he had left the Yulong-in safe zone and officially entered neutral territory. This was paradise for PvP enthusiasts, a haven for violent players, and the favorite hunting ground for old foxes. Anyone who dared establish themselves here either wore top-tier equipment with masterful PK skills or had guild backing to claim territory. Jiang Bai rarely leveled here, so now he had to stay completely alert. He had barely taken 10 steps when a kidney strike ambushed him from the shadows, instantly filling his status bar with stun icons. Frozen in place, he watched as 5 assassin figures emerged from stealth ahead of him, each wearing an ominous lewd grin. Jiang Bai glanced at their overhead IDs. 5 assassins, divine sect, clearly a small group specializing in murder and robbery. Looking further down, their guild tag read, Wanli Shah. What's the deal? Jiang Bai taunted in the local chat. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The bald assassin leader looked him up and down, examining his equipment disguised as newbie gear with an expression that said he saw right through the ruse. Pretty clever, disguising yourself in newbie gear? Think you can fool me? The bald man put his hands on his hips and snorted. Kid, everyone within 10 miles knows the rules of our 5 assassins divine sect. We pluck feathers from passing geese and skin from passing beasts. Your life or your money? My life, Jiang Bai blinked. The bald man sneered. You don't look rich anyway. 2 gold will do. Hand it over. Jiang Bai remained calm. But I haven't finished speaking. He blinked again. What? The bald man impatiently moved closer. My life, and your money too. Are you messing with me? Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. Jiang Bai sent a string of smirking emojis, completely igniting the fury of all 5 assassins. Damn it, you're asking for death. Kill him. Make him lose levels and crawl back to town, the bald man roared. His 4 teammates immediately unleashed their skills, daggers flashing in waves as poison damage, laceration, backstab, and shadow strike hit Jiang Bai one after another. However, the damage numbers kept popping up 1, 1, 1. The bald man looked up, stunned. He looked down at his dagger's stats, 606 attack points, not a single point missing. Boss, this guy isn't taking any damage. After unleashing their full firepower for ages, Jiang Bai's health bar remained completely full. They stared at each other in bewilderment, completely unable to understand what was happening, until the bald man's hands suddenly trembled, his face instantly turning ashen as a pig's liver. There was only one reason. When he looked up again, he met Jiang Bai's smile that was comparable to a demon's. Had enough fun yet? Realizing the massive gap in equipment levels, the bald man immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Spare me. Please spare me, boss. He prostrated himself on the ground, his nose nearly buried in the dirt, his voice trembling with fear as thick as winter fog. This group was notorious for their crimes, regularly killing even their own guild members. Their names had turned so red they were nearly black, forcing them to survive by targeting players who looked like easy prey. Today, however, they had hit a brick wall. The bald man knew better than anyone that with their current crime values, if they died, most of their equipment would drop. That gear was everything they owned. Losing it would mean starting over from the newbie village, a loss he absolutely couldn't afford. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure radiating from this boss made him too terrified to even consider fleeing, so he knelt without hesitation. But it was already too late. Jiang Bai's lips curved into a slight smile. Turning down free honor points would be asking for divine punishment. He wasn't about to give the assassins who had already entered stealth mode any chance. His bowstring vibrated softly as multi-shot transformed into several volleys of arrows, instantly killing 3 players. Before the remaining 2 could turn around, Jiang Bai had already fired 2 basic attacks, whoosh, whoosh, dropping them before their health bars could hit 0. Amid the jingling sounds of drops, equipment scattered across the ground as expected. Jiang Bai crouched down to loot, his eyes lighting up. Jackpot, jackpot. 4 excellent-grade weapons went into his inventory, conservatively worth 60 gold coins when sold as a bundle. The remaining white and green equipment had limited value, so he casually tossed them into the trading market. Checking his inventory had accumulated over 70 pieces of level 20 white equipment for various slots, all waiting to be synthesized once he reached level 20. In Genesis, drop rates were notoriously terrible, and these 70-plus white items came from clearing all elite monsters in Hakka Temple plus 2 full runs through Dragon Armor, mined nearly 1,600 monsters total, and that was just for white equipment. Grinding monsters and scavenging along the way, Jiang Bai finally reached Moonlight Highlands as darkness fell. In just a few hours, his honor points had surged by nearly 200, showing just how bloody this neutral zone was. The miscellaneous drops had earned him another 108 gold coins. Now you have money for your advancement. Jiang Bai bent down and patted the little snow wolf's head. This trip was all thanks to your hard work. After completing his current quests, he planned to upgrade the little snow wolf to crank 1 star. Moonlight Highlands was Gnoll territory. The Gnolls ranged from level 23 to 25, extremely aggressive, and no players dared to grind here at this stage. The monsters were divided into 3 types: melee Gnoll workers, ranged Gnoll patrol guards, and stealth assassin Gnoll sentry. A well-designed configuration. Their health pools were 7,800, 7,500, and 7,200 respectively, which wasn't too challenging for Jiang Bai. As Jiang Bai entered the Moonlight Highlands detection zone, the quest, Find Moonlight Highlands, automatically completed. The system only awarded 1,000 experience points and 100 copper coins. These transitional mini-quests always had meager rewards. Subsequently, the system narration began playing in Jiang Bai's ears. Moonlight Highlands is the territory of the Gnolls, an ancient but small shapeshifter race known for their warlike nature, worship of violence, and extreme selfishness. After the demonic invasion, the ambitious Gnolls allied themselves with the demon army. The ancestor of current Gnoll chieftain Arugo, named Arudi, once served the destroyer Archimonde. Though Arudi held a low rank, he secretly preserved a fragment of Archimonde's memory. With this memory fragment, we can locate Archimonde's hiding place. Go forth, adventurer, find and defeat Arugo to obtain Archimonde's memory. Ding! You have triggered the hidden main quest, search for Archimonde's memory vial. Do you accept? Obviously, why would I refuse? Jiang Bai accepted the quest without hesitation and set off toward Moonlight Highlands. Before him stretched a medium-sized mountain range with only one path forward, a narrow, winding trail spiraling upward. To reach the summit, there was no alternative route. Along the path, 3 types of Gnolls were scattered in small groups. 1. Gnoll Scout's swift movement, average melee combat. 2. Gnoll Berserkers wielding axes, high damage output. 3. Gnoll Hunters ranged archers, skilled at Hitandran tactics. Following typical dungeon conventions, Arugo was likely waiting at the mountain peak. While Jiang Bai could handle a 3-monster team solo, the real challenge was their scattered positioning, which made pulling aggro difficult and significantly reduced efficiency. Even more annoying were the occasional elite monsters, Gnoll squad leaders. These creatures posed little threat, but emitted piercing, wah-wah screams during combat that were utterly grating. After clearing roughly 1/3 of the path in over 10 minutes, Jiang Bai encountered a 5th monster type, Gnoll mages. These ranged attackers had only 6,500 health points, but their addition upgraded the 3-member teams to 4-member squads, increasing the difficulty accordingly. Jiang Bai thought to himself that ordinary players would probably need a 5-person elite team just to reach Arugo's doorstep. However, the game's malice wasn't finished yet. Past the halfway point, another creature appeared called Gnoll Warlocks. While the Warlocks themselves dealt modest damage, they possessed mind control abilities, a 2-second fear effect. If Warlocks appeared in groups, Jiang Bai could potentially be chain feared to death without even fighting back. His purification skill could only remove the effect once, forcing him to abandon his mindless mass bullying strategy in favor of a more cautious approach. After clearing monsters for over an hour, Jiang Bai finally reached the summit. He grumbled internally. This quest is seriously annoying, completely lacks the satisfaction of mass grinding. At the center of the mountaintop stood a massive castle built from dark blue stone blocks. Flanking the main gate were the 6th monster type, Gnoll guards, all elite level. Through the gate's gaps, he could see Gnoll archmages and Gnoll dark warlocks patrolling the courtyard. Their upgraded names reflected their promotion to elite status. Jiang Bai had to tank the melee guards while enduring fireballs and shadow bolts from the ranged mages and warlocks, occasionally getting fear-controlled as well. The experience was thoroughly miserable. Master, please give me a large-scale area attack skill, he muttered while keeping his hands busy. By his estimation, forcing a breakthrough would require at least a 10-person raid team, clearing inch by inch. After nearly another hour of fierce combat, Jiang Bai finally entered the castle interior. In the dim great hall, torches flickered on both sides. At the far end, the imposing figure of Knoll chieftain Arugo stood proudly, draped in a black cloak. Flanking him were two Knoll elders, on each side rare elite-level creatures, for in total. Jiang Bai glanced at Arugo's attributes and frowned slightly. This is going to be quite challenging. At that moment, the Knolls across from him simultaneously noticed his presence. Let me see which foolish human dares to trespass in my Knoll territory. I'll boil you into delicious soup. Knoll Lord Arugo. Rare Lord level 26. HP, 158,000 ATK, 2,000 def, 800. Skills, Bloodthirst, Beast Bite, Wild Roar, Soul Burn, Deadly Bind. Knoll Elder Mage. Rare Elite level 23. HP, 18,500 ATK, 1,200 def, 550. Skills, Flame Burst, Blood Seer. Knoll Elder Warlock. Rare Elite level 23. HP, 18,500 ATK, 1,200 def, 550. Skills, Dark Scream, Soul Chain. This was going to be seriously tough. Jiang Bai scratched his head, never expecting Arugo to be a rare lord a tier above ordinary lords and nearly approaching overlord status. The data showed 158,000 attack power, but even just that 2,000 base attack combined with 5 skills was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. He quickly scanned through the skill descriptions. 1. Bloodthirst passive built-in 10 life steal, doubles when HP drops below 20. 2. Beast Bite direct physical burst damage. 3. Wild Roar soft crowd control that reduces enemy stats by percentage. 4. Soul Burn, the name says it all. 5. Deadly Bind ultimate ability where Arugo pounces on the target, binding them for 3.5 seconds while dealing 5 escalating damage strikes. Mechanically speaking, this guy was a boss that only a 15-person raid team would dare tackle at this stage. What made it worse was the 4 rare elite elders accompanying him. The 2 mages were manageable, but the real trouble lay with the 2 warlocks. Their soul chains came with built-in fear effects, and once controlled, the situation would spiral out of control instantly. Arugo gave Jiang Bai no time to prepare. With a deep, menacing growl, his claws covered in black wolf fur became wrapped in crimson light, while all 4 rare elites simultaneously raised their hands to begin casting spells. Pathetic adventurer, let me tear your body apart. The moment those words left his mouth, Arugo burst forward with tremendous force, leaping and leaving afterimages as he appeared behind Jiang Bai. Theoretically, this type of non-target skill could be dodged, but the enemy's speed was too fast. The reaction window was probably less than a fraction of a second. Jiang Bai had originally planned to sidestep, but missed his chance due to hesitation. Flash. Sharp claws tore through the air, carving a bloody line across his back, followed immediately by massive jaws clamping down viciously. 1,647. 1830. 2 consecutive hits instantly wiped out over 3,400 HP. Holy crap, that's brutal. Jiang Bai gasped in shock, quickly rolling away to create distance. But just then, the 4 elders finished their incantations, and 2 blazing fireballs connected almost seamlessly, slamming into him. 722. 691. Jiang Bai remembered scanning the data earlier. These elders' skill damage bonuses were all above 150, and they certainly lived up to their reputation. Worse yet, 2 streams of dark energy formed chains, instantly linking him to the 2 warlock elders. 111. 111. Soul Chain is a damage over time effect that lasts for 6 seconds total. After dealing damage for 3 seconds, it triggers a fear debuff that terrifies the player for another 3 seconds. The only way to break it is to get more than 30 yards away, which will automatically sever the chain. Jiang Bai's health had dropped to a pitiful 2,000 points. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, he chugged a special potion and immediately began retreating. With such low health, if he got feared, his chances of survival would be virtually 0. But it was too late. In his earlier attempt to escape Aragol, his dodge roll had inadvertently brought him closer to the 4 elders. They were now only about 15 yards apart. Covering that distance in just 3 seconds? He wasn't Superman. Sure enough, just as he reached about 20 yards, the second phase of Soul Chain triggered, and Jiang Bai found himself stumbling around erratically as if pushed by invisible hands. This was the most insidious aspect of the fear debuff: complete loss of control, unable to defend or attack. Jiang Bai was prepared though. The moment the fear took effect, he immediately used his Purify skill, and the negative effect vanished instantly. But there were 2 more warlocks behind him. Just as the first chain was purified, The second chain's control phase kicked in exactly 5 seconds later, perfectly timed to bypass Purify's 5-second immunity window. Jiang Bai was feared once again. Holy shit, he cursed internally, all composure abandoned. The situation spelled certain death. Erigel swooped in like a phantom, his claws instantly tearing away 3,000 health, followed by magical explosions from the two mage elders, plus the remaining damage overtime from Soul Chain. His health bar was instantly depleted. Damn it, that bastard actually pulled off his intimidation act. Looks like I'm about to become soup. Jiang Bai's last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished, though this outcome wasn't entirely unexpected. When he first saw Erigel and the Elder's stats, he knew these monsters were way overpowered for his current level, definitely not something ordinary players should mess with. He had originally planned to retreat if things went south, but Erigel moved too quickly. One massive leap had cost him over 3,000 health, turning escape into a desperate gamble. In the center of the hall, Erigel stood with his hands behind his back after defeating Jiang Bai, strutting around proudly as he delivered the standard NPC victory speech. Huh? Another weak human falls to my might. Tonight I feast on human flesh. After this, they reset their aggro and waited for the next unfortunate player. Due to game mechanics, monsters don't recognize player resurrection after death. As Jiang Bai's body hit the ground, Erigel and the Elder's aggro instantly cleared. This brief, 1-second window became his only lifeline, a minor bug, you could say. Ding. You have died. Resurrection skill triggered, restoring 90 status and reviving. Jiang Bai sprang back to life. Before aggro could refresh, he immediately activated sprint, the 80 movement speed boost carrying him out of the hall like the wind. Time to get the hell out of here, he muttered through gritted teeth, accelerating toward the exit. Only after stepping through the doorway did he hear Erigel's slow but menacing roar echoing behind him. Ahaha, let me see which foolish human dares to trespass in my knoll territory. I'll boil you into delicious soup. On the way back, moonlight shone brightly as one man and one wolf walked along the quiet winding path. Silver light scattered across the gravel trail, and Jiang Bai reached out to grab the chubby little snow wolf beside him by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up like a puppy. Kid, can you please get your act together and show some backbone? You're both wolves, so how come others are so incredibly powerful? Oh whoa. The little snow wolf whimpered softly, its dark eyes filled with a mixture of grievance and defiance, as if protesting. I may be weak, but you can't blame me for everything, right? Jiang Bai helplessly set it down, sighing inwardly. This quest probably won't be completed anytime soon. He recalled the monsters they'd encountered deep in the dungeon earlier, a level 26 rare boss, plus 4 rare elites. If it were just an ordinary boss, he and the little wolf might have been able to give it a shot, but right now they simply couldn't handle it. Should he call the Tang and Zhuan to come help? He shook his head. At this stage, they'd just be walking to their deaths. Even if they managed to defeat the boss, dealing with favors and equipment distribution would be troublesome. He wasn't some wealthy player hunted monsters for profit. Rare bosses had limited drops to begin with, and more people meant more shares. Besides, he was about to reach level 20, and there were countless places to spend money. Just the little snow wolf's advancement alone could drain him dry. This was the advantage of being a solo player, fewer unnecessary complications. Moreover, he felt confident that with just a slight improvement, he could still take down a Lugo. He hadn't used the fusion skill from the blood contract yet, and this time it should come in handy. Last time he lost too quickly due to inadequate preparation. If he could take out one warlock first, then combine it with purification, the situation would be completely different. With this thought, he pulled out his wallet to check. Only about 400 gold coins remained, glinting golden in the moonlight. Gritting his teeth, he spent 180 gold directly to buy 2 sets of Earth Spirit Pilsa, full 200 pills. The path was long, so he simply walked while opening bottle after bottle, stuffing the pills one by one into the little snow wolf's mouth. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact, and a faint spiritual glow flickered beneath the wolf cub's fur. The advancement progress bar slowly climbed from 0 to 51, then stopped. A vein bulged on Jiang Bai's forehead as he remembered a browser game he'd once played. Each use of advancement pills had a chance of success, with failure accumulating 1 blessing value. But didn't it always take until the blessing reached the 90s before succeeding? Same predatory design, exactly the same. After feeding it the 74th pill, having consumed 148 pills, a pale blue light suddenly burst from within the little snow wolf. A system notification popped up simultaneously. Pet grade upgraded to crank 1 star, growth potential 1. Jiang Bai immediately allocated this point to defense. Damage could wait. He urgently needed a tank that could take hits. But the truly heartbreaking notification followed immediately. After grade upgrade, the number of Earth Spirit pills required for each advancement increased from 2 to 3. You're trying to kill your old man, aren't you, kid? Jiang Bai covered his face and wailed. After learning this cruel truth, Jiang Bai was on the verge of tears. After returning to Kunlun, Jiang Bai took a brief rest to reduce his fatigue level. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to set off for Emperor Province. He stuffed the Underground Dragon City teleportation scroll back into his backpack. What awaited in the Underground Dragon City was completely unknown, and if the rewards weren't better than Haka Temple, it would be a huge loss. Right now, killing Arugo was his top priority. To play it safe, he decided to farm Haka Temple first. After clearing the temple, it wouldn't be too late to level up in the Underground Dragon City. Jiang Bai set himself a goal: reach level 20 before going after Arugo, since characters underwent significant transformations every 5 levels. By then, his little snow wolf should have some basic combat ability. He planned to spend all the gold coins he'd earned during this period on his pet. Calculating the time, it had been over 10 hours since he last left Kunlunth. Monsters should have respawned by now. Before departing, he opened his friends list. Xingqian Zwen was offline, but Xingqian Momo showed a green light with her status displaying leveling at Pine Needle Plains. Thinking of Momo made Jiang Bai's heart skip a beat. Whether in reality or in the game, he'd seen plenty of beautiful girls, but hardly any could surpass Momo. That first love goddess feeling was the most lethal. He had promised to help her level up last time, and now that he was going to Haka Temple again, not inviting her would be inexcusable. As for Momo being good-looking, while he claimed it only accounted for one of his interests, he knew deep down it was far more than that. He casually sent her a message. Jiang Bai, what are you up to, little beauty? Momo, ugh, when did you become so improper? Jiang Bai, what? Aren't you a little beauty, or are you an old lady? Momo, Jiang Bai, what are you doing at Pine Needle Plains? Momo, leveling. What else? Seeing that Momo was only level 14, Jiang Bai felt a bit sorry for her. Stop staying in that godforsaken place. I'll take you somewhere good for leveling. Momo, where? Jiang Bai, come with me and you'll find out. Remember how I rocket leveled last time? Momo, alright, wait for me. On the other side of the screen, the gentle girl's lips unconsciously curved upward, and even a casual smile could eclipse the world. Describing her as having bright eyes and white teeth was no exaggeration. 5 minutes later, the two met at Kunlun's North Gate and set off together. Momo followed along with small steps, looking up with curious big eyes. Where are we really going? Emperor Province. Emperor Province. She paused. We're going to Emperor Province to level up? That's right. Jiang Bai replied while reaching out to ruffle her hair like petting a dog. Little girl, don't ask so many questions. You'll know when we get there. The two chatted and laughed as they traveled, and this was the first time Jiang Bai found running across the map so relaxing and pleasant. It would be even more perfect if they had mounts. Along the way, they casually cleared small monsters they encountered and took down a few red-named players who didn't know better. Upon reaching Haka Temple, Jiang Bai first dealt with the 3 guardian monsters outside the door, as usual. The key was a consumable item, and these 3 monsters were the only source. Fortunately, his luck wasn't bad. The second monster dropped the key. The stone door rumbled open. Jiang Bai gripped the key and pushed the door open. What greeted his eyes was a dense mass of wind serpents and Haka cultists. His heart pounded. Daddy's back. Feels good. Feels good. Satisfying. Hell yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Big brother, go a little faster, and I'll feel even better. Haha. Not only will I go faster, I'll go deeper too. Get ready. This suggestive banter wasn't between lovers in an intimate moment, but rather trash talk between Jiang Bai and Xingqian Momo as they frantically leveled up in the dungeon channel. Experiencing her experience bar shooting up like a rocket for the first time, Xingqian Momo felt like she was using cheats. Who knew leveling could be this easy? Meanwhile, Jiang Bai was grinding with pure adrenaline. Wind serpents and hacker cultists? Not a problem. In his eyes, these monsters were like sugar daddies, constantly feeding experience to him and Momo. At this moment, Jiang Bai pulled all the monsters from the entire front hall in one go, shouting as he charged toward Momo. Grinding solo is already awesome enough, but having a healer makes it absolutely insane. Even though partying cut their experience in half, Jiang Bai was still ecstatic. Men and women working together really did make the job easier. Over 3 hours, with Momo's precise healing and finishing blows, they completely cleared over 400 monsters from the temple's front hall. The rewards were equally explosive. 1. Experience. Over 400 monsters yielded more than 510,000 experience total, split 5,050 between them for 250,000 each. Combined with his previous accumulation, Jiang Bai finally hit level 19. As the current number 1 on the leaderboard, he was now a full 2 levels ahead of second place, who was only level 17 with 51 progress. However, the next milestone from 19 to 20 required a whopping 300,000 experience, still a mountain to climb. 2. Pet. His wolf reached level 17 with maxed refinement progress again. 3. Teammate. Momo shot from level 14 to 16, calling it insane. For loot distribution, Jiang Bai set up roll mode. White gear was free-for-all, but excellent grade equipment and above required rolling 0-100, with highest roll winning. This added fun, while preventing Momo from being too polite to take anything. Jiang Bai's inventory was now stuffed with over 90 white items. The sheer quantity was satisfying to look at. The dozen or so blue and green pieces they rolled would all go to the auction house, conservatively worth 40 gold, though some pieces went to Momo. Miscellaneous materials sold for a few gold, while Jiang Bai kept all the valuable commodities like skill enhancement scrolls and protection luck fragment pieces. His plunder talent performed adequately. 7 triggers from 400 monsters, yielding 2 constitution, 2 agility, 1 strength, and 1 intelligence, better than nothing. Shouldering his pack full of loot, Jiang Bai was about to call for Momo to retreat when she opened a trade window first. What's this? Jiang Bai glanced over to see she'd put in 40 gold coins. The loot, Momo said with wide, earnest eyes. Getting experience is enough for meth drops, should be yours anyway. You probably don't want those trash white items, so I'll just handle selling them. Here are the valuable materials too. She dumped the enhancement scrolls and fragment pieces into the trade window. Cut it out. Jiang Bai immediately closed the trade window and glanced sideways at Momo. You think I'd actually take these? I can't accept them, my conscience wouldn't let me. The girl stuck out her tongue playfully and asked with a sweet smile. So what would it take to ease your conscience? How should I know? Jiang Bai scratched his head, completely baffled by her riddle. Momo huffed. Fine, if you don't know, forget it, dummy. She lifted her skirt and started walking toward the exit. I guess I'll just keep hoarding these materials then. Go ahead and hoard them. It's not like they're going to appreciate in value. Jiang Bai replied dismissively, though his eyes followed her retreating figure. After just 2 steps, Momo suddenly turned around and flashed him a mysterious smile. Here, let me give you some of this instead. Another trade window popped up, displaying 4 exquisitely crafted backpacks arranged neatly inside. Frost Moon Rabbit Fur Backpack, fine quality. Item description: increases backpack space by 16 slots when used. Item source: tailoring craft. Crafter: Starlight Momo. Jiang Bai drew in a sharp breath. At this stage of the game, a 16-slot backpack was the ultimate luxury item. Someone had calculated that the materials alone cost 6 gold coins, with a market price of at least 10 gold coins. Most ordinary players could only afford 8-slot bags. The backpacks were pristine white and soft, with rabbit fur that gleamed with a delicate luster in the candlelight. The metal clasps were engraved with moon patterns, and the edges were perfectly stitched, clearly the work of skilled hands. What made Jiang Bai's heart race even more was the elegant line of text in the bottom right corner of each backpack. From Starlight Momo to Empty City Old Dream. He didn't understand tailoring, but he knew this gift was precious beyond measure. What he didn't know was that to gather the materials for 4 backpacks, the girl had scoured the entire Dragon's Hymn map, even falling behind in levels while still carrying a measly 12-slot bag herself. How's that? Pretty impressive, right? Momo's eyes crinkled into crescents as she smiled, her voice brimming with pride. Impressive, impressive. This is really like a cow's gynecological problem, Jiang Bai said, his heart warming completely as he forced out what he thought was a humorous saying. What on earth are you talking about? Momo looked completely bewildered, her face immediately darkening. Jiang Bai delivered the punchline with a straight face. It's absolutely bullshit amazing. You don't know that saying. Oh my god, what is wrong with you? That's so crude. Momo's ears turned bright red with embarrassment. She stamped her feet and turned to leave in a huff. You're such a hopeless blockhead. What's her problem? Jiang Bai muttered, watching her walk away while hugging the 4 backpacks with a silly grin. No sense of humor whatsoever. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.